Since the Cloud Heavenly Palace wanted to avoid battle, the others could only go up to challenge him. However, Li Mu's absolute strength frightened many people. Some people who thought that they were unable to contend against him had decided to give up on this competition, as they were not willing to destroy their own bodies and lose their cultivation just for the Clear Sky Sacred Robe. It was not worth it this way. They might not even be able to obtain the Clear Sky Sacred Robe. After waiting for a long time, only then did someone come up on stage to fight. However, the thick and powerful sword chi surrounding Li Mu was not something an ordinary person could contend with. That person had only gone up on stage for the space of a few dozen breaths before he was directly beheaded and killed. After that, the surroundings of the sword discourse arena became deathly silent. Li Mu stood by the side of the statue with his bloody sword in his hand, staring at the people below coldly. His eyes were filled with arrogance and disdain. Has no one come up to issue a challenge? Seeing that there were no movements from below the stage, a trace of disappointment flashed across the Valley Master's eyes, and he stood up and shouted. However, there were no signs of anyone coming up. When Li Mu saw this scene, the murderous intent in his eyes immediately disappeared by 3 points. The corner of his mouth raised as he let out a low and complacent laugh. Lord Sword Lord. The people of Cloud Heavenly Palace could no longer hold their cool. Let him be. Don't be rash. The Sword Lord remained calm and collected as he spoke. Do we have to just watch the people from the sect of Dragon and Sword take the Clear Sky Sacred Robe away? Zhang Fei said in hatred. Seize it? Sword Sovereign revealed a disdainful smile. They won't be able to take it away. Stay calm and watch. There are so many people gathered here, and there are countless capable people. No matter what, it's not the turn of the Dragon Sword sect to take the treasures. With that said, the people of Cloud Heavenly Palace calmed down. Since the Sword Lord wasn't in a rush, it didn't matter how impatient they were as disciples. They could only watch. Crash. At this moment, a figure finally emerged from the ground. He was dressed in a long robe and holding a desolator in his hand. His figure was graceful and he looked extremely relaxed, directly landing on the sword discourse arena. Everyone raised their eyebrows. Is that the 17th ranked Lu Xiao? The crowd burst into an uproar. The expert of the heroic sword ranking finally made his move. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 713. The Heroic Sword List. Although the people on the list were all people who had shown their talent and strength during the past 500 years, every single existence on the list could be considered a tyrant. No one dared to look down on Spirit Cultivator, who was at the peak of their talent and cultivation, because everyone's future was limitless. Once Lu Xiao stepped onto the stage, the uproar could be heard. After 5 breaths of time, all the people around the sword discourse arena were talking about Lu Xiao, and all the people in the surroundings were staring at Lu Xiao. Once Lu Xiao stepped onto the stage, the desolator in his hands circled around with his fingertips, looking at the person with the extremely strong killing intent and blood energy indifferently. My name is Lu Xiao. Greetings, fellow swordsmen of the Dragon Sword sect. Lu Xiao cupped his fists. A person from the heroic sword list? When did it appear on the leaderboard? 12 years ago. It's been a while. Li Mu slowly raised the sword in his hand, and a bit of golden profound chi leaked out from the blade of the sword. Then let me experience the true strength of your heroic sword rankers. Come on. Brother Li Mu is truly impatient. I saw that you were tired after battling so many times, so I decided to fight you slowly until you have fully recovered from your profound chi. I don't want others to say that I, Lu Xiao, won't win in martial arts. If that's the case, you can let me humiliate the name Heroic Sword List. Lu Xiao said, his eyes brimming with confidence. Hearing that, Li Mu was enraged. Those few people from before were only casually killed. They did not consume too much profound chi. In my current state, I'll crush you like an ant. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're on the list. Take this. Finished speaking, Li Mu leaped, the profound chi around his body exploded forth, pouncing straight towards Lu Xiao. Lu Xiaoxiao stood on the spot, quietly watching as Li Mu rushed over. He was neither impatient nor anxious, he was not in a hurry. The smile on his face was as if he was telling everyone that everything was under his control. When he got close to Li Mu, he suddenly pointed his finger and a sword light exploded out, covering Li Mu in a fan shape. Li Mu immediately dodged to the side. At the same time, Lu Xiao also made his move. However, he didn't attack, choosing to dodge as well. He retreated all the way to the edge of the sword discourse arena, then held onto the desolator in his hand and started blowing on it. Woo-woo, star. Waves of mournful, serene flute melodies spread out from the sword discourse arena in all directions. The voice floated, and a circular light green ripple floated out from the desolator, covering the entire sword discourse arena in the blink of an eye. Everyone was slightly astonished. The people from the Dragon's Word sect hastily looked towards Li Mu. When the ripples hit Li Mu's body, they did not cause the slightest bit of harm. Instead, they left a light green aura on his body. This aura was like rain as it seeped into his entire body. Li Mu was slightly panicked. Lowering his head to scan his surroundings, he discovered that he did not have any injuries, nor did he feel any discomfort. However, he did not know what effects this aura had, so he hurriedly retreated to avoid the attack. "Heh, scared?" Lu Xiao sneered, and put down the desolator. He stretched out his hand, and crooked his finger at Li Mu, saying, "Come." Seeing the other party acting so arrogantly, a wave of rage rushed into Li Mu's head. With a low growl, he raised his sword and charged forward. He really couldn't be provoked. The people in the audience could not help but shake their heads. Just based on their state of mind, Lu Xiao already had the upper hand. Li Mu's profound chi moved restlessly, surging forth from his body like a surging flood towards the sword in his hand. However, just as the profound chi left his body, it exploded, causing his entire body to fly backwards, spitting out blood on the ground. "Ha!" The subordinate kept sighing. The backlash of the profound chi? Was this the backlash of the profound chi? But why would there be a backlash from the profound chi? Could it be related to that strange aura? With great difficulty, Li Mu got up. He looked down and found that the palm holding the sword had a large hole in it. The skin around it was cracked, and even the bones had become loose. What kind of move is this? Li Mu was completely shocked. Lu Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he rushed forward, a move that can decapitate your head. With that said, he held onto the desolator with both of his hands, and with a shake of his arms, he directly pulled out the sword from the desolator and slashed towards Li Mu. Li Mu was shocked. She immediately summoned her magic treasure to defend, but when the magic treasure appeared, just as it was about to activate the magic treasure, it exploded again. The hand that was holding the magic treasure was immediately shattered into pieces. Being hit by the explosion, he retreated a few steps. He did not have time to defend himself. When he raised his head, he saw Lu Xiao's Xiaojian was already rushing towards him. But the sharp and slender sword came chopping down from the top of his head. After being cut in half, he died a miserable death. Such a vicious and strange technique caused gasps to ring out from the surroundings of the sword discourse arena. Strong. How could he be strong? He was simply outrageously strong. Li Mu, this expert from the Dragon Sword sect, had been beaten to the point that he had no way to fight back. Lu Xiao did not use any fancy moves, nor did he use any tricks. He used his ultimate move the moment he found the opportunity. Long Guanzhong's face was abnormally ugly. He looked at Lu Xiao, who was standing on the sword discourse arena with a pleased smile on his face. Killing intent slowly flickered in his eyes. Bastard! You actually dare to kill members of my Dragon Sword sect? Take revenge for senior brother Li Mu and kill this man. All the disciples of the sect of Dragon and Sword were enraged as they roared loudly. They wanted nothing more than to charge forward and kill Lu Xiao. A disciple was about to rush onto the sword discourse arena and fight with Lu Xiao, but he was stopped by Long Guangzhong. "Don't act recklessly, you are not his match," Long Guang said in a deep voice. "But..." "Everyone, quiet down. I will kill anyone who dares to step onto the stage," Long Guangzhong roared impatiently. When the people of the Dragon's Word sect heard this, they all lowered their heads. With the members of the sect of Dragon and Sword acting like this, the Cloud Heavenly Palace was extremely lively. "Ha, why are the people from the Dragon Sword sect scared? Aren't you very capable? But let's do it. Aren't you all invincible? Why was he dead? Ha, are you guys not good enough? Do you only know how to talk? Ha 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 ha." The sounds of ridicule continued without end, causing the people from the Dragon Sword sect to grit their teeth in anger. Lu Xiaoxiao had easily beheaded Li Mu, and his display was astonishing in all directions. For a moment, the entire scene fell into silence, and no one dared to go up on the stage again. Suyin stared at Xiao Jian and thought for a while. Although he did not know what kind of qi it was, one thing was certain: once infected with this profound qi, he would definitely not let the profound qi in his body leave his body, as though once his own profound qi came into contact with this qi, it would immediately produce a backlash explosion. It could be said that once the qi touched his body, his profound strength would become useless. Suyin glanced at the two men and one woman. He saw that they were all staring at Lu Xiao with ugly expressions, and no one dared to go up. After watching these matches, they should be aware of the gap between themselves and these experts. "Dare I ask if there are any other pros willing to challenge us?" The head of the Might Sword Valley roared. The people below looked at each other. Not a single person came up. This made the Mighty Sword Valley's leader feel rather awkward. "Oh? No one wants to talk to Lu. In this way, this clear sky holy robe can only belong to me." Lu Xiao smiled and turned around, nodding to the elder. An undetectable haze flashed past the eyes of the Mighty Sword Valley Lord. He did not immediately hand over the clear sky sacred robe to Lu Xiao, but instead hesitated for a moment before shouting, "Is there no one who dares to fight? Then, everyone, do you plan to give the clear sky holy robe to Master Lu?" Suyin pressed Death's sword beside him, and slowly closed his eyes, not looking at the stage. However, after a while, a voice finally rang out from the crowd. "The clear sky holy robe is a divine object. Wouldn't it be a waste of this divine object if he were to give it to a trash?" As his voice faded, a figure instantly appeared on the sword discourse arena. Seeing that, a hint of happiness appeared on the face of the Might Sword Valley's leader. He immediately left the sword discourse arena and left the sword discourse arena to the two of them. Lu Xiao looked at the approaching person. It was a man wearing a black Blade Master outfit and a bamboo hat. "How dare you challenge a person on the list of the heroic sword? In my eyes, why would a rank 17 Lu Xiao not dare to challenge a mere mouse?" After that, the man took off his bamboo hat to reveal a scarred face. He then took out a blue-edged sword from his waist and pointed it at Lu Xiao. He snorted, "Have you heard of the deafening sword?" As the sound of his voice faded, the crowd burst into an uproar. The silent crowd immediately boiled over. "Deaf sword?" Lu Xiao's face became serious. "You are the 13th ranked disciple on the heroic sword ranking, deaf swords? At least you have some experience." Mo Fei said indifferently, "How dare a rank 17 being act so arrogantly here? Today, I will teach you how to use the sword." With that, Mo Fei rushed over to kill him. Lu Xiao appeared to be panicking as he used his sword to block the attack. Mo Fei's strength was actually not that far away from his, but since his opponent's ranking was 4 ranks higher than his, he believed that his strength was weaker than his opponent's. He felt an invisible pressure in his heart, causing him to involuntarily panic. The pincer attack was aimed at Lu Xiao, but what surprised him was that the hand holding the sword was not steady at all. Instead, it was constantly shaking and shaking. Was this a person that used a sword? Why was it that he could not even hold the sword steadily? Many people who didn't understand Mo Fei were filled with doubt. What's wrong with this guy? Why was his hand always shaking? And the sword hacked out had no power at all? Is he really on the heroic sword rankings? A puzzled look appeared on Su Yun's face. He turned to look, only to see two spirit cultivators conversing with each other. Of course he's on the list. You don't know about the death sword, and you don't know how profound his swordsmanship is. The reason why he's called deaf is because of this. His arm is trembling to make the sword tremble, and with a shake of the sword, it produced a strange sword hum, and when the sword hum is transmitted through the air, it would automatically drill into other people's ears, causing them to lose their hearing, and after a period of time, they would hallucinate. In the end, it would even cause him to lose his brain. This is why he was called the Death Sword. It is said that the Death Sword can easily put down spirit beasts, and that even existences at the Spirit Emperor level are not immune to such terrifying sword techniques. So that's how it is. The man nodded. Su Yun could not help but nod his head. The people on the heroic sword rankings were all extraordinary, and all of them were gifted individuals with outstanding skills. If he could fight with these people, he would definitely benefit greatly from it. Su Yun couldn't help but forcefully press the death sword beside him. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7:14. Clang. 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 Put. Poochie. The battles on the sword discourse arena were incomparably intense. Lu Xiao was continuously being forced back and was unable to fight back. After a few dozen breaths of time, he was forced to the edge of the sword discourse arena. At the moment, Lu Xiao was in a sorry state. His entire body was covered with sword wounds, his robes was dyed red with blood, and the profound chi on his entire body was also in a mess. It was extremely tragic. He held Xiao Jian and panted as he stared at the person in front of him. He felt a splitting headache and was unable to stand properly. Even his vision had turned blurry. He had already been corroded too badly by the sword of deafness. The big fish ate the small fish ate the small fish. Lu Xiao easily defeated Li Mao, but against the deaf flying sword, he was another Li Mao. I never thought that the rankers on the ranking of the heroic sword would be as strong as the heavens and earth. I wonder what the strength of the top-ranked master will be like. It must be the experts ranked in the millions on the fighting strength. The people below were discussing. People were almost certain that Lu Xiao would lose, and Ye Fei would win the match without any suspense. Su Yun stared at the sword discourse arena. There was not much point in that. In this kind of situation, if Lu Xiao was still unable to maintain his composure and stabilize his state of mind, then he would undoubtedly be defeated. Even if he were given the world's strongest magic treasure, it would be impossible for him to defeat them. There was no other reason. In terms of momentum and mentality, Lu Xiao had suffered a crushing defeat. Just like Lu Xiao and Li Mu, Lu Xiao was stronger than Li Mu, hence he was extremely confident that he could kill him easily. However, when Ye Fei announced his name and the rankings on the heroic sword list, Lu Xiao panicked. When a swordsman competed in martial arts, the attitude was extremely important. A strong heart would often be able to provide unimaginable help to a swordsman. This was also a part of one's strength. Crash! Just then, a light sound rang out and a flower bloomed in the crowd. Su Yun looked over to see Qin Hong San, who was standing in the middle of the crowd, opening up his red umbrella. The surrounding people found it strange. They saw her looking at the people on the sword discourse arena with an expressionless face and her hands tightly holding onto the handle of the umbrella. Seeing that, Su Yun's eyes turned serious. Could it be that this Qin Hong San was going to make a move again? Yet under the watchful eyes of so many experts, she still dared to act recklessly? This place couldn't be compared to the tavern. All around the tavern were customers. There were not only customers, there were also countless experts. Once they were discovered, only death and destruction awaited them. "Hey, what are you doing?" Suddenly, an angry shout sounded from the crowd. The surrounding people were all confused. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw a female cultivator dressed in a green shirt turning around and glaring at a male cultivator behind her. The male cultivator looked at her with doubt and confusion. "What do you think I'm doing? What's wrong with me? You're still not admitting it? You should be clear about what you just did." The spirit cultivator was furious, her face flushed red. The people around them were puzzled, but some of the more brainy ones were already indulging in fantasy. What could happen if this woman was angry at a man? Clang! At this moment, an even more surprising scene occurred. The female cultivator suddenly pulled out her sword and swung it towards the male cultivator without a care for the consequences. This was turning into anger out of embarrassment. The male cultivator's reaction wasn't slow either. He quickly dodged, and like a rabbit, he dodged the female cultivator's sword. "Don't go!" The female cultivator was enraged. She immediately controlled the profound strength to slash, causing sword chi to shoot out in all directions. The crowd immediately became restless. What happened? The head of the mighty Sword Valley looked towards the noisy crowd and shouted, "Quickly go and take a look." "Yes, Valley Master." The people of Weijian Valley shouted and rushed over. They divided into two groups and drove the crowd away, then one to subdue the female cultivator and one to subdue the male cultivator. "Everyone stop." The head of the mighty Sword Valley walked over, and looking at the female cultivators who still had faces full of anger, he asked solemnly, "What happened? Why are you two causing trouble in the mighty Sword Valley?" "This person doesn't know shame, he actually harassed me," the female cultivator said angrily. "Why are you slandering me?" The male cultivator became anxious immediately. "We cultivators must restrain our desires and cultivate our physical and mental health. How can we do such a despicable thing? No matter how hungry I am, how can I act rashly in this place? This fellow swordsman is right. We are not ordinary people. Even if this sword friend admires you, he would definitely not do something that ordinary people would not bother with. This sword friend, are you wrong?" I. The female cultivator opened her mouth, but didn't know what to say. "Everyone, this is the mighty Sword Valley. I hope everyone can give me some face and not argue any further. Let this matter end here, and if everyone is to mess around here, I can only ask everyone to leave." The head of the Might Sword Valley shouted. How could he give face to the two of them messing around here? Furthermore, they were only two unknown rogue cultivators. If it wasn't for everyone watching, he really would have sent the two of them off like this. Hearing this, the two no longer dared to say anything. The leader of the mighty Sword Valley directly departed. The situation gradually regained its order. However, just at that moment, waves of commotion and cries of surprise rang out from the surroundings of the Sword Discourse Arena. The mighty Sword Valley Lord's expression tensed up as he hastily turned his gaze towards the Sword Discourse Arena. He saw that on the Sword Discourse Arena, the victor had already been decided. Lu Xiao was gasping for breath. He was holding his sword in one hand and a head in the other. His face was pale and there was a deep fear in his eyes. However, the fear quickly turned into fanaticism. He laughed, and laughed, and laughed hysterically. Many people were dumbfounded. All of a sudden, how could Lu Xiao, who was at a disadvantage, kill his opponent? Everyone's attention was completely focused on the commotion here, so they ignored the match. However, there was one person whose line of sight, from beginning to end, had been fixed on the Sword Discourse Arena, and that was Suyin, who was in the corner. Xin Hongfan was already prepared to make his move. The commotion of the others did not attract his attention at all. When everyone's attention was on the female cultivator, Xin Hongfan attacked. All of Lu Xiao's qi was instantly expelled, and somehow, under the attack of the dark attack, the sword in his hand was suddenly cut off, almost without warning, and many people thought it was Lu Xiao's doing. However, Su Yun firmly believed that this was definitely with Qin Hongsan's help. Lu Xiao had lost his ability to resist Mo Fei a long time ago, let alone killing him in such a short period of time. How could this be? Lu Xiao actually killed Dian Fei, that's impossible. What happened just now? Confusion rose and fell among the crowd. Although many people were confused, the truth was right in front of them, and no one doubted it. Perhaps no one below the stage realized that Lu Xiao had won because of Qin Hongsan's help, but other than Su Yun, there were a few other people who noticed it, but they would not speak of it, because they did not have any evidence, so even if they did, it would be useless, and things could only go according to plan, because sometimes, life is just like this, rules are something everyone wants to protect, but when everyone is broken, your protection is usually pale and powerless, it has no effect. Lu Xiao threw the head on the sword altar. Breathing heavily, he quickly took out a pill and placed it in his mouth, in an attempt to recover some of his strength. But others might not give him the chance. Lu Xiao had not even gasped for breath, when another spirit cultivator came rushing up. Su Yun looked carefully, the person on stage was also a familiar face. Lu Yu. The older man from the 2 men and 1 woman he met in the tea house and the tavern. Lu. Come on, don't embarrass us. Meng Qian, who was standing below, shouted. Don't worry, he's already spent all his energy, how can I not fight him? On the heroic sword rankings? Today, I will kill you to establish my prestige and enter the ranks of the heroic sword. Lu Yu roared, he then raised his sword and slashed towards Lu Xiao. Was this fellow here to take advantage of them? The audience scoffed. Seeing that, Su Yun secretly shook his head. This was simply courting death. Lu Xiao, whose face was pale and gasping for breath, turned to look at Lu Yu. Suddenly, his mouth formed a strange sneer. He held on to Xiao Jin tightly and waved in the direction Lu Yu came from. Crash! Star! A powerful and shocking sword chi erupted from Xiao Jin's body, flying straight into the distance. The sword chi was nearly 100 meters tall and was a few meters wide, like a surging wave. It directly pounced towards Lu Yu. Lu Yu's eyes immediately grew huge, he immediately rotated the sword in his hand, and activated profound chi to defend himself. However, this sword chi had attacked extremely suddenly, and there was no time to dodge at all. Lu Yu was instantly swallowed up by the sword chi. The sword chi cut open the sword discourse arena, and when it touched the spirit chi, it submerged into the sword chi, causing it to tremble violently, like a candle in the wind. The people around the sword discourse arena were all startled, retreating one by one. When he looked towards the sword discourse arena again, he could no longer see Lu Ha. Zhang Bai and Meng Qian were stunned. The two stared wide-eyed at the sword discourse arena in astonishment. One move erased. Not even a corpse was left. He didn't use any superfluous methods, back or forth, and didn't have any extra strength. How was this possible? Zhang Bai's face was covered in sweat as he stared blankly. Now, he wasn't the only one who had such a face, the others in particular. Lu Xiao and He Fei Li had been fighting for a long time. The consumption of profound chi was terrifying. How could they kill Lu Xiao in one move? Lu Xiao may not be as strong as Lu Xiao, but he wouldn't be killed in one move. Was it because Lu Xiao was too strong? Or had he been concealing his true strength when he was fighting with Ye Fei? No one knew. Is this even in existence ranked 17 on the heroic sword rankings? Was this still the Lu Xiao that everyone knew? Everything was too abnormal. He was truly the dark horse of this hero discussing the sword. Shocked pairs of eyes stared at the sword discourse arena. Lu Xiao held Xiao Jian and stared at the crowd below, and laughed. Which hero wishes to spar with me? Please enlighten me. The person below was silent for a few seconds. The crowd looked at each other in dismay, but no one said a word, let alone go on stage to fight. Who else could fight against the mysterious Lu Xiao? I'm afraid not. Oh? Is there no one else to challenge? He stood up and walked to the sword discourse arena, and said, if no one comes up, then the clear sky holy robe, this divine object, will be returned to Lu Xiao, who is on the proclamation of liberation. Gotcha. At this moment, a light sound was heard. It was extremely sudden within the crowd, and after that, waves of commotion erupted from the end of the Dragon Sword sect. The crowd hurriedly looked towards the source of the voice, only to see a person moving. Step by step he walked towards the sword discourse arena. Long Guangzhuang. Elder sister Su Shi's birthday is today. I'm here to say happy birthday to her, in addition to begging for a monthly ticket. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7:15. Long Guangzhong held onto the sword that was radiating a cold aura. With a solemn expression, he walked towards the sword discourse arena step by step. The packed crowd automatically parted, opening up a path for them. Shock, anticipation, astonishment, and admiration all landed on his body. The people from the sect of Dragon and Sword actually attacked? It's incredible. When Cloud Heavenly Palace saw Long Guangzhong's actions, it had already started to clamor as they all looked up. Heh, the people from the Dragon Sword sect are really impatient. If I were Long Guangzhou, I would have definitely waited for them to go up and fight with Lu Xiao, wait for those experts to kill each other and no one to come up, then make a move. At that time, the opponents will all be weak, and I will just wait idly. Wouldn't I be able to easily seize the title of Swordmaster and obtain the clear sky holy robe? That's right, Long Guangzhong really doesn't have good judgment. The people of Cloud Heavenly Palace discussed. However, the Sword Lord couldn't help but shake his head. You're wrong, it's the right time for Long Guangzhong to go on stage. If he doesn't go, then I'll be the one on. As the sound of his voice faded, the crowd fell silent. Lord Sword Lord, what is the meaning of this? What else could it mean? The ones who shouldn't be going up won't be going up, and those who want to go up and still have the same thoughts as you, have no point now. Lu Xiao's strength is not simple, you guys are not his opponent. I can say that even if Long Guangzhong were to let those guys from the Dragon Sword sect go up, they would only be throwing their lives away. There's no meaning in that. They have already reached the level of Lu Xiao, and unknowingly eliminated most of the people present. So that's how it is. However, wouldn't this give us an advantage? One of them said with a chuckle, Lu Xiao and Long Guangzhong are both powerful. When the two tigers fight each other, there will definitely be one who will be injured. Isn't this clear sky holy robe the treasure of my Cloud Heavenly Palace? That's right, ha 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 ha. The group once again burst into laughter. However, the Sword Lord still wore a solemn expression on his face. He swept his eyes over the crowd and snorted, your idea is not bad, but you can think of such a thing. How could Long Guangzhong not think of it? Do you think that Long Guangzhong is more foolish than you? As soon as he said that, everyone's smiles froze. Since Long Guangzhong dared to go up the stage, he naturally went for the clear sky holy robe. If he didn't have the means to snatch the clear sky holy robe, would he have gone and fought with Lu Xiao for nothing? Watch carefully, don't be complacent and don't forget yourself. Before you get the item, you can't be careless. Yes. All the disciples replied in a low voice. On the sword discourse arena, everyone held their breath as they focused their attention on the two people above. Lu Xiao, who had won so many battles before, was so successful that it caused everyone to be flabbergasted. Long Guangming, an elite expert of the Dragon Sword sect, was so famous that his name shook the world. As expected, the battle between these two was extremely exciting, and countless people were looking forward to it. Long Guangzhong was not someone that was on the same level as Lu, and he believed that Lu Xiao would not be so easy to deal with. The two of them stood on the stage and looked at each other. They didn't say anything, but Long Guangzhong took the lead and started attacking. Sword Chi divulging sword platform. Empty the world. Whiz! A figure flew past the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, he was already far away. Who is it? How dare you trespass? The disciples who were clearing the door immediately shouted. Hearing the voice, the figure directly landed on the ground, and stood in front of the disciples. These disciples immediately tensed up and hastily brandished their weapons. However, when they clearly saw who it was, each and every one of them revealed a shocked expression. You wish to become an elder? A person lost his voice. The person beside him was still in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked carefully. That's right, me. A white-haired elder dressed in a yellow robe said expressionlessly, I want to see the Venerable One. Go inform him immediately. Ah! The gatekeeping disciples widened their eyes as they could not believe what they had just seen. What are you all hesitating for? What? Don't tell me that you don't have a great clan elder in your eyes anymore? He said in a cold voice. The disciples trembled in fear as they replied respectfully, this disciple doesn't dare. It's just that elder way, haven't you already, It was taken away by the supreme sect, wasn't it? Xing Shui accepted the disciple's words. The disciple was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. Although there is a gap between the supreme sect and me, it is all a misunderstanding. Once the words are said, it is nothing much, do not worry, the supreme sect did not do anything to me, quickly go and inform the Lord, I want to see him. With that, he strode inside. The few disciples looked at each other and immediately ran inside. Very quickly, the matter of him wanting to return to being emptied had spread throughout the sect. Gu Zizai led a group of empty higher-ups to welcome them. Before he could clear the hall, he was stopped by the crowd. You wish to become an elder? Gu Zizai's expression was very ugly as he stared at Wang Lin and said, Elder Gu. He spoke blandly with a neither warm nor cold face. Gu Zizai looked up and down at Wang Tong and asked, Elder Jing, you seem to have recovered your memory? It's not important if my memory is restored or not. What's important is that I'm back. He desired to be at ease in the Tao. The people of Supreme Sect are making things difficult for you? Nope. Then why did they let you come back? All of this is just a misunderstanding. After I have met with the Venerable One, I will explain everything to everyone. He desired to be at ease in the Tao. Gu Zizai and the others were silent for a moment. They secretly exchanged glances and finally nodded, making way for him. Gu Zizai and the others started to walk into the hall. The atmosphere was stifling. Other than Gugu, everyone else had their heads lowered, looking extremely nervous. However, that was true. After the incident had occurred, quite a number of people had added insult to injury. Now that they had returned safely, wouldn't they be in trouble? Upon entering the hall, one could see the dignified Venerable Emptiness Realm expert sitting upright on a high chair as he stared solemnly at the man walking in step by step. His pair of deep eyes swept across every nook and cranny of his body, as if he wanted to see through him completely. His expression did not change. There was no confusion in his eyes, only calmness and calmness. Seeing such a change, a trace of undetectable doubt flashed across the eyes of Venerable One. Gu Zizai and the rest entered the hall one after another. Venerable Emptiness Realm expert, who wanted to join them, clasped his fists and said, Greetings Venerable Emptiness Realm expert. N. The Emptiness Realm expert nodded with an extremely calm expression. He waved to Gu Zizai and the others. Gu Zizai understood and retreated to his left and right. He cupped his fists and stood in the center of the hall. Elder Jizun. The Venerable One's magnetic voice floated over. Tathagata raised his head, honored warrior. Did you come back from Supreme Sect? Venerable Lord Emptiness's eyes flashed as he questioned in a low voice. Reporting to Venerable One, yes. Take him down. As soon as he said those words, Honored Warrior Emptiness Realm Expert's cold voice exploded out. Gu's eye and the others heard the voice and didn't dare to hesitate at all. They immediately reached out to catch Wang Lin. However, just as they were about to approach him, they were repelled by the profound chi that exploded from their bodies. Gu's eye and the others kept backing away, looking at Wang Lin in shock. This was an empty, intense flurry. If he lost his memories, he would have forgotten about many of the profound techniques. He definitely did not know how to use the heart-shocking chi, so if he could use it, there could only be one possibility. He regained his memory. Venerable Emptiness Realm Expert focused his eyes. Venerable One, you have recovered your memories, and are no longer the same Venerable One you were before. If you ignore your previous mistakes, you are willing to continue working for me, and I hope Venerable One can give you a chance to punish me. Oh? A trace of doubt flashed across the clearing lord's eyes. You returned safely from the Supreme Sect. How do I know if you were brainwashed by them? And you returned to me to purge and impart knowledge to me? In truth, the people of Supreme Sect did want to do this, but just as they were instilling their so-called Supreme Divine Tao in me, their memories of free will were restored. Thinking about the kindness the Venerable One had shown me, they shed tears of gratitude and would definitely not do anything to clear it out. He spoke slowly. Hearing that, the people around them understood the gist of it. It was because when the people of Supreme Sect wanted to brainwash them, they had recovered their memories that they felt free to do so. He snorted and said, "Originally, I gave you to the Supreme Sect to resolve the grudge between the two families. Now that you have left the Supreme Sect, the people of the Supreme Sect must be holding grudges in their hearts, and they will definitely view me as their enemy in the future. You wish to be at ease, but you are still the sinner that we cleared out." The surrounding people secretly looked at each other. Everyone had their own thoughts, but no one dared to speak up. Venerable One, you can relax. This time, Venerable One did not meet with any obstructions when he left the Supreme Sect, so it can be said that the people of the Supreme Sect had taken the initiative to let me leave. Why? Venerable Lord Emptiness moved his body forward slightly and asked with a heavy tone. Because they abandoned me. Instead of forcing me to stay in the Supreme Sect and clear me out, it would be better to let me go. After all, Venerable One, the people from the Supreme Sect are actually very afraid of us emptying our brains. Perhaps Venerable One, you do not understand the situation in the Supreme Sect, but the truth is, the current Supreme Sect is not as strong as we imagined. If I want to leave, they can't stop me. Moreover, they were in dire straits now. How can you care about me? As these words fell, the entire hall fell silent. Venerable Lord Emptiness stared at him and then stood up. He quickly walked over and helped him up. Quickly tell me about the current situation of the Supreme Sect. The Venerable One's expression was extremely serious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 716. Under the dusky sky, there was a large group of strange buildings. The devil chi surrounded everything and it was like the nest of the devils in the abyss. The sky was hazy, the temperature was cold, a bizarre aura rippled in the air, like a killing intent mixed with devil chi. Even Devil Cultivator would not be able to adapt to this kind of strange place. This was the real Devil's Sect. What? You want to go back and empty your room? Inside the skeleton palace, the two devils suddenly stood up from their chairs and looked at the reporting imp with a face full of shock. Yes, 3 days ago. Standing Demon said with a serious face. Looks like Vice Sect leader's guess is right. The two demons took a deep breath and walked back and forth for 2 rounds. The skinny old man's body gave off a desolate feeling. I'm afraid the Supreme Sect is going to make a move on emptiness. When Supreme Sect made a move on empty, it confirmed 8-Toothed's guess. Supreme Sect had indeed begun to move, and their goal was not only to empty. Vice Sect leader, this is our chance. At this time, Demon Heart, who was at the side, suddenly spoke in a low voice. He slowly opened his drowsy eyes and looked at the True Devil sect elders in front of him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, he laughed twice and said, "Continue to speak, everyone continue to speak, I am listening." All the demons were stunned. The second elder and second demon elder looked at him and ignored his words. They turned to the demons in their hearts and asked, "An opportunity? What do you mean? Tell me quickly." "Yes." Demon Heart nodded. He didn't care about the sleepyhead and spoke with a slightly bright voice. "According to fellow elders, if we want to go back and clear ourselves out, with the goal of passing on the teachings, we would like to completely absorb the emptiness and become a member of the Supreme Sect. This means that the entire mind of the Supreme Sect is focused on clearing the empty space, which means we can take this opportunity to make our move against the Supreme Sect." As these words fell, all the devil cultivator fell into silence. However, she raised her fair hands and shook her head. "That's not right. Not right. This is not appropriate. What's wrong with the vice sect leader?" Enchantment asked hurriedly. Octagon Aniseed shook his head. "Your idea is not bad, but there is no possibility of it happening. Because Supreme Sect will not focus all their energy on clearing their bodies, their current great enemy will still be us, so it is impossible for you to realize this idea." "Why?" Demon Heart asked in a daze. "Don't you know that? The grudges between the two are already known to the entire realm, and the war between the two sides is coming soon. Countless people are paying attention to it, so if the Supreme Sect were to offend Empty, wouldn't they be forcing us to join hands with Empty? If the two families join hands, Supreme Sect will not be easy to handle. How would they not know of this logic?" "Then what you mean is that you wanted to go back and empty the space, and were not sent by the Supreme Sect to teach? He was not brainwashed by the Supreme Sect? Go ask the inner demons. I've probably brainwashed already. If I can't brainwash, I would only die in Supreme Sect. How can I go back and empty my brain? In the future, Supreme Sect would make a move on Empty. Right now, Supreme Sect will no longer care about whether he wants to teach them, he will only let him teach them. Wanting to learn from them will take time, not to mention that he cannot fall out with Empty, so he will teach them freely in secret. In this way, it will take a long time. Supreme Sect can use this time to deal with my True Devil Sect. Empty the Venerable One is a defender, he does not want to casually fight with others. The Supreme Sect knows this. If they want to get their hands on him, then they do not need to. If they lost their hands, they are not afraid, and did not dare to make a move against Supreme Sect. Even if they did, I think that by that time, the war between our True Devil Sect and the Supreme Sect would have ended. Is that so? No. He slowly said. Then we will immediately send someone to clear it up and inform them of this matter. Demon Heart hastily said. He will definitely be suspected by the Venerable One if he wants to return from Supreme Sect. However, he actually went into the Empty Realm safely, and probably used some method to make the Emptiness Realm expert trust him completely. It's useless for you to go, the Emptiness Realm expert will not believe us. Then, Master Lin, what should we do? What should we do? Octagon Aniseed raised his eyebrows, looked at the demon in his heart, then said with a smile, I don't know. Bang bang. An explosion sounded on the Sword Discourse Arena. The air around the Sword Discourse Arena started to shake violently. The two figures intertwined fiercely on the Sword Discourse Arena, and multicolored light constantly shone in all four directions. The air trembled, and the sword she almost tore the entire Sword Discourse Arena apart. From this, one could tell how intense this Sword Discourse Arena was. Silence reigned below. None of the spirit cultivators dared to make a sound. This match had deeply attracted the attention of everyone, including Su Yun. It had been a full day. The battle between Lu Xiao and Long Guangzhong had been going on for an entire day. It was still a draw. Everyone's attention was on the trembling swords on the Sword Discourse Arena. Su Yun was the same, it was just that a day later, his face revealed a look of worry. and his expression also appeared a filter. Long Guangzhong was panting heavily, his face was already showing signs of fatigue, his attacks had been greatly reduced from their previous ferocity, from 1 attack to 1 attack and 1 defense, then to 1 attack and 1 defense. Long Guang was tired. On the other hand, Lu Xiao was still in high spirits. His sword qi was attacking like a dragon. How could Lu Xiao have such powerful Xian energy? Impossible. The last time he fought with the drunken sword, how could he have the strength he had today? There must be someone secretly helping him, but was he still that Qin Hongfan? Qin Hongsan's strength might be quite a bit stronger than Lu Xiao's, but even if the two of them worked together, they still wouldn't be able to pressure Long Guang so much. What was going on? The more Su Yun thought about it, the more puzzled he became. Lu Xiao's sword was not considered exquisite. The only reason why he could hit Long Guangzhong like this was entirely because of his profound qi. Long Guangzhong's sword had beheaded Long Guangzhong, but most of it was blocked by his protective sword, while his sword had landed on Long Guangzhong's body. Even the weakest-looking sword had a strange effect. However, the spectators did not understand Lu Xiao's power. If Lu Xiao didn't die after this battle, then he would definitely be ranked above the rest. Whiz! At this time, Lu Xiao's sword attacked again. Long Guang raised his sword to block horizontally, the sword qi on his sword like a dragon rushing forth recklessly, wanting to smash into Lu Xiao's sword qi, but then, Lu Xiao's sword qi suddenly turned into a barrier, like a thick iron wall, forcibly blocking Long Guang's sword qi, and continued to rush towards Long Guangzhong, and along with his sword qi, bombarded Long Guangzhong's body. Bang! Long Guangzhong was sent flying again, crashing into the ground. The members of the Dragon Sword sect were stunned. Long Guangzhong wanted to stand up, but he was stopped by the opponent's sword. The terrifying profound strength was like a falling sledgehammer, ruthlessly hitting his chest. The sword qi had shattered the sword discourse arena underneath Long Guangzhong, and the terrifying power had also shattered the profound strength protecting his body. Long Guangzhong's chest had been shattered into pieces and was covered in blood. It was extremely miserable. Such a scene caused an uproar among the onlookers. Long Guangzhong looked like he was about to lose. I never thought that Long Guangzhong from the Dragon Sword sect would have such a low level of strength. He can't even beat someone ranked 17 on the heroic sword list. TSK, TSK, TSK. Hey, don't belittle Long Guangzhong like that. Others are famous experts, but for today's battle, I think it's not that Long Guangzhou is too weak, but this Lu Xiao is too strong. The strength that he is displaying right now is not something that the 17th rank on the heroic sword rankings can possess. It seems like Lu Xiao had some sort of fortuitous gain. That's right. Sighs could be heard endlessly. Long Guangzhong's eyes widened in pain as he looked at Lu Xiao approaching step by step. The sword in his hand was gripped tightly, as if he wanted to continue battling, but the current him no longer had the ability to contend with Lu Xiao. Whiz! A cold light flashed across Long Guangzhong's neck. Big Brother Long Guang! The disciples of the sect of Dragon and Sword shouted. However, as the sword rose in the air, Long Guangzhong was sliced in half. Soul overflow. Long Guang lost again? Su Yun's heart tensed up. Such a situation was beyond his expectations. Looking at Lu Xiao's condition, it seemed he didn't consume much energy. However, Long Guangzhong was already at his limits. The disciples of the Dragon Sword sect all rushed over and gathered Long Guangzhong's soul. They no longer cared about this so-called hero talking about the sword and carefully protected Long Guangzhong's soul. They hastily and anxiously ran out of the valley. Long Guangzhong's tragic defeat made everyone re-evaluate Lu Xiao. His strength had already surpassed everyone's expectations. It could be said that in every battle, the strength Lu Xiao displayed was far beyond their expectations. Su Yun stared at the lady holding the red umbrella, his face revealing a strange color. Then, who can contend against the heroic sword-ranking genius master Lu Xiaoru? Seeing the various expressions on the faces of the people below, the head of the mighty Sword Valley stood up and started shouting. However, no one dared to ascend the platform again. On the contrary, countless people turned their gazes towards the southwest corner. There stood a large group of spirit cultivator dressed in the same way. He was an expert of the Cloud Heavenly Palace. Now that Long Guangzhong had been defeated and his body had been destroyed, the only person who could resist Lu Xiao was probably the Sword Sovereign of the Cloud Heavenly Palace. The remaining rogue cultivators on stage were simply courting death. It was just that. The Sword Lord was still standing tall and unmoving, as if he had no interest in the clear sky holy robe. He still stood at his original spot and waited quietly. The people from the Cloud Heavenly Palace were so anxious that they almost wanted to rush up the stage right now. The scene became quiet. Even Long Guangzhong had been defeated. Lu Xiao's power had already shocked most of the swordsmen present, and there were only a few who dared to go up and fight with Lu Xiao. Crash! Star! Right at this moment, a figure suddenly leapt onto the sword discourse arena. Everyone present was startled and quickly looked towards the sword discourse arena. However, what disappointed everyone was that this person was not the Sword Lord, but a nobody. A nameless youngster wearing a black Blade Master's uniform appeared. Today was Mother's Day. I wish the world's mother a long life and permanent residence for her youth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 717. Who is this? I don't think I've seen it before. Can he do it? Who knows? There will always be people who aren't afraid of death. Since he dares to rush up, he might have some skills. I think it's probably because he coveted the clear sky holy robe that he was so bold, and his greed drove him to do something stupid. Maybe he thought that Lu Xiao had expended too much energy after fighting with Long Guangzhong, so he went up on stage to obtain the benefits of being a fisherman. I think he's just thinking too much. The people below whispered to each other as they discussed animatedly. The gazes of the crowd landed on the man opposite to Lu Xiao. Some despised him, some were surprised, some were baffled, and some were disdainful. In the eyes of many, this person who suddenly appeared on the sword discourse arena was already a pile of minced meat. However, below in Cloud Heavenly Palace, the Sword Sovereign who was in the middle of his disciples, was different from the rest. The Sword Lord's eyes were filled with astonishment and astonishment. He stared blankly at the man for a long time, unable to recover from his shock. Fortunately, the disciples of the Cloud Heavenly Palace were all focused on the sword discourse arena, and did not notice the expression of the Sword Sovereign. If not, they would be extremely suspicious. The mighty Sword Valley Lord's gaze fell upon the black-clothed man, which was Su Yun. He scanned the area once, and then left the sword discourse arena without saying a word. Below, both Zhong Bai and Meng Qian were startled. Although they did not interact much with Su Yun, they still recognized that he was someone who had come from outside the evil sword forest. It's him? The two of them looked at each other, and they both saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Lu Xiao's eyes were wide open as he sized up the person in front of him. He was dressed in black and had a hood on his head, covering most of his face. On his waist, there was a that could not be considered beautiful, and on his back, there was a sword. Whether it was the sword sheath or the sword, they were both extremely common objects in the sword world. Who are you? Lu Xiao was not in a rush to attack Su Yun, and kept Xiao Jian in his desolator, clasping his fists and smiling. A nobody. Su Yun said indifferently. A nobody? Heh, since this brother is a nobody, then why did he want to compete with me for the clear sky holy robe? Sir, do you think that my strength is not enough to stand on the stage or enter your eyes? Lu Xiao smiled, but it was only a smile that gradually turned cold. Even nameless people have a greedy heart. For a treasure like the clear sky holy robe, who doesn't love it? Su Yun pulled out his death sword, and said indifferently. Ah, you have guts. However, you must have some means to obtain this treasure. Let's see if you have the means to do so. With that, Lu Xiao picked up the desolator and placed it on his lips, beginning to play the flute. Seeing that, Su Yun instantly activated the profound qi. He flew forward like a ray, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Lu Xiao. So fast! Lu Xiao's heart tightened and he hurriedly stopped playing the flute. Clang! Xiao Jian took out his sword and clashed it against the incoming Death Sword. The brutal force caused Lu Xiao's arm to go numb. The killing intent on the sword was like a bucket of bone-piercing cold water hitting his face. This speed was probably not even comparable to Long Guangzhong's. And this power was inexplicably strong. Lu Xiaoxiao now knew that this fellow was not simple. He was not someone Long Guangzhong could compare to. He could not underestimate his opponent. He took a deep breath and pushed his speed to his limit. At the same time, he kept his sword and wanted to increase the distance between him and Su Yun. Lu Xiao was ashamed of his speed and strength. He could only use his own magical flute melody to resist. The rippling sound of the flute quickly spread out. The strange green qi was like a ripple that spread out in all directions, almost covering everything. Even if Su Yun was extremely fast, it was difficult to dodge, and completely covered his body. Seeing that Su Yun was hit, Lu Xiao's eyes immediately lit up. He did not hold back at all, stopped his flute, pulled out his Xiao Jian and once again rushed towards Su Yun, with the intent to fight with Su Yun. Seeing this, many people around the sword discourse arena already revealed worried expressions. Previously, when Lu Xiao used this move, the opponent would be ambushed by an explosion as soon as he used the profound strength. The pain was unbearable, the profound strength was crippled. It could be said that he had lost all of his fighting strength and was unable to contend against Lu Xiao. Now that Su Yun had suffered this move, would he still have the ability to fight against Lu Xiao? If a spirit cultivator could not use the profound strength, then what was the difference between it and a salted fish? However, before Lu Xiao's ruthless and tricky Xiao Jian could even reach Su Yun, he was blocked by a slender black sword. Clang! A crisp sound rang out. The entire audience was stunned. Why was his speed still so fast? Could it be? Lu Xiao was shocked as he stared at Su Yun. Su Yun was not affected by the strange qi and continued to brandish his sword. His sword was still as fast as ever, his strength was still as powerful as before. There was no change compared to before. Su Yun had attacked ferociously a few times, causing Lu Xiao to be forced to retreat step by step, unable to defend himself. Although the sword had lost all its profound strength, Su Yun's speed had made up for his strength. It was so fast that it was suffocating. Hua! The crowd below immediately burst into an uproar. He did not urge the profound strength. Relying on speed and strength, he was able to force the expert on the heroic sword ranking to retreat. Then, how high should this person's swordsmanship be? His previous speed was also like this, completely dependent on his body technique, and not the amplification of the profound strength? How much time and effort would he have to put in training his sweat to reach such a level? All of a sudden, the people around him lowered their heads and started whispering to each other as they tried to guess the identity of this person. Lu Xiao was also forced to retreat, almost retreating to the side of the sword discourse arena. The auras enveloping Su Yun were not absent after they were released. Lu Xiao had to continuously increase his profound qi to maintain their existence, otherwise, they would very quickly be suspended in the air, and upon seeing that the auras were of no use to Su Yun, Lu Xiao had no choice but to give up, urging a magic treasure. The two of them exploded together, splitting the two of them up. Su Yun took a few steps back and activated profound strength, while Lu Xiao jumped back and flew in the air. His body quickly spun around, and like a gust of wind, Xiao Jian, that was danced by him, releasing strange yet sharp sword qi. A different profound qi. Below, Su Yun instantly felt the change in Lu Xiao. The profound qi this time was thicker, sharper, fiercer. It was definitely not the profound qi that Lu Xiao had previously possessed. In a short period of time, if he could make his profound qi suddenly become stronger, then he could only rely on the magic treasure, but Lu Xiao was different from the others. Furthermore, he did not have any signs of activating the magic treasure, and could only use the profound skill. Maybe a lot of people thought that he had activated some kind of profound skill, but Suyun really couldn't think of any profound skill that had such an effect. After all, the profound skill's movement was built on the foundation of the profound chi. What kind of thing would be able to change his own foundation? Suyun's line of sight shifted and landed below the sword discourse arena. The woman with the red umbrella. Qin Hongfan. Her expression was serious and serious. The red umbrella had covered most of her appearance, and the person behind her could not see her expression. Her two hands were gripping the handle of the umbrella, and her eyes were glued to Lu Xiao's body. What kind of strength did Lu Xiao have? Suyun had already seen it before in the tavern. It was impossible for his strength to be what he was showing now. It was definitely because of Qin Hongsan secretly aiding him, and the power that Lu Xiao was using was extremely similar to the power that Qin Hongsan was using outside the tavern previously. It was just that. The S around the sword discourse arena could not be attacked from the outside, not to mention that if they were to suddenly attack the spectators, it would infuriate the masses, causing attacks on Qin Hongsan to be obviously out of the question. Then, the only way now was to find out the connection between Qin Hongsan and Lu Xiao. Lu Xiaoxiao had the help of Qin Hongfan, so he couldn't have obtained her strength without a reason. There must be something connecting them. Suyun thought. While pulling apart the distance between him and Lu Xiao, he used one hand to secretly defend the space bag at his waist, preparing to summon it at any time. At this moment, Lu Xiao's entire body was enveloped by a strong wind, akin to a tornado. The surrounding airflow moved along with it, which was extremely terrifying. The broken sword discourse arena was swaying, and a large amount of sand was being sucked into it. Both of Suyun's feet stepped down. He stabilized his body and stared at Lu Xiao, his fingers moving slightly. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 3 origin sword S flew out from the sword sheath. Fire Smite, Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword, Desolator. Of course, Lu Xiao could only see 2 swords. The Tribulation Fire Sword and the Immortal Mystical Scarlet Blood Sword combined into one, leading thousands of subordinate sword to transform into Iron Sword Dragon, clashing head-on with Lu Xiao, while the Desolator Sword activated its special stealth effect, leading the to approach quietly from the side. Ding-ling! At this moment, a crisp sound came from within the tornado. Suyun looked over, only to see Lu Xiao brandishing Xiao Jian towards the tornado. With a slash of his sword, the tornado's trajectory was disrupted. A large amount of gas burst out, like a flower scattered by heaven. It flew in all directions. The Iron Dragon suffered an attack from the tornado. The inner subordinate sword quickly trembled, and the nearby Desolator sword was also affected, causing its might to decrease greatly. When it neared the tornado, it was no longer able to pierce through it, and was instead injured to the point of Lu Xiao. Suyun immediately urged his 7th tier Imperial equipment on. The gray and white chi cover rose up, blocking against the chaotic splattering of the air. The entire sword discourse arena was blasted into smithereens by this explosive force, its terrifying might causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Such a strong, profound strength. Suyun thought. Lu Xiao had fought for the past few rounds, and the profound strength was already exhausted. How could he still use such a terrifying power now? Although the sharp sword could not resist against the terrifying explosion, 7th tier Imperial equipment S were extraordinary. Regardless of how dense the explosion was, Suyun remained as unmoving as a mountain, standing steadily. The profound strength that he used to urge the Imperial equipment was not much, but with Lu Xiao using it, he was afraid that he would not be able to hold on for long. Since it was like that, Suyun was not in a hurry to attack Lu Xiao, and continued to wait. Sure enough, after attacking so fiercely for a while, seeing that Suyun could not do anything, Lu Xiao became anxious, and immediately urged the terrifying tornado towards Suyun. He took a step forward, causing the suction force on Suyun's body to increase greatly, causing it to become harder and harder to stabilize his movements. When he looked at Lu Xiao, he actually rushed towards Suyun and gathered all the wind around Xiao Jian, as though he was going to use his sword to determine the outcome of the competition. That terrifying sword was already within reach. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 7:18. The people below all held their breath as they stared intently at the sword discourse arena. Especially this strike. Almost no one dared to make a sound. They could only hear the wind whistling through the sword discourse arena. Closer. Closer and closer. Facing such a devastating attack, could the defensive magic treasure in Suyun's hands withstand it? The crowd silently swallowed their saliva, attentively watching the scene before them. Bang! An earth-shattering sound suddenly exploded from the inside of the sword discourse arena. The moment the tornado and Suyun came into contact, Lu Xiao had also fiercely threw Xiao Jian, who was being enveloped by the wind, towards Suyun. Crack! The ground with Suyun at the center instantly shattered, like a shattered stone board that was split into 5. The wind ruthlessly squeezed into while the rest that could not be pushed in, crashed into the ground. The protective barrier of the sword discourse arena had already been shaken by the terrifying and tyrannical wind, as though it would crack at any time. The spectators were all taken aback by Lu Xiao's strike. They were afraid that this force would break through the barrier and affect them. Only Qin Hongfan was not even half a step back. She was still like a statue as she stood around the sword discourse arena, holding an umbrella and gazing at Lu Xiao. Suyun's body was almost instantly engulfed by the tornado, and no one was able to find even half of his figure, nor was they able to see the scene of him fighting within the sword discourse arena. Other than the roaring sound of the sword chi, there was nothing else. Is that guy dead? He should be dead. How could an ordinary man accept Lu Xiao's attack? If it was me, I wouldn't be able to withstand it. That means Lu Xiao won again? I never thought that Lu Xiao would be so powerful. It seems like he has been on the run all these years. That's right, the strength that he's currently displaying is simply not enough to be ranked 17 on the heroic sword rankings. From what I see, his strength is more than enough to enter the top 10. He should be able to compete with the one ranked first. Yes. Be it the strong spirit cultivator or the weak spirit cultivator, all of them gave their own opinions and comments on the current Lu Xiao, but they were unified and all of them had very high opinions of him. The surprise and shock that Lu Xiao brought to them today was undoubtedly huge. The fog gradually dispersed, and the people's gazes once again locked onto the inside of the broken sword discourse arena, including the sword monarch, the mighty Sword Valley's Valley Master, Zhong Bai, and many others. It was just that. Before the fog could dissipate completely, a bright white light suddenly shot out. Everyone's breathing quickened. The bright white light dispersed the gray mist and gradually weakened. Following that, 2 figures appeared in his line of sight, one of them holding onto a fine sword with one hand without moving, with the other holding onto a tiny flag and the other holding onto a snow-white lustrous sword. The sword had already pierced through the other party's chest, with bright red blood dripping down the blade. What? The crowd instantly burst into an uproar. What's going on? Everyone was confused and cried out in alarm. However, the people around him didn't have any reactions. They had started to move again. Profound chi pierced through the sword's body, causing the wound on his chest to become even bigger. The imperial equipment on his body was like paper, it had long been pierced through by the sword and was unable to protect his body. In fact, the imperial equipment also needed the support of the profound strength, so when Lu Xiao released all the profound chi, he did not expect that Suyun would attack him so suddenly, to the point where the imperial equipment did not even have time to activate it before it was broken by Suyun. Ugh! Lu Xiao's entire body was trembling, and the intense pain caused his face to contort. At this moment, his mind was completely blank. How could Suyun block his terrifying attack, and how could he counterattack so quickly? All of this was beyond his expectations. However, what was even more intense than this blankness was Lu Xiao's current anger. How is this possible? He was an expert of the venerable sword ranking, how could he lose to a nobody? Once he lost, in the future, he would absolutely not be able to stay in the sword world, and his own reputation would be in ruins. He could not lose, he absolutely could not lose, he could not lose no matter what. Thinking about that, Lu Xiao's face became even more twisted. He raised his sword and wanted to slash at Su Yun again. But before the slender Xiao Jian could get close, Su Yun kicked him with his leg and forced him back. The dense profound spirit qi on his feet was like a hammer, smashing into his internal organs, further dispersing the profound qi. Lu Xiao was caught off guard, his entire body trembled, and he spat out fresh blood from his mouth. He fell backwards, and landed solidly on the ground. He anxiously wanted to stand up, but Su Yun rushed over and kicked his head with all her might. Bang! He flew out again and landed beside the protective screen. He was confused. By the side of the sword discourse arena, Qin Hongyan's entire body trembled as she took a few steps back. She kept the red umbrella and looked at Su Yun in shock. It was unknown if it was intentional or not, but Su Yun's kick just happened to break the link between her and Lu Xiao, and it wasn't only breaking the link, but also scattering the profound qi in her body. After losing Qin Hongsan's support, Lu Xiao's tyrannical profound qi immediately retreated. His strength plummeted and he completely lost his chance to fight against Su Yun. He trembled as he held Xiao Jian and stood up, looking at Su Yun who was walking towards him step by step. Fear finally appeared in Lu Xiao's eyes. He knew that he would never be able to defeat Su Yun again, but if he continued to fight, his body would definitely be destroyed, and he would lose his cultivation. But if they didn't fight, would they surrender? Furthermore, he had already surrendered, and the other party might not even be willing. Furthermore, if he surrendered, Lu Xiao's reputation would be ruined, he would be ridiculed by the people of the sword world, and removed from the rankings of the sword god. All the glory he had obtained would disappear like smoke in thin air. Thinking of this, Lu Xiao fell into complete despair. His entire body was trembling violently, and the fear in his eyes was getting stronger and stronger. Lu Xiao, surrender! At this moment, a voice came from the bottom of the sword discourse arena. Lu Xiao looked over to find that the person who spoke was Qin Hongfan. What did you say? Lu Xiao was stunned. I told you to surrender. With a serious face, she gripped the red umbrella tightly and shouted towards Lu Xiao. The venerable Sword Valley Lord did not say that surrender was not allowed in this competition, but this was already the tacit consent of the sword world. Many people would rather die in battle than surrender, but this did not mean that it was impossible. Upon hearing his words, the experts around all looked at him with smiles on their faces. Surrender? To the people of Sword World, this was simply a great humiliation. Lu Xiao's expression changed too. Surrender? This thought lingered in his mind. If he were to surrender right here in front of everyone's eyes, how would he have the face to stand in the face of the world? Su Yun raised his head. Under the black cloak, the red eyes looked at him, then he raised his sword and continued to walk towards Lu Xiao. Seeing this, Lu Xiao's expression became more and more panicked, and his hand holding the sword also began to tremble. His cultivation was not very high, but to be able to be ranked on the rankings of the heroic sword list, it was all with the help of his dual cultivation partner, Qin Hongfan. No one knew of this secret. Every time Lu Xiao fought with others, it was in fact 2 against 1, so Lu Xiao won every fight. No one could stop him, but now, he had already lost his link with Qin Hongfan, and could no longer borrow Qin Hongfan's help. Lu Xiao, why are you still hesitating? Surrender quickly! Surrender! Below, Qin Hongfan saw Lu Xiao was still hesitating and immediately drank his wine again. What nonsense are you talking about? If I surrender, how can I establish myself in the future? How can I walk in Sword World with dignity? Lu Xiao grit his teeth and said with a pale face. Without your physical body, your cultivation is destroyed. Without your cultivation, who would think highly of you? Qin Hongsan gritted his teeth and muttered, this world only recognizes strength. If you have it, you will be respected. Without it, you are just an ant on the ground. Lu Xiao, don't you understand? Surrender quickly, protect your physical body, and preserve your cultivation. Hearing that, Lu Xiao became hesitant. Seeing Su Yun walk towards him, he could not help but retreat. Even if I am willing to surrender, he might not let me go. If I surrender, he will not let me go, then I will have nothing. He will allow you to surrender. His goal is the clear sky holy robe, not you. Surrender quickly. Below, Qin Hongfan was still trying to persuade her. Lu Xiao was stunned for a while. Finally, a strange word came out of his mouth, then. The moment he said this, everyone's eyes widened. Could it be? Lu Xiao was really planning to surrender? Su Yun held onto the sword. His pale face did not have much of a change, nor did he reveal any expression of surprise. He quietly looked at Lu Xiao, not at all moved by his and Qin Hongsan's words. I surrender. At this time, Lu Xiao used a voice that only he and Su Yun could hear. Su Yun stopped in his tracks, raised his head, and looked at him with his blood-red eyes. I surrender. Please don't kill me. He lowered his head, walked up a few steps, and looked like he was about to kneel, as though he was about to beg Su Yun's pity. But, just when he was about to kneel down, his body went berserk. He moved, mustered all of his strength, and rushed towards Su Yun. Xiao Jian transformed into a ray of green lightning in the air, slicing straight towards Su Yun's neck. Sneak attack. Su Yun's gaze turned cold. No! Below, Qin Hongfan was already screaming. Lu Xiao had planned things out well, using the conversation between him and Qin Hongsan to attract Su Yun's attention, and then pretended to agree to Qin Hongsan's suggestion, and launched a sneak attack on him. If it was someone careless, they would have been struck, although victory was not a martial arts victory, but the surrounding people would still admit his victory. As long as he could win against Su Yun, Qin Hongsan would go up on stage to fight him, and he would surrender to Qin Hongsan, and the two of them were dual cultivation partner, so Lu Xiao would definitely not lose face, not to mention that he had fought multiple matches, and was already at the end of his life. At this time, no one could say that he had surrendered. But now it was different. At this moment, Lu Xiao had completely forgotten about one point. What speed! Compared to Su Yun, it was like the difference between heaven and earth. Right at the moment when Lu Xiao was about to launch his sneak attack, a flash of cold light flew past Xiao Jian and pierced through Lu Xiao's neck, tearing apart his artery. A head flew into the air. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 719. Pudong. The head fell to the ground, blood spurting out in all directions, while the headless body in front of Su Yun also fell to the ground. The fragmented sword discourse arena returned to its calm state. The silence was terrifying. Everyone was flabbergasted, their eyes wide open as they stared at the man wearing a black cloak on the sword discourse arena. Lu Xiao lost. He had been so thoroughly and so simply defeated by someone in public. His soul emerged from the corpse and floated in the air before flying towards Qin Hongsan. Qin Hongfan's calm face could no longer maintain its calm. His face contorted as he glared at Su Yun with his teeth clenched, and the red umbrella in his hand opened and closed, absorbing Lu Xiao's soul. Su Yun kept his imperial equipment and stared at Qin Hongsan, who was below him. If it is an open and honorable defeat, then I, Su Ming, would have nothing to say. If there is a conspiracy, then I, Su Ming, will look down on you. If it is an open and honorable defeat, then I will have nothing to say. Su Yun said indifferently. Many people were confused by his words, but Qin Hongfan understood what he was saying. Only, Su Yun's words were already heard by some people. What is this man talking about? Scum shame? Is he talking about Lu Xiao and Qin Hongsan? Perhaps the battle just now wasn't as simple as what we saw. The crowd broke out into a flurry of discussion, and everyone looked at Qin Hongfan with suspicion. Qin Hongsan looked left and right. Her expression was somewhat ugly, but she did not dare say much, and could only grind her teeth and exclaim towards Su Yun, "Who are you?" Su Yun. He raised his sword. Welcome to the challenge. But I hope that it will be done in the open. Good. If you want a challenge, I'll grant you your wish." Qin Hongfan was unable to contain his anger and jumped onto the stage, landing in front of everyone. Qin Hongsan finally couldn't hold it in anymore and attacked. Her actions immediately caused the crowd that was still in a daze to recover. Some of the more aggressive people raised the swords in their hands high up in the air and shouted out with all their might. The cheers and applause continued without end, causing the entire Weijian Valley to be in an uproar. Lu Xiao's body was destroyed by Su Yun, so how could Qin Hongsan, who was Lu Xiao's dual cultivation partner, let this go? This battle would not end until one side died. Although Qin Hongsan's rank was lower than Lu Xiao's, she rarely made a move. No one knew about her cultivation, so it was likely that she wouldn't be able to hide it this time. Once Qin Hongsan stepped onto the stage, she did not waste any more time talking to Su Yun and immediately attacked. Her red umbrella opened, and a gust of wind blew out, attacking Su Yun. Her body shook, and her figure became blurry, as though she had disappeared along with the wind. Just that, a sharp killing intent instantly enveloped Su Yun's heart. He secretly became wary. The 7th tier Imperial equipment activated it, and the gray and white chi cover enveloped his body. Right at the moment when the chi cover was about to rise, a red light flashed past his eyes, and was caught unharmed by the chi cover. He took a look and saw that it was the umbrella sword that Qin Hongsan had hidden in the umbrella. Such speed! But in terms of speed, Su Yun was not slow either. With Qin Hongsan's attack, the chi cover disappeared in an instant. Clang! 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 The sword shadow struck Qin Hongfan's pink-colored clothes, but it seemed as if it had struck a terrifying chunk of metal. Aside from a large amount of sparks, it couldn't pierce through a single bit. It was a bone injury. Imperial equipment. It's the Imperial equipment again. Furthermore, with his dense profound strength, he could not leave even the slightest mark on the clothes. His defense was astonishing. Perhaps this Imperial equipment was also at least a 10th rank. Su Yun's eyes congealed. The news of Wu Xinzi's death had spread through many channels. Thus, the enmity between the real Devil Sect and Supreme Sect was formed, and the relationship between the two forces became even more tense. Many people from various factions looked up, taking a wait-and-see attitude towards the situation, but there were also some with unique eyes who stood out at this critical moment, calling for everyone to join hands and support the true Devil Sect, and fight against it together. Only, the people who called for resistance against the Supreme Sect were all weak and weak. No one from the Great Sect or Supreme Expert has stood out. Their cries were just a splash in the ocean. It was completely useless. He acted neutral, ignoring the grudges between the Supreme Sect and the real Devil Sect. Perhaps many people felt that he was the happiest person in the world right now, because the real Devil Sect had successfully lured all of the Supreme Sect's hatred onto him. They might be able to catch their breath. However, all of this was just an illusion seen by those who did not understand the Supreme Sect. Inside the true Devil Sect, Standing Demon had found the two elders and the two devils, reporting the recent movements of the Supreme Sect. When the two devils heard this, their faces turned serious. Without any hesitation, they charged into the cultivation grounds of Eight Tooth, reporting the current situation to him. Did the people from the Supreme Sect make their move? Inside the practice area, Octagon Aniseed rubbed his sleepy eyes and looked at the two devils in front of him. That's right, in this mission, they did not send many experts, but they did send a group of extremely fanatical members of the Supreme Sect, about 20,000 of them, who were rushing towards the True Devil realm. I'm afraid most of them are heading towards our True Devil Sect. The two devils worriedly said, I have already told Great Elder Yuan Demon to inform Sect Master about this, but Sect Leader still wants me to hear your opinion. AI. Always asking me to deal with this kind of thing. It's really troublesome. That is something that we cannot do anything about. After all, you are the vice head of the sect. They suddenly sent 20,000 people, and they're all fanatical believers who don't care about their lives. What should we do now? Octagon Aniseed lay on his side on the ground with one hand supporting his chin as he began to ponder. Demons too were patiently waiting on the side. After an unknown period of time. Got it. He sat up and clapped his hands. The two devils quickly bowed. Please enlighten me, Vice Sect Master. Might as well surrender. Octagon Aniseed laughed. As his voice faded, the training grounds became silent. For a long time, no one made a sound. The eyes of all the devils looked straight at Chia without any trace of politeness. The eight-toothed smile was a little stiff. Seeing that the two devils had no reaction at all, he scratched the back of his head and chuckled dryly before sighing. All right. I'll think about it again. The two devils still did not speak. As such, after an unknown period of time, only then did Chigo raise his head and continue speaking. With our current strength, fighting against the Supreme Sect alone is equivalent to striking a stone with an egg, so it is obviously impossible for us to fight face to face. We can only go through other ways. What is the Vice Sect Master's opinion? The two devils spoke out once more. Gather more reinforcements, join hands with them and fight against the Supreme Sect with us, he said without hesitation. However, the two devils shook their heads and muttered, I'm afraid not. The Supreme Sect's strength is overflowing and no other organizations dared to offend them, and the ones fighting against the Supreme Sect are even fewer. In such a short period of time, I'm afraid no one will stand on our side. I know that with your 3-inch tongues, you can't get any more external help, but heaven never bars one's path. Sometimes what a tongue can't do, one can do it with a weapon. If a weapon can't, one can do it with a tongue, and those powers want to sit back and watch as the tigers fight, watch as the tigers win, force them to join us. That way, won't they be able to contend against the Supreme Sect? Octagon Aniseed laughed. Force? Vice Sect Master's intention is for my True Devil Sect to use force to coerce the other forces, forcing them to go against us, the Supreme Sect. Are you stupid? Octagon Aniseed rolled his eyes. Now that we can't even protect ourselves, how can we possibly have the energy to do so? Moreover, if a bad thing happens and they establish a new enemy for themselves, this kind of idiot would do it. How could they do it? What does the sect leader mean? Of course, under the banner of the Supreme Sect, he whispered. Upon hearing this, the two fiend gods instantly understood. He was planning on using his underhanded methods, using the Supreme Sect's name to provoke the other sects, forcing them into a corner, and force them to join hands with the real Devil Sect. This idea is not bad. It's just that in such a short time, which power should we take action against? And what should he do? If the other party finds out that we are impersonating as the Supreme Sect, what will happen? The two devils said solemnly. If you only send our True Devil Sect's people to use illusions to change their appearance into that of a Supreme Sect's person, then the probability of it being seen through is too high. However, if you were to let a true Supreme Sect's person go, what would happen? He continued, the main method to absorb disciples in Supreme Sect is by relying on limitless profound chi. Cultivating this profound chi and then being instigated by them with the concept of Supreme Divine Tao, no matter who it is, they will sink into the Supreme Sect deeply and unable to extricate themselves. But our method is extremely simple and crude, directly using the technique of possession to transfer their own soul into the Supreme Sect's body, thus controlling the body of the Supreme Sect's people. Our True Devil Sect's possession technique can be considered the most exquisite technique of the True Devil Realm's possession. Go and arrange for all the sect experts to come out and stop them at all costs. Capture these 20,000 people, and if they resist at all costs, then kill them. But there is one thing you must remember, you must keep your fleshly body, understand? The entire sect will attack? When the two devils heard this, their hearts immediately jumped and their indifferent faces also changed. Vice Sect leader, if we were to use all our strength to attack these 20,000 people, what would happen if there is an ambush? And does the real Devil Sect not need the protection of his power? If these 20,000 people can't handle it, the real Devil Sect will definitely be swallowed up by the Supreme Sect. At that time, won't you still be worried about everything else? We have to get rid of these 20,000 people in the shortest time possible, and we can't leak any news of them. Otherwise, all of our plans will be ineffective. Octagon Aniseed shrugged. When the two devils heard this, their mouths gaped open. In the end, they nodded and immediately went to do what they needed to do. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 720. Clang. 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 The densely packed sword images dazzled the audience's eyes. At this moment, the red flowers danced in the air, and the sword images weaved through the red flowers, almost occupying the entire space of the sword discourse arena. Even a god would not be able to dodge such concentrated sword attacks. However, even though they could not dodge it, the two of them were not harmed in the slightest when faced with that sword strike. Su Yun relied on the protection of the 7th tier Imperial equipment and the myriad flower seed to protect himself. He was not afraid of any of the opponent's sword moves. Furthermore, Jin Hongsan was not an ordinary person either. Her red clothes had a terrifying defensive power. Even with Su Yun's sharp sword and body, it was hard to break through. Su Yun could not injure Jin Hongsan, and Jin Hongsan also had no other choice. The two of them had extremely strong defensive Imperial equipment, and their blades were extremely difficult to break, unless they had extremely powerful and terrifying blades in their hands. Su Yun knew that every single origin sword in his hands were extraordinary, but his cultivation was not strong enough to release all of their power. Therefore, the two of them could only use their attacks on each other's Imperial equipment in order to exhaust each other's profound chi, to eliminate the Imperial equipment, and then kill them. Now, all he had to do was wait and see who had the most profound chi. The sword chi that was like a torrential storm crazily tore apart the barrier around the sword discourse arena. The barrier was like a lonely boat in the middle of a vast ocean as it crazily swayed. The cracks on it grew larger and larger. Seeing that, the Sword Valley Master's face changed. He nodded to the people from the Sword Valley beside him. Immediately 2 people from the Sword Valley rushed to the side of the Sword Discourse Arena, landing on the 2 sides of the Sword Discourse Arena, and channeled spirit chi into the barrier. The mighty Sword Valley Lord himself stood up and shouted loudly, "The destructive power of the 2 heroes fighting against each other is beyond my imagination. I am afraid that the barrier won't be able to hold on for long. I hope everyone will retreat outside the valley to watch the sword battle." As soon as these words were said, the people present didn't hesitate and immediately scattered outwards. Judging from the intensity of the fighting, one could tell that the mighty Sword Valley Master was not just bluffing. As the crowd left, the surroundings of the Sword Discourse Arena became completely empty. Everyone soared into the air, surrounding the valley. Sure enough, after the time it took for a jaw stick to burn, the fierce sword chi had already torn apart the surrounding protective barriers of the Sword Discourse Arena. The destructive sword chi from within was like a flood that had just washed away a river bank, instantly spreading out to the surroundings, smashing the surrounding land, valley walls, formation platforms, and the like into pieces. When the people watching from above saw the scene, they couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. If they had stayed there, they might not have been able to block it, but they were afraid that they would have taken a lot of damage. After fighting for a long time, the two seemed to be unwilling to continue. The two of them had Imperial equipment and profound strength, so they were evenly matched. There was no point in continuing to fight, they could only change the way they fought. Su Yun increased the distance between him and the flying sword, at the same time merging the Imperial equipment. He performed his limitless sword arts, observing the flying sword as it circled around Jin Hongsan. Jin Hongsan pushed the clothes on his body, forcefully pushing it over. He pulled out his umbrella sword and slashed towards Su Yun. The profound strength on the umbrella sword was like a red umbrella that was opened, flying towards Su Yun. To continue fighting would be extremely disadvantageous to him, not to mention, even if he defeated Jin Hongyan, if there were more experts challenging him, he would not be able to hold on for long. It wasn't that Su Yun wasn't paying attention to the stage previously. There were countless experts here, including the Sword Lord and Long Guangzhong, as well as Lu Xiao and Qin Hongsan, who were not at the top. If Qin Hongsan consumed too much energy, what could he use to resist his next opponent? Not to mention that there was even a mighty Sword Valley Lord standing to the side, eyeing him covetously. He would never believe that someone who had protected the clear sky holy robe for so many years and even gave his son his life would give up such a divine object at this moment. Thinking about that, Su Yun secretly looked around. The people around them had already retreated far away. His gaze unconsciously fell on the distant Cloud Heavenly Palace people. At the same time, the Sword Sovereign was also looking at him. A strange light flashed past Su Yun's eyes. He then turned his head and continued to fight with Qin Hongsan. The two madly brandished their swords. The sword shadows almost engulfed the two of them. The people beside them were dazzled and didn't dare to breathe too loudly. This battle was truly exquisite. From the start of the battle till now, he had never eaten a single one of his opponents, and other than the protection of the Imperial equipment, his entire body was unscathed and unscathed. On the other hand, Qin Hongsan had almost fallen to the ground from Su Yun's numerous sword strikes, which were so fast that they could barely make out any afterimages. After being beaten to such a sorry state by Su Yun, she was obviously unhappy. Her attacks were even fiercer, and were completely different from when she was calm like a virgin before. I've never seen such an expert before. With his strength, he will definitely be able to rank in the top 10 of the Immortal Sword ranking. Not just the top 10? I'm afraid it's possible for him to be in the top 3. Previously, he was the one who killed Lu Xiao, and now that he is able to fight with Qin Hongsan to the death, his strength is at least close to Spirit Emperor. Spirit Emperor? That's really incredible. The people around him started a flurry of discussions, evaluating and commenting on Su Yun, praising and exclaiming incessantly. Just as they were thinking about that, a loud sound came out, only to see that Su Yun was not careful, and was unable to dodge Qin Hongsan's attack, causing his entire body to be hit by the sword blade. His profound chi was in chaos, and he flew out, falling straight onto the cliff wall in the distance. The Cloud Heavenly Palace disciples by the side hastily dodged. Sword Sovereign was about to dodge, but Su Yun, who was crawling out from the valley walls, rushed out again. He brushed past the Sword Lord's shoulder like the wind and rushed towards Qin Hongsan once more. However, the instant he passed through the Sword Lord, a few words entered his ears. "Cover me." The voice had come so suddenly that the Sword Lord hadn't even had time to react. When the 3 words rang out, he was stunned for a moment before frowning. He did not understand Su Yun's actions. Only, his life was currently in Octagon Aniseed's hands, so how could he dare to disobey Su Yun, the Devil King of a true devil sect? Others might not be able to recognize Su Yun, but he knew clearly that the mysterious sword sheath was still fresh in his mind. Sword Lord did not dare hesitate, and immediately woken up while whispering to the disciples of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, he stealthily activated profound strength, approaching the place where Su Yun was fighting with Qin Hongsan, preparing to take action anytime, although he did not know what Su Yun was up to, but he had to be proactive. Could it be that Su Yun was unable to defeat Qin Hongsan and was preparing to borrow the power of the Sword Sovereign to fight? If that was the case, it would violate the rules of the Sword Discourse Arena, and in doing so, the Cloud Heavenly Palace would violate the rules of the hero disregarding the sword, the Sword Sovereign and the rest would become the target of public criticism. As a result, the situation turned bad, but, if he did not follow what Su Yun said, he would not be able to escape death. Thinking up to this point, the Sword Lord had no choice but to gather his power and wait. As Su Yun got closer to Qin Hongsan, he grabbed onto the bizarre black sword and unleashed a barrage of attacks. This time, Su Yun did not hold back at all. The Imperial equipment immediately kept it and switched out the Death Sword and the Lotus Star Sword. The black and white sword shot out from his hands like 2 bolts of lightning, and smashed onto Qin Hongsan's body. Qin Hongsan instantly felt the pressure increase. The current Su Yun seemed to have completely given up on defending and switched from defending to attacking. From the looks of it, he seemed to want to fight. Could it be that his profound chi could no longer keep up? Qin Hongsan's eyes congealed. she was not affected by Su Yun's berserk attack, but continued to defend. Not only defending, she even abandoned a part of her profound chi attack on Su Yun, and maintained her entire head on the Imperial equipment, showing that she planned to run counter to Su Yun, persevere and not fight, and continued to exhaust herself. Qin Hongsan's thoughts were indeed correct, for Su Yun and Lu Xiao had fought before, and the number of profound Qis that had appeared was not many. Even if it was not less than Qin Hongsan, it was not that far away, but Qin Hongsan had gone up on stage to take revenge for Lu Xiao. However, Su Yun was different. He went up on stage for the sake of the clear sky holy robe. If he fought with Qin Hongsan too much power, and used up too many profound strength, then even if he did not lose, he would definitely lose the battle, so he could only win in the next round. To most people, Qin Hongfan's battle of attrition was similar to that of time and space. Only, she obviously did not understand Su Yun. He did not understand, since the moment Su Yun stepped into the mighty Sword Valley, he had never cared about the people here and his goal was only one. That was the clear sky holy robe. Whiz! A bolt of lightning suddenly shot into the sky. The speed of the lightning was so fast that she didn't even have time to clearly see if it was a sword or not. But even if it was Su Yun's attack, he would still not be able to break through his Imperial equipment. Only. Just as this thought appeared in Qin Hongfan's mind, a giant hand suddenly stretched out from behind him, followed by an uproar from the crowd. Qin Hongsan's body trembled, and before she could even react, she felt her body being held down by a big hand, her body being tightly suppressed by an enormous power. What was going on? Qin Hongfan turned his head to look, only to see that behind him stood an incomparably large giant. Puppet equipment. Her heart was beating wildly. The giant's eyes were blood red as he stared at himself with a vicious and cold gaze. It was so glare that it could cause one's hair to stand on end. The devil chi in his body overflowed like tentacles and wrapped around her. Qin Hongsan felt a chill run down his spine and immediately felt that something was wrong and immediately activated his chi to struggle against it. But at this moment, a swift figure suddenly flashed past her and leaped straight over. Qin Hongsan anxiously looked over, to see that Su Yun, who was fighting with him, had actually given up on him, and directly rushed towards the statue at the center, the clear sky holy robe. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 721. What? Qin Hongfan's calm eyes immediately widened, and his expression froze. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. Su Yun had actually gone straight for the clear sky holy robe. What is this place? This was the venerable Sword Valley. Let alone the fact that there were countless experts in the Sword Valley. Now that there were countless of experts from all over the place, how could Su Yun not look down on the experts in the Sword Valley and the rest of the world? Was this a blatant provocation against the experts around him? Everyone was stunned. Maybe no one expected Su Yun to do this. Qin Hongsan was held back by the gigantic hand, and was unable to struggle free for a while Su Yun used all his strength to get close to the statue, raised the cold sword and sliced it into pieces. Crack! The statue immediately shattered into pieces, and the Haotian sacred cloak on top of the sculpture immediately tumbled down along with the shattered pieces. Su Yun did not dare hesitate and immediately picked up the clear sky holy robe. His action was like a steel needle, piercing through everyone's hearts. The head of the mighty Sword Valley immediately roared in anger. How dare you? How dare he break the rules of the hero competition to seize the Saint Robe? This is unforgivable. With an explosive roar, the mighty Sword Valley's Valley Master and all the experts of the mighty Sword Valley charged towards Su Yun without hesitation. In the time it took for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, a few more streaks of lightning shot into the sky and then fell down. Just as the mighty Sword Valley Master charged at Su Yun, numerous gigantic and terrifying devil bone giant appeared once again. They were like many walls that blocked the path in front of the people from the mighty Sword Valley. Seeing that, Suyun took the clear sky sacred robe and ran. Seeing Suyun's actions, how could the gathered spirit cultivator let him escape? All of them roared and rushed towards Suyun. Everyone's goal here was the clear sky holy robe, and now that this treasure had been snatched away by a nobody in front of everyone, how could they be willing to do that? Streams of killing intent, like surging tides and ferocious beasts, charged towards Suyun. There was no suspense. Suyun had already become the target of public criticism. However, just as the surrounding spirit cultivator was about to make her move, the sword monarch also made her move. He then shouted out with all his might, "Insolent thief, breaking the rules of the sword, seizing the magic treasure, see if I can't destroy you." With that said, he took out his great sword and smashed it towards Suyun, causing a burst of golden sword chi to burst out from his sword and fly towards Suyun. But, before the sword chi could approach Suyun, it suddenly erupted, and a terrifying sword chi rippled out in all directions, causing all the surrounding spirit cultivator to be affected, unable to advance. "Sword Lord, what are you doing?" Seeing that this attack was so powerful that the crowd couldn't move forward, someone immediately asked. "What?" Swordmaster snorted. He turned and stared at the man and bellowed, "What kind of attitude is that? Was he talking to me? Are you provoking me? You!" That person was clearly caught off guard and had not expected such a huge reaction from him. Although the Sword Monarch's cultivation was not the top of this place, he had at least brought so many experts from the Cloud Heavenly Palace. With so many people, this man did not dare to offend them. Moreover, taking back the clear sky holy robe now was the most important mission. He did not want to get entangled with the Sword Sovereign, so he said, "I will not tell you more, now that the clear sky holy robe has been stolen by a thief. Wait till I take back the clear sky sacred robe before talking to you." With that, the man turned and rushed towards Suyun. However, just as he stood up, he was intercepted by the Sword Lord in a flash. "From your words, it seems that you are extremely dissatisfied with me?" "Humph, my Sword Lord is a person who has grudges and grudges against others. Since you are unhappy with me, then let's call an end to this." After speaking, the Sword Lord ignored the chaotic situation around him and continued to attack. The man was shocked as he immediately dodged the Sword Sovereign's sword. The Sword Sovereign's sword released a golden light, a large amount of golden sword chi shooting out like the sun, flying out in all directions, and with every swing of the sword, it would cause a terrifying explosion, the shockwaves causing the surrounding spirit cultivator to be blown away. Its power was extremely terrifying. The man was extremely angry and shouted, "Sword Lord, do you still want the clear sky holy robe? What are you doing? Kill you!" The Sword Lord harumphed. He attacked again. This time, it was truly aggressive. "Damn it! Don't think that I'm afraid of you." That person was forced into a corner. "Brother Lu, I'll lend you a hand." "People of the Cloud Heavenly Palace, aren't you being too arrogant, relying on numbers to bully people? I've long hated you guys." A few people who had good relations with Spirit Cultivator rushed over and fought with him. Both sides started to fight, and as the battle began, the situation became more and more chaotic. But the Sword Sovereign's goal was not to kill that person, it was to use the profound technique in its range to attack, causing the already chaotic scene to become chaotic like a pool of muddy water. Seeing that, Suyun dared not waste even a second, and immediately threw the Death Sword into the air. Stepping on the Death Sword, holding onto it, he activated all of the profound chi and ran out of the mighty Sword Valley, leaving Devil Bone Giant and the Sword Sovereign as cover. Suyun moved extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached the borders of the mighty Sword Valley. The lower-leveled Spirit Cultivator did not even have time to react before Suyun rushed over. A few experts with powerful cultivations approached them. All of their cultivations were extremely strong. Their speed was not slow, some of them were experts on the ranking of the heroic sword. Everyone scattered, and rushed towards Suyun, wanting to completely surround him. "If you want to obtain the clear sky holy robe, then use your own strength to make your move. What does using such a despicable method count for?" A man wearing a red robe and holding a sword as clear as water was rushing over. He coldly shouted as he stabbed forward. He was like a rainbow piercing the sun, unstoppable. Su Yun activated his imperial equipment and activated defense. When the sword stabbed into his body, he was sent flying by the force released from the sword and landed on a mountain not far away. This is urgent, it has to be done. If I could, I would not have done so, but I have no other choice. Today, I must take away the clear sky holy robe. Su Yun stood up, holding the imperial equipment tightly. He gazed at the large amount of experts rushing towards him and said, "Even if I have to offend the entire sword world, even if I have to make an enemy out of the entire sword world, I will not let go." When his voice fell, he roared, and a burst of devil chi rushed up to the clouds. His eyes turned blood red, as though there was some strange energy rushing out from his body into the clouds, spreading in all directions. Woo! A melodious roar resounded throughout the entire venerable Sword Valley. Soon after, an incomparably huge terrifying giant that could almost support the skies appeared in the center of the venerable Sword Valley. The giant was unusually large. It was as big as a continent, with arms like mountains, head like the sun and moon, legs like pillars in the sky. Under its feet, the entire mighty Sword Valley was like a ravine. Seeing that, countless of Spirit Cultivator were all terrified. Devil Bone Spirit. The red-robed man's expression changed slightly, but he couldn't afford to think too much into it. He went closer to Su Yun, and with a slight movement of his finger, a green light appeared between his fingers. The light seemed to contain a terrifying corrosive aura. It actually completely corroded the profound chi and devil chi that were being released from Su Yun's body, and the chi cover released by the 7th tier Imperial equipment also suffered an attack that had never been seen before. It quickly grew dim. The damage that the green light gave was comparable to the attack of a second Stage Spirit Emperor. Seeing that, Su Yun frowned. He did not continue to run, although his speed was fast, but the opponent had more people and even more magic treasure. Running like this was not an option. Since he couldn't escape, then let's proceed according to his plan. He took a deep breath and picked up the clear sky holy robe, carefully examining it. Afterwards, he took out a strange stone from the spatial ring. It was a stone from the fierce sword forest. It was a beautiful stone. When this rock appeared, the clear sky holy robe immediately burst out with a burst of rainbow-colored light, just like a colorful sun. It was radiating a blinding light in all directions. The red-robed man came to a halt. The experts that were rushing towards Su Yunchong also stopped. Everyone stared blankly at the divine stone as they watched it slowly move towards the clear sky holy robe. For some reason, everyone felt an impulse to bow down and worship it. A Haotian stone? It's the Haotian stone. In the distance, after getting rid of the devil bone spirit, he looked over to where was holding the boulder, and shouted out loud. Valley Master. The divine stone is in that person's hands. He's finally appeared. Seizing the divine stone, the person that killed the young master must also be this person. Valley Master. Let's make our move. The people from the Weijian Valley all had red eyes as they shouted out in anger and excitement. He stared at Su Yun and panted intensely. Everything was as Su Yun had thought. The reason why he held this hero competition was to lure out the person who stole the divine stone. Without the divine stone, the strength of the Haotian sacred cloak had greatly decreased. Without the Haotian sacred robe, the Haotian stone was nothing more than a useful stone. It couldn't wield much strength. Therefore, the person who stole the divine stone must come. And the one who the mighty Sword Valley Master was waiting for was the one who took the divine stone. Release the signal. The leader of the mighty Sword Valley growled. Yes, sir. When his voice fell, a blue light rushed up to the sky. Then, it exploded and spewed out countless thick mist that covered the entire sky like clouds. Whiz! 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 Whoosh! In an instant, countless people armed with swords from the mighty Sword Valley rushed out. If one looked carefully, they would see that there were tens of thousands of people covering the sky and covering the earth. They all rushed towards this place with murderous auras, just like hungry wild beasts. The sudden appearance of so many people from the mighty Sword Valley scared the spirit cultivator from all over the place. These people were prearranged existences. The mighty Sword Valley's leader raised his sword and shouted, "Everyone, don't worry. This time, the appearance of such a treacherous person in the hero arena is not what you or I wish for. I declare that the hero arena will be suspended for now." With that, the mighty Sword Valley Lord pointed the tip of his sword toward Su Yun and shouted, "Capture this person, take back the clear sky holy robe and the God stone." "Yes, sir." The tens of thousands of people roared, all moving at the same time, smashing towards Su Yun like rain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 722. Groups after groups of people wearing white robes with golden dragon patterns on them passed through the main gate of the True Devil Realm and entered the True Devil Realm. The seal of the True Devil Realm's gate was broken, and all the active devil cultivators around the door were killed by these people who had suddenly barged in. Wherever they went, no one would survive. The leader was a white-haired, handsome man. The man held onto a horsetail whisk. He was dressed in a long robe, his gaze was extremely vicious. He looked around, and then shouted, "First, head to the True Devil Sect, and stand guard at a location 150 kilometers away from the True Devil Sect. Wait until the Supreme Sect Saint arrives, then we will follow the Saint in punishing the True Devil Sect." "Yes, sir." The Supreme Sect people around shouted excitedly. "Then, let's begin the Holy War." The white-haired man waved the horsetail whisk. The people of Supreme Sect were like wasps that left their nests. They fled into the distance. A snow-white figure streaked across the horizon. It looked extremely spectacular, like a meteor shower flying through the night sky. Whoosh! At this moment, waves of cold wind blew over. The chilly wind was extremely cold and strange. It was blowing from all directions, with this place as the center. The scattered Supreme Sect people were all blown back by the wind. There was an enemy. The white-haired man waved the horsetail whisk in the air and cast a signal spell. The spell flew into the air and exploded, forming a bright line to warn everyone. The surrounding Supreme Sect disciples quickly gathered around him. When the disciples of the Supreme Sect quickly gathered, the cold wind also became stronger. A strange and depressing feeling rose in everyone's heart, as if someone had suddenly covered everyone's heart at this moment. A large amount of dense pitch-black clouds swiftly floated over from afar. The black fog was especially thick, and in the black fog, it was mixed with a berserk and oppressive devil chi. The black clouds seemed to have blocked the last bit of the True Devil Realm's light, and everyone's line of sight was completely black, but this ruthless devil chi actually covered up the line of sight of the existence of the Sky Spirit Master, causing them to not be able to see even 5 fingers. The white-haired man looked around with a serious expression. He waved his whisk and shouted, "Who are you?" "The person you're looking for." A chuckle sounded from the clouds. Soon after, a figure flew out from the clouds. The white-haired man looked at him and saw that he was extremely skinny, with pale skin and a young appearance. He was the renowned vice sect master of the True Devil Sect, Shigo. "It's you!" He focused his eyes. "You guys are really bold. You actually dared to come to my True Devil Realm, hee. Why? Do you Supreme Sect people want to come to the True Devil Realm to teach?" 8-Toothed lightly laughed. The white-haired man's expression did not change, but his tone was cold. "We are under the orders of the Holy Maiden, to punish the sinners and to carry out a holy war on the people abandoned by the Supreme One Divine Path." "Sanctions? Sacred war?" He fell from the sky and walked step by step towards the man as he treaded on the cold ground. "With just you two? Do you want to make a move on our real devil sect? You overestimate yourself." As he spoke in a low voice, his voice became softer. When the words came out, the clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and one figure after another appeared in front of the Supreme Sect people. Upon closer inspection, it was not a black cloud but an uncountable number of devil cultivator. They trod on black clouds and stood in mid-air, covetously eyeing the area. Their blood-red eyes were even more terrifying than ferocious beasts, even more terrifying than evil spirits. They had an extremely large number of people that covered the sky like locusts. The entire sky was covered. 1,000,000 people. There was definitely 1,000,000 devil cultivators in their line of sight, and this did not even include the devil cultivators they could not see. Is it possible that so many devil cultivators are coming out at once? Pudong. 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 Looking at the devil cultivator in the sky, every single person's heart could not help but beat faster. The white-haired man's expression was unusually ugly. He tried his best to recite the great divine path in his heart and tried to stabilize his mind, not letting his mind be destroyed by this sudden fear. However, this fear was too intense. So many devil cultivator. It was too rare, and the strength of these devil cultivators were all extremely terrifying. The waves of demonic pressure, the dense devil chi were like hammers pounding on the hearts of the Supreme Sect people, attacking their sacred and inviolable psychological defenses. The Supreme Sect started to tremble. It wasn't that their minds weren't firm enough or that they didn't have enough faith in the true primordial divine path, but that their bodies and minds were limited. It was already amazing that they didn't collapse on the spot in the face of such a terrifying demonic intent, but facing so many demon kings, it was only a matter of time before they collapsed. Is this the devil? Even in front of the so-called God, they had their own unique domain, their own unique pride. Kill them all. Chi seemed unwilling to waste time. He looked at the white-haired man, waved his hand, turned around, and left. His words were as if the judge had given these people their final sentences. But when he said that, the devil cultivator in the air started to flood towards the people of Supreme Sect like a flood. The devilish pressure increased in intensity once again, and it was exceptionally savage. It's so thick and arrogant that it caused these people to prostrate on the ground, unable to stand up. The white-haired man's pupils dilated. He discovered that the Supreme One divine path in his heart had been completely destroyed, and he had lost his resistance. The Sword Valley disciple that was rushing towards him gave Suyun a lot of pressure. He clenched his teeth and placed the divine stone into his Haotian sacred cloth. In an instant, the 7-colored light emitted by the clear sky holy robe became even more resplendent. However, Suyun was also surrounded by the people of the Weijin Valley. It was already impossible for him to rush out of the dense crowd. For the sake of this operation, the mighty Sword Valley master had put in a lot of effort. Not only did he gather all the people from the mighty Sword Valley, he even recalled all the experts who were out on missions. He only wanted to retrieve the lost divine stone. Kill! Right at this moment, waves of wild howls and shouts came from the outskirts of the mighty Sword Valley. Countless figures darted out from the shadows, each of them wielding a great sword in their hands. Their movements were wide open, and their sword energies were abnormally tyrannical. It was Man Liuxia's man. A large amount of disciples holding big swords rushed forward recklessly. The people who were near the Wise Sword Valley had actually drawn their swords against each other. Seeing this, the face of the venerable Sword Valley's leader changed. He turned his head to look, only to see the one-eyed berserker sword flying over with a yellow-haired, middle-aged man. Brutal flowing sand. What are you guys doing? The Might Sword Valley Lord roared. For what? The leader of the Sand Country laughed coldly. Of course it's to get the clear sky holy robe. Old Valley Master, this clear sky holy robe has already been left in your mighty Sword Valley for so long. With that said, he pulled out a large, waxy yellow sword and rushed towards the venerable Sword Valley Lord. Could it be that all of you want to learn from this guy and break the rules of the hero competition and get scolded by the people of Sword World? The head of the mighty Sword Valley was both angry and angry as he loudly roared. Your father doesn't care. If I can obtain the clear sky holy robe, who would I be afraid of? Who else am I afraid of? Just the words of a mere person, what's there to be afraid of? Stop! Yi Dingdang roared, as she raised her sword and slashed at Yi Dingdang. Seeing that, the Might Sword Valley's head had no choice but to make a move. Su Yun was able to breathe. The Might Sword Valley Lord understood what the situation was. If he was being held back by Ming Sha, then Su Yun would definitely escape again, and immediately used all of his strength to shout, "Everyone!" The barbarian Flowing Sand had joined forces with the person who had seized the clear sky holy robe to seize the divine object. My mighty Sword Valley is irreconcilable with it. If all of you are heroes of the sword world, please quickly follow me to subdue Shun Sha, destroy Mani Lusha and that little bastard, and take back the clear sky holy robe. When the news spread, the spirit cultivator who were still fighting against the devil bone spirit immediately regained their senses. Seeing the man of the barbarian Flowing Sand fighting with the people of the mighty Sword Valley, they rushed over to help. However, many people who had just gotten close to the sand were falling down from the sky, as if they were dead birds. They couldn't even move after falling on the ground. Seeing this scene, the mighty Sword Valley's Valley Master's heart jumped a few times, and his sword knocked away the sand, asking in shock, "What is going on? What technique did you use? Casting techniques? Hee, this isn't an art, it's just feeding some medicine to these idiots in advance. I don't know how long I have been preparing to obtain the clear sky holy robe. Today, no matter who it is, it will not stop me from obtaining the clear sky holy robe. Old Valley Master, you can't possibly win against me. Ha. After he finished speaking, he raised his sword and attacked the old Valley Master again. As for the one-eyed barbarian sword, it rushed towards Su Yun and snatched the clear sky holy robe from him. Yellow sword. Blue sword. Seize the clear sky holy robe. You must not let the people from the mighty Flowing Sand succeed. The Might Sword Valley Lord loudly shouted as he tried to block the attacks. Yes, Valley Master. One of them was dressed in yellow and the other in blue. The two of them were working together to attack Su Yun, and when they approached the target, the two of them held onto their swords, dancing in the air. In an instant, these vegetation moved. The stone flew up by itself, and pounced towards Su Yun like a fierce tiger, while the plants extended infinitely, and wrapped towards Su Yun like tentacles. All the plants in the mountains and plains came to life and attacked Su Yun. These were all previously set up by the people of the Weijian Valley, and even if it was used for defense, it could still have a good effect on Su Yun. It was just that. Right now, Su Yun did not plan to escape. He kept the Imperial equipment and cut off the teleportation of the profound chi to the distant devil bone spirit. At that moment, he only used all of his profound strength to do one thing. That was to put this divine object, the Haotian sacred cloak, on his body. The one-eyed barbarian sword forced its way over. The yellow and blue swords also attacked from the back, unwilling to fall behind. All around him were the people from the mighty Sword Valley and the people from the mighty Flowing Sand. Su Yun was like a wingless eagle, unable to escape. He took a deep breath and stared at the godly robe before putting it on. Crash! Almost at the same time the saint robe was given to Su Yun, the rainbow-colored light instantly dimmed. At the same time, the clear sky holy robe also disappeared, and Su Yun's entire body was still covered by the black cloak. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 723. HM? What a wonderful feeling, what is this? Su Yun's heart suddenly had a strange change. It was extremely difficult to describe the change. He felt as if something had subtly enveloped his body, enveloping his organs, chi meridian, spirit core, bones, tendons, and so on. It was as if he had put on a weightless set of clothes for every bit of flesh and drop of blood on his body. It gave him an exceptionally trusting sense of assurance that was active in every corner of his body. Was this the feeling of wearing the Haotian sacred cloak? Although he couldn't see its face, Su Yun could feel that he was indeed wearing it. Stinking brat! Quickly hand over the clear sky holy robe. One-eyed barbarian's sword roared as he pulled out his greatsword and slashed at Su Yun. Su Yun wanted to dodge, but his legs were wrapped up by the unique vegetation that was Suicide Valley, causing him to struggle slightly, and his movements to become slightly slower. However, at this moment, he stopped. Looking at the incoming greatsword, he took a deep breath and suddenly extended his hands, grabbing towards the greatsword. What? Su Yun's action really shocked the big-sized man. With bare hands? He didn't even use a weapon? Is he looking down on me? It would be a lie if the one-eyed berserker sword said that it was not angry. However. Alright. A strange sound rose. A shocking scene followed. They only saw that the sharp and heavy greatsword was actually directly grabbed by Su Yun's two hands. Two palms clamped onto the broadsword. He was using his bare hands to catch the white blade. Not only that, the sharpness of the sword itself had completely disappeared. Su Yun felt that what he was holding was like a rusted iron piece. It had no power, and it did not have any sharpness at all. He was startled, and realized that the profound strength in his body had magnified a little. Although it was a very rare point, Su Yun could still clearly feel it. He pushed away the one-eyed barbarian sword, and with a flick of his right hand, the death sword was pulled out, and the devil chi wrapped around the sword and stabbed towards his opponent. Put! The one-eyed barbarian sword was pierced through the chest. The devil chi spread out instantly, covering his entire body. The overbearing profound strength was like many sharp claws, ripping his body to shreds. The vicious aura raged like a violent storm. The one-eyed barbarian sword collapsed and died. And Su Yun was completely unharmed. This sight shocked the world. Seeing that, the blue sword and Huang Jian looked at each other. Seeing the shock in the other party's eyes, they secretly exchanged glances. And then the yellow sword rushed forward. The blue sword remained at its original position. It continued to control the vegetation around it, and continued to attack Su Yun from the front and back. But at that moment, with Su Yun being protected by the clear sky holy robe, how could he be afraid of the two of them? The blue sword rushed over. Su Yun raised his claws, grabbing towards the man. The profound chi erupted and wrapped around the blue sword, grabbing it whole. When it was lifted up, Su Yun was surprised to find out that the entire blue sword's profound chi had disappeared without a trace, and the profound chi in his body had recovered to a tiny bit. What was going on? Su Yun did not believe that the reason he had such a miraculous ability was due to the effects of the clear sky holy robe. Swallowing the opponent's profound strength, transferring part of it into his body, replenishing the profound strength he had consumed? Su Yun thought, his heart was thumping hard. If that was the case, then the clear sky holy robe was too heaven-defying. Let go of the blue sword. Seeing his comrade being suppressed by Su Yun, Huang Jian pulled out his sword and rushed forward. Then who will let me go? Su Yun growled. The death sword in his hand pulled back a flower of swords, and without any hesitation, he chopped down the head of the blue sword in front of him. Blood sprayed into the sky. Huang Jian was shocked. His opponent's vicious methods caused his heart to tremble. A sense of fear had already struck his heart, and what surprised him even more was that Su Yun actually used his bare hands to catch his opponent's sword. How could this be done by an ordinary person? Bada! Su Yun threw the blue sword's corpse away, then rushed towards Huang Jian once again. There was no retreat, no escape. The yellow sword could only use its sword to kill. Su Yun did not dodge, and rushed straight towards her sword slash. Clang! The yellow sword's sword struck onto his chest. Unsurprisingly, the profound chi was like an exploding spark, shooting out in all directions, but it was unable to cut through Su Yun's body. And what was even more terrifying was that the profound chi that had shot out from the sword blade, after scattering halfway, suddenly rushed towards Su Yun's body, quickly disappearing. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sword body had turned into a normal-looking sword. At this moment, both Su Yun and the yellow sword saw everything clearly. Is this the power of the clear sky holy robe? Huang Jian was stunned. Yes. Su Yun's mouth formed a sinister smile, and used his sword to slash. But the yellow sword died. After the time it took for an incense to burn, the two experts from the mighty Sword Valley and the expert from the mighty Flowing Sand were all cut down, but the three of them could not harm Su Yun at all. With the 7th tier Imperial equipment and the Clear Sky Holy Robe, Su Yun's defense was simply outrageously strong. Adding the Million Flower Seed, his vitality would probably surpass the imagination of Spirit Cultivator of the same level. When she saw that Su Yun had killed all three of them, she immediately became anxious, and understood that he was not easy to deal with. This kid has the Clear Sky Holy Robe. He's not easy to deal with. If the two of us continue to fight, no one will be able to stop that fellow and the treasure will fly away. Shed called. The one fighting is you. I just want to get back what belongs to me. The old Valley Lord snorted, but he was also unwilling to fight with Shirshir for too long. The two of them turned and rushed at Su Yun together. After Su Yun obtained the Divine Stone, he completely reconstructed the Houtnin's sacred cloth. With the protection of the divine object, he was definitely not easy to deal with. The two of them flanked Zhang Xian from both sides, and the two swords glowed with a brilliant light as they clashed with each other. The clash was extremely terrifying. However, Su Yun did not fight directly, he took out his sword and stepped on it instead. Don't go! The Might Sword Valley Lord roared out, and quickly shook the sword in his hand. The sword released sets of ear-piercing sword cries, flying straight at Su Yun. But Su Yun did not notice it, and did not react to the sword chime at all. Complete immunity! What? The head of the mighty sword sect was stunned. In the end, the reputation of the Venerable Sword Valley is just for show. It's still up to me. She took a deep breath, causing her stomach to swell up as she stabbed her sword into the ground, the profound strength in her body rolling around in her abdomen. Following that, whoosh star. At the same time, he waved his sword. The berserk sand exploded the air, and in the process, the Chi Dragon turned back into a salon and swept through the sand. Clang! Salon dance heaven and earth, a myriad of weather, grand scenery. However, facing such a terrifying attack, Su Yun actually ignored it, continuing to ride on his sword, not attacking, not even taking any defensive measures, allowing himself to be hit. Seeing this, the look in Shunsha's eyes became serious, as if something bad was about to happen. Bang! The auction hall had hit Su Yun, and in less than a breath of time, Su Yun had been completely swallowed. Ha, a mere 6th stage Sky Spirit Master, if I were to kill him, it would be as easy as turning my hand, how can I escape my grasp? Chestnut Shah laughed with pride, and with a tap of his feet, he transformed into a beam of yellow light, shooting towards the mid-air Sharon. He wanted to snatch the Houtnin's sacred robes. However, just as he approached the salon, a large number of flying swords suddenly shot out from the sand-filled sky, slicing towards his body. Chestnut was caught off guard, as a large number of flying swords struck his body, a large number of sword wounds covered his body, and blood flowed out. But before he could react, he suddenly saw a pale hand reach out from the yellow sand and grab his neck. When the hand made contact with his neck, she was horrified to discover that the profound chi in her body was quickly flowing away at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the profound chi in her body disappeared without a trace, and she had lost all of her strength. What's going on? Shed's tongue was tied up, and his entire body was trembling violently. His eyes were as wide as an ox as he stared at the figure in the yellow sand. No one replied to his words. The only response they got was a black sharp sword. But Pooh! Cho Sha's head was chopped off. His head was grabbed by the huge hand and his corpse was torn apart, falling to the ground. The headless body slowly fell from the sky, accompanied by scalding blood as it fell onto the ice-cold ground. The distant old lord of the mighty Sword Valley was stunned. The old Valley Lord, who had fought with him before, naturally knew what kind of cultivation level Shinsha was. However, in these few exchanges, it was obvious that the other party had killed Shinsha. The person who obtained the Clear Sky Holy Robe also had an extremely terrifying strength. Even if he went up, he would most likely die a horrible death. Immediately, the Might Sword Valley Lord retreated, but he did not dare stop Su Yun. The Might Sword Valley Lord gave up on the chase, and no one could stop Su Yun from leaving. He drove his death sword like a rainbow piercing through the sun, charging straight into the horizon. In the blink of an eye, he had already escaped the vicinity of the mighty Sword Valley, carrying the Clear Sky Holy Robe as he fled into the distance. Now that the Clear Sky Sacred Robe had been snatched away, there was no longer any meaning in the struggle within the venerable Sword Valley. Seeing that Su Yun had left, the Sword Sovereign found an excuse and brought the disciples of Cloud Heavenly Palace with him. Since Su Yun had obtained the Clear Sky Holy Robe, he could not rob Su Yun of his belongings. Su Yun did not give him any instructions. If he did not leave now, how long would it take? Could it be that he would have to sacrifice his life for Su Yun? Many other greedy spirit cultivators still persevered and chased after Su Yun, not knowing that Su Yun, who was wearing the Clear Sky Holy Robe, was not someone they could go against. After leaving the mighty Sword Valley, Su Yun followed his previous plans and headed straight for Jianxi. Jianxi was the only exit out of the Sword World, and was quite a distance away from the mighty Sword Valley. However, with Su Yun's speed, he believed that it would take more than a day. The news of the Haotian sacred robe being taken away would also spread far and wide, and it was not a good place to stay, so he had no choice but to leave quickly. However, after flying for a distance, Su Yun seemed to have thought of something. He immediately turned and flew in the opposite direction. From the looks of it, he did not intend to charge at Jianxi. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 724. C724. The Clear Sky Sacred Robe was very strong. It was so strong that it would make people gasp in shock. However, when Su Yun, who was wearing the Clear Sky Sacred Robe, touched it, that was as strong as the Sky Realm itself, was completely absorbed by the everlasting Sacred Robe, turning him into a mortal. This kind of terrifying power could only be possessed by gods, and it was precisely because of this that Su Yun was able to easily kill Zhuan Sha. However, such a terrifying divine object actually experienced a calamity. It was snatched away by Xiao Budian, and the divine object was forcefully broken apart. Su Yun did not think that the Valley Master of the Might Sword Valley was a fool. In that case, it could only be said that the person who snatched the Clear Sky Holy Robe was not someone to be trifled with. However, when the heroes were discussing the sword, none of the people who appeared matched the person who had seized the Clear Sky Holy Robe. It was impossible for Long Guangzhou or Lu Shao, and even more impossible for Qin Hongzhen. And during the battle, there were no unimaginably shocking supreme experts who obstructed them. From this, it could be seen that those petty people who stole the Clear Sky Holy Robe did not enter the mighty Sword Valley. These people would definitely come. Since they were going to seize the Divine Stone, how could they not want to obtain the Haotian sacred cloth? Although the Divine Stone had somehow landed in Su Yun's hands, they definitely would not give up just like that. Therefore, Su Yun guessed that these people who had barged into the mighty Sword Valley to snatch the Clear Sky Holy Robe must have been waiting for them outside the mighty Sword Valley. They were powerless to fight against the heroes of the venerable Sword Valley, so they planned to wait outside. After Su Yun left the Weijian Valley, he unintentionally sensed that there were no living beings within a 100-mile radius of the valley. However, there were still some profound chi left in the air that had not dispersed in time. Thus he made a guess that there was an ambush outside the valley. If I was one of those petty people who stole the Haotian sacred robes, even if I did not plan to enter the valley, I would definitely send some spies to the valley. Whoever stole the Haotian sacred robes, what they would do after obtaining the Haotian sacred robes, they would have to understand everything clearly so that they could be on guard. Su Yun thought, I am not from the various sects, I am either a rogue cultivator or an outsider. With the Clear Sky Holy Robe, the Sword World will definitely not stay here. Then, leaving the Sword World is the safest choice. Those small fries will definitely think of this. Then, there is a high chance that they will set up traps on the way to the Sword Creek. If Suyun continued to rush towards Jianshi's direction, there was a 60% chance that he would be ambushed. To be safe, he had to change routes. Suyun ran in the opposite direction and planned to take a detour around the origin pool from the east side, following the sea route to Jianxi. However, before he flew for long, from all directions, a large amount of oppressive profound qi suddenly rose. There was someone. Suyun's heart tensed up, and immediately stopped. The moment he stopped, a large amount of sword qi shot out from all directions. The sword qi was of all different colors, all accompanied by the energy of the elements. There was the ice-colored sword qi, the fire-colored sword qi, and even the sword qi that was filled with poison. They were all like arrows that continuously struck Suyun. Bang! 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 Explosions rang out and the air trembled. The green cloud above Suyun was shattered, and the ground beneath him was smashed into pieces. It was extremely terrifying. After the dust had settled, Suyun's body appeared once again. As expected, his body was still unharmed. No matter how sharp the sword qi was, it could not leave any damage on his body. That's right. That's right. In the end, it was the clear sky holy robe. It was indeed a divine object. Such defensive power, only the deities are worthy of it. Ha ha. Just then, a laughter suddenly came out from thin air. Following that, over 10 spirit cultivators appeared out of nowhere, and with their encirclement, they appeared in front of Suyun. The leader was a young master dressed in a blue robe with green stripes. He looked to be about 20 years of age, holding a translucent and thin sword in his hand, standing in the air. Looking at his face, Suyun felt that he was extremely familiar with it, and after looking at it carefully, he was shocked to realize that he was actually similar to the old Valley Lord of the Mighty Sword Valley. You are a member of the Mighty Sword Valley? Suyun suddenly asked. Hearing that, the young master was surprised, and laughed. Not bad, you actually saw that I am from the Y Sword Valley? I even took off my identity plate. How did you know that I am from the Mighty Sword Valley? You look quite similar to the Mighty Sword Valley Lord. Your relationship with the old Valley Master should not be shallow, right? Suyun's eyes were extremely calm. Their relationship is indeed not shallow. That young master laughed. I am his son. How could this relationship be simple? Ha ha. You are the son of the old Valley Lord? Hearing that, Suyun's eyes flashed. Didn't you die? Are you faking your death? Suyun seemed to have thought of something, and his face immediately became serious. The son of the Valley Master did not die, yet he appeared here now. Could it be? Young Master seemed to have seen that Suyun had understood what he meant and readily admitted it. It's just as you thought, I really did fake my death. Even my father did not know about this. Looks like back then when the Mighty Sword Valley was in chaos, the matter of the clear sky holy robe being taken away was all planned by you, right? Suyun said indifferently. After I acquired the Haotian sacred cloak, I felt that it was strange. How could such a terrifying sacred cloak be easily taken away by others? The Mighty Sword Valley Lord's cultivation was not ordinary. After obtaining the Saint Robe, his strength increased explosively. An existence at the Spirit Emperor level would not be able to deal with him. Then how did he lose his Saint Robe? Now I understand. Thieves are hard to guard against when it comes to guarding against night and day. That old fogey was protecting a sacred robe, but he didn't know that he was using it to raise his cultivation. If this divine object is in my hands, I will definitely be able to increase the power of the Mighty Sword Valley by a level. Make the whole of Sword World look up to me. I have repeatedly warned him to make good use of this divine object, but Nell had always ignored it. As a result, I have no choice but to use it myself. What made you think you could come here and guard me? Suyun asked again. According to his calculations, this fellow should be lying in ambush at the place that led to Jianxi. That young master laughed out loud. Initially, I thought you would head towards the place where Sword Stream is located, so I was ambushing you, but you suddenly ran in the opposite direction. and I was the first to arrive here through the Mighty Sword Valley's teleportation circle. Kid, you seem to have forgotten, although this is not Mighty Sword Valley, but it is also the Mighty Sword Valley. And, so that's how it is. In that case, have you thought about how to take the Houtman's sacred cloth from me? Suyin moved. With a few flashes of lightning, a few devil bone giant appeared behind him. There was a certain distance between this place and the Mighty Sword Valley, and those from the Mighty Sword Valley would not rush here in a short period of time. Young Master's gaze landed on the huge devil bone giant behind Suyun. He studied them for a moment and nodded, although I do not know what rank these puppet equipment are, but I think they shouldn't be my subordinates' opponents, right? After saying that, the young lord didn't want to waste any more words. He raised his hand and gently waved it. Take back the saint robe. Yes, young master. The surrounding spirit cultivators all bellowed, and then took action. They did not rush towards Suyun, but pulled out their swords from their waists, and activated profound chi in an orderly manner. To be more precise, they waved towards the devil bone giant behind Suyun. Everyone's chi was emitting a bone-chilling aura at this moment. They were all frigid aqua spirit chi. Suyun frowned. There was no time to dodge, he could only take it head-on. The divine power of the clear sky sacred robe was activated once again. The frigid aqua spirit chi that was approaching Suyun completely dissipated, disappearing without a trace. But the other frigid aqua spirit chi had all struck the devil bone giant behind Suyun, causing his huge body to immediately become ice, and be sealed completely away. Suyun turned his head and looked at the few huge ice sculptures behind him. Young Master laughed out loud, using 10,000 years of ice powder as the trigger to trigger the ice profound strength. It is indeed extraordinary. Hee, devil cultivator, what did I just say about your puppet equipment? They are not my opponents, right? Ha ha. Not necessarily. Suyun said expressionlessly, and snapped his fingers. Pow! The ice sculptures started to shake violently, and the crystal-like ice started to crack. Then, one by one, the ice fragments began to fall, and the roars of the giants resonated throughout the sky. Following that, the giants combined once again and formed the devil bone spirit that supported the heavens and pulled the earth. A fist that was like Mount Tai struck towards the young master. The ground cracked from the impact of the punch, and the stone and wood on the ground were reduced to dust. But the young valley master from the Mighty Sword Valley was not alarmed in the slightest when faced with this crisis. He raised his sword and looked at Suyun, without a hint of panic on his face. The fist came smashing over. Beside him, 7 gigantic glowing long swords appeared, blocking the incoming fist. The 7 light swords came from the 7 spirit cultivators surrounding the young valley master. The 7 of them seemed to have formed a sword array. The swords in their hands formed an enormous sword of light. With shocking strength, they blocked the devil bone spirit's fist. Following that, the light sword released a cold light and a wave of ice energy spread out, freezing devil bone spirit's huge fist. Is that all? The young master laughed lightly and waved his arm. His sword moved along with his arm. Clang! The translucent sword gave off a strange power. This power could not be seen with the naked eye and could only be felt as a strange aura similar to space. This power came from close to the void and actually distorted space. However, this energy that twisted the void approached Suyun, yet it still could not break the divine power of the clear sky holy robe. Just as it neared, it was completely engulfed by the divine power. However, seeing this, that young master continued to persevere. He continuously waved his sword and unleashed this strange power that could distort space. Even if this power was purified by the clear sky holy cloak, he would not care. Seeing that, Suyun felt that something was wrong. A gold light flashed past his eyes. He leaped up and flew into the sky, and landed beside Devil Bone Spirit. The profound strength entered the heroic spirit's body, and the heroic spirit waved his arm, shattering all the ice on his arm and continued to attack the young master. The Devil Bone Spirit held back the young master, while Suyun took this opportunity to check his situation. After a circle, his body was still normal. However, there was a strange thing that caught his attention. These spheres had no color, and their shape was also very difficult to detect. Other than the minute movements when they rotated, it was impossible to determine their existence. This thing should not have existed before. Could it be related to that young Valley Master? Just as Su-Yun was thinking, the young Valley Master rushed over again. With a single sword, he rushed towards the Devil Bone Spirit's shoulder. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 725. When he was close to Su-Yun, he swung his sword again. The force of the distortion in the air struck towards him, but when he got close, it ended up dissipating. This time, Su-Yun paid attention to the transparent and invisible ball around him. Sure enough, although the power that distorted space could be purified by the clear sky sacred cloak, the strange ball of power that it brought could not be purified. These balls seemed to be solid magic treasures, and when Little Valley Master attacked, he deliberately mixed them within and shot them towards Su-Yun. The clear sky sacred robe could absorb profound strength, but it could not directly destroy physical objects. As he was close to Su-Yun, he could not rely on the clear sky sacred robe to destroy his opponent. Su-Yun did not dare to give the other party too many opportunities to secretly attack him. Once again, he urged Devil Bone Spirit and retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the young master. As more and more of these strange spheres gathered, it gave him an indescribable feeling of palpitation. Humph! The young master seemed to have felt it was about time, and his fingers moved slightly. Puff! 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 The spheres immediately exploded like bubbles, producing a series of sounds that were neither light nor heavy. Su-Yun's body swayed a few times. When he regained his senses, he looked around, only to realize in shock that other than the limitless sword sheath and the divine sword most of the magic treasure had lost their connection with him, and even the clear sky holy robe had forcefully broken off its connection with him. So that's how it was. In order to deal with the Haotian sacred cloth, I have prepared for a whole 10 years and painstakingly collected 30 bat tree seeds and refined these breath-severing pills. The last time I dealt with my father, I spent 20 of them and forcefully took off the Haotian sacred robe from my father's body. With a step, he rushed towards Su-Yun, launching an attack that was like a violent storm. Having lost the protection of the clear sky holy robe, the young master felt that it was more than enough to take care of Su-Yun. After all, in his opinion, he was only dealing with an existence at the 6th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. Killing the opponent was as easy as flipping a finger. Wasn't the reason why Su-Yun was able to stand here was all thanks to the clear sky holy robe? Without the protection of this divine object, what other methods did he have to resist? Then, the next scene shocked the young master. Su-Yun did not reveal any expression of panic, instead he remained calm and collected. His eyes suddenly turned blood red, the devil chi released all over his body. Holding onto the death sword, he hacked down. A large amount of sword images appeared on the sword blade. Clang! The death sword smashed onto the young master's translucent sword, causing his arm to go numb. He retreated a few steps and almost fell off Devil Bone Spirit's shoulder, but before he could stand steadily, a black flash of lightning appeared in front of his eyes. Put! Young master felt a pain in his shoulder. He looked down and saw that his opponent's sword had pierced through him. So fast. And how could this sword be so sharp? Was his protective profound chi fake? The young master's eyes widened. For a 6th stage Sky Spirit Master to cross 3 stages to attack a 9th stage Sky Spirit Master Cultivator, the difficulty was almost as high as the sky. After all, a 3rd stage difference, the strength of the profound chi between the two was different. With the strength of a 6th stage practitioner, breaking through a 9th stage profound chi's defense was impossible, but not only did this fellow break it, it seemed very easy. In an instant, the young master understood. Without the clear sky holy robe, this fellow was not a simple character. Before, when he fought with Lin Ming, he was simply familiar with the clear sky holy robe. He didn't even put in any effort at all. He had never been serious. Thinking of this, the young master was drenched in cold sweat. Who was this person? He anxiously threw his palm out towards the death sword, taking the impact, sending himself flying and pulling some distance, then he waved his sword again at. Clang! Clang! With every swing of his sword, a strange power that twisted the void would burst out from the sword blade, crashing towards Su Yun like a ferocious beast. He felt that his close-range attacks were inferior to Su Yun's. Su Yun looked at the young master, then raised his arm again and swung it. However, this strike was like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods. The sword landed on the ground, a demonic wind came out from the blade of the sword, bringing along a heaven-tearing roar, blowing towards the young master. When approaching, the demonic wind split apart, forming 1,000 devil tigers, pouncing over. Bang! The young master's body was sent flying again as he fell down, crashing into the ground and creating a huge crater. His skin cracked open and blood flowed out from the wound. The profound chi leaked out from the wound, causing him to stagger to his feet. However, before he could stand up straight, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yun then donned the clear sky sacred robe once again, looked at the people from the mighty Sword Valley fighting with Devil Bone Spirit, then looked at the young masters, kicked off with both feet, then fell down. Ha! Young master's eyes were filled with fear. He looked at Su Yun who was falling from the sky and anxiously shouted, "Stop! Devil Cultivator! The clear sky holy robe is yours! Don't kill me! Don't kill me!" However, his shout could not be exchanged for the slightest bit of hesitation from the other party. That person's blood-red eyes were filled with a cold killing intent. He held his sword with one hand and aimed it downward at the young lord's head, thrusting it forward. Swoosh! The blade of the sword pierced through the young man's head, causing his body to tremble before weakening. With the overflowing of his soul, Su Yun did not stand on ceremony and used his sword to destroy the soul. There was no mercy at all. After killing this young master, Su Yun's legs pushed off again, returning back onto Devil Bone Spirit's shoulders. Looking at the people from the mighty Sword Valley who were still fighting with the heroic spirits, he did not dawdle and activated the Imperial Sword technique in coordination with the Devil Bone Spirit to kill them. Young Master was dead. These people were already scared, but facing Su Yun's full force attack, they could not even hold on, not even with a chance to escape. They were pierced through and died. After taking care of all these people, Su Yun grabbed the space bag at the young master's waist and urged the Devil Bone Spirit to rush forward. Previously, Su Yun was familiarizing himself with the properties of the clear sky holy robe, but actually killing this young master was not difficult for him. He possessed the Lotus Star Sword Art, Divine Wind Sword Technique and Limitless Sword Arts, and was also trained bitterly by the Real Devil sect. After running for an unknown amount of time, Su Yun's heart suddenly shook, as a very dense chi suddenly came from behind him. Sensing this heavy aura, Su Yun immediately knew that a supreme expert had come. Furthermore, the supreme expert was far stronger than the mighty Sword Valley Lord and the others. Perhaps he could even compete with the wicked Ghost King in Wanhua Realm. Although Su Yun kept on killing, but because of the Haotian sacred robe, the profound chi in his body was replenished and he killed the young master's subordinates. The profound chi recovered a little, and now that he had used his full strength to fight the supreme expert, it was not a big problem. But the supreme expert was not alone, and there were probably more than 10,000, perhaps even more than 100,000 spirit cultivator approaching. These people only had one goal, the clear sky holy robe. Alone, Su Yun could not contend with so many experts of the sword world, so he did not hesitate to leave as fast as he could. However, the other party was still in hot pursuit. Even after running for 2 days and 2 nights, the spirit cultivator still had not given up. After crossing the mountain and crossing the river, the other party was still closing in on them. If not for the dense profound chi and the rushing speed of the profound chi, they would have been caught up to by now. If this continued, it would not be possible. If other spirit cultivator who desired the Haotian sacred robe were to intercept him from the front, not to mention seizing the sacred robe, even if they stopped him, the consequences would be severe. Su Yun looked around, the hot sun was in the sky, and the river was flowing rapidly beside him. This place is? Su Yun was startled, then he suddenly thought of something, and immediately took out the map of the dark place. Not bad at all. This is Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain. After passing through this mountain, we will be able to reach Jianxi. Su Yun was ecstatic, he anxiously rushed towards Jianxi. Although he was close to the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, he didn't dare enter the mountain directly. Instead, he chose to take a detour. As long as one had been to the Sword World, they would have heard of the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain. This was no ordinary mountain peak. Instead, it was a true ferocious mountain. Allegedly, 3,000 years ago, with the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain as the battlefield, a great battle for the spirit cultivator broke out among the 100,000 people. Back then, the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain was especially vast. It could be said to be a mountain range connected from the north to the south, linked to something, and was extremely vast. However, after that war broke out, the tall mountains were destroyed and the earth was destroyed. It was said that the entire land mass of Sword World had moved, and that the battle had become the famous Great War of Thousand Clouds in the history of Sword World. The battle had destroyed more than half of the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, leaving behind only the small amount of spirit cultivator, but at the top of the mountain were the corpses of the 2,000 strongest spirit cultivator. Their corpses and treasured swords were buried in the mountains. The evil chi emitted by their corpses and the sword chi overflowed from their treasured swords covered the entire mountain peak. Ordinary people could not handle the chi. If they touched it, they would die. All these years, there were countless spirit cultivator who mistakenly entered the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain and died miserably, hence the mountain was extremely notorious. This person is escaping in the direction of Jianxi. Quickly order someone to seal Jianxi off, do not let him escape Sword World. Just then, a loud shout came out from behind Su Yun, followed by the chi that had been forcing him to come over. Su Yun continued to move forward. With the clear sky holy robe, he was not afraid of that person's profound technique. However, the other party seemed to know the power of the clear sky sacred robe, and actually did not use his own profound chi. Instead, he used a magic treasure and conjured a huge wall, which landed in front of the Thousand Cloud Sky Sword Mountain. The wall was materialized and the clear sky holy robe could dissolve any profound chi, but it could not remove anything substantial. Su Yun raised his sword and slashed towards the wall, the sharp death sword piercing through the wall. However, he gave the people behind him time to rest. A large number of spirit cultivators rushed over in the time it took to breathe. The leader was an old man wearing a white robe with a white goatee. His eyes glowed with a gold light as he stared at Su Yun and shouted, "Kid, hand over the clear sky holy robe and this old man will spare your life." Su Yun did not say a word, both of his feet pushed against the wall lightly, and flew forward. Countless profound techniques came from behind, but they all dissipated when they approached him. To the person wearing the clear sky holy robe, it could be said that they were completely unrivaled. The profound chi was completely useless against it, other than fighting physically, it could even use force. But how much damage would it cause to Su Yun? Halt! Just as the old man was watching Su Yun leave, another large number of spirit cultivator appeared in an extremely distant place. There were thousands of them, and they formed a human wall that blocked Su Yun's path. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 726. Empty. A group of hazy and blurry figures quietly approached the encampment of such a large sect. When they got close to the sect, they stopped and looked into the distance. Vice sect leader, the other small sects have all been settled. The first sect has already sent people to our True Devil sect to discuss about joining hands to fight against the Supreme sect. Everything is progressing smoothly as expected, and as expected, we can see clearly now, if we join hands and empty the place, the Supreme sect would definitely lose. The two nearby devils whispered. At most, they will go alone to fight the Supreme sect. They won't care about us. He removed the invisible magic treasure from his body, found a tree, and sat down with his back facing the tree. The two devils didn't say anything and only looked at him strangely. Vice Sect Leader, what should we do now? It's not easy to deal with them, it's filled with experts. Although we have possessed the flesh of the Supreme Sect, if we were to cause any trouble here, most of them will die, and once we die, our souls will spill out, and they will discover the identity of our devil sect. At that time, our plan will be exposed. Standing Demon walked over and said. As soon as he said that, he closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. The small sect could deal with them easily. They only needed to send a small force to pretend to be the Supreme Sect's people, pretend to be teaching, then fight with them, and force the opponent into a hostile position. The small sect's power would not be able to keep the true devil sect's experts, but it would be different if it was cleared up, because the true devil sect's people used their own bodies to attach their souls to the 20,000 Supreme Sect's people, so they would not be easily discovered. But if someone died, their soul would overflow, and the experts who cleared out their soul would definitely discover the existence of the true devil sect. Without a precise plan, he could not act rashly, or else he would lose everything. Vice Sect Leader. At this time, the Heart Demon ran over from the distance and shouted to Octagon Aniseed, we have received news from the Southern Bay region. 9 months ago, the South Bay boundary gate suddenly closed. A month ago, when it was reopened, our people sent a message that the South Bay sect had been annihilated and the entire sect flattened. Other than the Aboriginals, only the rogue cultivators are left. What? The devil cultivators around were shocked. The South Bay region was not a small realm, and the South Bay sect was not a small sect that the real devil sect could be compared with. Although they were not as strong as the Supreme Sect, they were still a small sect with more than 200,000 members, and had their own strength. He listed all the sects that could be turned into enemies of the Supreme Sect. Aside from clearing out the place, the last sect was the South Bay sect. However, he did not expect his people to not even make a move on them, and the South Bay sect was gone. Was this a coincidence? The South Bay sect was one of the main forces fighting against the Supreme Sect. Without the South Bay sect, just those small sects alone, they were too weak. Let's retreat for now. After an unknown period of time, Shigo stood up and said, Retreat? Everyone was confused. Vice Sect Master, are you giving up on clearing up? The power we have is not something a small sect can compare to. If we can successfully force the empty to the point of being hostile to the Supreme Sect, then we won't have to worry about anything. No matter what, please give it a try. You idiot, I did not say that I would give up on clearing up. This is just a retreat. Octagon Aniseed snapped his fingers and said, since the South Bay sect has been annihilated, we do not have enough power to rebel against the sect, so we have to find a few stronger sects to force them onto our side. The time that the Supreme Sect has given us is not enough. Clearing out this place will take a while before we can take them down. Our power cannot stay here forever. Fighting the evil, go to the heart. The two of you will stay here. Think of a way to make empty be hostile to the Supreme Sect. We will go to another sect. With that, he took out 2 tokens from his waist and handed them to the two of them. Upon closer inspection, these tokens were the empty token. However, what made the two of them even more surprised were these words. Vice Sect Leader, you want us to clean it up? How can I do that? How could such a big sect be controlled by them? AI, nothing in this world can be done without any difficulties. Besides, it doesn't matter if you can't accomplish it. I don't blame you. He will receive both of you. You don't have to get close to the Venerable Emptiness Realm expert, you just need to get close to another person, and as long as you can take care of this person, there won't be any problems. Suyin said in a low voice. Who? Great Elder wants to be at ease. Ultimate Martial World, atop the Immortal Island. The magnificent structure stood at the center of the island, with spirit cultivators that came and went everywhere, the scene of prosperity everywhere. At an exquisite building, the door was wide open, and immortal chi was blowing outwards from the inside. Soon after, a young girl slowly walked out. The young girl was dressed in gauze-like clothes. She had pink hair, and her appearance was exquisite. Her face was pink and tender, and she was especially adorable. She let out a light breath, opened her bright eyes, and looked at the valiant-looking woman standing outside the door. "Senior sister." The young girl Shangwan Mei Yang smiled, called out to him, then jogged over and held onto Sun Shangyan's hand. Sun Jiyan patted Shangwan Mei Yang's head and laughed. "After 100 days of closed-door cultivation, have you had any gains?" "I have already opened my spirit vein, and my body has become more solid. I believe that I will soon be able to step into the 4th stage of Sky Spirit Master." It's hard on you. In a place like the Sky Martial Continent where the spiritual energy is sparse, you can still have such cultivation. If you were to cultivate in the ultimate martial world, I'm afraid your strength would far exceed this. Sun Qian sighed, looking a bit regretful. Shangwan Mei Yang shook her head. "Senior sister, what you said is wrong. To me, wherever I cultivate, it is all the same." "Really?" "Oh right, senior sister, how is Qinger?" Just then, Shangwan Mei Yang asked. "Your precious disciple, what are you worried about?" Sun Xinyan shook her head and smiled. "I estimate that you might not even be a match for her in a short amount of time." "Oh? What is her current cultivation level?" "It's close to the 6th stage of Sky Spirit Master." Shangwan Mei Yang was shocked. "That fast?" "She'll only get faster and faster. Divine body is truly a divine body. The further one cultivates, the faster they will be able to cultivate, especially at this level. It is simply not something an ordinary spirit cultivator can compare to. Perhaps in the future, a great sage that cannot be raised up in the countless realms of the universe, reaching the level of a saint just around the corner." Hearing that, Shangwan Mei Yang remained silent, and then said, "Since it is like that, then Spirit Emperor, Spirit Sage, Spirit Immortal, Spirit Profound God Qinger, won't she be entering these realms very quickly? Is such a rapid cultivation a good thing for her?" "I can't say." "What do you mean?" "Because of her divine body. This system is very complicated. I do not understand it, and you will not understand it. The only one who truly understands this system is Qinger." Shangwan Mei Yang seemed to have understood something. She nodded her head, and did not speak anymore. "All right, the 10,000 worlds aren't peaceful right now. Junior sister, if there's nothing else, please try not to leave the kingdom of Ziyu." "What happened?" Shangwan Mei Yang raised her head and asked. She smiled. "It's not a big deal. The Supreme Sect and the True Devil Sect will probably launch a large-scale conflict. I think that all the surrounding powers and loose cultivators will be involved, and this ultimate martial world will definitely be affected. You have just come from the Sky Martial Continent, your cultivation is not strong yet, and we do not know what will happen after the chaos breaks out, so for your safety's sake, it's better not to leave Ziyu Kingdom for this period of time." Shangwan Mei Yang nodded her head. "I will listen to senior sister's instructions." "Hee, junior sister, there is no need to be so serious. Why are we sisters being so polite? Let's go, you just came out from closed-door cultivation. Senior sister will bring you to taste some of our good wine. These are all incredible immortal wine. If we drink a bit, it will only benefit Spirit Cultivator greatly. Normal people can't drink it, so I got someone to get it for you." "Senior sister, I do not like to drink." Shangwan Mei Yang was in a difficult position. "Hey, what do you mean by not like to drink? Are you afraid of getting drunk because of your cultivation? If you can't stand the strong nature of the immortal wine, then force it out." Finished, she grabbed Shangwan Mei Yang's small hand and walked out. "Senior sister, wait for me. At the wine table." Gulp. Gulp. Gudong. Clang. The girl slammed the jar of wine down on the table and laughed out loud. "Ha ha, good wine. Good wine. Senior sister, come, let's finish off this jar again. Ha ha. Gudong, gudong, gudong. Junior martial sister, slow down." Sun Qian wiped off her sweat as she looked at the young girl in front of her who was frantically drinking from a wine jar. There was a wolf in front, and a tiger behind. Su Yun, who was desperately running away, tensed up. In short, he could not stop just like that. Although he did not know how strong the people in front were, he could not compare to the people chasing from behind. The Supreme Expert's methods just now were already shocking enough. As things were now, he had nowhere to go and could only fight. Su Yun paused for a moment, took out his imperial equipment, and planned to cooperate with the Clear Sky Holy Robe to rush out of the group. However, a shout rang out from behind. This child has the high-grade imperial equipment. Wear the Clear Sky Holy Robe. Normal attacks were useless. First, you used the profound technique to shatter his imperial equipment, and then you used brute force or the puppet equipment to forcefully intercept his profound chi. Faster! The shout came from the Supreme Expert. This voice was especially loud. It was as loud as thunder, spreading out to almost 1,000 miles in all directions. When the spirit cultivator heard this, he immediately reacted. Su Yun looked up, to see a light and shadow flashing under the sky. Following that, a large number of puppet equipment came out. There was a large wooden dragon, an armored lion, and even a small mountain of an earth elephant. Each of them had a dense and powerful aura, and their cultivation was close to their master. All of them were Sky Spirit Master-S. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Suddenly, countless profound techniques came smashing over. All of them were sword chi. They were extremely sharp and fierce, and when the sword chi attacked, all the puppet equipment moved, moving forward to attack Su Yun. Not good. Su Yun's eyes were filled with chilliness as he activated the 7th tier Imperial equipment. He raised the defense of the Imperial equipment to its highest level and rushed forward crazily. The sword chi smashed over. Bang! 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 The sword chi smashed onto the chi cover, releasing a terrifying explosion. The circular grayish-white barrier started to release circle after circle of ripples. It was extremely horrifying. Following the attack of the sword chi, Su Yun felt his body becoming more and more illusionary. The profound chi in his body was being exhausted at an astonishing rate. This isn't good. Su Yun's face changed. He looked over, only to see that the puppet equipment were approaching. Even though they had divine objects, they could not fight against all of them. Furthermore, there were many existences stronger than him here, and these people clearly had done some research in preparation for the Clear Sky Holy Robe. They naturally knew how to deal with it. Is there no other way? Su Yun took a deep breath, then suddenly he looked at Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain at the side, a ruthless light flashing past his eyes. After that, without thinking, he directly fell into the mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 727. Su Yun's action shocked all the spirit cultivator who had rushed over. The spirit cultivators circled in front of the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, all of them extending their necks to look at the person falling towards the mountain, but no one dared to chase after him. Su Yun's speed was extremely fast. He stepped on his flying sword and flew into the mountains, and in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared into the mountains. This guy. He had actually brought the Clear Sky Holy Robe into the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain. Isn't this just courting death? He relied on the Haotian's sacred cloth to protect his body, so he was not afraid of the evil chi or the sword aura in the mountain. That's why he fearlessly rushed into the mountain, but the Haotian's sacred cloak is a magic treasure after all. It cannot protect him for a lifetime. There is a limit to his divine power. If he died inside, wouldn't that mean that he wouldn't be able to take out the Clear Sky Holy Robe? What is there to worry about? How could he not know that the divine power had disappeared? Without the God power, he will definitely die, and I predict that he will come out sooner or later. Everyone, we will stand guard around this Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, encircling it, and when he no longer has the God power, we will come out ourselves. All right. The spirit cultivator shouted and then scattered. Right now, the Clear Sky Sacred Robe had been snatched away by Su Yun. With how big Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain was, it was impossible for a single person to catch up to Su Yun. Only by capturing Su Yun could they think of a way to take the Clear Sky Sacred Robe for themselves. There were a total of tens of thousands of people surrounding the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, and even more people who had come to call for help. Outside of that, there were also many rogue cultivators who had heard the news, and in an instant, the area around the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain was completely black. While Su Yun was like a turtle in a jar, it was hard to escape even if he had wings. Bang! A muffled sound came out from the middle of the mountain, followed by a cloud of dust and dirt flying into the air. A person slowly crawled out from the hole in the ground. Cough, cough. Su Yun coughed twice as he felt pain all over his body. He stood up, looked around, only to see that they were all surrounded by desolate stone, with almost no path. The air was filled with a terrifying evil chi, and a large amount of sword chi that was like the wind was blowing wildly around the mountain. If it was not for the protection of the divine power of the Clear Sky Holy Robe, Su Yun would have been dead for a long time. Is this Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain? It is indeed very fierce. I am afraid the Spirit Emperor is here, and will fall in a few seconds? Su Yun whispered. No matter how terrifying the auras were, they could not touch his body. However, Su Yun could still clearly feel that the divine power on the Haotian sacred cloak was slowly weakening, and even though the consumption was very slow, he was still unable to make it in, and would eventually run out of energy. He had to leave quickly. He looked towards the outside of the mountain and saw the densely packed spirit cultivator. It was already surrounded by 3 layers on the inside and 3 layers on the outside. He anxiously turned his body, went over Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, and ran towards the other side of the mountain with Jianxi. However, to his disappointment, there were a large amount of spirit cultivators on the other side with an unusually large number of people, which was more than twice the number of people on the other side of the mountain. From the looks of it, it seemed like they were doing this to prevent Su Yun from leaving the mountain, hence they increased their defense. Chirp, 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 chirp. Suddenly, a large amount of sword aura shot out from all directions, straight towards the Thousand Cloud Sky Sword Mountain. Hundreds of thousands of attacks came in like a curtain of light. Boom! 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 A loud noise came out, the entire mountain shook and trembled. Su Yun was startled, he immediately turned and hid in a cave. A round of sword chi attacked. The entire mountain was riddled with holes, and it was a mess. Dust filled the air, as if a fist had punched a powder bag. When the dust gradually settled, Su Yun stuck his head out and saw that the hole that was protecting him had already exploded, and the terrifying sword chi was still ripping apart the other soil, like the sharp teeth of a demon. Are they going to kill me? If I die here, then the Haotian sacred cloak won't be able to leave. Other than those with the sacred arts, it's impossible for them to enter here without the Haotian sacred cloak. However, if they didn't want to kill me, then what were they doing? Su Yun was suspicious, but quickly understood. The purpose of these sword chis was not to kill him, but to use up his profound chi and Clear Sky Holy Robe's divine power. The friend who holds the Clear Sky Holy Robe. At this time, another wave of loud shouts came from outside the mountain. Listening to the voice, it was the supreme expert. You have already been surrounded, if you know what's good for you. I promise, as long as you hand over the Clear Sky Holy Robe, we will definitely not kill you. This item should not belong to you. If you return this item to its original owner, then you will be exempted from all responsibility. We will definitely not hurt you even a little. It was so loud that everyone heard it. However, many people were secretly laughing in their hearts. They were simply fooling others. Why are you feigning ignorance at a time like this? Which one of them didn't come here for the Clear Sky Holy Robe? If you guys want it, then come in and get it. Su Yun shouted. With that said, the supreme expert felt embarrassed. Although everyone knew it, they knew it very well. Supreme Expert still refused to give up and continued to shout, "This sword friend! If you are still unrepentant, then you will only have to die. You know the situation of Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, relying solely on the clear sky sacred robe. It is impossible for it to protect you for a lifetime. When its divine power is used up, you will only be swallowed up by the sword chi. Your soul will not be able to escape this terrifying mountain. You will only have to die. I ask you, my friend, why is a dead man guarding this divine object? Supreme Expert could not use force to make Su Yun submit, so he started to attack him with his spirit. Su Yun naturally understood this logic as well. If he were to be devoured by the sword chi and evil aura, he would not hesitate to hand over the clear sky sacred robe. But there was still time. There was no need to be in such a hurry. Supreme Expert shouted for a while, but there was no sound coming from Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, which made him rather impatient. Master, I think it's better if you don't waste your breath. After this person obtained such a divine item, how could he hand it over so easily? In my opinion, we should just use sword chi to force him out. Someone said. That's right. Since the clear sky holy robe can protect him and not die, he must still be thinking of a way to escape. How can you just hand it over like that? If we don't exhaust all of the divine power within the clear sky holy robe, we will never make him submit. Yes. Everyone, don't hesitate, make your move. A female spirit cultivator waved her arms and shouted. The surrounding spirit cultivator immediately responded as they pulled out their cold swords and aimed them at the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain and hacked down crazily. The sword chi was like raindrops that rained down on the mountain. The mountain was shaking violently, rocks and rubble flying everywhere. It was as if the mountain was going to be smashed into smithereens by these sword chis. Su Yun was naturally not in a good mood. He realized that after hearing the voice just now, he had already been settled by the spirit cultivator outside the mountain. Their sword chi was mainly concentrated in him, although the clear sky holy robe was a divine object, but outside the mountain, there were probably dozens of all spirits cultivators attacking together. There were at least 100 of Spirit Emperoress, and with such a terrifying attack, the consumption of divine power and profound strength would naturally be extremely fast. The entire surface of the mountain was blasted into dust. And this was because Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain absorbed most of the dead spirit cultivator's spirit energy, thus it became abnormally hard. If it was a normal mountain, it would have been flattened long ago. With such a concentrated attack, there was no place for him to hide anymore. He looked left and right, and a few large rocks that could protect him were soon shattered. There was no other way. He took a deep breath and sat down cross-legged. From the space bag, he took out a pill and placed it in his mouth. Since it had come to this, he could only rely on meditating to recover the profound strength. Who knew if the god power could be recovered through other channels? Although the divine power of the clear sky holy robe could heal itself, Su Yun was still unable to sense the source of the divine power. After all, it was a divine object and the secret within it was something that the current Su Yun would not be able to find out. The bombardment continued outside the mountain. The spirit cultivator did not seem to be tired as they attacked crazily. Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain became smaller once again. This continued for 2 whole days. The mountain grew smaller and smaller. The sky that Su Yun could see became smaller and smaller. Outside the mountain, it was densely packed with people. The sky was full of them, just like a human wall, tightly surrounding the mountain. More and more people were arriving here. Moreover, the number of people was still increasing. The temptation of the clear sky holy robe was not small at all. The people from the venerable Sword Valley had all arrived. Su Yun opened his eyes and recovered from his meditation. He looked at the crowd and a trace of helplessness appeared in his eyes. Although meditating could help recover the profound strength, it was currently consuming mainly his divine power. The recovery of the profound strength was completely useless, but facing this hundreds of thousands or even close to 1 million spirit cultivator, just relying on the profound strength to support the 7th tier Imperial equipment was absolutely impossible to defend. This was going to be difficult. Su Yun laughed bitterly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. he suddenly slapped his thigh, and quickly took out an order badge from his waist. The Devil Lord token. He wanted to see if he could ask for help. Wasn't the True Devil sect able to control the profound technique that could tear through the void? Perhaps this was a way to help him leave. Su-Yun was ecstatic. He anxiously activated the order badge. However, the moment the token was activated, Zhang Xian was unable to sense any of its aura. Su-Yun was startled. He immediately injected his spirit chi into it, but after a moment, there was no reply. What was going on? Suddenly, a terrifying heat came from beyond the mountain. Su-Yun's face changed. He anxiously stood up to take a look. A large number of spirit cultivators dispersed from the south of the mountain, as though they were dodging something. Following that, a ball of flame the size of Thousand Cloud Sky Sword Mountain floated over. The speed at which the fireball flew was extremely slow. However, its enormous size and the scorching temperature gave people a feeling of despair that they would not be able to escape from. This kind of move that seemed to be able to destroy the world could only be used by existences at the Spirit Emperor realm. Su-Yun was silent. Su-Yun! Come in quickly! At this crucial moment, a voice suddenly came out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 728. This sound. Xingyu. Su-Yun suddenly turned his head, looking at the sword sheath on his body. Come in quickly, stop talking nonsense. Ling Xingyu's anxious voice came out again. Hearing that, Su-Yun hesitated. Xingyu, you want me to enter the sword sheath? Although this method is good, but if I enter the sword sheath will no longer have the protection of the clear sky holy robe. I am afraid that it will be destroyed by the sword chi that filled the sky and the attacks of the spirit cultivator. You're still thinking about this at this time? Furthermore, this sword sheath was not an ordinary sword sheath. It could not be easily destroyed. If you don't come in now, you're going to die here. Ling Xingyu said anxiously. But Su-Yun still did not enter the limitless sword sheath S. Although he knew that the limitless sword sheath was very strong, he did not want to use this as a wager. One had to know, the number of spirit cultivator outside was simply too terrifying. He stood up, thought for a while, and then suddenly turned his body, heading towards a dark cave on the side. After entering the cave, although he was still enduring the corrosive effects of the sword aura and evil chi from the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, he was still able to dodge the attacks of the spirit cultivator S. A sky-shattering sound was heard. Countless streams of lava landed on the mountain, dyeing it red. A small amount of lava surged in from the hole and pounced towards Su-Yun, but it was all purified by the clear sky holy cloak. The entrance was covered in magma and gradually crumbled. Seeing that, Su-Yun anxiously ran inside the cave. Unexpectedly, the hole was especially deep. After running for a while, he still hadn't seen the top of the hole. It was a temporary refuge. Slowly, the lava disappeared, and Su-Yun seemed to have penetrated 100 meters into the cave. Was this the cave they blasted out? Su-Yun thought as he looked at the cracks on the wall and the big stones that were falling down from the left and right. The cave was sometimes wide and sometimes narrow, making one feel particularly uncomfortable. However, the rock at the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain was so tough, so the cave itself gave him a place to hide. A hiding place? A thought suddenly flashed through Su-Yun's mind. The entire Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain was surrounded by them. There were people everywhere on all four sides of the mountain, and there was nowhere to escape to. Maybe he could use the profound chi to blast a path straight to the bottom of the mountain and escape into the distance. The sword chi here was so dense, adding on to the fact that they are all from Spirit Cultivator, it would be impossible for them to track his existence with just their chi. Although the rocks of Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain are very tough, with just these divine sword, cutting them open and leaving wouldn't be too difficult. Thinking about it, how could Su-Yun hesitate? He immediately ran towards the end of the cave. As he got close to the collapsed rock, he took out his death sword and hacked them into pieces. In the end, the clear sky sacred robe was still a divine robe. If he wanted to use up all of his divine power just by relying on the vicious sword chi of the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, then he would need several months. Dawn! 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 Su Yun threw his sword forward, one punch forward. It was extremely tyrannical. A big boulder could usually be split into two. The wall without any path required 3 punches to break it apart. However, this way, the consumption of the profound strength would be even greater. After a day, he finally walked down a distance of less than 1,000 meters. Previously, when Su Yun had entered the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, he had taken a look around. He had landed halfway up the mountain, and the mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall, and now, he estimated that there was still about 4,000 meters left to the bottom of the mountain. However, if he wanted to hide from others, the spirit cultivator outside would have to dig at least 8,000 meters deep before he could escape. After leaving the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, his own chi was not concealed by the evil chi. He was afraid that the Spirit Emperor would sense him. He swallowed a medicinal pill, rested for a moment, and then continued to advance. The flying knife clanged. At this moment, a strange sound suddenly came out. There seemed to be something falling down, causing a series of echoes. Su Yun was startled. He anxiously used all his strength to speed up the digging. However, not long after the explosion, a corpse came out from the wall. The corpse had already rotted away, leaving behind only a layer of flesh and black bones. It looked very cautious, but in this place, the corpse could still be preserved to such an extent. Su Yun pulled out the death sword and carefully pried open the wall, causing its corpse to fall. However, just as the corpse fell, a rotten stench suddenly pervaded out. Following that, the entire wall in front of him cracked. The gigantic Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain shook for a few seconds, and countless rotten corpses started falling from the walls. It poured out like a tide of corpses. The scene was especially horrifying. Su Yun anxiously retreated. The corpses were still falling. The shattered walls were like a ripped sandbag. In a blink of an eye, a large amount of corpses filled up the entire pitch-black cave. King Hell. Su Yun sat in front of the corpses, completely speechless. They finally managed to open up the underground tunnel, but all of this was done as the corpses once again filled up the tunnel. These corpses had not been decomposed for so long, and their strength was probably not low either. Moreover, from the looks of it, there were probably a lot of corpses ahead. As a result, the process was slowed down. Su Yun sighed. He shook his head helplessly and continued to urge his chi to blow away the corpse, then continued to move forward. The spirit demon tiger appeared and tore the corpses apart, but when the spirit demon tiger rushed over, it simply smashed the few corpses in front. The following parts were not serious, and from the looks of this strike, the corpses were much stronger than the rock walls, and after the corpses were shattered, the stench of the corpses became even stronger, which contained a trace of corpse poison, causing Su Yun to feel dizzy and uncomfortable. However, Su Yun would not be poisoned because of it. The feeling would only last for a while. The clear sky holy robe could perfectly protect him from the poisonous gas, and even if the Spirit Emperor smelled this poisonous gas, it would cause him to faint on the spot. Wheeze. At this moment, a strange sound was heard, followed by a thick poisonous gas coming towards them. Su Yun was shocked. He took out his imperial equipment and blocked together with the clear sky holy robe. The poisonous gas followed the black hole and spread out of it. When he looked again, he found that the poisonous gas was drifting out from the rotten corpses. These corpses were being eroded at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. In less than half an incense's time, all these naked corpses had been completely vaporized, and the road in front of them was once again normal. Su Yun looked ahead and saw that the corpses at the hole had also been affected by the weathering, but their degree of weathering was not considered serious. He thought for a while, then walked over and dragged out a corpse, throwing it into the mouth of the cave. Chi 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 chi. A strange sound rang out again. The corpse instantly turned into sand, and its speed became several times faster than before. These corpses are separated by the mountain rocks and are not affected by the sword chi and evil chi. As a result, the rate at which the corpses decompose is very slow. Now that I've opened the rocks and the sword chi and evil chi permeate the air, they immediately disintegrate. Suyun muttered. He immediately activated his strength and dragged the corpses out of the holes and threw them into the cave. Sounds of chi could be heard non-stop. The corpse poison chi spread even more crazily, and was so dense that it seemed as if it was going to drip out water. Suyun stared at the stinky smell and continued to move the corpses. Many of the corpses were equipped with equipment, but most of them had rusted over time and could not be used. Suyun dug deeper and deeper, but the corpses kept on growing, endless. As they went deeper, the corpses that appeared also started to turn miserable. Some had their heads cut off, some had been chopped into two, while some had no limbs. Was this the spirit cultivator that died in the Great War? Why are there so many? And why were their bones piled together? Infinite suspicions made Suyun speed up his actions. The first floor of the Great Mountain seemed to be filled with corpses. As the corpses continued to move out, a bizarre tunnel appeared in front of Suyun. Is there another world here? Suyun's eyes were wide opened as he looked at the black hole that was filled with corpses. The corpses were being removed one by one, and Suyun was going deeper one step at a time. Finally, after going down nearly 3,000 meters, the vault finally opened up. An incomparably large heavenly passage appeared in Suyun's line of sight. This place was incomparably wide, and there was a distance of almost 5,000 between the top and the bottom. It was unknown where the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain was located, but the creepy thing was that the cave was filled with corpses. The corpses piled up like mountains below. As for the cave walls, they were also filled with corpses that were like murals, causing one's scalp to tingle with numbness. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was the underworld. Suyun looked at the walls with corpses on them, thought for a while, then leaped up and jumped out of the hole. Entering into the cave, he slashed towards one of the walls. Bang! The rocks on the other side of the wall instantly disintegrated, and a large amount of corpses flowed out. These corpses rotted even more, and emitted a dense corpse poison. Seeing this scene, Suyun could be considered to have understood everything. This Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain was not just a mountain, it had long been a cemetery. Inside the mountain, there were actually the corpses of Spirit Cultivator S. They were probably the people who died in that battle. Suyun, why did you come to this place? So disgusting. Just then, Ling Qingyu's voice came out from the limitless sword sheath again. There's no other way. Suyun sighed. He was helpless. The chi was too complicated, so Ling Qingyu did not dare to come out. Suyun removed the profound strength and descended, stepping on top of the corpse mountain. As he went up, the corpse mountain shook, and more corpse poison filled the entire cave. Suyun frowned. Although this corpse poison was not as terrifying as the explosions of the tens of all spirits cultivators outside, it was not light either. The divine power consumed by the clear sky holy robe was not small. We can't waste time. We have to clear the tunnel as soon as possible and get out of here. Once you have figured out the direction, you will start to work. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 729. The corpses were moved away one by one. They dug down for hundreds of meters, but there was still no soil. From the looks of it, there were probably tens of thousands of corpses. Suddenly, a little blood-red light seeped through the gaps between the corpses. Suyun was slightly startled. It shouldn't be. The corpses here are all desiccated corpses. Don't tell me there's still blood? Suyun immediately pulled down a few times, only to see a complete head in front of him. After digging anxiously for a while, he finally saw everything clearly. It turned out that at the very bottom of these dried corpses, there were two well-preserved spirit cultivator corpses. The two of them stood facing each other, lifeless and their souls gone. The two of them were covered in wounds, but there were no signs of decay. One of them was wearing a green armor. His armor was broken and his dark green cloak was covered in blood. He held a broadsword in his hand, and the broadsword's edge pierced the other person's chest. The other person was dressed in a long blue robe, with a blue jade crown on his head, his face like jade, extremely handsome, but at the same time, his entire body was covered in swords, and similarly, he also had a slender sword in his hand, glowing with a red light. Previously, he had seen this sword light, and at this moment, the blade of the sword had pierced straight into his opponent's throat. The two of them were already dead, but they still maintained their previous posture, like two statues. Even though their bodies were covered in corpse tide, it still couldn't crush them. Even if the two's cultivations are not spirit sages, I am afraid they are close. The fact that their corpses could not rot in this kind of place shows how powerful their bodies are. Su-yun, I think the two of them are the leaders of that earth-shattering battle. Ling Qingyu's voice came out. Su-yun nodded. He looked at the two of them. What you said is right. Furthermore, their cultivation levels must be spirit sage. This is not a place Spirit Emperor can withstand. Su-yun, quickly, keep all of their treasures. Such a strong warrior, the magical equipment he has must be very useful. Ling Qingyu said in a slightly excited manner. Hearing that, Su-yun did not hold back. He directly went towards the two corpses and touched the space baguettes on their waists. He had nowhere to go now, so he decided to take a look at the treasures of the two saints. Maybe they would have an unexpected treasure to help Su-yun escape this dangerous situation. After taking out the space bag, Su-yun naturally would not let go of the swords of the two people. The weapons used in the Spirit Sage, how could they be of an inferior grade? However, when he was about to let go of both of their hands, he discovered that they were holding their hands tightly. It was extremely difficult to open them. After using all his strength, he managed to pry the sword away from their hands. The sword had just left their hands, and instantly turned into scrap metal and broke on its own. Seeing this, Su-yun was stunned. So that's how it is. Ling Qingyu sighed. Do you know what's going on? Can't you tell? In fact, after the death of the two saints, the two swords had also died. The only reason why they looked fine was because of the two saints' physical effects, but now that you have removed them and the swords have left their hands, they will naturally become useless. Hearing that, Su-yun realized something, but it was also a pity, so that's how it is. Then, he opened the space baguettes of the two saints. There weren't many treasures in the bag, and many of them were empty shells. They had already been used, and the treasures they left behind weren't any kind of earth-shattering items. Both sides were fighting fiercely, and with the fight having reached such a degree, the items in the bag would definitely all be used, so how could they leave anything for Su-yun to use? What is this? Su-yun took out a strange statue that looked like a lotus from the space bag. This lotus stone was very magical. With it in his hand, it made people calm down for some reason. The surface of the stone shone with a glimmer of light, sometimes bright and sometimes dim, just like a candle flame in the wind, yet it did not give people the feeling of it dying. Looks like material? The number of magic treasure in this space bag was too few. There were not many that were suitable for Su-yun to use, but he still had some ingredients. It's actually this treasure. The moment Su-yun took out the lotus blossom stone, Ling Qingyu actually let out a shocked cry. Oh? Qingyu, you know him again? Su-yun suspected, this Ling Qingyu was too knowledgeable. Ling Qingyu hesitated for a moment, and said, actually, I am not sure if this is that divine object, but looking at its shape and aura, it is especially inconceivable to me if it is a divine object I have heard before. Did you hear it? Where did you hear that? Even if my master were to tell you, you wouldn't know. Ling Qingyu said, Su-yun, put this down, and then place a spirit life chi on each of its petals. No problem. Su-yun nodded, activating monarch occult force, changing his own chi into the familiar spirit life chi. He extended his finger out, pointing one by one. When the last petal was injected with the spirit life chi, the lotus stone immediately blossomed with a rich green light. The light was extremely mysterious, it actually dispersed the corpse poison in the surroundings, like a blooming lotus flower, causing one's heart to be captivated. Seeing that, Ling Qingyu became agitated. Not bad. That's right, just as Master said, this is definitely a natural green lotus. Natural green lotus? What kind of weird name was this? The magic treasure? Su Yun touched the lotus blossom stone and asked in confusion. Even calling it a magic treasure doesn't count. Strictly speaking, it should be a material. Material? What material? A material used to fuse magic treasure. Ling Qingyu said patiently, this material is not a treasure used to forge, but is instead used to fuse. It is said that it is able to use the energy sealed within, and allow two different magic treasure to fuse into an even more powerful divine object. After the fusion, not only does the divine object possess all the characteristics of a pre-fusion magic treasure, it can also reassemble new functions, and the green lotus is extremely rare. It was refined using the myriad heavens flower and natural essence to refine it for 10,000 years. I'm afraid that there aren't many of them. This kind of divine item cannot be forged. Only through this very special method can it be created. Hearing that, Su Yun was surprised, and then sighed, this treasure can actually fuse into a divine object? Don't be too happy too early. It is possible for the fusion to fail, and once it fails, all the treasures will turn into foam and disappear. Su Yun was shocked, is the chances of failure high? Right. Then isn't this useless? If you want to obtain a treasure, there is always a risk. If the probability is not right, do you think you will get this green natural lotus? I'm afraid this saint has already used it. That's true. Su Yun kept the green lotus. This kind of treasure should be used in the future. What he needed to do now was to leave this place as soon as possible. There was nothing else that Su Yun could use within the space bag, but at least it was still worth some money, so he kept it and continued to work. Bang! Just then, the entire 1,000-cloud sword mountain started to shake violently. Following that, a large number of cracks appeared on the walls, and the broken rocks and corpses on the walls all fell down. Su Yun was startled, and looked around. Those people are still attacking the mountain. It seems like they won't stop until you are forced out. Ling Qingyu said worriedly. Hearing that, Su Yun's face did not look good either. This time will be troublesome. 1,000-Cloud Sword Mountain was a mountain after all, not a magic treasure. How could they withstand such an attack? I predict that in 2 days' time, this place will collapse. Then what should we do? Can you dig it out in 2 days? Difficult. Su Yun replied. The mountain was so unstable that even if they dug out a tunnel, they would be buried by the rocks that fell. Over time, the spirit cultivator outside the mountain would only gather more and more. Wouldn't that mean we'd die here? Ling Qingyu exclaimed. Don't worry, Qingyu. Su Yun smiled slightly. Even if I die, I will ensure your safety. Hearing that, Ling Qingyu was quiet for a moment, then said weakly, who asked you to protect me? Humph, do you really think you are that powerful? Bang! Another loud sound rang out. The mountain shook again. The cracks on the wall became larger and larger, and the corpse inside the mountain wall came out, falling down, and in a blink of an eye, the hole that Su Yun had dug was filled. Seeing that, Su Yun's face became gloomy. These corpses were a problem, and this heavenly passage was also a problem. If things continued like this, digging out the corpses would be a fantasy. If he couldn't dig it out, could it be that he was going to die here? Tap. At this time, Su Yun took out the green lotus and placed it on the ground. Seeing that, Ling Qingyu became curious. What are you doing? Let's take a gamble. Su Yun's face darkened. A bet? Ling Qingyu was startled. Su Yun took out an exquisite flag. You want to use the natural green lotus? Her face was full of shock, You want to melt the 7th tier Imperial equipment? This Imperial equipment is almost comparable to a divine object. Even if it was not merged, it is still an extremely useful life-saving treasure. Why did you not keep it? Its defense is truly powerful. This treasure was acquired by chance, and has saved my life countless times over the years. Although I do not wish to merge with it, at this point in time, if I do not do this, I will not even have a life, Suyin said in a serious tone. Hearing that, Ling Qingyu did not say anything for a moment, and then said, I need 2 magic treasure to fuse with it. Then what kind of magic treasure do you plan on fusing it with? He lowered his head to look at his body and said solemnly, Clear Sky Holy Robe. Clear Sky Holy Robe. Ling Qingyu was completely dumbstruck. This Clear Sky Holy Robe is a divine item in itself. If he were to fuse with the 7th tier Imperial equipment, this defensive pseudo-divine object, how terrifying would it be? Just the thought of it was enough to make one look forward to it. It was just that there was a chance for him to use the natural green lotus for the fusion. If he failed, and lost the protection of the Clear Sky Holy Robe, Suyin would definitely die. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 730. This was a completely crazy move. If Suyin had the Imperial equipment and Clear Sky Holy Robe, he would still be able to survive in this 1,000-cloud sword mountain, and not be corroded by the evil chi or sword chi. However, if he lost these 2 things, he would definitely die. He was completely putting his life on the line to gamble. Have you thought it over? Ling Qingyu was still worried as he asked softly. Of course I did. Suyin said seriously, at present, I have no other choice. If what you said is true, then when the Clear Sky Sacred Robe and the 7th tier Imperial equipment fuse together, they will definitely be able to produce an even more powerful divine object. Perhaps using this divine object can give me more time to escape the 1,000-cloud sky sword mountain. Hearing that, Ling Qingyu did not say a word. In fact, Suyin had his own plans. If it wasn't for the natural green lotus, Suyin would have taken the risk. Since there were countless spirit cultivator attacking the 1,000-cloud zone sword mountain, he could no longer hold on, and had to dig a tunnel to escape out of the mountain. If that was the case, other than using 2 Imperial equipment to fight, Suyin had no other choice. Losing the Clear Sky Holy Robe would save many people from having to deal with him, but instead, he might as well take it out and gamble once. He needed time to integrate and there was not much time left. At this point in time, he could only place all his hopes on this. Suyin made his decision. Naturally he did not plan to change it. He exhaled, and placed the sword sheath by his waist on the ground. Although the limitless sword sheath was not a normal magic treasure, it was not a defensive Imperial equipment. Having lost the protection of the sacred robe, it could only last for around 6 hours. How long will it take? Suyin asked. I'm not sure. Ling Qingyu shook his head. She only had a rough idea of what a natural green lotus was, so how could she know anything about it? Suyin could understand. I will enter the sword sheath and fuse with it. The sword sheath can isolate these auras and allow me to integrate with it with my heart at ease. Hopefully, it will be completed soon. Otherwise, once the limitless sword sheath is destroyed, everything will be over. Once the sword sheath is harmed, the consequences would be severe. Ling Qingyu said. It can't be finished. Suyin said indifferently, if we cannot complete these 6 hours, then we can only use that move. Ling Qingyu was startled. What move? Suyin did not say anything, he only touched the death sword behind him. The sword storm of the sword ancestor. Ling Qingyu was shocked. Had once said that there was a terrifying and ferocious sword sealed within the sword sheath. If the sword sheath is destroyed and the fierce sword reappears in the world, the heavens would never be at peace. Since you have the sword storm, why didn't you use it directly to kill those spirit cultivators? Ling Qingyu came back to reality and asked. I don't want to use it as a last resort. Suyin shook his head. I want to use it in a more suitable place for it. Furthermore, I have no way out right now. With that said, Suyin immediately opened the limitless sword sheath and went inside. The sword sheath landed on the corpses and the divine power dissipated. The sword aura, evil aura, and corpse poison aura immediately started to corrode the sword sheath. Upon entering the sword sheath's world, Suyin fell onto a white jade platform. The white-clothed Ling Qingyu stood there barefooted, but when she saw Suyin enter, she immediately walked over. You have used up a lot of profound chi before, why don't you sit down to recover your aura first? I will help you. No need. Time is of the essence. We have to start right now. Suyin heaved a sigh of relief and sat down cross-legged. He activated the natural green lotus, then took off the clear sky holy robe on his body, took out the 7th tier Imperial Equipment's small flag, and placed it in front of the Imperial Equipment. When the 2 magic treasure neared, the green lotus had a reaction, it slowly bloomed, and at the bottom, a green lotus mark slowly appeared, becoming larger and larger, until it was the size of a wash basin. Only then did it stop, and the petals on the left and right of the lotus were glowing with a bright light. Seeing that, Suyin immediately understood what to do, and immediately used the clear sky holy robe and Imperial Equipment to throw them towards the flower. He placed them on top of the flower petal rune and it immediately shrank back, dragging the 2 magic treasures with it as it gently rotated and disappeared into the natural green lotus. Slowly, the light on the surface of the green lotus dimmed. For a long time, nothing happened. What's going on? He stared at the green lotus with a puzzled expression. After injecting a bit of profound chi into the green lotus started to radiate with a bit of light, but after the profound chi was removed, the light started to fade. Does the fusion have to be done continuously? Suyin was completely stunned. Of course. Do you want it to work on its own? It's just like cooking rice. If there's no fire, how are you going to cook the rice? Moreover, this fire will have to last for a period of time, otherwise the rice will not be cooked well. Ling Qingyu said. Hearing that, Suyin nodded his head, he immediately sat cross-legged and stared at the green lotus, he extended his hand out and placed it on the petal, and started inserting profound chi. When the profound chi entered the lotus, the green lotus once again lit up with a strong light. It was just that. The amount of profound chi injected into the green lotus was huge. If it was small, the green lotus would not react at all. After continuing for a while, Suyin felt that he could not take it anymore, the beads of perspiration were dripping down his face and his expression became ugly. He had already used up a lot of profound chi, so how could he still use it like this? Seeing that, Ling Qingyu immediately sat down, slapped his hands on Suyin's back, and started instigating profound chi in his body. With Ling Qingyu's help, Suyin had slowed down by quite a bit, but it was just a cup of water with a very low wage. The profound chi that the green lotus needed was especially huge, and in less than half an incense worth of time, Suyin had completely dried up and poured all the profound chi into the green lotus. Stop, Qingyu. Suyin said weakly as he struggled to move his hands away from the green lotus. Hearing that, Ling Qingyu immediately stopped. What's wrong? Not enough. Suyin stared at the gradually weakening green lotus, his expression turning ugly. Not enough? You are at the peak of the 6th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, are all your profound chi not enough for it to activate and fuse? It's not enough, it's far from enough. Even with your profound chi, it's not enough. I can feel it. Suyin clenched his fist tightly, and finally, it loosened. It seems like I can't fuse them. I can only use the sword storm. Suyin would rather sacrifice the clear sky sacred robe than use the sword storm. The sword storm was not a one-time use item, it was the power that belonged to the sword ancestor and was currently sealed within the death sword. Suyin could unlock the seal on the death sword and release the sword storm, and after the sword storm was unleashed, the power would float around the world, and if he wanted to use the power again, he would have to reseal it back into the death sword. However, what Su Yun was concerned with was not the problem of the use and recovery of the sword storm, but the consequences of using it. Towards enemies, Su Yun would never be lenient, but towards unrelated people, he did not have the impulse to recklessly kill them. This kind of power, once used, would destroy more than half of the interface. Although Su Yun had been possessed by demons and evil, he was still a human in his essence. Countless innocent lives would be lost to his hands. How could he be indifferent? This was human nature. Although he was at the 6th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, Su Yun still could not jump out of the 3 realms. He closed his eyes and was silent for a moment. In the end, he still pulled out the Death Sword and slowly stood up. Although it was difficult for him to pass this hurdle, after being trained in this quiet world for a bit, he was no longer the Su Yun of the past. Maybe I, Su Yun, will let you down, but as matters stand, I no longer have any other choice. He thought to himself. He was about to turn around and leave Sword Sheath's world. This decision might cause the prosperous sword world to decline. But, is there any other way? Su Yun, come with me. Just at this moment, Ling Qingyu seemed to have thought of something and anxiously grabbed onto Su Yun's hand. Where to? You've come! Ling Qingyu shouted, and then pulled him to the sky and rushed forward. A sword platform that was filled with swords appeared in Su Yun's line of sight. After some thought, he found that there were still many more treasured swords that he could use, but upon thinking about how these swords were used to suppress the ferocious swords, Su Yun did not dare to be too greedy for them. The current swords were already more than enough, and it was not that the more the better, but the better. After passing through the sword discourse arena, they arrived at the empty horizon. There was nothing. When he looked over, it was as white fog. There was nothing at all. But Ling Qingyu still dragged Su Yun forward. Su Yun looked at Ling Qingyu and saw that her beautiful face was filled with seriousness. She did not seem to be messing around. After calculating the time, it had already been 1.5 hours and there was not much time left. If he was unable to fuse with the Clear Sky Holy Robe and the 7th tier Imperial equipment within 6 hours, he could only give up this method and leave the sword sheath. Su Yun calculated the time in his mind, but Ling Qingyu seemed to not have the slightest idea of time. He continued to fly, and flew for an entire hour before stopping. Going back to the exit of the sword sheath's world from here would take half an hour, which meant Su Yun could only stay here for an hour. We're here. Ling Qingyu released Su Yun's hand and laughed. Hearing that, Su Yun raised his head to look forward, only to see the white clouds floating above. Upon closer look, it seemed like there was something behind the clouds. It was an especially huge figure, even larger than a mountain range. It was connected to the north and south, appearing and disappearing behind the clouds. Mountain? Are there any other mountains within the sword sheath? Su Yun could not help but mutter. That's not a mountain. Ling Qingyu shook his head. Not a mountain? What is it? Don't ask what it is, hurry up. Let's see if this method can help you fuse the green lotus. Ling Qingyu said, pulling Su Yun down, and with a clatter, he landed on the ground. Su Yun felt as though he had stepped on iron. The soles of his feet released an extremely heavy and oppressive feeling. It was not something that could be felt by the rock and soil. He lowered his head and saw what appeared to be a ground made of steel. Leave a comment for your subscribed friends. Old Huo will see who's still here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 731. Su Yun, you can continue the fusion here. Ling Qingyu said. Here? Su Yun was a little suspicious. Where exactly is this place? It's a very special place. Although I don't know where this place is, but compared to the other places, this place is especially special. Ling Qingyu waved his hand and gestured. You don't know the structure of this sword sheath's world, but it is actually a huge round ball. The Divine Sword stage is like a small round ball in a ball, floating everywhere, sometimes going to the south, sometimes going to the north, and the entire sword sheath's world is scurrying around everywhere. But no matter what, they won't be able to jump out of this sword sheath, because this layer of iron is blocking them. They are just like the borders of the sword world. I don't know what kind of metal this iron is made from, but I can tell you, this iron is harder than any metal I have ever seen. Not only that, this iron also contains a dense profound chi. This profound chi is extremely mystical, as though it contained Holy Spirit force. If you can absorb and use it as your own, the benefits are endless. Suyun, don't you use the profound chi now? You can extract profound chi from this steel and use them to activate the green lotus. Ling Qingyu said. Hearing that, Suyun thought for a moment, then sat down, placed one hand on the ground, and closed his eyes to feel. Momentary work. This. Suyun's face revealed a hint of surprise. There's actually a thick profound chi inside this steel. Can it be absorbed? I have never seen such a unique profound chi. It seems like it is not steel, it seems soft yet not soft, but it seems blunt yet, seemingly dull yet sharp. It is simply all-encompassing. This is not a power that I can control, but it doesn't mean that it can't be used on my own. Suyun's face revealed a joyous smile. These auras are extremely mysterious. I think that my body won't be able to withstand this aura, but it won't be difficult to lure it into the natural green lotus. With that said, Suyun immediately started to drive. Using the profound chi inside the steel plate as a channel, he instigated towards the green lotus. He did not understand this aura. How could he let it stay in his body for long? After the profound chi entered his body, it immediately imbued itself into the green lotus, not daring to slack off in the slightest. What surprised everyone was that after Suyun's guidance, the green lotus started to shine again, and the light was even brighter than before. Wang wang wang. The green lotus emitted a muffled sound. It was like a machine that was rotating at high speed. Even the lotus stones were vibrating. With this magical iron ground as his foundation, Suyun felt that the profound chi was a never-ending flow, without end. In less than half an incense worth of time, the green lotus had already filled up. With a pa sound, the green lotus's light became even dimmer, but this time, it was not because the profound chi was insufficient, but because the fusion had ended. He sure was silent for a moment, and then slowly released it. There was no brilliant light, no amazing scene, only a slow bloom. Everything was very natural. However, Suyun's heart was not at peace, as though he was hanging in mid-air. Even in the face of those countless spirit cultivator, he had never been as nervous as he was now. His eyes were fixated on the lotus stone, his eyes were unmoving, his heart was beating wildly, and his palms were covered in perspiration. Ling Qingyu was the same. She stood beside Suyun, staring intently with her clear eyes, and did not move an inch. After the lotus stone fully bloomed, with a pu sound, the lotus stone shattered. The moment the lotus stone shattered, Suyun felt his heart clench. But soon, an object appeared within the shattered lotus. The two of them hurriedly stepped forward. A gray and white battle gown appeared in Suyun's line of sight. Success! Ling Qingyu's eyes were dull as he looked at the battle robes, and cried out. Suyun was also stunned. His heart seemed to have stopped beating. His brain seemed to have been completely scrapped, unable to think any further. His eyes seemed to be glued to the battle robe. Only after a long time did the two of them regain their senses. Suyun extended his hand over slowly and touched the battle robes, his fingertip swiping on it, drawing out a halo of light that surrounded the fingertip. It was extremely mystical, extremely profound. It's a success, Suyun whispered. Although it was not surprising that there was a 50% chance that it would succeed, the feeling of being suffocated was simply too shocking and profound. The joy of succeeding was like a massive wave that surged through the hearts of everyone present. It was hard for him to describe his feelings at this moment. The two of them stared at the battle robes as their minds couldn't calm down. The Haotian sacred robe and the 7th tier imperial equipment are both divine objects. Now that these two treasures have been fused together, what kind of power would they have? Ling Qingyu was also somewhat excited. Suyun, quickly put this divine object on and test its capabilities. Yes. Su Yun nodded and picked up the battle robe. When the battle robe was raised, the originally gray color suddenly changed and turned completely white. What was going on? He brought the battle robe closer, and after a closer look, it suddenly changed its color, and at that moment, it had turned transparent. If not for Su Yun holding onto the battle robe, he would not have known that it was in his hands. Where's the robe? Ling Qingyu noticed that the battle robe disappeared into Su Yun's hands and he exclaimed. The color of the battle robe seems to change. Su Yun said. Color? Su Yun thought for a while, then pulled down the battle robe, causing the color of the battle robe to change again. Does the light source change color? As expected, the light source was different, and the color of the battle robe was also different. But what was the use? If it could be worn on one's body, one could control the color of the battle robe. That would be useful, for example, the transparent and invisible armor from before. However, since it was a divine item, it would definitely not be ordinary. Su Yun anxiously donned the battle robe. When the battle robe was put on, Su Yun felt as if a feather had fallen onto his body. It was without any effect, and in his heart, a strange chain was attached to a mysterious string, a string that linked Su Yun to the battle robe. He immediately sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind and heart, and began to sense the new battle armor. This was a new divine object created by using the clear sky sacred robe as a bone, as the soul, and the 7th tier imperial equipment as the flesh as the soul. Their fusion did not mean that they had disappeared, but rather that they had ascended to a higher level. The two divine objects originally belonged to Su Yun, but now that they had merged together, there was not much of a gap between Su Yun and the newborn divine object. Not long after, he opened his eyes. How is it? Do you understand this divine object? Ling Qingyu asked. I tested it out in my mind. Perhaps between me and it, I still need time to understand. Su Yun smiled slightly. Just like how he had initially cultivated the limitless sword arts, the strength of this set of clothes surprised Su Yun. Since we have successfully completed the fusion, let's quickly think of a way to leave the sword world. Yes. Su Yun nodded and stood up. He looked at the clothes on his body and, with a thought, the color of his clothes became transparent. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to disappearing. It's truly a divine object. After you put it on, I can no longer feel your aura. I can't even feel your cultivation. With this clothes, there will be no worries for the future. Ling Qingyu lamented. Not only is it an aura, it can also fake a cultivation realm, causing others to misunderstand your cultivation realm. Su Yun smiled slightly. Oh, is that right, Su Yun? You have not named it as such. It is now a brand new magic treasure, so its name must be new as well, not to mention that the clear sky holy robe is something everyone is fighting for. It is no longer a name suitable for them. Su Yun thought for a while. This is made from the fusion of the 7th tier imperial equipment and clear sky holy cloak. Yes. Qingyu, I don't have many profound strength on me right now, but the metal ground contains an unimaginable amount of profound strength. I would like to take one piece and leave, so that it can be used to recover my profound qi. This is difficult. Ling Qingyu shook his head. The iron on the ground is abnormally hard, you can't split it up. You can't even dig out a piece. It's a hole. Su Yun took out his death sword and hacked the ground. Clang! The death sword's body trembled violently. Sparks flew in all directions, with power rippling in the air, but the place where it struck did not even have a single sword mark. It seems like it is indeed as you said. What are you going to do now? Ling Qingyu asked. With the Holy Imperial Battle Robe, the aura inside the 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain is no longer a threat to me anymore. I have enough time to dig a tunnel leading out of the mountain. Su Yun said, then turned and rushed out of the sword sheath. Ling Qingyu stood at his original spot. He did not follow, and only watched him leave from afar. Su Yun left the sword sheath and landed by its side. At the moment, The surface of the limitless sword sheath was completely covered with a layer of moss-green dust, and obvious cracks appeared in the center of the sword sheath. The sword chi and evil chi in the air rushed towards the cracks, intending to tear apart the sword sheath. When Su-Yun appeared, the holy armor released a god power to purify the sword chi and evil chi around his body. A vacuum immediately appeared around Su-Yun, and the scope of purification was many times larger than the clear sky holy robe before. After isolating himself from the sword chi and evil chi, wore the limitless sword sheath back on his waist, and the cracks on its body started to slowly mend themselves. The inside of a treasure was a world, it could not be easily destroyed. After taking back the limitless sword sheath, Su-Yun immediately sat down cross-legged and started to meditate. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion. The mountain shook again, and suddenly, the side wall of the cave split open as a huge rock rolled towards them. Su-Yun did not care about it. The boulder fell and closed in on Su-Yun. A halo of profound strength came out from the surface of his body and directly tore the boulder apart. The great petrification stone was reduced to fragments that splattered in all directions, but this was not the end. The mountain shook more and more stones fell over. The surrounding corpses were buried under the rocks. The corpses on the walls and sealed corpses also started to fall down. From the looks of it, the holy abode was about to collapse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 732. To Su-Yun, collapsing a cave was not a good thing. Once it collapsed here, even the entire 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain would be destroyed. What made him curious was that, for such a sturdy mountain like 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain, it would be difficult to even shake the mountain itself. How could the cracks on the mountain be so severe? And it looked like it was about to collapse? Su-Yun sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, activated profound strength, and activated the battle robe on his body. A ray of light emitted from his body. It shot out towards the mountain wall above, penetrating through layers of rocks and shooting out 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain, floating outside the mountain. This was the divine power released by the Imperial Battle Robe. The divine power did not have much use in the first place, and was only controlled by Su-Yun. However, if one placed their soul on the divine power, they could detect in all four directions, as if their primordial spirit had left their body. The god power left with his soul and rushed out of the mountain. Just as he went out, he heard waves of furious roars exploding. Su-Yun gazed up. He saw the black mass of people from all directions frantically attacking 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain. At that instant, they were in complete chaos. Without a unified order, without a unified slogan, everyone casually used profound skill. Each and every one of them swung their swords to a terrifying extent, as though they wanted to tear apart the heaven and earth, and the entire 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain had long been covered in sword chi. At the moment, the mountain was a size smaller than before. The surface of the mountain was full of potholes, and a few large cracks had appeared on the mountain. It was as if 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain was about to be split into many pieces. Seeing that, Su-Yun's heart became heavy. He looked around, his heart growing heavier. There were already a countless number of spirit cultivator present, covering the sky and covering the sun. How many people were there in the sword world? Su-Yun did not know. Furthermore, they were afraid that there were close to 1 million spirit cultivators here. Everyone had surrounded the 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain so tightly that not even a fly could fly in. At this moment, the vast majority of these people were currently attacking the mountain. If the reason why the Supreme Expert and the other spirit cultivator attacked together was to force Su-Yun to come out, then now, it was not as simple as forcing him out. Su-Yun was sure that they were planning to destroy the mountain. They completely flattened 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain, then took Su-Yun out from inside, and seized the clear sky holy robe. This number of spirit cultivators was no longer isolated by the evil aura of the mountains. With this many spirit cultivator, if it was Su-Yun, he would also not use such a forced method, so there was no need at all for him to immediately destroy the mountain. It was even more efficient and quick, releasing the terrifying aura from 1,000 Cloud Sword Mountain, and completely uproot it from the sword world, is it not more efficient than any other method? In the past, he would not do this because he did not have enough power. But now that the spirit cultivator from all over the sword world had gathered here, what else could these people not do? A whistling sword chi rippled out. Some of the air was shattered by the sword chi, revealing pitch-black cracks. Many of the sword chi clashed together, and a violent explosion occurred. That were close to the 1,000-cloud sky sword mountain were affected, and were dizzy from the impact. The scene was chaotic, and there were too many people to handle. As a result, there were quite a few conflicts between people. However, once the conflict broke out, Supreme Expert would step out to stop it. Since the Supreme Expert was concerned about the clear sky holy robe, they naturally would not let them mess around here. It was just that the Supreme Expert had their own plans, the big powers also had their own plans. The situation here was not something that could be decided by one person. The Supreme Expert were on guard against the large numbers of big powers, and the big powers were constantly wary of the strong spirit cultivator. Now that the clear sky sacred robe had yet to appear, it made everyone restless and suspicious of each other. If the sacred robe appeared, who knew what would happen when facing these battle-loving 100 all-spirits s? Of course, there was one thing that he could know: once the 1,000-cloud sword mountain was destroyed, Suyun would probably not even be left with ashes. This spirit cultivator that numbered close to 1,000,000, the clear sky holy robe would not be able to protect him. Suyun retracted his gaze, and turned to the 1,000-cloud sword mountain below. The 1,000-cloud sword mountain was currently in a miserable state. Every second it endured the attacks of at least 100,000 sword chis, causing the surface of the mountain to be smashed into powder. Dust filled the sky, the mountain body became smaller and smaller, and the corpses inside the mountain were gradually being exposed. Judging from the frequency of the attacks, in 14 hours, the heavenly passage that Suyun was in would be blown up by the spirit cultivator. The entire 1,000-cloud sword mountain will completely disappear in 10 hours. As an ancient battlefield, the spirit sage's burial ground, the 1,000-cloud sword mountain, which absorbed a large amount of spirit cultivators' spirit energy and the energy in their corpses, made this mountain different from the other mountains. It was exceptionally sturdy, but today, it would become the dust of history, and completely disappear. Suyun withdrew his soul and returned to the cave. The situation outside was so serious that the plan couldn't keep up with the changes. It was simply unrealistic to think of excavating a path to escape. Suyun, what do we do now? I think this place of yours is about to collapse. Once you are buried by the falling stones that have collapsed, it would be inconvenient to move around. It would be easier to be captured by the spirit cultivator outside. Ling Qingyu's voice came out. The stones were heavy. Suyun stood up. He thought for a moment, then suddenly leaped up and rushed towards the tunnel in front. Ling Qingyu was startled. She still wanted to say something, but stopped, looking outside anxiously through the sword sheath. After entering the tunnel, they walked forward for a short while before they saw what was happening outside. The tunnel was blasted open, the gravel filling it, the dust thick. Suyun slashed apart the rock in front of him, jumped out of the tunnel and landed on the mountainside. The moment he appeared, he was met by an overwhelming amount of sword chis. Seeing this, Ling Qingyu was a little shocked. Why did Suyun come out? What was he going to do? Did he want to face it head-on? Thinking about that, Ling Qingyu started to sweat profusely. With so many spirit cultivator outside looking at her, her scalp went numb. Other than an army formed by the spirit cultivator or a sect in the myriad heavens, where else would she be able to gather so many spirit cultivator? Charge head-on? Of course Suyun wouldn't be that stupid. He wouldn't be so arrogant if he didn't fuse with the holy imperial battle armor. He was not invincible. Now that the spirit cultivator was gathered here, all of them came from the east, south, east and west of Sword World, because the clear sky sacred robe allowed them to gather together. If they mixed in the crowd, they could easily leave, and the imperial sacred battle robe could hide their presence, and could even change their cultivation, making it difficult for others to sense their true strength, which gave Suyun some hope. Taking a deep breath, he stared in Jian Shi's direction, holding his breath before leaping into the air and dashing out. Su-yun, are you planning to go head-on? When Ling Xingyu, who was inside the sword sheath, saw Su-yun's movements, he was so scared that his entire body started to tremble. A single person going to attack close to 1,000,000 people? This is courting death. The sword beams were like raindrops as they constantly rained down on the 1,000-cloud sword mountain. Everyone's eyes were fixated on the mountain, watching as it slowly faded away. What is that? Suddenly, someone exclaimed. The spirit cultivators at the side all raised their heads, only to see a thin figure rushing out from within the dense smoke and dust-filled 1,000-cloud sword mountain. This person charged forward while facing the sword key that filled the sky. The sword key looked ferocious, but when they approached him, they seemed to crash into a black hole and all disappeared. Who is this person? He's actually able to endure such fierce attacks and continue forward. How strong is his cultivation? That's not right. His cultivation is not strong, but his magic treasure is strong. He is the person who snatched the clear sky holy robe. What? This is the person? He did not hide properly in the 1,000-cloud sword mountain, and he actually ran out. Is he courting death? Or do you think that the clear sky holy robe can give him invincibility? Back then, when the clear sky sacred robe was obtained by the mighty Sword Valley Master, the mighty Sword Valley's strength was great, and they also had the holy robe as their backing. There was no one in the entire sword world who dared to seek it. But this fellow is only yourself, yet he is so arrogant. You are simply courting death. Finished speaking, the spirit cultivator immediately gathered their firepower and shot towards the incoming figure. When the spirit cultivators from other places heard the news, they immediately exploded, as though they had gone mad, and rushed towards the location of the figure. Everyone's goal was the clear sky holy robe. Now that their target had appeared, how could they obediently surround it? For a time, a hole had appeared in the impenetrable 1,000-cloud sword mountain. The people on the other side of the mountain immediately ran towards Jianxi, causing the entire scene to become more and more chaotic. However, after everyone rushed at the figure for a moment, they saw it suddenly explode. Dead? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Immediately, there were people who did not care about the corrosive effects of the sword chi and evil chi. They approached the 1,000-cloud sword mountain and rushed towards the place where the figure had fallen. They activated their profound chi and used all their might to block, but before they could even get close, a large amount of sword chi shot out from behind them, striking towards the spirit cultivator at the front. How could these people defend against so many attacks? He died a horrible death. Damn it! The clear sky holy robe belongs to our sword execution hall. If anyone dares to attempt it, they will be killed. What is your sword cutter hall? You dare to think about the clear sky holy robe? Scram! You're courting death. These spirit cultivator who heard the rumors had long since lost their sanity for the sake of the magic treasure. This time, they were completely insane, and for the sake of the clear sky holy robe, they directly went to war, trying to maintain the order that the supreme expert and the other great powers had painstakingly maintained. When one of the spirit cultivators south finally found the place where the figure had fallen, all he saw was a group of shattered rocks covered in lotus flower patterns. Old Hua felt quite happy about the fact that his friends were still around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 733. Although there were a large number of spirit cultivator, they were just a motley crowd. Most of the people had their benefits and were scheming against each other, so it was very easy to destroy them. Make a mess. This was the only way for Su-yun to break through the encirclement, and the most suitable source of the chaos was the clear sky holy robe. Using the 1,000-cloud sword mountain boulder as a carrier, Su-yun took out one of the two holy spirits and wrapped it up, taking out a portion of the divine power from the saint robe and sealed it with lotus star sword art. Then, he placed all of the divine power onto the corpse of the saint, and used his chi to protect it, sending it out to Spirit Cultivator. The divine power of the imperial robes was protecting his body, adding the toughness of his body and the hardness of the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain. It would allow him to fly out of the dense sword chi and not destroy his body. From afar, it could be seen that Su Yun had appeared. Everyone was gathered in the direction of Jian Shi, while Su Yun immediately turned and escaped in the opposite direction. There were a lot of Spirit Cultivator here. Su Yun did not dare guarantee that the sword stream is safe, and even though he did not know where he was right now, he still shook them off, thinking of ways to leave this place. The Imperial Battle Robe could protect one's chi, tamper with one's cultivation, and leave with ease. Su Yun stuck close to the ground and flew quickly, activating the invisible effect. The Holy Imperial Battle Robe perfectly fused it with the earth, adding the protection of the chi. Ordinary people would not know that he had secretly left the Thousand Cloud Sky Sword Mountain. No one noticed, and Su Yun immediately wanted to leave. However, not long after he started running, the pale sky suddenly flashed with a green light. Soon after, the entire sky turned dark green. Su Yun frowned and pulled out the death sword. Had he still been discovered? But how was he so fast? A ring of green light rose up from the center of the cage. The green light lines connected quickly and formed a green cage within a breath's time. Seeing that, Su Yun did not stop and continued to rush forward. As soon as the Imperial Battle Armor approached the cage, it immediately released the god power on it to purify the cage. I didn't expect the forbidden art to be broken by you. Not bad. That's right, the clear sky holy robe is truly a precious treasure. A voice came out. Following that, a sharp light shot out, straight towards Su Yun's face. Such speed, such a fierce sword technique. But what was the use? Su Yun ignored them and immediately fled. The divine power of the Imperial Battle Robe wasn't something that he could break by himself. After a few consecutive slashes, Su Yun remained unaffected, but at this time, he had already ran far away. Seeing that he could not hold Su Yun back, the man stopped his attack, but he did not give up. He took out a wooden box and opened it. Inside there was a fiery red light that soared to the clouds and exploded. Like fireworks, it dispersed into tens of thousands of slender red lights, straight into the crowd below. The light rays fell on the dense crowd below, smashing onto the spirit cover of the Spirit Cultivator, causing the bodies of the people who were hit by the red light to immediately emit red light. The Spirit Cultivator threw the box straight at Su Yun. In that moment, the box exploded, and at the same time, the person who was struck by the red light immediately moved, and in the next moment, he appeared beside Su Yun, and completely surrounded him. A group of teleported magic treasure? Su Yun frowned. He stopped in his tracks. A few all-spirits cultivators suddenly appeared around him, and all of them were above Sky Spirit Master. How could they not be shocked? The clear sky holy robe is indeed powerful, but its divine power is limited. You can't break out of the encirclement of tens of thousands of people by yourself. So, it's better for you to give up on the foolish thought of running. The man held a long sword that was intermixed with red and green as he walked over step by step. Su Yun turned around and looked at the person who walked over to see that he was dressed in red. The edges of his clothes were dark green, and he had a long crown on his head. How did you know I'd run away from here? Su Yun asked. Very simple. Sense magic treasure. That person laughed. Even though you don't have any presence, I have already sensed your every move. You created a fake double to attract everyone's attention, and then escaped in the opposite direction. So that's how it was. Although he blocked the chi, Su Yun was still in actual existence. With such a high-level method to sense the direction of the target, he could still catch the general location of the target. Su Yun actually had one of these magic treasure as well. It was a heavenly-seeking treasure bell. The sudden appearance of these tens of thousands of people attracted many other spirit cultivator. When they realized that the one being destroyed was just a puppet, they came to their senses. As a result, a large number of spirit cultivators rushed forward. A few of them had extremely terrifying auras, as though they were even close to the existence of spirit sage. From one end of the mountain to the other, it had only lasted a moment. So. Countless of lights flickered in the crowd. After that, a few of them suddenly appeared in front of Su Yun, and when these people appeared, the surrounding spirit cultivators that were summoned by the man were all pushed back. I didn't expect that the top ranker of the heroic sword list, Yi Quanshi, would actually come all the way from the border of the sword world just for the clear sky holy robe. It's truly unexpected. An old voice sounded. An old man holding an iron walking stick walked out step by step. The old man had quite a bit of celestial spiritual energy, but his aura was powerful and his cultivation level was unfathomable. When the surrounding people saw this, they all revealed looks of fear. Oh. So, it's Senior Bloodsword. Ha, Senior, you truly surprised this junior by coming here. This junior greets Senior here. Yi Quanshi cupped his fist and said in an indifferent tone. The Blood Sword Elder looked at him but did not say a word. Everyone has come here for the clear sky holy cloth. However, there is only one divine object like this that can satisfy only one person. There are so many experts here, and I'm afraid that we will have to fight for this divine object. This woman was also not simple. She wore dark blue clothes with short hair, and her skin was the color of wheat. She held two swords in her hands, one red and one blue. Her aura was sharp and full of heroic spirit. Master Jinlan is right, everyone wants treasures, fights are unavoidable. I believe that no one wants to return empty-handed. Since that's the case, then Crazy Lion will give everyone a reminder first. Yi Quanshi coldly replied, the clear sky holy robe. I am determined to get it. Whoever blocks it will be merciless. You sure have a big mouth. However, just because you have said that doesn't mean you have strength. If you want the clear sky holy robe, you are still too young. Another voice came out. Following that, a young master who was dressed in a white robe and holding a fan appeared in front of Su Yun. Without saying a word, he slashed towards Su Yun, and from every bone of the fan, a large quantity of fine swords flew out. Like needles, they pierced towards Su Yun. But when the swords approached Su Yun, they were immediately cleansed by the divine power. Hearing their discussion, Su Yun was furious. Before they had even fought, these people were already discussing about dividing up the spoils. All of them had a temper, although this was not the time to be impulsive, but this did not mean that Su Yun should endure and endure. He stared at the paper fan master who wanted to sneak an attack on him, and suddenly reached out his hand, pinching towards the man's neck. The young master was startled. He kept the paper fan and the bone fan extended by itself, transforming into a sharp sword that wanted to pierce Su Yun's heart. But when the sword tip approached Su Yun, it was still broken by the profound strength. The imperial armor was not a clear sky holy robe. With the fusion of the 7th tier imperial equipment, even if it was something substantial, Su Yun could block it with the profound strength. Are you stupid? Su Yun pinched the young master's neck, and said coldly, these people are obviously close to me, yet they aren't in a hurry to make a move. Don't you know the reason? That is because they all know that I have the clear sky holy robe on me. I have the divine power to protect me and you can't hurt me at all. Only when the divine power dissipates can you take the clear sky holy robe. You don't understand? With that said, countless sharp swords came out from the sword sheath, and pierced through his body. The young master's eyes were wide open as he twitched for a bit before he died, his soul and spirit soaring into the sky. Su Yun raised his sword and used the death sword to swallow the soul. Oh! Yi Quanshi, Blood Sword Elder, Jinlan Yi and the rest all turned to look at Su Yun. The devil chi is also very heavy. You are from the true devil realm, right? The Blood Sword Elder man stared at Su Yun and said. However, Su Yun did not reply him, but secretly looked around, only to see that there were more and more people approaching. If this dragged on, he would be surrounded. Immediately, he turned around and dashed forward. When he moved, all the surrounding spirit cultivator erupted into a frenzy and chased after him. Go! Heh, at a time like this, you still think you can leave? Innocent! Quan sneered, then waved his hand. Chase after him. Yes, sir. Quan's underlings all responded. Su Yun activated his divine power. No one could stop him. He was unstoppable as he rushed out of the group of people. But when they saw Su Yun, they did not hold back. In a few breaths, tens of thousands of sword chi rushed towards him, instantly devouring him. The surrounding spirit cultivator were also affected. They were affected by the sword chi and directly died. No one was spared. But even so, they did not stop their attacks on Su Yun. Kill. If we continue to kill him and destroy his divine power, and his clear sky holy robe loses its divine power, then he will undoubtedly die. At that time, the clear sky holy robe will belong to us. The man from the Blood Sword Elder shouted calmly. Only, none of these supreme experts made a move and simply followed Su Yun. With his shout, the crowd became even more restless. Hearing that, the anger in Su Yun's heart exploded. He didn't say a word as he turned around to look at the black mass of people behind him. Some of them had circled around to block him. He believed that he would be completely surrounded after a while by them. Since that was the case, there was no need to report his benevolence. Why would he keep a greedy person? Su Yun took a deep breath. His body that was running ahead suddenly stopped, both of his feet fiercely stepping on the ground. He shot backwards like an arrow, and actually directly struck into the dense crowd of spirit cultivator like locusts. It was flying in reverse. The people of Blood Sword Elder, Quan, and the others were all puzzled. With the power of his battle robe, Su Yun easily pushed his way through the crowd and fell in the middle of the spirit cultivator. From all directions, the sky and the ground, they were all spirit cultivator, as though they had formed a ball of flesh, and Su Yun was right in the center of the ball of meat. At this moment, could he still escape? Clang! 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 Tincture! At almost the same instant he crashed into the crowd. All the million battle swords pointed at him from all directions. Su Yun took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 734. Is he giving up? Looking at Su Yun, who had barged into the crowd, Quan and Jianlan looked at each other in confusion, then rushed towards the crowd. At that moment, all the spirit cultivators had their eyes locked on Su Yun. All of them started to shout, the sword tip trembling, and a buzzing sound resonated through the entire sky. It was likely that no one present had ever seen such a grand scene. 100 all spirits cultivators. 1,000,000 battle swords. The target was only one person, and the killing intent was only one person. At this moment, even golden immortals of the great firmament would perish. However, to be able to be killed by nearly 1,000,000 spirit cultivators, even if he dies, it would still be worth it. Quan gripped his sword tightly, quietly advancing towards Ning. Sword Blue Robe and Blood Sword Elder did not hesitate. With a wave of the cane, the surface of the staff immediately cracked and formed a pitch-black heavy sword. Everyone waited patiently, seemingly waiting for Su Yun to die, and planned to snatch the Houghton's sacred cloth. Now that Su Yun had not died, these people would temporarily band together. If Su Yun fell, this place would become a huge battlefield that was even bigger than Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, where countless spirit cultivator would be buried, and the battle for the clear sky holy robe would shock the entire heaven realm. Lady Jian. Quan suddenly moved closer to the blue-clothed swordsman, calling out in a low voice. Sword Blue Robe turned his head and looked at him warily. He did not say anything, but the sword in his hand became even tighter. I have no ill intentions towards you, but I want to tell you that the situation here today is extremely complicated. There are many experts here, and there are only a single clear sky holy robe. Quan said in a low voice, after we take the clear sky holy robe and leave this place, we'll find some time to have a fair duel. The victor will get the clear sky holy robe. How about it? When Sword Blue heard this, her tensed face relaxed a bit as she quietly looked around. Right now, the situation was in chaos. To be honest, even stronger people couldn't guarantee that they would be able to obtain the clear sky holy robe. The reason everyone was gathered here was because they were hoping for a fluke. Alright, I can work with you. Yes. Sword Blue nodded. Not only would the chances of them obtaining the clear sky holy robe be higher, their ability to protect themselves would also be stronger. Very good. Since that's the case, you and I must trust each other. In a while, I'll go get the clear sky holy robe and you can cover my retreat. Is that feasible? Why didn't you cover for me when I went to get the clear sky holy robe? Ho, it's the same. If you don't trust me, then go ahead and get it. Yi Guangshi laughed. Sword Blue Robe did not say anything. He raised his sword and leaned forward. Everyone's eyes could already see Su Yun, who was floating in mid-air. The 3 layers of people surrounded him so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. Each sword was already glowing, and in the next breath of time, an immeasurable amount of sword chi would attack him. Without the clear sky holy robe, Su Yun would not even be able to hold on for one breath. An unprecedented sword pressure. The terrifying sword chi. At this moment, it was as if the entire sword world was trembling. Crash! 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 Each blade was pointed straight at the sky. The powerful sword moves that the 100 All-Spirits cultivators used together, the attacks that the 100 All-Spirits and the profound sky continent all attacked together. This sort of scene could be said to be a rare occurrence once every 10,000 years. And today, a grand scene was about to unfold right next to the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, the ancient battlefield. Not to mention the people who were watching, even the people who were preparing to attack Su Yun felt their hearts thumping. To be able to witness such a grand and majestic scene, how exciting was that? Go to hell. The mighty Sword Valley Lord looked at Su Yun, who was surrounded by a large group of people, his mouth revealing a sinister smile. No one would survive such an attack. Absolutely not. Today's scene would be recorded in the annals of history. Bang! A terrifying sword chi surged out from the sword tip of a spirit cultivator, like a meteor flying straight ahead. It was like falling into dry wood, igniting the entire scene. After he made his move, the people around him also made their move. Bang! 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 The other swords that had already accumulated sufficient strength all spewed out sword chis as well. A cold light flashed. Sharp blades swung one after another. It was like the scattering of flowers by a goddess, like the falling of stars. All the attacks were directed towards one target, one direction. The void was shaking. The earth split apart on its own. The sky was incomparably dark. The clouds dissipated, and the wild wind came to a halt. Su Yun, who was standing in the middle, was not flustered at all. He held the death sword in one hand and closed his eyes slightly, as if all of this had nothing to do with him. This calmness was truly admirable. However, the moment the first wave of sword chi attacked him, for illusions suddenly rose around him. It is the image of the Holy Spirit beast. Azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, black tortoise. The moment the 4 sacred beasts appeared, they immediately fused and formed a 7-colored shield that enveloped Su Yun tightly. What is this? The people in the distance saw this and were puzzled. When the first sword chi smashed into Su Yun's body, the 7-colored shield quang sounded out, immediately reflecting back the sword chi, causing it to have a 7-colored glow, which was especially intense. The spirit cultivator was startled. Before he could even react, his body was pierced by the colorful sword chi, and immediately exploded. This power was at least 7 to 8 times more ferocious than his sword chi. One person was killed by the backlash, while the second person was killed. The third person was killed by the backlash. All of the sword chi that was reflected onto the rainbow-colored shield were rebounded, and the rebounding sword chi received a terrifying amplification. The surface had a rainbow-colored light, directly attacking the owner of the shield that released them. What's going on? Far off in the distance, Quan Shi and the rest of the Blood Sword Elder were all stunned. Puff! 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 The person whose body was pierced by the rainbow-colored sword chi immediately exploded. How many attacks did the strange shield reflect? The amount of sword chi rebounding out was over 100,000. Those who were prepared to release their sword chi towards Su Yun all turned pale in fright, and quickly stopped. Circles of blood mist burst out from Su Yun's body. Countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered in the air. Dazzling flowers of blood bloomed, dyeing the entire area in red. These people felt as if they had fallen into a world where only blood and flesh remained. The entire world had changed, and a terrifying aura and a stifling atmosphere had invaded the world with a beep. This move, how many spirit cultivators died? Blood rained down from the sky. Those people who did not have the time to attack Su Yun were stunned. They stared blankly at that person, at the people who were completely enveloped by the rainbow-colored light. Their hearts were already filled with fear and shock. This hell-like scene would leave an indelible shadow in the hearts of many people. Cultivators cultivated the Tao to cultivate the heavens and earth, but on the way, they had never seen dozens of all-spirits cultivators die at the same time. This kind of thing only existed during the Great War of Gods and Demons. This is impossible. This is impossible. The Might Sword Valley Lord blankly stared at the mushroom cloud formed by the blood mist in the distance. It was as if he had lost all of his soul, staring at the scene dumbly with an expression of shock on his old face. Waves of whimpering sounds came from the sky, the overflowing souls of the dead spirit cultivator. They gathered in the air and tried their best to sound out. This method simply surpasses a true divine ability. Sword Blue muttered to himself. How can this be? Was this the power of the clear sky holy robe? No. No, no. If the clear sky sacred robe has such power, how could it be lost to the venerable Sword Valley? Who the hell is this guy? Who the hell is he? Terrified cries were heard. Everyone went completely mad, trembling in fear. Their guts were completely scared out of their wits. This attack had killed nearly 300,000 people. As for the remaining existences, they were either heavily injured or crippled, and their fighting strength had been completely lost. Such an unparalleled blow was rarely seen in this world. Some of the more impatient sects were completely destroyed by this move. The Great Firmament Golden Immortal was nothing special. DDT. Blood mixed with flesh fell from the sky onto the cold ground. The dense human crowd around them became a lot more relaxed. Everyone's gaze was like a statue staring at the person in the middle, at that moment, who dared to make a move against Su Yun. The entire world went silent. The wind stopped the clouds, and the sun and moon disappeared. This strange scene was like a piece of red-hot iron, burning people's hearts. This scene was something that no one could forget for the rest of their lives. Su Yun turned and looked at the people around him, his blood-red eyes filled with killing intent. The demon blood in his body was ignited by the blood around him. It was boiling hot and restless. At that moment, he inexplicably wished for more lives to be destroyed. Su Yun. Just then, an anxious and terrified voice came out from the sword sheath. Su Yun regained his senses, and asked, "What's wrong? You just killed so many people." Ling Qingyu's voice was filled with urgency. "If they want to take my life, they can only kill me," Su Yun said coldly. The current him, with his devilish personality, was completely lured out, and did not have much compassion. But now so many people have died, the vicious aura has exploded, the blood aura and evil aura has exploded. The fearful sword has made its move. Ling Qingyu called out, his voice filled with fear. Vicious sword? What fierce sword is this? Su Yun frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his face changed. Clang! Just then, a bright light shone from within the limitless sword sheath. Immediately after, a sword image, with the limitless sword sheath as the source, rushed out from the sword sheath. Enormous and big, it soared to the sky, with Suyin as the center. It spun quickly. Clang! The light and shadow swirled for a while, then quickly returned back into the sword sheath and disappeared. Followed by deep fear, astonishment, and trembling that was difficult to put into words surfaced in Suyun's heart. The devilish aura in his body suddenly disappeared, and he calmed down. He looked around at the spirit cultivator, only to find that they were all frozen. And then all the bodies of the spirit cultivator shattered like glass. Regardless of whether it was the first-ranked disciple of the heroic sword list, Yi Guangshi, or the bodies of the people from the Blood Sword Elder, Sword Bluey, and the mighty Sword Valley Lord were all slashed into pieces. No souls were left behind. The mountaintop turned into particles, and the earth instantly shattered, turning into an abyss. In the blink of an eye, 100 all-spirits cultivators cleared up the area with their sword attacks. 1,000,000 corpses. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 735. Clang! Clang! Suyun slowly put the death sword back into the sword sheath, his eyes red as he looked around. The place that had been filled with people just a moment ago was now completely empty. It was deathly silent. No mountains, no forests, no flowers, no grass. Even the earth was shattered, leaving only a dark abyss. It seemed that this area had been dug up. Suyun floated in the air, his heart beating slowly. He seemed to have thought of something as he quickly took his sword and flew into the air. He only stopped when he was almost 10,000 meters up in the air. However, the scene before his eyes caused him to be completely shocked. This area with a circumference of 1,000 miles was completely transformed into an abyss. With just a glance, it was completely empty. Everyone, mountains, rivers, and trees were all cleared. He could no longer see half a human or any signs of life. Even if it was dust. They were all blown away. Is this the power of the ferocious sword? Suyun stared with his huge eyes, and muttered. Not bad, this time you are lucky. The seal on the evil sword only loosened a little, otherwise the entire sword world would have become your spirit. Ling Qingyu flew out of the sword sheath and said with lingering fear. Her expression still revealed fear, and from the looks of it, even though she was in sword world, she was especially afraid. Qingyu, so you also know about the ferocious sword? Suyun turned and said. I have lived in the sword sheath's world for so long. How could I not know anything about this evil sword? What's going on this time? Why would a fierce sword appear? Suyun asked in a serious tone, could it be that the divine sword is unable to suppress it? Once the vicious sword appears, the 10,000 worlds will be in danger. I'm not sure, but now that the ferocious sword has disappeared into the sword sheath, I can't feel its existence anymore. Previously, you used the Holy Emperor's war robe to kill that many spirit cultivator, and in an instant, it filled your entire body, and went straight to the sword sheath. The fierce sword was attracted, and the seal on it loosened, so this time, it's really dangerous. If the power of the evil sword overflowed and sealed it slightly, I'm afraid even you won't be able to escape being killed. Otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Ling Qingyu said worriedly. I know. Suyun nodded his head, and said, after this matter is over, we must immediately inform Sword Ancestor about the sudden appearance of the evil sword. He should know about it better than us. That's right, Sword Ancestor should have a way to deal with it. Qingyu, we cannot stay here any longer, quickly leave the sword world. Yes. Within Beiyang. Ever since Heiyu's Chamber of Commerce was purged and he was killed, the entire Beiyang had fallen into an atmosphere where everyone was in danger. The young master of the mighty Dragon Temple had died miserably in the Beiyang, but the mighty Dragon Temple had not paid any attention to him. However, although Su Yun did not know how to conduct business, she had chosen the right person. When Huairou Muyu took control of the Beiyang, the market in the Beiyang immediately showed signs of prosperity, and after she implemented a series of appeasing policies, she had greatly reduced the taxes of the various Chamber of Commerces on the 100 Conference Alliance, allowing the profits of the various Chamber of Commerces to increase by several fold, which caused Huairou Muyu to gain a large amount of reputation in an extremely short period of time. Of course, it was precisely because of this that the 100 Meetings Alliance did not have much profit to make. All the profits were split amongst the other Chamber of Commerce. Huairou Muyu's only income was her Huairou Chamber of Commerce. She knew that she had just inherited the position, her foundation was not stable, her reputation was not heavy. If she went on stage and started to make wild profits, it would only cause people to speak up. The people would not be convinced. Although Su Yun's strength was strong enough to suppress the Beiyang, the people who could use force to win people's hearts, it was a potential threat, and Huairou Muyu knew this well, so she decided to make the frog warm water. However, he could not eat the fatty in one breath. This kind of thing still needed to be done slowly. Currently, Huairou Muyu was not lacking in money, and was not in a rush to use the 100 Meetings Alliance to make profits for him. After Huairou Muyu finished with what the Chamber of Commerce did, she returned to her own cultivation home. Of course, she did not create her own residence, but instead stayed with Hu Qianmei in the house Su Yun had bought back then. That house took up a large amount of space, and was extremely close to the Huairou Chamber of Commerce. After entering the residence, Huairou Muyu headed towards his own bedroom, planning to rest for a while before sitting down and cultivating. When the servant at the door saw Huairou Muyu walking over, she immediately went over and supported her. However, before he even entered the bedroom, he heard a shout coming from outside. "Miss! Come in." Huairou Muyu stopped and turned. He saw a servant run in quickly and kneel before him. "What happened?" Huairou Muyu asked softly. "Reporting to Miss, the main family has already entered the Beiyang. I believe they will enter the main city in the future," the servant said respectfully. "Send some people to pick them up." Huairou Muyu said indifferently, "Although I have taken over the Beiyang, it is still not peaceful in the end. The cultivation of the people who came from the Gather Heart realm are not comparable to the people from the Beiyang. Do not let anything happen to them. I made the right arrangements, young miss." It is reported that the Feng family in Gather Heart realm also intends to enter the Beiyang. They have sent a letter asking young miss for permission to move in. Just then, the servant took out a piece of paper that glowed with light and handed it over to Huairou Muyu. Huairou Muyu opened it to take a look, and her eyebrows twitched. "Is this Feng family from Sky Central City's Feng family? That Wind Without Trace family?" "Yes, they specially delivered 900 expensive medicinal pellets, 70 million profound coin, 15 top-quality magic treasure, countless jade cultivation and interest, specially used as a present for young miss." The servant continued, "All of these things are outside the pass and have yet to enter the Beiyang. If Miss is not willing to accept, this lowly one will command the rest to immediately return. There's no need to go back." Huairou Muyu scratched her delicate chin, thought for a while, and said, "You send some people to invite the Feng family members to stay in Beiyang, arrange for their main house to be in the main city, and assign a city to be stationed for the Feng family branch family. Do you understand?" "Ah? Diversion the city?" The servant was obviously somewhat shocked. The various Chamber of Commerce in Beiyang were all squeezed into a single city. No one had ever enjoyed a city by themselves. How could the Feng family members receive such treatment? "You don't know." Huairou Muyu shook her head. "The young master of the Feng family, Feng Lingshang, has a close relationship with the alliance leader. I believe that if the alliance leader knew, he would have also done the same. You should quickly go and make the arrangements. Other than that, I will also take a few good pill and magic treasure from the warehouse. You can go on a trip to the Feng family in the name of the alliance leader, and give it to Feng Lingshang as a gift." When the servant heard this, he immediately kowtowed. "Yes, Mississippi." With that, the servant left the room. Huairou Muyu turned around and was about to enter the bedroom. However, just as she entered the room, she saw a figure sitting inside. Lady Qianmei, why are you in my room? Huairou Muyu said softly. The door is open, so I came in to take a seat. Hu Qianmei laid on Huairou Muyu's bed casually, his huge tail resting on her exquisite head. Seeing that, Huairou Muyu looked at the servant beside him. The maidservant became nervous and quickly kneeled down. Young miss, the servant has been guarding the door all this time. When did Miss Hu enter the room? This servant doesn't know either. There's no need to make things difficult for that servant girl. She doesn't have any cultivation. How would she know that I'm coming in? Hu Qianmei chuckled. I didn't mean to make things difficult for her. Huairou Muyu said indifferently. He then helped her up and said, You may leave now. Yes, this servant will leave now. The servant girl hurriedly bowed her body before carefully retreating out of the room. Huairou Muyu turned his gaze over. There's something. Nope. Then why are you here? Didn't I already tell you to come here? If Miss Hu likes it here, Muyu can switch to another room. After all, Suyun built this house for you. Hey, why are you so weird? This is called scuttling through doors. Don't you understand? Come and sit here. What are you thinking of? The path of cultivation is very lonely. It's so lonely that there aren't even people who can speak like you. At the very least, you can talk for a while every day by pointing fingers. Did I overthink it? Huairou Muyu said indifferently, Since that's the case, then I ask Miss Hu to do as you please. Muyu needs to rest. If there's anything you need, you can just tell Xiao Chui. Finished, Huairou Muyu walked to the side of the bed and was about to lie down to activate the array inside the bed. But before she could lie down, she was grabbed by a big hand and pressed down on the bed. A trace of doubt flashed past Huairou Muyu's eyes, as he looked at Hu Qianmei. What are you doing? Nothing, I want to talk to you. Hu Qianmei stretched out his hand and caressed her fair and tender cheeks, a strange luster flashing past his eyes. Seeing that, Huairou Muyu's figure suddenly disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already by the side of the bed. Hu Qianmei's soft body directly fell onto the bed. If the charm skill is used on men, it might be effective. However, for a woman like me, the effect is too bad. Huairou Muyu said indifferently. Because there are no men to charm. Hu Qianmei pouted his mouth and said gloomily, I don't know where that dead man went, but he left me alone here without any news, and worried about him. Right now, I am constantly thinking about him, and do not know how he is doing right now, so he doesn't even have any thoughts on training. Are you talking about Suyun? Huairou Muyu lifted her watery eyes and looked at her. Hu Qianmei chuckled and said, Speaking of which, Miss Huairou family, what kind of person do you think Suyun is? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 736. Suyun? Hearing that, Huairou Muyu frowned, then relaxed and went back to reminiscing. After a while, she sighed, I can't explain it clearly, it's a little strange, I can't figure it out. What does it feel like to you? It feels like I don't know either. Oh? Hu Qianmei glanced at her with his black eyes. You can't have fallen for him with your performance, right? How is that possible? Huairou Muyu shook his head. Although I have had some conflicts with him, but I, Huairou Muyu, am not a casual woman. Furthermore, he is already your dual cultivation partner. How can I ask him to be my dual cultivation partner? Hearing that, Hu Qianmei was startled, then laughed out loud. I say, little sister Muyu, your thoughts are too naive. Ha ha, this is the ultimate martial world, and in this place, the strong preys on the weak. If Suyun wants you to be his dual cultivation partner, you have no way of resisting. No one would stop him. You can only say that you are unwilling, but you cannot resist. After all, the current him is practically covering the sky with one hand. Huairou Muyu was silent. But looking at the signs, Suyun does not seem to have that intention. Hu Qianmei laughed. He's not like that either. Huayro Muyu replied. It seems like he has a good impression of you. Hu Qianmei teased. Huayro Muyu thought for a while. His expression was indifferent, and his tone was extremely calm. Good impression? After all, Su Yun and I can be considered to have experienced life and death situations. Honestly speaking, if not for Su Yun repeatedly saving us, I'm afraid that you and I would not be speaking anymore. Although I do not understand Su Yun well, I am trying to understand him, and understand what he is thinking. Of course, by doing this, I am not saying that I like him. My starting point is only to repay him. If not for him, Huayro family might not be here today. I owe him too much, but towards him, I am not just limited to repaying him. Other reasons? Hu Qianmei's interest was piqued, a pair of peach blossom eyes staring at Huayro Muyu. Huayro Muyu looked at her, and was about to speak, but just then, he heard the sound of hurried footsteps coming from outside, followed by the servant's anxious voice, "Young miss. Young miss, it's bad." Clang! Clang! The servant girl pushed open the door and rushed in, shouting, "Young miss, something bad happened. Someone's coming to cause trouble." Causing trouble? Huayro Muyu frowned. Who dares to cause trouble here? It's not just making trouble, it's also making trouble. I don't know what those people are doing either. They suddenly flew into the city, threatened to fight with the experts of our Chamber of Commerce to find Miss Qianmei. A lot of the guards in the city have passed by. The maidservant spoke in an incoherent manner. Her tongue was tied, but luckily, her meaning was clear. Huayro Muyu would naturally not be indifferent. He immediately stepped forward and walked out of the house. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei, who was on the bed, also followed along. Looking for me? Who could it be? Hu Qianmei thought. Since the other party dared to come to the Bei Yang's 100 meetings to cause trouble, then it must be true that he was not an ordinary person. Huayro Muyu and Hu Qianmei first gathered a group of Sky Spirit Master experts that were invited by the rich, then quickly rushed to the area where the trouble was. As they approached the south gate, they could hear bursts of explosions. The earth suddenly trembled, and soon after, the ground split open as the sky darkened, and a thick smell of blood rushed over like a wave. Smelling the bloody scent, Hu Qianmei and Huayro Muyu's face changed. As the crowd turned the corner, they saw the south gate. However, the scene outside the south gate at this moment was completely shocking. The rogue cultivators at the south gate were fleeing in panic. The city guards were fighting with a few spirit cultivators they had never seen before. The entire southern gate had been destroyed long ago. The wall was missing a big mouth. A man wearing a huge yellow robe was standing in the air. He had his hands crossed in front of his chest, looking down at the people below with disdain. I am the Eastern Emperor, Heavenly Sovereign. I ask you again, who is Hu Qianmei? Su Yun. Where is it? The yellow-robed man shouted in a low voice. Eastern Emperor, Celestial Sovereign? Huayro Muyu's face changed. Some people trembled even more when they heard this. He never thought that the one who would cause trouble in the main city was actually the supreme expert. Is he the supreme expert that Su Yun mentioned before? It is said that his strength has reached the Spirit Emperor realm. Hu Qianmei was surprised, and whispered. Spirit Emperor. Huayro Muyu's face turned ugly. In the entire Bei Yang, how many existences were there that were at the Spirit Emperor level? If such a person were to appear here, perhaps the spirit cultivator in the main city alone would not be able to stop him. Put. Put. Poochie. At this time, several crisp sounds rang out. Huayro Muyu and the rest anxiously raised their heads to look, only to see that the few guards had been killed by the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign's men. Their corpses had fallen to the ground, blood flowing all over, their souls just pouring out, being directly swallowed by the Eastern Emperor's mouth, and they were completely dead. Ha! The thugs invited by the Huayro Chamber of Commerce were all shocked when they saw the scene. Miss Hu, think of a way to notify Su Yun quickly. Let him invite the people from the True Devil sect, or contact them directly. and see if the experts from the True Devil sect can come to save them. Otherwise, if the Bei Yang is not protected, both of us will die. Huairou Muyu turned his head and said coldly to Hu Qianmei, I understand. I'll try my best to hold him back for you. You should hurry up and do it. All right. Hu Qianmei nodded and turned to leave. However, just as she turned around, a mournful golden palm fiercely flew towards her. Hu Qianmei turned pale with fright, and quickly dodged to the side. He only saw the palm land on the ground, directly leaving a handprint on the ground. The insides of the handprint made sizzling sounds, and the ground was corroded and pierced. How terrifying! If he was hit by this palm, he would most likely die. Hu Qianmei gritted his teeth as he stared at the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, only to see him say something, since you guys are here, don't leave. You all still haven't answered my question. Speak, who is Hu Qianmei, where is Su Yun? If you do not say it, I will have to massacre this city. The moment he said this, everyone's expressions changed. The 10,000 worlds naturally have their own order, and the Bei Yang has his as well. If you slaughter the Bei Yang for no reason, aren't you afraid of attracting the displeasure of countless supreme expert in the 10,000 worlds? Huairou Muyu clenched her fist and said. When the Eastern Sky Sovereign heard this, he laughed heartily. Ah, little girl, you are too naive. Wanhua Realm was such a place, didn't they also meet with calamities? You are just a small Bei Yang, who would care about your life. Little girl, if I were you, I would have obediently handed Su Yun over to that Hu Qianmei. Otherwise, Bei Yang would be the second Wanhua Realm. As soon as he said that, a burst of dark yellow light exploded out from Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign's body, and the light spread out in all directions like a ripple. In a blink of an eye, it had covered the entire main city, and all of the spirit cultivator in the main city had been affected by the light and knelt down. Hu Qianmei and the rest found it hard to hold on as their feet started to tremble, and an urge of wanting to take on the Eastern Emperor as the leader rose up in their hearts. Mental attack. Huairou Muyu's face was pale white. She anxiously activated her magic treasuress to protect her heart, to block the attack. However, when the magic treasure activated her, her mind was still trembling uncontrollably, and it was hard for her to continue. No one within the main city was a match for this Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign. His arrival was akin to the descent of a god. What should Miss Huairou do now? Hu Qianmei held onto the everlasting Emperor's sword, his body slightly swaying as he said weakly. Other than that, we have no other choice. Escaping is impossible. With our cultivation, it's impossible for us to escape from under his nose. However, if you want to escape and anger him instead, it will be hard to keep your life when the time comes. Drag? That's not easy to delay. He is here for Big Brother, and I am right here. There are a lot of people who know me. The moment he knows that I am Hu Qianmei, he will be done for. At that moment, she could be said to be the most nervous person here. Huairou Muyu naturally knew of her situation, and similarly, Huairou Muyu was unwilling for something to happen to Hu Qianmei. After all, she knew of Hu Qianmei's relationship with him, so she did not dare imagine what Su Yun would do if anything happened to him. After pondering for a long time, Huairou Muyu spoke out. Is Senior here to find Su Yun? Ho, otherwise what? Come to think of it, little girl, you have a pretty and delicate face, and an extraordinary character. Tell me, who are you? The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign looked at Huairou Muyu from head to toe, his eyes flashed with light, and he nodded his head and asked. I am the Vice Alliance Leader of the Bei Yang's 100 Meetings Alliance, while Su Yun is the Alliance Leader. After he unified the Bei Yang, he gave the Bei Yang to me to take care of. Huairou Muyu said leisurely. Oh? The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign's expression turned cold. So in this way, you are the person closest to Su Yun? Since that's the case, then I won't be courteous, little girl, follow me. As long as you are in my hands, Su Yun will definitely obediently appear. With that, he extended his hand and grabbed Huairou Muyu who was below him. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei panicked and wanted to take action, But Huayro made a sound in time to stop her. Senior, if you think like that, you are completely wrong. Suyun appointed me to be her vice alliance leader, but she has only set her eyes on my talent. There is not much of a relationship between me and Suyun. I believe that, Senior, even if you kill me, Suyun will not feel the slightest bit of pain. Huayro said loudly. Since that's the case, why would he hand over such an important position as the vice alliance leader to you? Girl, do you think that I, Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign, am easy to deceive? The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign coldly snorted. Her words revealed a strange feeling of profound strength, striking straight at Huayro snow-white ears, making her feel dizzy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 737. A strong person is a strong person. Every word and action can put a person to death. Huayro delicate body trembled slightly. She couldn't help but retreat a few steps. Her small face was extremely pale and bloodless. Holding onto her chest, she took a deep breath, steadied her dizzy brain, and spoke with all her might. If Senior doesn't believe me, then kill me. Senior thinks that I am important to Suyun, then you can give it a try, and see if Suyun will come for me to seek revenge. Then you mean I can't kill you? The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign's voice rose an octave, his anger not diminishing in the slightest. Senior's strength is as high as the sky and can be compared to the earth, so everyone here can be considered as a divine existence to us. Here, everyone's life is in the hands of Senior, so no matter who Senior wants to kill, he will naturally be able to kill, and no one can stop him. But since Senior has killed me, there is no meaning in doing so, and if Senior does not kill me, maybe I can help Senior find Hu Qianmei and find Suyun. Huayro said calmly. When the Eastern Emperor heard that, his anger subsided and a trace of luster flitted across his eyes. You helped me find Suyun? Humph, how laughable. Why are you doing this? Of course it's for the Beiyang. Huayro said unrestrainedly. In the end, Vice Alliance leader is still an underling, and this Beiyang is still Suyun's. I am unwilling, and if Senior can take care of Suyun, I will be happy, so I am willing to help Senior find Suyun. Is that so? The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign nodded. If that's the case, then tell me, where is Suyun? Suyun is currently in the True Devil sect. Huayro said. True Devil sect? The Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign frowned. The surrounding spirit cultivator were also stunned. In truth, many people here knew Hu Qianmei. When the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign wanted to look for Suyun and Hu Qianmei, they naturally had a battle in their hearts with Xia Zhoujiu. The Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign was powerful. Would you like to give up Hu Qianmei to protect your life? But Huayro words made them give up all hope, and when Huayro suddenly mentioned the True Devil sect, they all became even more frightened. They had betrayed Hu Qianmei in order to protect their lives. Even though they weren't killed by the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, they had unknowingly offended Suyun. One must know that there was a Devil Realm level sect backing Suyun, and they didn't even dare to offend the mighty Dragon Temple. If Suyun pursued this matter, even if they fled to the ends of the earth, they would still undoubtedly die. Thinking of this, many of those who had thoughts in their hearts began to hesitate, not daring to speak. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign was not unaware of everything. He had investigated the matter of Suyun and the True Devil sect. When? The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign said with a deep voice. I've been gone for quite some time. Do you know when he'll be back? Rumor has it that he'll be back in 3 to 5 days. 3 to 5 days? After the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign heard this, he let out a cold snort, and a cold breath came out of his nose. Then do you know where Hu Qianmei is? I don't know. Don't know? The Eastern Emperor looked at her suspiciously. After a moment of thought, he suddenly said, bring all of the city servants back to the Eastern Emperor Island. Yes, sir. The subordinates of the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign shouted out, then he began taking the people. Seeing that, Huayro face changed, and he shouted, stop. What is it? Girl, you want to stop me? The Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign's voice was filled with killing intent. This junior does not dare, but this junior does not know. Why is senior looking for Hu Qianmei when you are looking for him? Huairou Muyu immediately replied. I am still clear that Hu Qianmei is Su Yun's dual cultivation partner, but Su Yun is not simple. He has a close relationship with the Wanhua realm and is also connected to the Sword Ancestor. Therefore, I want to duel him one-on-one to wash away the humiliation he caused me back then in the Wanhua realm. Su Yun's strength is not your opponent, he will definitely not fight you one-on-one. So I captured her dual cultivation partner, to see if he would obediently submit to me. Even though this noble one doesn't understand Su Yun very well, I can still see that this person values friendship greatly. If not, why would he make us his enemies for the sake of the Sword Ancestress? I am sure that if I capture his dual cultivation partner, he will definitely come to save us. The Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign said, but after he finished speaking, Huairou Muyu immediately shouted, Senior, if you think like that, then you are completely wrong. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign looked at her. But he only saw Huairou Muyu taking his time and slowly saying, Su Yun going all out for the Sword Ancestor, not because he was loyal to him, but because he thought that the Sword Ancestor had the value of making use of him, and was able to obtain benefits from the Sword Ancestor. That's why he did this, but it's not the case for those who do not care about him. Su Yun had abandoned several dual cultivation partner before, and there were at least 4 of them within the borders of the Beiyang. Senior and Su Yun have not known each other for long, but Junior has been with Su Yun for a long time, and has long seen through him, so I think that Su Yun is definitely not like Senior. Huairou Muyu spoke very seriously. When he spoke, his eyes were still looking at the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign. From the looks of it, she was still lacking compared to Huairou Muyu. If she was lying in front of the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, she would have long been trembling. An existence of this level could observe your heart, eyes, behavior and such. If there was any change, they would have thought that you were lying, but Huairou Muyu had done it perfectly without any flaws, as though what she said was Su Yun's doing, and Su Yun was a complete scum. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign and Huairou Muyu looked at each other for a while, but they did not know how long had passed. Since you said that capturing Hu Qianmei won't force Su Yun to come out, then I will massacre the entire Beiyang. How about it? Other than enraging Su Yun and forcing him to cooperate with the Wanhua realm and take action against Senior's Eastern Imperial Island, there will be no other result. Senior's actions are just a waste of strength, and are of no use at all. That won't do. That won't do. Then tell me, what should I do? The Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign was getting impatient. Huairou Muyu was silent for a moment, then said seriously, Senior, how about this, you leave this matter to me, and let me contact Su Yun, and lure him to a place. Senior will set up an ambush first, and after I lure Su Yun out, Senior can just gather and annihilate him. Didn't the humiliation just disappear? The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign heard the voice, thought for a moment, and thought about it. It seemed that this method was feasible. Currently, Su Yun was not in the Beiyang, but he was preparing to take down the people close to him, and with these people, he could control and then kill him. But from the looks of it, there was no bargaining chip that could catch Su Yun's attention. Perhaps he could use this girl's method to give it a try. Eastern Emperor thought, then said, all right. Since that's the case, I believe that you can lure Su Yun out. Huairou Muyu quickly bowed, don't worry Senior, Junior will not fail his mission. N. The Eastern Emperor nodded, then he suddenly extended his hand and took out a diamond-shaped crystal box. He then threw it into the air, and the crystal box immediately grew infinitely larger, floating in the air. When the lid of the box was opened, a large amount of grayish-black pellets floated out, like black snowflakes falling from the sky, and flowed towards the spirit cultivator in the main city. This is a heart-connecting pill refined by the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign. After you consume it, link your hearts and souls with me. With just a thought, you will all die. Now, all of you must take this heart recovery pill and kill anyone who dares to disobey your orders without mercy. His voice was so loud that it echoed throughout the entire main city. When these words fell, the entire main city's spirit cultivator was in an uproar. They lay prostrate on the ground, eyes filled with fear as they stared at the medicinal pills that were slowly descending. "That doesn't seem appropriate, my lord. We are innocent." One of the spirit cultivators could not help but shout out. He did not want his life to be in the hands of others. He believed that none of the other spirit cultivator would want to do so, and once they swallowed this pill, they would forever be at the mercy of the Eastern Emperor. I believe that all the spirit cultivator present understand this point. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign only wanted them to swallow this pill and obey him, but he never said that he would give everyone an antidote. That is also to say that everyone here must forcibly join the Eastern Emperor Island to become the servant of the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign. It was just that. Just as the spirit cultivator finished speaking, one of the subordinates beside the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign instantly appeared in front of him and punched him on the head. Puff! The sound of a walnut being smashed was heard. That person's body was immediately turned into dust by the fist. Even their souls disappeared along with the wind. They had completely died. Without holding back, he killed as he pleased. When the spectators saw this, all of them were shocked. Anyone else who doesn't eat, immediately kill. This sovereign will not repeat the same words again. If I don't kill you now, I have already given you a huge gift, and I hope you will not fail to appreciate my kindness. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign replied coldly. He then waved his hand and shouted to his subordinates, "Activate Heaven's Eye. If anyone makes a move on this city, kill them immediately. Do you understand?" "Yes, Venerable One." Everyone replied, and immediately dispersed, heading towards all parts of the city to monitor everyone. The Eastern Sky Sovereign looked around, and then his gaze landed on Huayro Muyu and Hu Qianmei, and said indifferently, "Why aren't you eating? Eat it quickly. If you don't eat, I won't believe you, and I usually send people to heaven who I don't believe in. Do you understand?" Huayro Muyu's eyes flashed with a hidden sense of shock. She looked at the black pill that was slowly floating in front of her, took a deep breath, and extended her hand to catch it. "Understood. Then quickly eat it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 738. Huayro Muyu had no other choice. If she did not eat it, even showing some signs of not wanting to eat it, the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign would most likely kill her without any hesitation. However, if he ate it, everything he did before would be in vain, and Suyun would still be in a passive state. Right now, Huayro Muyu and Hu Qianmei were extremely conflicted. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign looked at Huayro Muyu, his eyes gradually becoming sharper. "Muyu! I won't eat this pill." Just then, Hu Qianmei suddenly spoke to Huayro Muyu in a low voice. "Why?" Huayro Muyu turned his head. "If he eats it, he will definitely use me as a reason to threaten Big Brother." Hu Qianmei gritted her teeth. "But if you don't eat it, you will die immediately. If I die, at least Brother will be able to live." "Miss Hu, he does not know that you are Suyun's dual cultivation partner. Your actions will not bring us or Suyun any benefits. On the contrary, if we eat the pill, we can act together with Suyun and capture all the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign in one fell swoop. Wouldn't that be much better than killing the enemy for Suyun in front of you?" Huayro Muyu said seriously. Hearing that, Hu Qianmei was startled. He then nodded his head and sighed. "Muyu, Suyun did not see the wrong person. Handing over the Beiyang to you is the right. You have a much better view of the situation than me. You're flattering me, but actually, your view of him is not shallow either. However, because this matter concerns Suyun, you've messed up your mind." Huayro Muyu shook his head. Without any hesitation, the two of them placed the grayish-black pellets into their mouths. Seeing that, the remaining doubt in the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign was completely dispelled. When Huayro Muyu swallowed the pill, then, her life was in his hands, there was no need to worry about her loyalty at all. He only saw the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign throw out a brown round plate towards Huayro Muyu, and said indifferently, with Su Yun's situation, use this to contact me. You should know what to do next, right? Senior, no. Milord, please do not worry. This subordinate will definitely complete the mission you assigned to me. Huayro Muyu bowed and said. N. The Eastern Sky Sovereign nodded his head, a look of praise in his eyes. He once again looked at Huayro Muyu, sizing him up carefully, the praise in his eyes growing stronger and stronger. What is your name? Reporting to the Lord, this subordinate's surname is Huayro, and my name is Muyu. Huayro Muyu? Good name. Huayro, if you succeed, and let me take away Su Yun's cultivation, and his magic treasure-s, then the entire Beiyang will be yours. Not only that, I will make an exception and let you enter my palace, and we will dual cultivate with each other, and help you obtain 10,000 years of cultivation. The Eastern Emperor said. Huayro Muyu immediately knelt down on both knees, bowed out and said, Thank you, sir, for your grace. All right. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign waved his hand. Then, he turned and flew towards the horizon, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared. As they saw the Eastern Emperor and the others leave, everyone let out a sigh of relief. However, without a doubt, although everyone's minds were relaxed, their hearts were heavy. It was as if a massive boulder was hanging over them, and not a single one of them revealed a relaxed expression. Huayro Muyu took a deep breath and turned to look at the people beside him. Order it down, no one is to leak out the matter of the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign coming here. Whoever it is, the entire city will be buried with him. As long as Su Yun finds out about this, the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign will definitely kill us all, understand? Your subordinate understands, the man said with a trembling voice. Pass down the orders. Yes. With that, he ran off. Hu Qianmei looked at the person who left, her charming little face also filled with seriousness. She walked over and said to Huayro Muyu, What do you plan to do? Wait for Su Yun to come back. Huayro Muyu said softly. Yes. Hu Qianmei nodded her head. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and asked, Muyu, you have been in ultimate martial world for so long, and have been doing business for so many years. What's wrong? Let me ask you, if the two of them share their talent due to dual cultivation, is there any way to remove this strange connection? Hu Qianmei stared at Huayro Muyu, his expression extremely serious. As an intelligent person, Huayro Muyu naturally understood what he meant. Did you share Su Yun's talent? Correct, between the two of us, if one of us dies, the other one's talent will be crippled. Muyu, I know what you are planning to do, but you probably won't even tell Su Yun about the pill that we've already consumed. I understand Su Yun, and you know him too. If he knew about this, he would be restricted by the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, and at that time, the situation would be even worse. Huayro Muyu was silent for a moment, then said gently, I know the method to remove the poison, but you can tell him the truth, but I do not. Neither will I. Hu Qianmei immediately followed up, but I don't think we should surrender so easily. Although the Eastern Sky Sovereign forced us to consume such a pill, if we kill him, the poison's effects will be removed. I actually have that plan. Huayro Muyu looked left and right, then said softly, although Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign has left, his eyes and ears must still be monitoring us. This is not a good place to talk, let's go back and talk. All right. The vast, endless sky. Quick! Since the mighty Sword Valley has lost their Haotian sacred robes, they are no longer a threat. Now that the Haotian sacred cloth is in the hands of a nameless person, everyone hurry up and think of a way to stop that nameless person and snatch it from his hands. An older-looking spirit cultivator shouted to the dozens of spirit cultivators behind him. Everyone's speed was extremely fast, like a meteor. They rode on their flying swords and rushed forward, striking their pills and urging their profound chi to move. Everyone's face was filled with anxiety, as though they were afraid that they would be slow and the treasure they were waiting for would disappear. We found out about the clear sky holy robe too late. It's already been a few days, and it's said that there are at least several 100,000 people heading to Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain. If we go now, can we still get the clear sky holy robe? One of them said worriedly. Stupid. The older spirit cultivator immediately scolded, even if we can't get the clear sky sacred robe, we can at least get some benefits. With so many people gathered together, there will definitely be a dispute. Even if we can't get the clear sky sacred robe, the souls and magic treasure would still belong to us. These benefits can be compared to hard training. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Big Bro is right. Big Brother is too wise. Ha ha. Everyone's faces were filled with joy as they increased their horsepower and charged forward. However, the leader of the group had only flown forward for a short while when he suddenly slowed down. He stared blankly ahead, his speed becoming slower and slower until he finally stopped in midair. Seeing that, the spirit cultivator behind stopped. Big Brother, what's wrong? Everyone asked curiously. He saw the older spirit cultivator raise his hand with a tremble and point towards the front. Everyone looked towards the direction that he pointed, only to see nothing in front of them. There was only the endless abyss and the scarlet sky. They could no longer see any spirit cultivator, and the so-called Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain had also disappeared without a trace. All that was left was the blue sky and the pitch-black abyss. Everyone's face revealed an extremely exaggerated expression of shock. They had never seen such a sight in their lives. After leaving Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, Suyin flew through the flying shuttle, passing through Jianxi and immediately leaving Sword World. The trip of the Sword World was truly dangerous all around. To be able to leave the Sword World alive, Suyin did not dare to say that it was because he was too powerful, it was all luck. Normally, Suyin would never take such a risk to snatch the Haotian's sacred cloth, but for his parents and little sister, in order to solve the crisis in the Supreme Sect and save the True Devil Sect, he had to do this. The old man from the dark place had said before that only the Haotian's sacred cloth and without the Haotian's sacred cloth could contend against the limitless profound Qi, and he did not even have the qualifications to face the people from the Supreme Sect. After obtaining the treasures, Suyin immediately left for the True Devil Sect. The Supreme Sect had already made their move, and he had already delayed inside the Sword World for a long time. He did not know what the situation was like, but if the battle between the real Devil Sect and the Supreme Sect were to break out, then it would be uncontrollable. Since he could not contact them, Suyin felt more and more threatened. After entering the True Devil realm, he brandished his flying sword and rushed forward. Not long later, he was standing in front of the mountain gates of the True Devil Sect. It was just that after he entered the mountain gate, he felt that the entire True Devil Sect was extremely quiet and strange. They could only see a few scattered devil cultivators moving about. When the devil cultivators saw Suyin flying over, they quickly walked over and knelt on one knee to greet him. Greetings, Lord Devil Lord. What's going on? Suyin looked around. Where are the elders? What about the Eight-Tooth Sect's vice sect leader? Milord, all the elders and sect head went out to handle some matters. A devil cultivator said respectfully. What is it? This subordinate does not know. The vice sect leader does not allow this matter to be leaked, so only the vice sect leader and the others know. If that's the case, then did the people from the Supreme Sect come over? 20,000 people came, but they were annihilated and their corpses were taken away by the vice sect master. Oh. Hearing that, Suyin was shocked. Oh right, Demon Lord, this subordinate caught a human. He said that he came from the Bei Yang and had something to report to you, so this subordinate did not know his identity and locked him up. Would Sire like to see him? The devil cultivator said again. Someone from the Bei Yang? Hearing that, Suyun's heart tensed up, and immediately said, Quick, bring me to see. Sir, this way please. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 739. The real Devil Sex prison was not an ordinary place. It was not only filled with all kinds of defensive barriers and arrays, there were also a large number of traps, and 700 powerful devil cultivators were guarding it. Even if they were in there, they would not be able to escape, let alone a mere spirit cultivator from ultimate martial world. After being led away by the devil cultivator for around half an incense's time, Suyun finally entered the prison. In the prison, a skinny male spirit cultivator with no profound chi was leaning against the wall, staring at the ceiling with a lifeless look in his eyes, as if he had lost his soul. When Suyun walked over, the man raised his head to take a look, and seeing the approaching person, he immediately crawled up from the ground, and grabbed the iron rod in his hands as he shouted with all his might, "Alliance Leader! Alliance Leader! I have finally met you, Alliance Leader Wu!" A spirit cultivator with a high cultivation actually started crying. Suyun quickly walked over, took a glance at the man, and realized that he was Li Shan, who was working at Chamber of Commerce Huairou, and immediately said to devil cultivator beside him, "Open the cell." "Yes, me lord." Devil cultivator immediately went forward and released the seal. Li Shan immediately ran out and knelt in front of Suyun, and cried, "Alliance Leader." When the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign suddenly descended upon Beiyang and killed a lot of our people, Huairou main city was extremely anxious right now. "Alliance Leader, please quickly head to the main city to save me, or else who knows what might happen to me." The more Li Shan spoke, the more excited he became and the more shocked he became. His face was deathly pale. Seeing that, Suyun's face changed. Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign. He had forgotten about this person. Since the last time he fought with the Wanhua realm, he had already formed an enmity. Who would have thought that this man was so despicable, actually wanting to make a move on the Beiyang? Suyun did not hesitate, and immediately shouted, "Li Shan, quickly follow me back to Beiyang." "Yes, sir." Li Shan shouted. Suyun was about to leave, but when the devil cultivator saw him, he quickly said, "Lord Demon Lord, do you need to use the true devil sex power?" Hearing that, Suyun paused in his steps. He thought for a moment, then shook his head. "The supreme sect is becoming more and more forceful. The true devil sect does not have enough people. How can they have the power to handle this matter? Furthermore, as the demon lord of the true devil sect, I have not been able to give the true devil sect much effort, and have instead caused trouble everywhere. This is already very shameful, and don't tell Chi about this matter." With that, Suyun walked out of the prison. The devil cultivator immediately cupped his fists and bowed, and respectfully sent Suyun off. With the spatial tearing technique, Suyun and Li Shan quickly left the true devil sect and entered the borders of the Beiyang. Li Shan was ordered by Huairou Muyu to come to the true devil sect to seek help. In the spirit cultivator she had interacted with, there were very few people who were a match for the Eastern Emperor. Even if there was someone who could fight against the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, they probably wouldn't dare to provoke him, as no one would be willing to offend a tyrant for the sake of the Beiyang. It could be said that among those who came here to kill the sword ancestor back then, none of them were weak. Any one of them were not in existence that Huairou Muyu and the other merchants could fight against, and a small suicide which like that gave countless of heads a headache to the people in the Beiyang. Suyun had been in high spirits the entire way, and very quickly, he had rushed into the main city. However, the scene of how bustling the main city was still shocked him. There weren't many injuries in the city, and there weren't many signs of battle either. The only thing that remained were the damaged city gates and the blood essence that couldn't be dispersed. Other than that, there was nothing else. Everything was the same as usual, there were no major changes. However, what made Suyun felt weirder was that everyone here had a face full of worry and seriousness. No one had smiled at all. What was going on? The more Suyun looked at it, the weirder it felt, and he immediately rushed towards the residence. Upon entering the mansion, the servant Xiao Chui immediately shouted out, Miss, Alliance Leader is back, Alliance Leader is back." Xiao Chui shouted in surprise, and ran towards Huairou Muyu's room. When the voices came out, Huairou Muyu and Hu Qianmei immediately ran out of the house. Seeing that Suyun had safely entered the house, the two girls had complicated looks in their eyes. Hu Qianmei covered her mouth with her hand, with a tinge of emotion and tears in her eyes, but she took a deep breath and forced out a charming smile, without showing any signs of crying. Huairou Muyu was relatively calm, but her deep and clear eyes occasionally revealed exhaustion and helplessness. "Big brother, you're finally back." Hu Qianmei called out lightly, ran over and threw himself into Suyun's embrace. Suyun hugged Hu Qianmei tightly, and only let go after being warm for a while. "It's good that you guys are fine." He heaved a sigh of relief. "Of course, nothing will happen to us. We just need to worry about you," Hu Qianmei said while grinning, his face full of a relaxed expression. Suyun smiled, he looked at her, then shifted his gaze to Huairou Muyu and nodded at her. "Muyu, where is Sky Sovereign of the East?" "Let's go." Huairou Muyu walked over slowly. "He left just like that for no reason at all?" Suyun frowned. "What happened?" "The reason he came here personally is for you, but you are not in the Beiyang yourself, so there is nothing he can do about it. Therefore, he planned to slaughter the Beiyang to vent his anger towards you. Of course, I did not let him succeed. With just his martial power, even 100 Huairou Muyus would not be able to stop one of the Eastern Emperor's fingers, but he was not as eloquent as I am now. I told him that I would help him lead you out and kill you with his help while I sat in the Beiyang." Huairou Muyu spoke leisurely, but when he spoke, he looked to his side. Suyun was not stupid. After hearing the clues, he thought for a while, then asked, "The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign is not an ignorant fool. What you have said is just one side of your story. How could he believe you so easily?" "That's right, I surrendered to him. It indeed made people suspicious, and he had no reason to believe me, but rather than killing me, it is obvious that using me to gain benefits, so he chose to believe me, and in terms of loyalty, he forced us to consume a strange pill. This pill was specially made by him. After we consumed it, as long as he thought of it, he would be able to kill us all, so he was not worried that I would betray him." "But Suyun, you don't have to worry. I have already removed the pill, so I will be fine in the entire main city," Huairou Muyu said. "That's right." Hu Qianmei looked at Suyun's gradually darkening face and laughed. "The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign has thought through countless times, and he definitely doesn't think that we have a way to remove his medicinal pellet. I believe that he must be furious now, right?" "Ha ha." Hearing the two girls' words, Suyun's heart jumped. He suspiciously looked at the two of them. "I know better than any of you what the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign's strength is. What's refined from the existence of the Spirit Emperor? It's not something that the Sky Spirit Master people can remove. Mayer, you guys didn't lie to me, right?" "How could that be?" Hu Qianmei said. "Suyun, I think you should know that I have never lied to you." "Then what method did you use to remove the effects of the Eastern Emperor's Sky Sovereign spell?" Although the people of the Huairou Chamber of Commerce are not powerful spirit cultivator, but their knowledge and experience are not any weaker than the existence of the Spirit Emperor, and the method to remove the effects of the pill is not difficult at all. I only need to collect a few ingredients to refine the antidote, but out of the materials, there are a few that are extremely precious," Huairou Muyu said. Hearing that, Suyun's eyes still revealed a trace of suspicion. He believed that the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign was forcing everyone to take their medicine, but he did not believe that Huairou Muyu and Yu Yang could remove the poison. He thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his hand and placed it on Huairou Muyu's chest. Her large hands and her soft skin were then pressed together by a layer of silk. "Ha!" Huairou Muyu's delicate body trembled, and suddenly raised her head to look at Suyun. She saw that Suyun had closed his eyes, secretly urging the profound qi, and a trace of mysterious aura seeped into Huairou Muyu's body from his palms. Seeing that, Huairou Muyu and Hu Qianmei who were beside immediately understood what Suyun was doing. Suyun wanted to check on their bodies. If Huairou Muyu was speaking, Suyun would be able to sense something. This sort of pill used a mystical qi to grab onto a person's life vein, and the owner of the pill was able to use his spirit to control this qi. With just a thought, he could break their life vein, and that would be certain death for sure. Of course, this life vein might not only be physical, it might even be spiritual. Such a terrifying medicinal pellet could only be refined by a powerful spirit cultivator like the Eastern Emperor. Suyun checked Huairou Muyu's body, and after a while, she covered Hu Qianmei's towering chest with her big hand. Hu Qianmei looked at Huairou Muyu, who was completely red, and the corner of her mouth slightly raised, not showing any shyness at all. Instead, she stuck out her chest and revealed an expression of enjoyment on her face. After inspecting it for a moment, Suyun retracted his hand, and a look of relief appeared on his face. "It seems that you guys are all right." Upon seeing this, the two girls heaved a sigh of relief. However, the people in the main city are in trouble. Huairou Muyu shook his head. "I am not the only one who consumed this pill. Everyone in the main city has already swallowed the pill, and Suyun also has people from the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign inside the city. Since you have already entered the city, I believe that the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign will be here in the future, so we need to quickly make preparations." "What do you mean?" Suyun asked. "Naturally," Huairou Muyu said softly, "you and I will act out a play to confuse the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign. When the time is right, you can kill him immediately. If he thinks that the pill still has any effect on me, he will definitely trust me." "All right." Suyun nodded seriously. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 740. The death aura of the people in the entire city. The fact that they were forced to swallow the pills was not something that could be hidden from Suyun, hence he made his confession. Suyun had used up a lot of profound strength in the sword world, but he had not rested yet. After discussing with Huairou Muyu for a while, he returned back to the house to meditate, but Hu Qianmei also went in, and the two closed their doors to cultivate. Huairou Muyu then led a few servants towards Chamber of Commerce. Suyun came back too suddenly. He believed that the Eastern Sky Sovereign had already received the news of him returning to the Bei Yang. Maybe the Sky Sovereign had already left and headed there. The main Chamber of Commerce was still bustling with customers, but they did not have their usual enthusiasm, and only kept asking the staff to find the items they needed. It was likely that most of the people here wanted to find some of the ingredients from the Chamber of Commerce and use their own methods to remove the pill's effects, but so far, no one had succeeded. Suyun knew that the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign would come here to settle the score with him, but he never thought that the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign would come to the Bei Yang to cause trouble. "Miss, a large-scale battle has occurred in the north of the city. It seems that there are people who can't take it and want to leave the city." A servant ran over and said anxiously to Huairou Muyu. "Then let them leave the city." Huairou Muyu said expressionlessly. "Yes. Yes." The servant immediately ran away. However, just then, another servant of the Huairou Chamber of Commerce ran over. "Miss, there is a disturbance in the West Branch. Many people are trying to smash it. They want to snatch more materials from the branch and use them to dispel the abnormality." The man gasped. "Let them rob us and send people to maintain order. Don't make things too big." Huairou Muyu continued, but his expression was indifferent. Seeing this, the servant was puzzled, but in the end, he did not ask any further questions and turned to leave. Actually, this was the inevitable result. Huairou Muyu had already expected this to happen. How could the main city be at peace with something like this happening? Chaos was bound to happen, but she didn't have the energy to stop it now. She walked into the Chamber of Commerce and arrived in front of the storage room. The person in charge of storage was currently also leaning against the door with a helpless look on his face. Seeing Huairou Muyu get up, the man immediately stood up and bowed respectfully to Huairou Muyu. "Greetings, young miss. Is everything ready?" Huairou Muyu said indifferently. "It's all prepared according to the miss's request. It's all inside," Kusho said seriously. "Very good." Huairou Muyu nodded, and looked at the people around him, then they walked into the warehouse and began carrying the materials. Huayro Muyu looked at Kusho, who looked dejected, thought for a while, then said, "You don't have to worry too much. Nothing will happen to you, no one will die." "Why?" That Kusho raised his head, looked at Huayro Muyu, and said in shock, "Miss, do you have a way to cure our symptoms?" "Nope," Huayro Muyu said rudely. "Then, Suyun has already returned to the main city and has absolute trust in me. I believe that in the future, I will be able to kill him and hand his head over to the Eastern Emperor. Rest assured, everything will be fine." "Ha?" Hearing that, Kusho was shocked. "Miss, you really want to make a move against Alliance leader Suyun? Do I look like I'm joking?" Huayro Muyu snorted. "But Alliance leader Su is not bad to you." "Not bad? He and I are just using each other. He relied on me, the Bei Yang, to make money. At most, he treated me as a tool to make money. Not bad? This kind of place like the Bei Yang should not be in Suyun's hands, it should belong to me. Furthermore, the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign is strong, and he is not someone Suyun can compare to." Her expression was very serious, and it was also very solemn. It did not seem like she was faking it. Hearing that, Kusho's surprised face suddenly calmed down. His eyes also flickered with a strange light. A moment later, his body swayed and turned into another man wearing a silver robe with a long sword on his back. This Sansho was impressively a fake. Seeing that, Huayro Muyu's face revealed shock. "You." "Hee, it seems like Miss Huayro is truly loyal to the Lord Sky Sovereign." "Very well, with how loyal you are, Lord Reverend will definitely be very happy to know that." The man cupped his fists towards the sky and said with a smile. Hearing that, Huayro Muyu secretly snorted, kept his surprise, and said, "Why are you here? Are you here to spy on me?" "That's right, I was originally Suyun's man, but suddenly transferred to Sky Sovereign. He would at least suspect me." "Miss Huayro, no need to think like that, I am not here for you. When Master Sky Sovereign left, the reason he wanted to keep me here was to wait for news of Suyun." "How about it, Miss Huayro? Suyun entered the city not long ago, right? Has he gone to find you?" "Yes." Huayro Muyu said without hiding anything. "The appearance of the people in the city made him suspicious, so I told him everything." "Tell him everything?" That person's expression changed slightly. "What did you say?" "I will tell him that I have colluded with Empyrean Eastern Emperor to lure him into the trap that you have set for him so that he can kill him. Let's coordinate our actions and kill Empyrean Eastern Emperor before Empyrean Eastern Emperor makes a move." "What?" When the man heard her, he was immediately filled with killing intent. He was furious. "What a cunning woman! How dare you betray the Sky Sovereign and tease us? You're courting death." After he finished speaking, he was about to make his move. "Stop!" Huayro Muyu immediately shouted. That person's movements became sluggish as he snorted, begging for mercy. "No, just an explanation," Huayro Muyu said indifferently. His face did not have the slightest trace of being afraid. "Explanation? What's there to explain?" Huayro Muyu looked at him gently. "Sir, let me ask you, can you hide the matter of Lord Heavenly Sovereign of the East?" When the person heard her words, he coldly looked at her and didn't say anything. "This is absolutely impossible to hide. Suyun's methods are superb. He has the support of the real Devil sect, he relies on the Wanhua realm, and he even has the support of the Sword Ancestor. Although this is all information that I obtained from me, but I also know that the current Suyun is no longer an ordinary existence. His energy is great, I think. The arrival of the Heavenly Sovereign, moreover what he has done will definitely get to know. If I were to lie to him, wouldn't he be suspicious? He was even more wary of me, and even persecuted me. So I told him the truth, and of course I told you the truth, too. Because if I let Suyun make his move, I will also make your move." With that said, the man was startled for a moment. He immediately put away the profound strength in his hand and asked, "You think we can just let this go?" "What do you mean?" Don't you understand? It's just a trap. Huayro said slowly. Suyun thinks that I pretended to betray him and teamed up with Sky Sovereign to persecute him. He accepted my suggestion and acted against Sky Sovereign before Sky Sovereign did. Then, Sky Sovereign can also kill Suyun ahead of him, and take the initiative to ambush him first. 3 days later, I will lure Suyun out of the city and head towards the Half-Moon Lake in the south. You guys can ask the Sky Sovereign to prepare and act out. Cut him down. In that case, Suyun will definitely die. When the man heard this, he began to ponder. Huayro glanced at him, then said indifferently, "No need to doubt my loyalty, my life is in the hands of the Heavenly Sovereign. Who do you think I will choose?" "Miss Huayro, you're overthinking it. It's not that I doubt your loyalty to the Heavenly Sovereign, it's just that Suyun is not easy to deal with." Saying that, he took out a scented sachet from the space bag at his waist and handed it over to Huayro. "This is the scented sachet that the Sky Sovereign asked me to give to you." Huayro accepted it, and scrutinized it for a moment, only to feel that the scented sachet was extremely fragrant, waking up one's mind, and after taking it into his hands, his cultivation actually increased by a lot, and the profound chi in his body seemed to be even denser. "Baby," Huayro said indifferently, with just a casual grasp, "your strength increased by at least 30%. "Haha, not bad." The man laughed loudly. "On the surface, it does seem like this, but in reality, it's not the case." Huayro frowned. "What do you mean?" "Hee, you don't know, this scented sachet, called Inhi Fragrance Sachet, is one of the things that the true demon realm has. On the surface, it seems as though it can increase a person's cultivation, but in reality, it is secretly stealing another's cultivation. Actually, this is just an illusion. Your strength did not receive any amplification, on the contrary, this sachet is absorbing your cultivation. Your strength is slowly decreasing. In less than 3 days, your cultivation will be completely devoured and you will become a mortal without any profound strength left." The man smiled sinisterly. "What?" A look of astonishment flashed past Huayro eyes. "Just in case." The man laughed coldly. "Go and give the sachet to Suyun now, let him have it. In 3 days, he will lose all of his cultivation, and at that time, Suyun will be no different from trash. Wouldn't it be as easy as pie to kill him?" Huayro was silent. "I think you should know what to do next, right, Miss Huayro? Do your job well, kill Suyun, the Sky Sovereign will definitely be happy. When that happens, the Sky Sovereign will definitely reward you heavily, and you will also be able to soar into the sky." After saying this, the man turned around and left. Huayro was still standing there, waiting for the man to leave. She picked up the sachet in her hands and studied it for a long time, then took a deep breath and threw the sachet into the space bag. Then, she turned and quickly walked out of the warehouse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 741. In these 3 days of time, Suyun had been hiding in his room cultivating. Of course, this time he had a sparring partner. He sat cross-legged with his upper body naked. The profound strength shimmered with a golden light and revolved around his body. The chi meridian carried the vigorous profound chi and flowed all over his body. Ever since he left the sword world, Suyun gained a lot and his understanding of the profound strength also went up by another level. What he gained more was his comprehension of the sword. The level of brilliance of a hero talking about swords was not one bit inferior to the great battle between the sword ancestor and the ghostly king, the Eastern Sky Sovereign and the others. All of their sword skills had left a deep impression on Suyun, and he gained an endless aftertaste. The profound chi became restless, and a sense of numbness started to surface in his body. This feeling lasted for a whole 5 hours. Under Suyun's serious breathing and refinement, the profound strength finally underwent a change, and his realm also entered the realm of the 7th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. What made Suyun even more surprised was, stepping into the 7th stage, it actually went straight to the peak, and from the looks of it, he was only 1 step away from the 8th stage, and the fighting strengths ranking had rushed past 2 million. Currently, he was ranked 1,700,000. What was going on? How did he suddenly soar to the peak of 7th rank? Soo-yun thought left and right, he was puzzled. Suddenly, he seemed to have understood something, and lowered his head to look at his upper body. With a thought, the invisible imperial battle robe appeared. Could it be because of this divine object? Thinking about that, Soo-yun immediately closed his eyes, and felt the sensation again. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of relief. It seems like the heavens are too concerned about me. Soo-yun could not help but chuckle. The divine power of the imperial robes was actually used on both the Chi Meridian and himself. Although he was unable to analyze its specific effects, there was no doubt that the reason his own cultivation was able to reach the peak of the realm was most definitely because of it. Calculating the time, it was almost time. Soo-yun was just about to get up, but just at this time, a petite figure suddenly jumped into his embrace. Following that, a pink-colored lips came out and stuck close to his mouth. Soo-yun was startled. She looked at Hu Qianmei, who was in her arms, puzzled, only to see her greedily absorbing everything in her arms, her body seeming to want to drill into Soo-yun's body. After kissing for a while, she finally parted her lips. Soon after, a pair of bewitching, misty eyes appeared. "Big brother, I want more." A few bone-cracking words emerged from those lips. Hearing that, Soo-yun was startled. He had not been back for a few days yet. Hu Qianmei kept asking for it, to cultivate? How did it become so frequent? But when the beautiful woman asked for it, Soo-yun did not hold back. He immediately pressed her soft body on the ground and started his conquest. Hu Qianmei hugged him tightly, using all her strength to cooperate, but the depths of her blurry eyes flashed with a trace of strange loneliness. This obscure loneliness was hidden deep within her heart, not showing it on her face. Instead, there were only gentle smiles on her face. She put away her charm, her mischievousness, and her pretense. At this moment, she was only showing her truest self to this man before her. The Hu Qianmei of today was a little different. Soo-yun felt it, but he didn't know what was different. After a while, Soo-yun was about to get up and meditate, using up some of the benefits he had just obtained. However, Hu Qianmei grabbed his hand, laughed, and said softly, "Big brother, you always meditate after it's over, it's too boring." "Eh? What else can you do?" Soo-yun asked doubtfully. "Let's chat." Hu Qianmei leaned his head on Soo-yun's arm and said softly. Soo-yun thought for a moment, then nodded. "All right, let's chat then. What do you want to talk about?" "In the future." Hu Qianmei looked out of the window, his eyes gradually becoming lost in thought. "Talk about where we should go after everything we've done." "Where do you want to go?" Soo-yun turned her head and looked at the exquisite little face. "Let's go back." Hu Qianmei tilted his head towards Soo-yun and spoke softly. "I want to return to Sky Martial Continent. Want to return to the little mountain in front of the Divine Sword Mountain. Want to watch the sunrise and the sunset from the peak. Count the days pass by. I don't need to train anymore. I don't need to feel fear from the enmity. I want to live a carefree life." It was a simple but not simple thought. "When this is over, I'll take you back," Soo-yun said softly. "When that time comes, we will stop thinking about cultivation and stop thinking about fighting for the magic treasure. We will just guard that small mountain and live a peaceful life. All spirit cultivator pursue the great way of the Buddha and desire for longevity. Actually, longevity is not good at all. If you live a painful life, why do you need longevity? As long as we can be happy, even if we are to live a short time, it will all be worth it. I will wait for that day to come. It will definitely come." Hu Qianmei muttered softly, and slowly closed his eyes, his voice becoming weaker and weaker. Soo-yun looked at her and saw that she seemed to have fallen asleep. He smiled knowingly, picked up the girl and carried her to the bed. Then, he activated the magical formation on the bed and left. With his cultivation, he almost did not sleep anymore, and only needed to recuperate and meditate. Suyun did not understand why Hu Qianmei would act like that, but he had a feeling that something bad was happening. While Huairou Muyu was still not back yet, Suyun left the house alone. Around dusk, Huairou Muyu returned from the Chamber of Commerce. Accompanied by Xiao Chui, Huairou Muyu walked straight into Suyun's cultivation room. Tuck, tuck, tuck. Huairou Muyu lightly knocked on the door. Who? Hu Qianmei seemed to have awoken. I, Muyu. Huairou Muyu called out softly. It's you. Come in. Hearing that, Huairou Muyu said goodbye to Xiao Chui, and went in alone. Walking into the house, he did not see Suyun. On the other hand, Hu Qianmei's face was filled with sorrow. Upon seeing this, Huairou Muyu walked over to the table and sat down by himself. Where's Suyun? He left. I wonder where he went. Perhaps he will return very soon. Hu Qianmei said in a weak voice. You don't seem very happy. At this moment, I really can't be happy. Hu Qianmei said softly as he slowly lifted up the clothes. Huairou Muyu did not speak. Why don't you have any reaction? You don't seem to be afraid of death? I don't think you're afraid of death. You're wrong. I'm very afraid of death. Hu Qianmei laughed bitterly. In the past, when I was at Sky Martial Continent, I was afraid of death. I was very afraid of death. I was afraid of dying, and after I died, I could no longer seek justice for my master, but after so many years have passed, I finally understood everything, and became unafraid of death. After meeting my brother, I suddenly became afraid of death, and I feared that if I died, I would never see him again. Her every word seemed to tremble. Even though Huairou Muyu could not understand Hu Qianmei's feelings, he knew how deep her love for Suyun was. For a female cultivator with inferior strength to forcefully enter the ultimate martial world from the Sky Martial Continent, her goal was to find the person she loved. But if we do not sacrifice, then everyone, including Suyun, will be sacrificed. Huairou Muyu said in a bland voice, the moment we inform Suyun of this matter, with his personality, he will definitely have some reservations towards the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign. The Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign does not have much time to give us, so it is impossible for us to remove the effects of the pellet in such a short period of time. Thus, we can only lie and deceive him. At the very least, when he faces the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, he won't be scared of us. You won't lose your life because of this. Hu Qianmei nodded. Compared to Huairou Muyu, she understood Suyun better. What Huairou Muyu said could definitely happen, but of course, if she and Huairou Muyu were to die, Suyun would have no worries, and the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign would definitely not be able to do anything to him. Since things had developed to this point, Huairou Muyu and Hu Qianmei had no choice. Even if they did not take this path, they could not guarantee that they would be able to survive under the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign. After all, the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign is a scourge. Before we leave, just treat it as clearing away a potential threat for Suyun. She spoke softly, only to see Hu Qianmei's eyes overflowing with tears. Alliance leader. You're back. Just then, Xiao Chui's voice came from outside. The two women immediately put away their disappointed expressions, wiped away their tears, and looked at the door. Crack! The door was pushed open, and Suyun's tall body stepped in, holding a fruit basket that glowed with a red and green light. May Air, you're awake? I specially went out to get you some fruits to boost your cultivation. Suyun said with a smile, but when he saw the other person, he said with a bit of surprise, Muyu, you are also here? When did you get here? Not long ago. Huairou Muyu stood up and said softly, Suyun, I'm afraid that we don't have time to eat the fruits now. I have received news that the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign has already left, and when I prepare the ingredients, he will enter the Bei Yang. We will leave now and head to the Half Moon Lake to prepare. Are you ready? Suyun asked. Everything is ready. All that's left is for Emperor and Eastern Emperor to enter the Half Moon Lake. All right, let's go. N. Huairou Muyu nodded her head, then she retrieved a pink-scented sachet from her bosom and handed it over to Su-Yun. "What is this?" Su-Yun saw the sachet, and his head was filled with water. "Don't ask too much, just take it with you." "Eh? I'm a man, why would I wear this?" Su-Yun scratched his head, but did not say much, and hung it on his waist. Seeing that, Huayro Muyu heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "All right, let's go." "Yes." Su-Yun nodded his head, and could not help but clench his fist. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 742. Half Moon Lake was a beautiful lake that existed close to a mountain and was only 3 days away from Huayro main city. Based on Su-Yun's speed, it would take him half a day to reach it. Well, you know. There were very few people here, and all the spirit cultivators that could be seen were people living in seclusion here. This time, the operation was not a simple one. Huayro Muyu had brought all the experts in the main city, a total of more than 3,000 experts of the 5th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, each of them invited by her after spending a large amount of profound coin. The Chamber of Commerce had used up a lot of their funds, but this kind of life and death situation was not important anymore. Su-Yun and Hu Qianmei followed Huayro Muyu and walked in front. This time, Su-Yun did not stop Hu Qianmei from coming closer, which made Hu Qianmei a little curious. The group of people quietly approached the Half Moon Lake, and everything went as expected. At the intersection near the Half Moon Lake, Huayro Muyu landed and looked around. He raised his hand and waved it lightly. "Dong Kuei, wait here." "Yes, miss." The person called Dong Kuei immediately cupped his fists together and shouted, "Disperse immediately and find a place to conceal yourselves. Do not let anyone detect your presence." When Dong Kuei and the rest saw the situation unfold, they immediately took action. Very quickly, the 3,000 spirit cultivators were nowhere to be seen. Huayro Muyu nodded, he looked at Su-Yun and the two of them walked inside. Half Moon Lake was extremely quiet. As they neared the surface of the lake, they could feel a cool sensation seeping out from the mirror-like lake, which was extremely comfortable. However, at this moment, the three of them didn't have the leisure to experience this coldness. Su-Yun looked around, nodded at Huayro Muyu, and then flew out alone, falling towards the Half Moon Lake. Pudong. When he entered the lake, he created a large splash, but soon after, he disappeared. Hu Qianmei took a few steps back and looked at the lake's surface. There wasn't much change on his face, but Huayro Muyu took out a golden stone and tossed it into the lake. In an instant, the lake was suffused with bursts of golden light, which quickly disappeared. After about half an incense worth of time, Su-Yun rushed out of the lake. After he landed, he was panting heavily with a tired look on his face. "What's the matter with you?" Huayro Muyu asked. "I don't know what's going on either." Su-Yun raised his hand to take a look, his face was filled with puzzlement and bewilderment. "I don't know why, but I realized that although my strength has increased a lot, but I can feel it no longer, even with the profound strength. Perhaps it is due to you over-cultivating. I believe you will recover after a while." Huayro Muyu said softly, "Hurry up and prepare, the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign is about to arrive, we have to move quickly." "Yes." Su-Yun nodded. Huayro Muyu then gave a signal to the 3,000 spirit cultivators to immediately enter the Half Moon Lake, and under Huayro Muyu's arrangement, they hid themselves in their surroundings again. As for Su-Yun, Hu Qianmei and the others, they waited by the lake. Time slowly passed, and after half a day, the serenity of the lake was finally broken by a strange gust of wind. The wind only blew for a short period of time. After a few breaths, it stopped. Sensing these subtle changes, the three of them knew that the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign had already reached the Half Moon Lake. Su-Yun held onto the death sword, his gaze fixated on his surroundings, his face was filled with vigilance. After an unknown period of time. "It's about time." Huayro Muyu suddenly said. "Is he here?" Su Yun asked. Huayro Muyu did not say a word, and only looked towards the horizon. A large number of dark clouds drifted in the sky. The dark clouds in all directions were extremely oppressive. It was as if they were attracted by something and had gathered over. The sky darkened as if a storm was coming. Su Yun stared at the sky in the distance, and said softly, "Since you are here, then stop hiding, come out early, and settle the grudge between us." As the voice sounded, the thick black clouds in the sky started spiraling, forming a cloud that connected to the ground. When the cloud touched the ground, it immediately dispersed, and a purple-robed, white-haired man walked out. With his hands behind his back, his long and narrow eyes revealed a trace of barely discernible pride and disdain. With a smile, he walked towards Su Yun. "You knew I was coming back? How?" Su Yun pointed at Huayro Muyu. "Do you really think she will betray me and join your side?" "You're wrong, she wouldn't have done that, because from start to finish, the entire Beiyang was hers. She has already told me everything. It's a pity that you made a mistake in your plans." Finished, Su Yunchong nodded at Huayro Muyu, who immediately shouted out. So. A large number of spirit cultivators rushed out from all directions and surrounded him. Every one of them activated their magic treasure, activating profound strength to surround the lone Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign tightly. The Eastern Emperor looked around, then smiled. "So many people? What? You don't want to fight me one-on-one, so you should make a good decision, right?" "Not at the moment," Su Yun said in a deep voice. "Since you have come, I will naturally not let you leave so easily." With that said, Su Yun pulled out the death sword behind him, pointed it at the sky, and activated profound strength. He planned to activate the profound formation at the bottom of the half-moon lake to deal with the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, but then, once the sword was unsheathed, Su Yun did not release his profound chi. Instead, his face paled and his strength dropped by a lot, even the hand holding the sword trembled. Then, the death sword fell from the sky and crashed fiercely onto the ground. What? My power? Su Yun's eyes were wide opened as he raised his trembling hands and said in fear. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that, the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign Elder laughed. "Su Yun, do you think everything is as you think? In reality, Huayro Muyu has truly pledged her allegiance to me. The only reason she has told you is simply because she wants to gain your trust. Do you feel that your entire body is devoid of energy and your profound strength cannot be used? Do you feel that your body is getting weaker and weaker? Just take a look at your cultivation. The current you, in my eyes, is no different from an ant." Ha ha ha. Laughter of complacency echoed in the air. Hearing that, Su Yun's face changed. He anxiously looked inside, and after a moment, he seemed to have lost his soul, and sat down on the ground. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and hurriedly retrieved a scented sachet from the space bag. Muyu! You really? Did you betray me? Su Yun opened his eyes wide and stared at Huayro Muyu in a daze as he muttered to himself. Sorry. Su Yun, I don't want to die. Huayro Muyu said softly. He then retreated a few steps, and all the surrounding spirit cultivators suddenly turned their spears and aimed straight at Su Yun. Su Yun was petrified as he looked at his surroundings blankly. He saw that everyone's spearhead was pointed at him. Seeing Hu Qianmei, who had always been obedient to him, slowly walked to his side. He saw the Eastern Emperor take out a sharp dagger and walk towards him. The situation suddenly reversed. The ups and downs were simply unacceptable. Is this life? Su Yun looked at everything in shock. The current situation was completely different from what he had imagined. Seeing Su Yun's current expression, the smile on the Eastern Emperor's Sky Sovereign became even more pleased. It had been a long time since he was this happy. The crowd automatically split apart, allowing the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign to walk past. Su Yun retreated a few steps, holding onto the death sword tightly. Separated by a dozen meters, the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign remained motionless. When the sword edge descended, it did not release the slightest bit of sword chi nor the slightest bit of profound chi that he released, landing on the ground indifferently. What's going on? Why is the profound chi in my body? It can't be released. Su Yun's eyes were wide opened. Su Yun. Don't you know? The sachet that Huairo Muyu gave you was not for you to increase your cultivation, but to continuously absorb your cultivation. Right now, your strength is probably only at Spirit Novice Disciple, you don't have much strength left, ha 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 ha. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign laughed out loud, his eyes full of ridicule. Hearing that, Su Yun immediately threw away the scented sachet, and started to retreat. His face had a terrified expression, as he looked at Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign walking towards him step by step, as though he was losing all his soul. Finally, the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign stood right in front of him. He had no way out. A hand rested on his shoulder. Su Yun, actually, the hatred I have towards you is not great. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign wiped off Su Yun's messy hair and laughed. Since you have cultivated to such a level, grudges have long ago stopped affecting us, so how can I bear grudges against you for such a small matter? You know, you are the real devil sect behind all of this. But the Wanhua realm is the real sword ancestor, how can I casually offend you? So, I actually still don't want to kill you. Then can you not kill me? That's actually fine, but you have to give me something. What is it? Su Yun immediately replied. It's naturally the limitless sword arts that the sword ancestor passed to you. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign laughed. None. Limitless sword arts? Su Yun was startled, and said, this kind of third-rate sword technique, how can you like it? Third-rate? The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign opened his eyes wide, and immediately started laughing out loud. Su Yun. You really don't know your fortune from being lucky. This limitless sword arts that helped the sword ancestor beat up the entire heavens, actually became a third rate in your mouth? Ha 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 ha. Foolish. How ignorant. If you step into the spirit sage realm, you will know how terrifying the limitless sword arts is. Right now, you do not know anything at all. Spirit sage? Su Yun whispered. Alright, leave the limitless sword arts to me. As long as you hand it over, I guarantee that I won't kill you. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign laughed softly. Su Yun looked at him in a daze, his expression somewhat foolish, but at this time, his stupidity suddenly turned into a strong killing intent. Killing intent? The corners of Su Yun's mouth raised strangely, revealing a sinister smile. How can that work? Isn't it a waste for me to give you the limitless sword arts? If Sword Ancestor were to hand over such a good sword technique to a dead person, wouldn't that mean that I am wasting all the treasures of heaven? When the Eastern Emperor saw this, his heart skipped a beat. He suddenly felt that something was amiss. I cry if I don't subscribe /out /. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 743. These changes to Su Yun caused the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign to be extremely uneasy. He immediately raised his hand and slapped towards Su Yun's chest. The thick profound strength was trying to kill the person in front of him. However, when the palm struck his chest, it was like cotton hitting a steel plate. There was no reaction at all. Not only that, the dense profound strength attached to the palm instantly disappeared without a trace, like a stone sinking into the ocean. Ha! Before he could even react, a sharp sword suddenly pierced through his back, straight through his heart, right under Su Yun's armpits. This was the death sword that Su Yun had dropped from his hands earlier. Your cultivation. Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign stared at Su Yun with trembling eyes. Blood leaked out from his mouth as he said hoarsely, "Your cultivation, did you? Lost? Of course. What Huairo Muyu gave me was just a fake perfume bag. She never betrayed me. All of this is just a scam. Suyun said sinisterly. He immediately grabbed onto the edge of the death sword and swung it upwards. The sharp sword edge split apart the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign's body, cutting straight from his heart to his head, slicing him in half. When the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign was near, Suyun kept the divine power from the imperial battle robe temporarily, and waited for the Eastern Emperor to come close to him. Finding the right opportunity, he immediately activated his divine power and absorbed a large amount of the Eastern Emperor's profound strength. Without the protection of the profound strength, his body would not be able to contend against the sharp death sword. And that was the only way to quickly kill the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign. He pulled out the death sword and slashed at the corpse of the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, slicing it into pieces. This sudden change of events caused Huairou Muyu, Hu Qianmei, and the other spirit cultivators to be completely shocked. A spirit emperor existence died just like that? Isn't it too fast? The toughness of the body of the spirit emperor was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Even if the spirit sage existed, it would not be able to kill the opponent in such a short period of time. At the moment, Hu Qianmei and Huairou Muyu were the most shocked. In their eyes, even if Suyun defeated the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign, he still wouldn't be able to defeat them easily. On the other hand, the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign only needed a single thought to kill the two of them, and in order to not implicate Suyun, they would choose to anger the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign and let him end their lives quickly. However, Suyun had taken care of the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign in such a short period of time, and hadn't even given him a chance to take action. Hu Qianmei's eyes were filled with tears, Huairou Muyu's face was filled with complex emotions. The two girls quickly walked towards Suyun. Big brother! Hu Qianmei could not help but exclaim. Remember, do not lie to me in the future. If there is anything, I will bear it with you. Do you understand? Suyun stared at the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign's body and spoke seriously. Hu Qianmei was startled, then he lowered his head. You already know about it? I overheard your conversation after I bought the fruits. Your behavior is too abnormal. How can I not worry? Suyun said solemnly, but we can't let down our guard yet. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign's body was destroyed by me, and his soul has yet to come out from his flesh. If we don't cut off his soul, the two of you will still be in danger. With that said, Suyun took out his Tribulation Fire Sword from the sword sheath and threw it towards the broken body. The scorching heat caused the ground to turn red, and the water in the half-moon lake was instantly evaporated. However, the corpse of the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign suddenly released sets of green light. The Tribulation Fire Sword shot out and dyed the green light red, but it was extremely difficult to destroy. Seeing the cyan light, Huairou Muyu cried out involuntarily, "Source energy? How is this possible?" With the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign's body destroyed and only his soul left, how could he still display the source of his power? This old fox placed a soul-strengthening magic treasure on his own soul first. He stored a portion of his power inside this soul-strengthening magic treasure. So long as the profound strength inside this soul-strengthening magic treasure has not been used up completely, his soul can use this power to awaken the original power of his body. Suyun said coldly, but don't worry, he won't be able to hold for long. Saying that, he gave a loud shout, and the armor on his body erupted with a strong gold light, as if he was a god descending to the mortal world. With a flash of golden light, he pierced towards the corpse of the Eastern Emperor. The soul-strengthening magic treasure's profound strength on the soul was instantly crippled, and its body instantly turned into ashes and disappeared without a trace. The Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign's soul fragment flew out and attempted to escape. Everyone could see his terrified expression. How could Suyun let him leave just like that? With a leap, the Tribulation Fire Sword burst out with white flames that shot up to the sky, immediately devouring the soul without a trace. The master of the Eastern Emperor Island, Empyrean Eastern Emperor, had fallen just like that. A supreme expert that had resounded throughout many realms had died such a miserable death. It really made people sigh. Towards this existence, they were respectful and fearful. If it weren't for Huayro Muyu being extremely rich, they would not have come here, and of course, becoming enemies with him was impossible, because Huayro Muyu had promised them that once they started a war with the Eastern Emperor, they could escape on their own, which was why they were willing to follow along. Even though he said that, they did not know that Huayro Muyu tricked them over. In fact, it was to attract the attention of the Eastern Emperor's Sky Sovereign, because once Huayro Muyu betrayed them and the two sides started fighting, the Eastern Emperor would only treat them as his enemy. With the death of the Eastern Emperor, the effects of the pills on your body should also be lifted, right? Su Yun heaved a sigh of relief. Hu Qianmei ran over and threw herself into Su Yun's embrace, hugging him tightly. Her heart was extremely excited, not only because Su Yun had saved her, she was even more excited because she understood her position in Su Yun's heart. I can wait until that day. Hu Qianmei lifted his head and smiled mischievously. Su Yun scratched her nose, his face full of smiles. The crisis was over. Master! At this moment, a bellow came from the horizon. Su Yun and the rest looked towards the direction of the voice, to see a large group of spirit cultivator appearing at the horizon. These people were all dressed in uniform, all of them wielding swords. The profound chi was heavy, as though it could cover the entire sky. Standing on top of the clouds, they looked down from above, and when they saw the soul of the Eastern Emperor that was gradually dissipating in the flames, a young man wearing a white robe with long hair drooping down from his waist was instantly angered. His hand that was holding onto the sword trembled, his lips were trembling, and in the end, his gaze concentrated on Su Yun's body. You are Su Yun. Who are you? Su Yun asked. Who I am is not important. The important thing is that you will regret it. The man gritted his teeth and raised his hand. With his palm facing upwards, he closed his eyes and muttered something. Then, he saw silver threads of light quickly rise up from his palm. These silver threads were unexpectedly very commercial and exquisite. If one looked at them from afar, they would only feel a sense of magnificence, as if they had seen a world. What kind of feeling was this? What exactly is this thing? But, the next sentence that came out from this man's mouth was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, striking right at Su Yun's head. Su Yun! Do you think you've won? Absolutely wrong. You've lost. You've lost very miserably. You will suffer a crushing defeat. The man roared at the top of his lungs, and then raised his other hand and fiercely slashed at the ray of light with his sword. Crack! All the threads of light had shattered. Put! Just then, Huayro Muyu suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Su Yun's entire body trembled. He turned to look, only to see the red corner of Huayro Muyu's mouth, covered in blood, with both of his eyes closed, falling down to the ground. Muyu! Su Yun screamed and ran over to help her up, but she could feel that there was no life in her body at all. He couldn't feel his soul any longer, all that was left was an empty body. Not only her, nearly half of the 3,000 spirit cultivators also fell and died, their souls dissipating. What's going on? Hu Qianmei panicked. He looked around, and then suddenly turned towards the people in the sky and shouted, "What did you do?" Su Yun, you didn't expect that. In order to be safe, Master had intentionally split the soul locks of half of the people in the main city and gave them to me. He was worried that Huayro Muyu's betrayal was fake, so he had done this for him. He had already said this before, if anything happened to him, he would definitely not let you off scot-free. Now, half of the people in the main city have died. This is just an interest for you to persecute my master. This man raised his battle sword high up and roared loudly, "Now, it's time for you to pay with your lives for my master. Kill!" With that, the people of Eastern Royal Island rushed towards the scene like a pouring waterfall. Everyone had a great presence, and if one looked carefully, they would see that there were more than 10,000 people. However, the current Su Yun had long since gone mad. He suddenly raised his bloodshot eyes. The devil chi around his entire body was like a sandstorm, gushing out from his body. The hand that was holding the death sword trembled extremely hard. A large amount of veins and blood vessels burst out from his arm. "I want your lives." Suyun put Huayro Muyu down, he bellowed, raised his sword and rushed forward like a gust of wind, flying into the sky. The violent devil chi was like tentacles, smashing into all the people that were near him. S sword was like a death god's sickle, frantically harvesting the life of all the spirit cultivators. One after another, their bodies broke and fell. The people below could only see the endless waves of corpses and blood raining down. The scene was extremely shocking. These people seemed to be large in number, but their cultivation was not high. Suyun was wearing his imperial battle robe, and the 100 all-spirits cultivators inside the sword world could not do anything to him, so how could they contend against him? Suyun's eyes were red like a mad tiger's. As he killed his way around, sword images spread out and the people of Eastern Emperor Island were immediately chopped into pieces, their formations in complete chaos. Speed, imposing manner, brute force, profound strength, they were all on a different level than Suyun. "Don't panic. Formation. Formation." He had wrongly estimated Suyun's strength, and thought that he could wipe him out, but the reality was cruel. Suyun's strength was beyond his imagination. Upon hearing the words of their senior, everyone hurriedly took action. But just at this time, Suyun urged his profound strength on. The surrounding profound chi were like water absorbed by the whirlpool, rushing frantically towards Suyun. Following that, the vegetation in the entire half-moon lake started to stir. They were trembling frantically, swaying frantically, the big rocks were rolling, the trees were swaying, the birds gathering towards the clouds, hundreds of beasts were rushing over. What's going on? The people in the sky and the ground were all panicking, looking around in fear. He saw that everything around him had suddenly stopped. Everything had suddenly quieted down, and following that, several swords made of vapor phase chi appeared. They were like iron attracted to a magnet, and they suddenly flew towards him. The sword of the all spirits. Hu Qianmei stared blankly at the vast scene before him, only to see tens of thousands of swords attacking, stabbing towards Suyun, and in the span of a breath, completely penetrating through the bodies of the surrounding spirit cultivators. The eldest senior brother stared at Suyun, who was in the middle of the crowd, and slowly looked down, only to see that his own chest had been penetrated by countless chi swords, revealing a few transparent holes. The chi meridian was cut apart, and even his heart was pierced. This is... The man struggled to shout, but before he could finish, his body fell to the ground. Walala! Nearly 10,000 people fell to the ground, like sand that had fallen to the ground, forming a hill of human flesh. Ah! Run! Run! When the spirit cultivator brought by Huayro Muyu saw the scene, how could they dare to stay? He hurriedly turned around and fled, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. These people were completely terrified of the current Suyun. The mental fortitude they had cultivated for many years had no effect at all. Let alone these people, even the current Hu Qianmei was trembling in fear. She looked at the person who was falling from the sky. To the current him, his entire body was covered in blood, although he was filled with a vile aura. Hu Qianmei could feel the sorrow in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 744. Suyun walked towards Huayro Muyu's corpse step by step. His hands were trembling as he held onto her body. The Vertex Novels. Big Brother. Hu Qianmei opened his mouth, wanting to console Suyun, but the words were stuck in his throat. She didn't know how to comfort Suyun, because perhaps what he needed at this time wasn't the right words to comfort him. He hugged Huayro Muyu's body tightly, but did not say a single word. He only buried his head in her pitch-black hair. His fists clenched tighter and tighter. With the soul lock cut off, the pill's effect on Huayro Muyu's body erupted, causing her soul to suddenly dissipate, causing her to completely disappear from the world, and maybe other than this empty shell, she was nothing else. Who was inside the sword sheath, had naturally seen everything that had happened outside. Suyun's impetuous actions had woken her up, but she could not do anything, nor could she do anything, she could only watch silently. May Air. Just then, Suyun raised his head and looked at Huiro Muyu's pale face in grief and said hoarsely, "Big brother, May Air is here." Hu Qianmei hurriedly sat beside him and asked with concern. Suyun gently placed Huiro Muyu on the ground, looked at her and said softly, "May Air. Bring Muyu's corpse back, and when I return from Eastern Imperial Island." East Road Island? Hu Qianmei was startled, then suddenly thought of something, and asked, "Big brother, what are you planning to do?" "Of course it's to avenge Muyu." He suddenly roared out and threw his sword towards the mountain of corpses. The brutal aura burst out from the sword tip like rotten weeds, tearing the corpses of the Eastern Emperor Island's people into pieces. A bloody mist started to float around the half-moon lake, and the violent chi crashed into the mountain in the distance, causing the entire mountain and lake to shake. Hu Qianmei's face turned pale white. The anger in Suyun's heart was burning his internal organs, but he kept suppressing it. He could not suppress it anymore. The only thing he could do was to destroy the entire Eastern Emperor Island, to vent the anger in his heart. However, no one knew what a person who had lost his sanity would do. Hu Qianmei understood that if he continued to let Suyun go, he would only end up dying. Immediately, Hu Qianmei disregarded everything and rushed forward, tightly hugging onto him, her tender white hands directly grabbing onto Suyun's hand that was holding the sword. "No! You can't go!" Hu Qianmei gritted her teeth as she lowered her eyes and called out, "I have to go." Suyun's voice became fierce. Hu Qianmei looked at him, only to see his red eyes become even more crazed, and immediately shouted, "Brother, what you need to do now is not to take revenge, but to think of a way to revive Muyu." "Resurrection? How can I revive?" Suyun let out a beast-like roar. "If one's soul is gone, how can one revive?" "Calm down." Hu Qianmei grabbed onto Suyun's arm with all his might, and cried out anxiously, "Myriad heavens, what is it that isn't there?" "Brother, are you sure that no magic treasure can revive Muyu? Since the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign is dead, and Eastern Emperor Island is just a piece of sand, killing them would be useless. Now, what you need to do is quickly revive Muyu and think of a way to revive her." The more Hu Qianmei said, the more excited she became, but she knew in her heart that the reason she said that was only to stabilize Suyun's condition. After saying that, Suyun's entire being seemed to be convulsing. He trembled a few times, and the fanaticism in his eyes dimmed down by several fold. Seeing that, Hu Qianmei was startled. "That's right, May Air. You're right." Suyun muttered, his entire person seemed to have lost his soul. "Big brother. What's the matter with you? Are you okay?" Hu Qianmei said blankly, then panicked, "Big brother, don't scare me." Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Suyun suddenly regained his senses, and said to Hu Qianmei, "Mayor, quickly bring Muyu back, I'll be back soon." After speaking, he turned and flew into the air, instantly disappearing into the distance. "Big brother!" Hu Qianmei called out 3 times in a row, but Suyun had already walked far away. After leaving the Bei Yang, Suyun did not fly around randomly like a headless fly, but instead rushed towards the Wanhua realm. Hu Qianmei was right. With such a large myriad worlds realm, there were countless divine objects and magic treasures that appeared one after another. There were all kinds of magic treasure, and even reviving a person's soul did not mean that it was impossible. Therefore, Suyun could only go find someone first. As long as that person was able to provide information, then Huiro Muyu would be able to return back. After entering the Wanhua realm, Suyun did not even take care of the realm master, much less look at him. Once inside the dark place, they would head towards the familiar river. "Old man! Old man!" Suyun stood by the riverside and shouted loudly. "I'm here!" An elderly voice rang out from not far away. Suyun turned to look and saw that a few spirit cultivators were surrounding the old man and asking about his business. It seemed like they were making a deal. Su-Yun quickly walked over and pushed them away, then said anxiously, "Old man, I have something to ask you." Seeing that, the old man became dissatisfied, and the spirit cultivator became even more furious. He became angry. "Hey, this cultivator, do you have any morals left? Don't know first come first served? Hurry up and leave." But just as he said that, Su-Yun took out his sword and slashed to the side. Boom! The vast profound chi was like a surging flood, surging out from his sword and smashing onto the ground. A 10-meter wide, bottomless abyss was forcibly formed on the ground, with sword chi rippling and profound chi flying everywhere. Terrifying energy lingered in the air and even the entire dark place was trembling. Upon seeing this, the few spirit cultivators were dumbfounded. "Go away!" Su-Yun bellowed. Hearing that, a few of them trembled from head to toe, and immediately ran. Who would dare to offend Su-Yun? Hey, don't go. Don't go, you haven't paid yet. Don't go." When the old man saw this, he became anxious and quickly shouted for them to stop. However, these people were like wild horses that escaped from their horses, unable to catch up. Seeing that, the old man turned to look at Su-Yun and blew on his beard. "Smelly brat, what are you doing? Do you know that you've ruined two of my biggest businesses? I'll make these up to you." Su-Yun took out a profound coin card from his bosom and handed it over to the old man. "As long as you fulfill my request, these will all be yours. All yours." The old man took the card and looked at it, his old face revealing a look of surprise. He looked at Su-Yun and said, "What a generous gesture. Seems like the thing you want to ask this time is not a small matter. Please tell me." "Fine." The old man kept the profound coin card and laughed. "Tell me, what do you want to know? I will definitely tell you everything." "You must know." Su-Yun anxiously said, "Please tell me how to revive a person whose soul has already dissipated." "What?" When the old man heard this, his sunken eyes widened. After a while, he said, "I think you're crazy, aren't you? He's already lost his soul, and now he wants to revive? I don't know about this. Old man, please tell me." Su-Yun anxiously grabbed the old man's arm, and shouted anxiously, "I know you will know, for all the realms, nothing is too bizarre. Old man, you have the divine arts, so you must know how to revive a person whose soul has dissipated, right?" "Boy, this is too difficult." The old man's face was filled with helplessness. "My soul has already dissipated, even the great firmament golden immortal can't save you." "You? What do you want me to tell you? Don't tell me there's no magic treasure or spiritual object to save people? I've never heard of such an effect from any treasure," the old man said. As these words fell, it was like a huge hammer, ruthlessly smashing apart the heart of Su-Yun, who had just revived. If even this old man didn't know, then perhaps. "That won't happen, there must be a way. There must be a way." Su-Yun clenched his fists tightly, but his lips were extremely pale, and even started to tremble. Although he had cultivated his personality in the true devil sect, Huiro Muyu's death at that moment had evoked the devil in his heart towards Su Qing'er's death in his previous life. "Oh. That's right. It seems that there is a treasure that can reform the soul and revive people." At this time, the old man suddenly thought of something and clapped as he spoke. Just as he said that, a big hand suddenly grabbed his collar and lifted him up. The old man was stunned, facing Su-Yun's eyes that were blazing with fire. "Old man, you. What did you just say? Could a magic treasure bring someone back to life? What kind of magic treasure was it? Say it quickly. What magic treasure?" Su-Yun called out anxiously, his expression extremely agitated, his hand almost tearing the old man's clothes apart. "Put me down first. Hey, put me down first," the old man shouted. Su-Yun was startled for a moment, then regained his senses and quickly let go of his hands. The old man sat on the ground and coughed twice. He glared at Su-Yun. "You brat, you are too reckless. Can you wait for me to finish speaking? Apologies. Old man, please tell me first, what kind of magic treasure can save people? It's urgent. Now, wait. Su-Yun immediately replied. Don't be anxious, actually, I just remembered this magic treasure, because in the past, there was a spirit cultivator like you, who asked me if there was a magic treasure that could reform the soul in this world, and revive people, so I used a technique to check, and I remember that there was indeed such a magic treasure. What's its name I forgot, but I remembered it was in Supreme Sect. Don't be in such a hurry, I'll help you find it now. After the old man finished speaking, he crouched down and placed the skull staff in his hand on the ground. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 745. Su-Yun stood at the side, staring sternly at the old man. His every move, every action, seemed to be able to pull Su-Yun's heart out. The chattering of the mantra came out of her shriveled lips and disturbed her. After an unknown period of time, the elder finished casting and stood up. How is it? Su-Yun asked. There's news. The old man wiped the sweat off his face. He panted slightly and said with a pale face, I have an impression of this item. I have calculated it according to its name and found its whereabouts. This treasure is called Heaven Returning Mirror, and it is said that it is a treasure passed down from the ancient gods. It contains God power, and it can draw out the powers of reincarnation, causing one to be revived, but this treasure is in the hands of the people of Supreme Sect, so it is not easy to obtain. Furthermore, many people have died horribly in their cultivation of the way of the Buddha. I think that this Heaven Returning Mirror was most likely in the hands of the sect leaderess, who also cultivated the Supreme Divine Tao. Perhaps this Heaven Returning Mirror was prepared by him. The old man said. Su-Yun heard her, and did not say a word. The old man looked at Su-Yun's face and saw that he had his head lowered, as if he was thinking about something. His heart skipped a beat and he said, Brat, don't you dare mess around. Since ancient times, no one has ever dared to snatch Supreme Sect's things. You better not throw yourself in there to save people. Does Senior have any suggestions? Don't think so much about it. That's my best advice to you. Senior, you are mistaken. I am asking you how to obtain the Heaven Returning Mirror from the Supreme Sect. So you've already made your decision? The old man was stunned. Looking at this brat's attitude, it seemed like he was not going to consider taking back the Heaven's Mirror. Since there's such an opportunity, are you telling me to give it up without even trying? Oh, you are such a moron. The old man was helpless. He shook his head and sighed, forget it. Since you've done so much business for me, I'll give it to you for free. With that, the old man squatted down again and touched the skull with his hands. This time, the cast time was not long, but after a while, he raised his head and shook it. What can I help you with? The only thing that can help you fight against the Supreme Sect is the Clear Sky Holy Robe. You must first think of a way to get the Clear Sky Holy Robe. I already have the Clear Sky Holy Robe. At this time, Su-Yun suddenly said this. Hearing that, the old man's body trembled. He immediately retreated a few steps, and carefully sized up Su-Yun. Good job. The old man sighed. I didn't think that a divine object like the Clear Sky Holy Robe would be obtained by you. What a capable kid. Su-Yun did not say anything, but the old man nodded his head and said, with the Clear Sky Sacred Robe, you do not need to worry about it anymore. If you really want to save people, then go. There is no other way to help you take back the Heaven's Mirror, but I have to remind you of one thing. Although you have the Clear Sky Sacred Robe, it does not mean that you can win against the Supreme Sect. Its function is only to give you the qualifications to call yourself Supreme Sect, that's. Understand? Do not place all of your hopes on the Clear Sky Sacred Cloak. In front of the huge Supreme Sect, it will not be able to protect you perfectly. Thank you for the warning, Senior. Su-Yun cupped his fists. Alright, I don't have much information I can tell you. You can leave now. The old man waved his hand, turned around and left. Suyun of course did not hesitate, and turned to leave the dark place. Since the Supreme Sect had the heaven-returning mirror he had to obtain it no matter what. Whether it was his sister, his parents, the True Devil Sect or Huayro Muyu, all of their targets were all targeted at the Supreme Sect. The Suyun at this moment understood that the grudge between him and the Supreme Sect was something that had to be resolved no matter what, and before this grudge could be resolved, he and the Supreme Sect would never be at peace. Returning to the Bei Yang, and allowing Hu Qianmei to keep Huayro Muyu's corpse safe and sound, Suyun headed towards the True Devil Sect alone. The conflict between the real Devil Sect and the Supreme Sect had already spread throughout the countless worlds, and there were even many people within the Bei Yang who were discussing this matter. However, the matter that had happened in Huayro main city had immediately attracted everyone's attention, and the news of Suyun killing the Eastern Emperor Sky Sovereign had also quickly spread. The news of Huayro Muyu's death was deliberately suppressed by Hu Qianmei. She had only informed the people of the Huayro family and passed the matter of the Bei Yang to the people of Huayro family. Since the Bei Yang was not a small place, if there was no leader, it would definitely be a mess, and at that time, the situation would be hard to settle. When the people of the Huayro family saw the ice-cold Huayro Muyu, they naturally cried their hearts out. Huayro Muyu was a genius that was hard to come by in 1,000 years. Her death could be said to be immeasurable for the people of the Huayro family. However, things had already gotten to this point, there was nothing anyone could do about it. After all, she had died in the hands of the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign. How could the Huayro family contend against the Eastern Emperor Island? Inside the True Devil Sect, Suyun quickly stepped into the sect. It was still cold inside with only a few Devil Cultivators inside. Bitter Iron. Bitter Iron. Mandate. Heaven Punisher. Suyun walked over in large strides and shouted loudly. His voice spread out, and very quickly, 2 Devil Cultivators appeared in front of Suyun. These 2 Devil Cultivators were the real Devil Sect's Mountain Gate Devil Guards, Ku Tai and Xing Ming. Greetings, Lord Devil Lord. Where's the Vice Sect Master? Suyun asked. Not yet. Where are the elders? We'll leave with the Vice Sect Master as well. None of them are here? Then, bring me to see the Sect Master. Lord Devil Lord, the Sect Head is in closed-door cultivation. During that time, no one, including the Vice Sect Head, will be able to see him. Then doesn't the real Devil Sect have anyone that can speak the truth? Suyun was angry. Yes. Who is it? You. Get out and guard the mountain. Suyun was angry. This subordinate will take his leave. Xingming and Ku Tai slipped away like smoke. He was speechless. Suyun shook his head, he then turned and walked towards the hall, but not long after, Bitter Iron and Xingming came again. Lord Devil Lord. What now? Suyun was rather impatient. The 2 of them said in unison, the Vice Sect leader is back. Hearing that, Suyun's expression immediately became serious. He only saw a large mass of black clouds from the horizon. Following that, countless Devil Cultivators rushed over, and the one who flew to the front was the great clan elder, Circle Demon. Ha, Lord Demon Lord. When did you return to the sect? I haven't seen you in a long time, I miss you so much. Shigo walked out from the crowd, and when he saw Suyun, he immediately waved his hand and shouted. After a group of people landed, the great demon guards arranged for the Devil Cultivator to go down, while Suyun and the other elders walked into the White Bone Pavilion in the center. Suyun asked for the whereabouts of Chi and the others, and Ba Chi did not hide anything, and immediately told everything that had happened in the True Devil Sect in the recent days. The Supreme Sect was getting closer and closer to him. The True Devil Sect was in a precarious situation, so Octagon Aniseed and the other True Devil Sect experts went to look for help. However, finding helpers wasn't just a normal way of asking for help. It was a different way of asking for help. The Supreme Sect was famous throughout the world, and no one dared to not to fear him. The true devil sect directly came to their doorsteps for help, and no one was willing to help. After all, if they agreed to the true devil sect's request, they would become enemies with him. With no other choice, Octopus could only pretend to be the supreme sect to attack the sects, create conflict, and force them into a hostile position with the supreme sect. This way, the real devil sect would have a lot of external help. However, not all of the sects were successfully provoked, and there were also some sects that were suspicious. However, time was of the essence, and Octagon Aniseed couldn't care less. In the past few days, after everyone's unremitting efforts, there are already 37 people in charge of different forces, big and small, who have made contact with 7th Elder Jumo. Everyone wants to fight against Supreme Sect together with their true Devil Sect leaders. Other than that, there are also many rogue cultivators who hate the Supreme Sects for coming over to help. However, because of the special conditions of the encampment in the True Devil sect, they were arranged to stay on a lone mountain not too far away. Once the clearing was successful, it would be instigated. Then, the Supreme Sect would be annihilated, and we would definitely win. The second Demon Elder and the other elders said, while a trace of excitement appeared on everyone's faces. "You've all worked hard." Octagon Aniseed laughed. "Our efforts over the past few days have not been in vain. Now that we have gathered so much energy, we can definitely fight against the Supreme Sect, but we do not know what the Supreme Sect is up to." The second Demon Elder, "Are the Supreme Sect's men out of the world?" "It will be out 5 days ago. Gather outside the Supreme One gate. Once everyone is gathered, we will prepare to cross the border. Our people estimate that Supreme Sect will probably send no less than 500,000 spirit cultivators to attack the True Devil Sect this time." The two fiend gods said solemnly. 500,000? Not much, just a lot less than the number of people. He was the True Devil Sect's 8th Elder, Rock Demon. The True Devil Sect had met with danger, and all the elders of the deacons outside had been summoned back. At this moment, Luo was seated in the pavilion full of people. 500,000 is indeed not a lot, but there's not even a single newcomer to the Supreme Sect among these people. To deal with us, the people of Supreme Sect have sent a few members who have been in the sect for at least 10 years. Their faith in and worship of the Supreme Sect have reached a rather high level, and their limitless profound chi have reached a certain level. Their strength is definitely not simple. Furthermore, everyone is not afraid of death. These 500,000 people are not easy to deal with. Furthermore, these 500,000 people do not represent the entire might of the Supreme Sect. There are countless experts in the Supreme Sect, and just the Holy Maiden alone is enough to give us a headache, not to mention those legendary experts like the Seventh Son and the Supreme Grand Guard. If these people came out, then what would the True Devil Sect do to resist them? At this time, the Great Elder, the Devil Lord, spoke out. As these words fell, the entire hall fell silent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 746. No one dared to look down on the Supreme Sect. As a sect that had more enemies than its disciples, the reason why it could stand tall and strong for so many years was naturally because of it. And the main reason that it could cause countless people to feel endless reverence for it was because its members and its followers were all crazy people. As long as the Supreme Sect Lord said it, all the people in the Supreme Sect would be able to rush forward and do anything. Even if they were to die immediately, they would absolutely obey, because they firmly believed in the Supreme Tao and only believed in the Supreme Divine Tao. Supreme Sect's power is naturally not limited to just these 500,000, and these 500,000 are just an empty number of people. Perhaps, the number of people they have sent to deal with our True Devil Sect might be even more, but you don't have to guess. The other forces in Supreme Sect don't need to look down on our True Devil Sect because they are arrogant, but rather, they need to deal with those potential enemies. The grudge between our True Devil Sect and the Supreme Sect is already known to the world. Many people take the attitude of watching from the sidelines. He had his hands behind his head and was sitting cross-legged on the chair, looking relaxed. Hearing that, the Rock Demon immediately became anxious. Vice Sect Master, according to what you said, doesn't that mean that there are people watching us? That won't do. If those bastards dare to have any ideas about us, we definitely cannot let them go. I want to eat their soul. Destroy their forces. Let them know that our real devil sect is not easy to bully. Rock Demon Elder's words are too harsh. There are indeed people who have plans for our true devil sect. Maybe you can say this: whoever has plans for Supreme Sect will also have plans for the true devil sect, and whoever has plans for the true devil sect will not let go of Supreme Sect. It will depend on who wins and who loses. If anyone wins, then those people who are watching by the side will definitely step in and split our profits. Maybe we will defeat Supreme Sect, and most of the benefits from the Supreme Sect will be taken away by them. Damn it! Rock Demon was enraged. Vice Sect leader, why don't we fight against the Supreme Sect later? We should first grab all those bastards hiding in the dark and take care of all of them first. It's useless. Firstly, you don't know who those people are, and secondly, we don't have the energy to care about those guys, so we can only submit and let them take some. But, we don't need to worry. When did my real devil sect ever suffer a loss? A devilish smile formed on his lips as he said, after we take care of the Supreme Sect, we will have plenty of time to settle our scores with them. Everyone, please wait patiently for some time. After saying that, the Rock Demon's angry face finally loosened up, and kept giggling foolishly. The Vice Sect Master is right. However, the most important thing right now is to deal with the Supreme Sect and not those bystanders. Eight-Toothed, when do you plan on making a move against the Supreme Sect? Just then, Suyin spoke out. I have already set up a defense along the way, waiting for the Supreme Sect to attack. I believe that after they enter the true devil realm, they will have difficulty moving even a single inch. This is impossible. Suyin shook his head. You instigated the other powers to deal with the Supreme Sect, but the people from the Supreme Sect and those other powers are not stupid. Once the Supreme Sect gets hold of the news, we just have to jump out to prove ourselves. Even if we cannot let those powers beat us back, we can make them lose their trust in us. At that time, I am afraid that they will choose to stay as an outsider or choose to leave. When that time comes, the situation in the True Devil Sect will be in a crisis, so I suggest that we should quickly make our move, and not wait for the people of Supreme Sect to enter the True Devil Realm, but for our True Devil Realm to enter the Supreme Realm. You're right, I have also considered this issue. A trace of worry appeared on Shigo's face before he sighed and said, however, reality is just that cruel. Demon Lord, I also want to quickly fight my way over, but we don't have enough power. We have yet to settle the most important sect, so we can't be reckless. You mean empty? That's right, of course it's to be emptied. I have investigated Ivy, and felt that it was very likely that he was sent by the Supreme Sect to empty out the area and conduct the underground mission. I felt that Idol had our spies in the area, and I mixed Idol and Idol in to clear out the area so that I could find the evidence to Idol and at the same time expose him. That way, the Venerable One will know that the Supreme Sect will not let him go. At that time, we just need to send a devil cultivator who can speak clearly and argue with him to the front. The Venerable One will definitely stand on the same side as us. Octagon Aniseed chortled. Hearing that, Suyin frowned. Was he still brainwashed after all? He was his father and mother's teacher, so how could he just watch him fall like that? If it weren't for his sister, he wouldn't be like this. However, if he did not die, then Empty would not make the Supreme Sect his enemy, and the pressure on the True Devil Sect would be immense. The reality was cruel, and he could do nothing about it. Suyin secretly clenched his fists, the red light in his eyes flickering. Eight-Toothed. What's wrong, Demon Lord? Immediately send someone to my grandfather's place and ask for their help. The Demon Lord's grandfather? Does he mean Shin Wu Huang? If that's the case, then I think that's unnecessary. The eyes and ears of the Martial Imperial Palace are much stronger than what we imagined. How can he not know about the grudge between the Supreme Sect and the True Devil Sect? If they had, someone would have come a long time ago. I didn't say I wanted you to find my grandfather. Although I've only met him once, I know that he might not have a good temper, so there's no point in searching for him. Therefore, you should look for my mother. Suyun said, this is a good opportunity to deal with Supreme Sect. My mother will not let it go. She might be able to convince my grandfather that the power of the martial imperial palace is much stronger than being emptied out. If they were to interfere, it would be the end of Supreme Sect. Back then when Xinwu Huang was doing something tyrannical while he was clearing out the place, he forcefully took Su Xintian and Xin Shuashuet away. Naturally, Suyun thought that the martial imperial palace was extremely powerful. If not, how could the clearing out honored warrior endure it and swallow his anger? You think that Xinwu Huang's daughter will help us? The cliff demon said, puzzled. Why not? Suyun said, after all, Xinwu Huang's granddaughter is the saintess of the Supreme Sect. He will not stand by and watch. But no need for that. Second demon, quickly find someone to make a trip to the martial imperial palace. Regardless of whether we succeed or not, we must at least give it a try. If the martial imperial palace is willing to take action against the Supreme Sect, it would be a great thing for us. No matter what, I have to go. At this moment, Octagon Aniseed suddenly spoke up. When the Vice Sect Master spoke, everyone followed suit. The two demons stood up and said, since it's like this, I'll go and arrange it. After speaking, he left. I don't think the Martial Imperial Hall will make any plans for the time being. Now that all the various sects are gathering here, what we need to do is to gather these people. With so many sects and forces, fish and dragons are mixed together. If we can't gather them, then it would be like a piece of loose sand with no fighting strength. What does the Vice Sect Master plan to do? Naturally it is to brainwash them. Supreme Sect would brainwash them, and so would we. We can tell them what will happen if we don't defeat the Supreme Sect's people, and what our current situation is like, letting them put aside their gains, put aside their past grudges, sincerely join forces, and resist the enemy together. He grinned and said, I don't like doing this kind of work, so I'll have to trouble you, Great Elder. After the round demon heard this, he immediately stood up and clasped his hands. I'll follow your orders. Rock Demon, Jumo, your mission is to urge the patriarchs in the front line of defense and arouse their devilish nature. After all, the Supreme Sect's power is resounding throughout the world. If the devil cultivator's devilish nature is not activated, it will be very difficult for them to resist the faith of the people in the Supreme Sect. Yes, Vice Sect Leader. The two devil cultivators immediately called out. Finally, the most difficult task. He asked, Lord Demon Lord, the Supreme Sect is a special sect, and the disciples there are all stuck in the Supreme Sect, so even if we send out the spies from the Devil Cultivator, we will lose contact with them in a few days and be assimilated by them, so, our understanding of the Supreme Sect is limited, and with the great battle approaching, we need to grasp their movements, so we can think of a strategy. Therefore, I plan to head to the Supreme Sect to investigate the situation there, and if Lord Demon Lord is willing, do you want to come with me? Sure. Suyun readily agreed. Honestly speaking, he really wanted to rush to Supreme Sect right now, but although he had an impulsive feeling in his heart, his reason told him that the time was not right. All right then. A-Tooth nodded and said, let's go. Someone, prepare some magic tools and bring the demon ceiling guard here. Yes, Vice Sect Leader. A devil cultivator replied. Just like that, a small meeting was held. Suyun and Shigo made some preparations in Devil Sect before they walked out of the White Bone Pavilion to count the number of Demon Guard that had been summoned. All of them were from the Demon Guard who were protecting the Sect Master's cultivation grounds. They were all powerful and mysterious, and the first time Suyun saw them, he could tell that they were not ordinary. There were a total of 9 of them, but there were 3 Spirit Emperoress among them, and their captain was even more terrifying. Suyun was completely unable to see through his cultivation, and it was likely that the Eastern Emperor Heavenly Sovereign's chi was not much weaker than his. It was evident how dangerous this operation was. The 9 people in front were all dressed in black iron armor and helmets. Their faces could not be seen, only a pair of blood-red eyes. The devil chi was extremely dense, on their waists was a blade, and on their backs was a sword. They were actually using the dual-wielding martial artists. Well. Shigo smiled, and turned to look at Su-Yun. Very good. Su-Yun nodded. Then let's go. As he finished speaking, he turned around. However, just as he turned around, he saw a figure walking towards him at an unhurried pace. The figure's 8-teeth footsteps paused for a moment, and then a voice floated over. Vice Sect Master Chi-Chi, are you going to take action again? Hee, as a member of Devil Sect, I think that I should go with you guys for this mission. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 747. Su-Yun had only heard this voice a few times. Although it was only a few times, he had a deep impression of it. Three-Bone Dragon. Su-Yun looked at the person who walked over, and his eyes became serious. Wearing a black robe, the three-bone dragon with his hair tied up in a ponytail slowly walked over. His pale face had a smile on it as his eyes sized up Su-Yun and Chi-Chi, then he cupped his fists towards the two. Three-Bone Dragon, what are you doing here? What else can you do but stay in your little garden and run around? He crossed his arms and said with a smile. The three-bone dragon did not slow down at all, and cupped his fists and laughed again. With the arrival of the great enemy, the True Devil Sect is in a precarious situation. As a member of the True Devil Sect, I, the three-bone dragon, have been nurtured by the sect. I hope that I can leave the little courtyard during this period of time and contribute to the sect's safety. The sect master also agreed to it. He hoped that I could assist the sect's vice sect master to fight against the supreme sect together. Oh. That's right. That's right. He clapped his hands to express his appreciation. I'm really touched that you have such a thought. How about this? We're lacking manpower right now. You go find around Demon first, he'll definitely arrange a good job for you. No. Vice Sect Leader, I wish to follow you. The three-bone dragon shook its head and laughed. You must let me follow you on a mission. I'm full. Is there anyone who is satisfied with this sort of thing? Wouldn't it be nice to have one extra person? I hope that Vice Sect Master does not decline. The three-bone dragon still refused to give up. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the smiling face of 8-Tooth suddenly froze for a moment before the smile gradually disappeared. Seeing this, a strange light flashed through the three-bone dragon's eyes. What are you holding on to? Vice Sect Leader, I do not understand what you mean. The three-bone dragon was confused. However, these words caused Chi-Chi to completely lose his patience. Three-bone dragon, I don't have time to waste with you. Either you go find the devil you want or you scram a little further away. Although you entered the sect earlier than me, I am the Vice Sect Master here, so if you dare to play any tricks in front of me, I will definitely not show mercy. Three-bone dragon. As he finished speaking, a flash of red light flashed across his octagonal eyes. With the sudden appearance of the red light, the three-bone dragon's body began to tremble. Following that, it broke out in a cold sweat. The fear in its eyes became even more apparent. Humph! Chi-Chi no longer paid any attention to him and just waved his hand before flying into the air. Everyone followed behind. Su-Yun swept his eyes across the three-bone dragon with an extremely ugly expression, and without saying a word, he stepped on the air and flew. The three-bone dragon lightly panted as it stared at the people who had left. Only after they had disappeared did it retract its gaze. 8 teeth. He gritted his teeth as he muttered to himself. His face was filled with resentment. The entrance to the Supreme Sect was already sealed, and the gate was guarded by a large number of disciples. They gathered at the entrance and waited for the order to attack, waiting for the time to come. As for Chi-Go and Su-Yun, they flew towards the direction of the big gate. This was not something that could be reached in a day or two. When he just came out of the True Devil Sect, Su-Yun could not help but ask. Why didn't you let him in? You should know why he wants to participate in this operation. For my position as Demon Lord? If he really wants it, just give it to him. Su Yun did not really care about this seat anymore. Initially, the reason why he agreed to ride on the Demon Lord was to borrow the power of the True Devil sect to deal with the Supreme Sect. However, now that the True Devil sect and the Supreme Sect had clashed, this seat did not have much use to them. Hearing that, Octagon Aniseed couldn't help but shake his head. The position of Demon Lord isn't something that just anyone can assume. Su Yun, you have to understand this point and not disappoint the two words Demon Lord. Not to mention that the three bone dragon's thoughts were just child's play. If it wasn't for the fact that he was the sect master's beloved disciple, how could he be so impudent? Sigh, forget about it. It's useless to speak so much. Our mission this time is extremely crucial. If he comes, I'm afraid that a dispute will arise between us. Thus, I will not allow him to participate in this mission together. Hearing that, Su Yun understood the meaning behind Shigo's words. The three-bone dragon coveted the Demon Lord's position, and was afraid that it would cause trouble, but Su Yun did not understand. The three-bone dragon's position of being the sect leader's disciple was already very high. Why did it insist on the Demon Lord's position? Although I don't understand, Su Yun doesn't need to think about it. The most important thing right now is to find out more information about the Supreme Sect. Vice Sect Leader, Master Demon Lord, I heard that there are experts guarding the entrance of the Supreme Sect, and there are countless of people from the Supreme Sect outside. What should we do later? Would you like to sneak into Supreme Sect? The Demon Guard Captain Bloodstains asked. Don't go in. Octagon Aniseed shook his head immediately. Our devil chi is too heavy, it's easy to be discovered. It would be better to strike out at those who have already left the Supreme Sect. Understood. Blood nodded. 20 days later, everyone approached the main gate of the Supreme Sect. Right now, the relationship between the Supreme Sect and the True Devil Sect was very tense. There were eyes and ears everywhere from the Supreme Sect. This was a place beyond the heavens, a vast universe. His surroundings were all resplendent stars, and far away, there was a small ball floating in the air. On it, there was a huge door, and that was the Supreme Sect. And on the right side of the Supreme Gate, there was a platform the color of white jade. This platform was carved with talismans, and it emitted a dazzling light in the universe. There were males and females, both old and young. All of them wore white robes with golden patterns on them, and they were all equipped with long swords. They sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, meditating. Looking over, there were so many people that it was hard to count them all. As the gates to the Supreme Realm were opened, people would occasionally fly out and sit cross-legged on the platform. The platform was already full, and when someone came over, the platform would automatically extend outwards, setting aside a spot. Seeing more and more people coming out from Supreme Sect, Su Yun's face became heavier. Seems like 500,000 people is just a conservative estimate. From the time taken, Supreme Sect will have to send out at least 800,000 people. Su Yun said. This is going to be difficult. Octagon Aniseed's face was also heavy. Even his tone of voice lacked the usual carefree tone. Capture the thief and capture the king. First, think of a way to figure out who the person in charge is in Supreme Sect this time. How are their plans of attack? Su Yun said. Octagon Aniseed nodded his head. This is the most crazy sect. What I'm worried about right now is that they won't do anything at all. If everyone just attacks like that, then we won't have much time left. I don't even have time to use those powers. So you should be prepared. Su Yun turned his head and looked at Octagon Aniseed. Preparing early? Am I not prepared enough? He didn't understand. Of course. Let's do it now. Su Yun said, what about the magic equipment you guys took before? The captain of the demon guard who was standing next to them heard the bloodstains and immediately cupped his fists. All of them are with your subordinate. Bring me the cracked teleportation formation and place it here. Understood. The blood immediately began to flow. Demon Lord, what are you trying to do? We can use this thing to quickly return to the sect, but this place is too close to the Supreme Sect. What if the people from Supreme Sect discover the teleportation circle and use it to enter the sect? Octagon Aniseed asked curiously. Just destroy the other end of the teleportation array. This thing is a rare item, destroying it won't be easy. But if he were to trade for the life of the commander of this operation on Supreme Sect, do you think that it would be worth it? Su Yun asked. If we can take their lives, the Supreme Sect would be in chaos. In that way, we would be able to gain a lot of valuable time, but since we are able to be the commander of this operation, the enemies are definitely not ordinary people. Adding the fact that there are so many Supreme Sect people here, taking their lives is just like a fantasy story. How do you know it's a fantasy if you don't try? Suyin took out the death sword behind him, and said, all of you stay here, in a while, I will go in alone to kill and lure the fire from the people of Supreme Sect, and when the people of Supreme Sect surround and annihilate me, the commander will appear, and all of you will take the chance to kill me, and either capture or kill the commander. And then, we'll use this teleportation formation to break apart and leave. As soon as he said that, his 8 teeth was drenched in cold sweat. Can't you see how many people there are? You can't do this, this is no different from courting death. But we don't have much time right now, and it's difficult to get the information we want. The people of Supreme Sect will never tell us anything about them, even if you place the sword on their neck, their crazy faith will not let them sell out their sect. Suyin said. His expression was especially serious, not like he was joking. Shigo stared at Suyun, the two of them looked at each other for a long time, and Shigo lost in the end. Alright, if you really plan on doing this, then we'll do as you say. The 8 claws patted Suyun's shoulder, and revealed a smile. I believe in you, Demon Lord, since you dared to say such words, then you must have something to rely on, but no matter what, there is always a chance, if not, we can just flee. Do you know? With that, he took out a golden Buddha statue and handed it over to Suyun. This thing can protect your life. You can wear it again. It was truly rare to see a magic Buddha statue. But Suyun did not accept it, and instead patted its shoulders, and leaped up, flying far away. Shigo was startled, seeing that Suyun had walked far away. He finally regained his senses. Laughing bitterly, he shouted at the demon guard, "Get ready!" Yes, sir. The demon guard drew their swords and prepared to attack as they stared ahead. Everyone's devil chi began to move. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 748. It was not that Suyun was arrogant, but he needed to know what the old man from Dark Place said was. Now, with Octagon Aniseed as a backup, there was a way out. He could give it a try. Of course, in addition to trying, there was also venting. Endless venting. In the pitch-black horizon, a grayish-black shooting star appeared under the starlight. Its appearance attracted the attention of many people at the entrance of the Supreme Realm. However, this person didn't rush towards the door of the Supreme Realm. Instead, he rushed towards the platform that was emitting light. The Supreme Sect members on the platform seemed to have sensed the other party's arrival and all opened their eyes to look at him. Just one person? No one felt that he was much of a threat. Who are you? The person in charge that was stationed at the side of the platform asked loudly. However, the person who came didn't say anything. He directly rushed over and slashed his sword towards that person. The sharp blade energy instantly exploded. The man was shocked. He immediately used the limitless profound chi to block, but when the profound chi was released, it was like a storm rushing towards the man, into his body, and disappearing in the blink of an eye. It was all absorbed. Suyun squinted his eyes, and the death sword slashed forward. That person was caught off guard, and was immediately slashed by the sword, his shoulder cut apart, but when the sword fell down, the sword body stopped, and was blocked by the limitless profound chi that surged out from his body. Seeing that, Su-Yun moved forward. The god power of the holy imperial battle robe on his body immediately enveloped the man. In the blink of an eye, the limitless profound chi on his body disappeared without a trace. It was also absorbed. A limitless profound chi with the consumption of other profound chi as its main attribute. It was actually absorbed by an even more mysterious force. The man was completely dumbfounded. He couldn't even think about this sudden change. This was like a tiger that was always feeding on other beasts, suddenly eaten by an even more powerful creature. The shock it brought was very hard to digest. With irresistible force, the death sword cut its body into two. The limitless profound chi that the Supreme Sect was so proud of seemed like nothing in front of the imperial battle armor, as it was completely absorbed by the battle armor. At this moment, Su-Yun finally understood why the old man said he would need the clear sky holy robe to deal with Supreme Sect. I'm afraid only this god power is able to suppress the limitless profound chi. However, after absorbing the limitless profound chi, the battle robe did not absorb a portion of it like how it absorbed the other spirit cultivator's. Instead, it absorbed a portion of the divine power for Su-Yun to use. That's right, not only did he not convert the profound strength to, he had to consume a lot of divine power. Although the consumption of divine power was not much, it also meant that it was not an absolute victory by using the imperial battle robe to deal with the limitless profound chi that everyone feared. If there were too many of them, there was a possibility of them losing. Su Yunchong entered. On the platform, they crashed into the crowd. In the blink of an eye, the entire platform exploded. The people on the platform were all boiling with excitement. Everyone moved, taking out profound strength. They directly struck at Su-Yun. They were not shouting and screaming like regular spirit cultivator, who was asking Su-Yun who he was. They did not panic and fled everywhere. They targeted Su-Yun and attacked him immediately. Their killing intent was extremely terrifying. These people pursued their beliefs. The power of faith allowed them to be fearless, allowed them to face danger without feeling fear, and this was also the greatest headache for the true Devil Sect and the countless forces in the world. They were like robots. Their emotions were already extremely rare. There were even some who had completely lost all their emotions. No happiness, no sadness, no fear, no hesitation. But at the moment, Su-Yun did not care about whether the opponent had faith or not. He just raised his sword and killed. The god power of the imperial battle robe was activated, causing its entire body to be surrounded by a ball of gold light, and for those who were close to the gold light, their limitless profound chi-s would be all sucked out by the imperial battle robe in the blink of an eye, causing them to lose all their energy, as though they were oil dried up. Soon, bright red blood blossomed from the crowd. The people of Supreme Sect were not stupid. They knew that being close to Su-Yun meant being at a disadvantage, so they immediately used ranged attacks. They waved the swords in their hands, releasing waves after waves of limitless profound chi. The limitless profound chi swung through the air as if it was tearing the void apart. However, even though such a terrifying technique was floating towards Su-Yun, Su-Yun ignored it all. The moment the profound chi got close to his body, and was devoured by the god power, it could not hurt Su-Yun at all. Su-Yun snorted. He raised his sword and slashed at the people around him. Hundreds of thousands of people had been played to death by such a person. In the distance, Xia, the demon guard, and the others were thoroughly petrified. He opened his mouth so wide that an egg could fit inside. After a while, he came back to his senses, pointed at the crowd, and asked, "How many seconds can you guys last inside?" "No more than 5 seconds. Blood said without hesitation, but when she looked at Su-Yun, it was filled with admiration. Demons were people who worshipped the strong. "Lord Devil Lord, when did you become so powerful?" TSK, looks like we, the demon lords, have quite the good fortune to actually have such godly strength. Eight-Tooth sighed. He turned around and stared at the Supreme Sect, then said, "The demon lords have attracted the attention of the Supreme Sect. I believe the leaders of these people will soon appear. When that time comes, we must kill them, and not let the demon lord down, understand?" "Yes, sir." The fiend guards all growled. Drink forbidden blood. He called out. Everyone retrieved a bottle gourd from the space bag, opened it and poured it into their mouths. Coughing sounds came out, and some of them had bright red blood flowing out of their mouths. As the blood entered their stomachs, the devil's pale skin started to turn blood red. The devils in their eyes became even more fanatical and restless. Everyone's breathing became hurried, as if they were suppressed to the extreme. Eviscerate. He then drank it with his 8 teeth. The demon guard took out the knives at their waists, raised their left arms, dug out a piece of meat from their arms, and stuffed it into their mouths to eat. The wounds on their arms were so deep that their bones could be seen, and the intense pain didn't make them feel any discomfort. As for Su Yun, he had killed a huge number of them. The place where the death sword was dancing was filled with red light, blood, and corpses flying everywhere. It was extremely intense. The spirits that filled the sky were wailing by his side. Su Yun once again pulled out the heaven-smiting flame. The 2 swords were unleashed. The divine wind sword technique was unleashed. The sword was so fast that it was almost invisible. How could he possibly defeat an almost invincible existence? No matter how many people there were in Supreme Sect, they could not do anything to Su Yun. If it was any other spirit cultivator, they would have retreated to avoid the attack. However, the people of Supreme Sect were different. In front of the gate of Supreme Sect, even if they could not defeat Su Yun, they would definitely not give up. This was the madness of the people of Supreme Sect. Even if they couldn't win, they would continue to fight until they were completely annihilated or their enemies were all but gone. Flames surrounded the stars, sword chi surged through the Milky Way. Su Yun was like a giant, trampling on the ants. This person is completely immune to the attacks of the profound chi. Continuing blind attacks will not have any effect. For the Supreme Divine Tao, everyone listened to the order, set up a grand formation, and unleash mental attacks on him. Just at this time, a deafening shout came out from the Supreme Sect. Looking over, it was a tall middle-aged man with long hair and 3 scars on his face. The man had a single eyebrow, and his eyes were sunken. He looked rather thin, but the robe he wore was exceptionally dazzling, and the imprints on it shone with light. He looked extremely mighty. His voice seemed like an order that couldn't be disobeyed to the people of Supreme Sect. They instantly dispersed and surrounded Su Yun. Then hundreds of people rushed out from the crowd and started circling Su Yun at high speeds. The profound chi was like smoke as it floated towards Su Yun, but stopped 100 meters away. Su Yun naturally did not allow him to lay out the array so easily, and with that, he rushed forward with his sword and slashed at the spinning spirit cultivator. Supreme Tao God punishment. At this time, the unibrow man shouted once again. Once he said that, all the Supreme Sects present threw their weapons into the resplendent starry sky one after another. Most of the people in the Supreme Sect used swords, blades and spears, and all of the weapons started spinning above the stars, quickly gathering together. The hundreds of thousands of divine weapons started spinning frantically, surging crazily. They gathered closer and closer, closer and closer, as though they were compressing each other, and in the end, formed into a terrifying silver light which chopped towards Su Yun. This was definitely not the light produced from the illusion of the profound chi, but a real military battle. The Haotian sacred robe could swallow profound strength, but it could not swallow anything substantial, and the same went for the Sate ruler's robe. Su Yun stared at the sky, released his grip on his 2 swords and clenched his fists in the air. Clang! A circle of gray and white chi cover automatically rose up, completely protecting Su Yun. And then... Dawn! It was as if the sky had shattered and the earth had collapsed. The ripples spread out in all directions. Those existences that were still trying to cast the formation were all blown away by the impact. They were all in a sorry state. Looking up, he could see that when the silver lightning smashed onto the chi cover, it did not allow anyone to take even half a step. The 2 weapons were in a stalemate. It was extremely intense. The place they touched was trembling, the space around them shattered crazily. When the people who were sent flying saw this, they immediately rushed over and continued setting up the formation. And at this moment, Su Yun's strength had already been restricted. The Unibrow man stared at Su Yun in the distance, his expression cold. Anyone who insults the Supreme Divine Tao will definitely be exterminated. The Supreme Divine Tao cannot be questioned, it cannot be tainted, it cannot be slandered. No matter who you are, even if you are a god, as long as you stand facing the Supreme Divine Tao, you must not live in this world. With that, the Unibrow man raised his hands up high and started to recite some incantations that were difficult to understand. The profound chi was moving frantically, the powerful and mysterious limitless profound chi was surging around his body like a wave. It seemed to be instigating some kind of terrifying mystical force. Seeing that, Su Yun, who was surrounded by the supreme sect, was not panicking at all. He raised his red eyes and stared at the middle-aged man in the distance. Suddenly, his mouth formed a mysterious, sinister smile. The man naturally saw this and frowned. However, before he could cast his spell, there was a wave of indescribable disturbance behind him. Following that, a cold and gloomy aura instantly wrapped around his body. That person's heart sank as he turned around abruptly. However, just as he turned around, he was met with a blood-red face. But the Unibrow man felt a pain in his chest. He looked down and saw a hand suddenly pierce through his chest, pulling out his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 749. The Unibrow man glared with his eyes wide, staring at the devil cultivator who had suddenly appeared in front of him in shock, his face full of disbelief. How did these guys get here? And the thousands of Supreme Sect people around them, how could they not feel right about them? Why were they able to approach him so easily? The Unibrow man's mind was filled with endless questions. When he looked up, he understood. The thousands of surrounding Supreme Sects were currently being annihilated by the 9 completely crazy devil cultivators, and were overturning their horses. These devil cultivators were all like war gods, holding their swords and blades as they rushed into the crowd to kill. Any profound chi that struck their bodies, other than leaving scars, did not seem to have any effect on them. The devil chi rippled in the air along with the blood chi. They did not know pain, did not know fear, did not know life and death, and did not know what they were facing. At this moment, these devil cultivators were completely under the control of the devils, and were only there for the sake of killing. The 9 demon guard who had reached the peak of their cultivation were already possessed by the demons sealing blood and were completely under the control of slaughter. With them holding back the people from the Supreme Sect, 8-headed Tooth would have the opportunity to approach the commander of the Word. The palm pierced through his heart, and the 8 teeth easily tore his body to shreds. This person's soul was overflowing. He immediately took out a small bottle he had prepared beforehand and put this person's soul into the bottle. Everything went smoothly and neatly. He then shouted, "Got it, let's go." His voice came out, but the 9 demon guard did not stop. They continued to fight like crazy, and when they saw the Supreme Sect people, it was as if they were hungry tigers that saw a fat sheep. Seeing this, his 8 teeth suddenly sounded out something. He took out a black leaf and crushed it. A thin layer of green gas came out from where the leaf had shattered and floated toward the demon ceiling guards. In an instant, the terrifying blood-red eyes of the demon guard regained some luster. "Break out! Run!" He then drank it with his 8 teeth. When everyone heard this, they immediately dragged their scarred bodies and rushed outside. The 8 teeth followed closely. His body turned into light as he shuttled through the crowd. In just a few breaths of time, he had carried a large pile of bloody hearts with him. "Lord Demon Lord! No need to stay. Let's go!" Shigo rushed towards Su Yun, who was still immersed in the ocean of people, and shouted. Hearing that, Su Yun immediately responded. He stared at the silver lightning that was still stirring up above him. Secretly gritting his teeth, he suddenly struck out with his palm, causing the lightning to dissipate, then suddenly turned and rushed out of the group of people. The sinners want to escape. They even killed Chen Hong. We can't let them leave just like that. For the Supreme Divine Tao. For the Supreme Divine Tao. The people of Supreme Sect shouted at the top of their lungs, each of them actually using their flesh and blood to block Su Yun's actions. It was as if they already knew that the limitless profound Qi had no effect on Su Yun at all, but they were fearlessly blocking in front of Su Yun, not allowing him to leave. The silver lightning that had been split apart struck him once again. Su Yun's departure was hindered, and his movements were slow. It would not be easy for him to escape from these several 100,000 people. These people were not like the spirit cultivator outside the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain back then, where all of the spirit cultivators had ulterior motives and fought with each other in the dark. Although there were many of them, they were a motley crowd of people, with a single piece of scattered sand, which was not something to worry about. The silver lightning bolt struck Su Yun, but he had no choice but to urge his godly power to block it, and it slowly squeezed towards the outside. The surrounding Supreme Sect people started to madly attack Su Yun. Whether it was Son divine power or the consumption of his profound Qi, both of them were falling rapidly. His face was pale, unable to support himself. Facing such a desperate attack from the Supreme Sect, even the gods would not be able to stand it. Forget it. Su Yun's face darkened as he activated the profound skill. Suddenly, a 7-colored ring of light burst out from his body. Following that, the image of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, the 4 Holy Spirit beasts, exploded once again. Holy Spirit Shield. Crash. Su Yun's body was wrapped tightly by the shield. The people who were attacking Su Yun from all directions suffered the counterattack from the Holy Spirit Shield. All of the attacks were directed at his body, and redoubled the counterattack. In that moment, pang 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 pang, a series of blood blossoms flew out from the crowd, and an unknown number of people died, with a large number of Supreme Sect people being severely injured, causing a large number of them to fall to the ground in front of Su Yun. Anyone who tried to make a fatal attack on Su Yun was met with a miserable death. The silver lightning had been destroyed because of the large number of Supreme Sect. This was the most terrifying thing about the Imperial Battle Robe. Wearing it, one would never be afraid of how many enemies there were. It was just that. The cost of using the Holy Spirit Shield was heavy. After the Holy Spirit Shield was used, Su Yun's body was like a silkworm extracting a cocoon. It was instantly sucked out, and all that was left in his body was the small amount of profound strength. Back then, at Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain, Su Yun was able to absorb all of the profound strength and change a portion of it to be used by himself when he was near a person. However, the unique limitless profound Qi these people used was not something Su Yun could use, and even if he swallowed it, he could not transform it. However, the Holy Spirit Shield had cleared a path for Su Yun, so he immediately used his last bit of strength he could muster to rush forward. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this moment, a dull sound rang out once again. The gigantic and thick Supreme Sect doors opened once again, and white-robed Supreme Sect members flew out, like locusts, densely packed together, followed by the crisp and indifferent voice of a young lady. Dirty and filthy people, you need to be cleansed by Tai's light. Don't leave, accept the purification from our Supreme Sect. With that said, a golden shockwave burst out from the door like a golden pillar, striking straight towards them. The Supreme Sect people on the way were struck by the pillar and immediately turned to ashes. It was clear how terrifying the pillar was. However, the other side did not care about the life and death of the Supreme Sect's people. Su Yun turned his head to look, only to see that the sky pillar was right in front of him. He secretly took a deep breath, turned around and activated the Imperial Battle Robe to its maximum, exploding his divine power once again. But, before the sky pillar could come close to Su Yun, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure swung both of his hands, forming a circular demon face shield, and the sky pillar struck the face of the figure. Bang! The surrounding space trembled. All of the surrounding Supreme Sect people were directly blown away by the shockwave from the shield. Some of the injured people were directly killed. Seeing that, Su Yun's heart was startled. He raised his eyes to see, and realized that the person in front of him had 8 rows of teeth. She then retracted her hand from the big shield, turned and rushed at Su Yun, her small tender hands directly holding onto Su Yun, and started rushing towards the distance. So the black shield was a magic treasure. The beam of light struck the shield for 3 to 4 seconds before it shattered and disappeared. Su Yun raised his gaze to the door and looked inside, only to see a lithe and cute young lady. The young lady was extremely beautiful, wearing a white robe with gold phoenix patterns on it. She looked extremely majestic and beautiful. At the moment, she was staring at Su Yun with a gaze as calm as water. In the blink of an eye, he had already rushed to the side of Supreme Sect and rushed towards the teleportation circle that the demons had prepared beforehand. The demon guard stood guard at the side of the formation, and when the Supreme Sect's men came chasing, they immediately released Devil Chi to cover them. Shigo brought Su Yun into the teleportation circle, and upon seeing this, the demon guard quickly followed along. The demons all squeezed in, and they returned to the True Devil Sect. And inside the True Devil Sect, the Devil Cultivator protecting the other side of the teleportation portal immediately tried to destroy the formation, but Octagon Aniseed shouted anxiously, "Wait!" The Devil Cultivator was stunned for a moment. A few flashes of light came out from the array, followed by a few Supreme Sect people rushing in. Seeing that, Bachi immediately bellowed, "Quick, break the array!" Bang! Devil Cultivator did not dare hesitate, and immediately destroyed the formation. The destroyed teleportation circle immediately lost its effect, and the connection between the Supreme Sect and the real Devil Sect also broke. Chi and Su Yun stood up, then looked at the few Supreme Sect members who were chasing after them, and shouted, "Quick, catch them!" The demon guard immediately rushed over, tore off their hands and feet, and subdued them. Before these Supreme Sect people could resist, they were suppressed by the enemies. Seeing that, the surrounding Devil Cultivator all heaved a sigh of relief. They themselves were lacking information about the Supreme Sect. They never expected that these few Supreme Sect people would actually deliver themselves to their doorstep. Take them down and interrogate them. Tell them the plan of action of the Supreme Sect. He waved his hand and shouted. "Yes, Vice Sect Leader." The demon guard shouted, and was about to take him away. But at this time, one of them shouted calmly, "Dirty people, do you want to force us to confess? Give up, the Sacred One will never give in to you. Even though we have fallen into the hands of you vile things, our souls and spirits have always been closely linked with the Supreme Divine Tao. Today, we will give up our physical bodies, and throw ourselves into the arms of the Supreme Divine Tao for all of eternity, in pursuit of the Supreme Way." With that, the temperature of the Supreme Sect suddenly rose. Following that, with a bang sound, it exploded. Bang! 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 The rest of the Supreme Sect's members did not hesitate at all as well, and shouted out loud. Soon after, their bodies exploded, and chunks of flesh and blood splattered all over the demon ceiling guards. In an instant, all of them died, and their spirits exploded, to the point that even their souls disappeared after death. Seeing this scene, the 8 Jaws old man was stunned. How ruthless! It seems like the captives of Supreme Sect are not easy to capture. Su Yun took a deep breath and said, "Don't worry, we have one more." He took out the black bottle and said seriously, "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 750. The team sent out by the Supreme Sect had suffered such a setback before they even made it out as their master, and it was indeed unexpected. Receiving this news, to the forces that were determined to oppose the Supreme Sect, was no less than putting a pin in their heart. Of course, the Supreme Sect became a laughingstock because of this. Without the commander, the team was in chaos, and there were many casualties. They believed that the Supreme Sect would have to delay their attack on the True Devil Sect for a few more days, so the True Devil Sect would have more time. Although he was confident, it did not affect the Supreme Sect at all. They definitely would not lose their morale because of this. These people no longer had any feelings left for each other. Even if their comrades died tragically in front of them, they would not have any reaction. Thus, this trip only delayed Supreme Sect a little. To Octagon Aniseed and Su Yun, the best thing to do was naturally not the time. There was also Commander Chen Hong, who was imprisoned by and the others. Inside the White Bone Pavilion, all the elders were gathered. Su Yun, Octagon Aniseed and the others sat in the front row of chairs, while the Great Clan Elder and the Demon Guard sat in the left and right side of the table. He held a small bottle in his hand, looked at everyone, then looked at the bottle, and said, "What do you think? Should we release Chen Hong's soul to interrogate him now?" Of course. As the commander of the Supreme Sect's operation, Chen Hong definitely knows a lot of things. Let him go and see what he has to say first. That's right. Right now, the leaders of the major powers have already found out about the Vice Sect Master's capture. They are also waiting for news from you. We know nothing about the Supreme Sect. Vice Sect Master, quickly release that person's soul. Let's see if this Supreme Sect person still persists in his laughable way. The demons shouted. The scene was a bit chaotic. It's better not to open the bottle. At that moment, a voice interrupted. Shigo turned his head, looking at the solemn face of Su Yun. He asked, "Lord Demon Lord, what do you think?" Su Yun stood up, walked over, and accepted the bottle in Shigo's hand, inspecting it, and after a moment, he asked, "What bottle is this?" "Gold rank blood jade can store souls. Any soul that enters it will fall asleep." Octagon Aniseed laughed. "Does that mean I can't communicate with the soul in the bottle?" "Yes. That would be troublesome." Su Yun said indifferently, "If we directly release him, with Supreme Sect's crazy obsession, he probably won't even say a single word to us before destroying his own soul. Therefore, we cannot just let him out like that." As he finished, he nodded his head in agreement. Didn't the other Supreme Sect people who were going to be used as captives destroy their own souls and die? Maybe Chen Hong would do the same. Then what should we do? A devil cultivator hurriedly asked. Let me think about it. He rubbed his chin and sat cross-legged on the chair with a serious look on his face. Su Yun cupped his fists as he leaned on the pillar, his mind thinking about what to do next. His cultivation level was not high, but he could ignore hundreds of thousands of people. Maybe the people of Supreme Sect had already noticed him, so he had to be more cautious in his next actions. However, what Su Yun was more concerned about was the beautiful girl that walked out of the door. The young girl was extremely beautiful. Her appearance was not that great, but her strength was actually very terrifying. When the light pillar flew, it struck many powerful Supreme Sect people, but these people did not even have time to dodge. Their souls were instantly destroyed and died a horrible death. It could be seen how terrifying the light pillar was, and the young lady's methods were even more ruthless, as though the Supreme Sect people's lives were nothing more than grass in her eyes. Got it. Just then, a voice interrupted Su Yun's thoughts. He turned to look at the source of the voice, only to see Chigo jumping out of his chair, standing on his chair with his hands raised up. I know what to do. I'm really smart. I'm truly worthy of being your Vice Sect leader. Ha 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 ha. All the demons were stunned. This magic treasure is able to control a person's mind, control and peek at their spirit world. The soul of the magic treasure belongs to the spirit body, so as long as we can obtain the underworld mirror, we can dig out everything we know about the Supreme Sect from Chen Hong. Then, where can I find a meditation technique? The others hurriedly asked. This. Octagon Aniseed scratched his head, then chuckled. I don't know either. Then aren't you talking nonsense? Su Yun glanced at him. Hey, this is not nonsense. Although I don't know its exact location, I do know its approximate location. It's said that the underworld mirror is near the river Styx. Near the Styx? When the two devils heard this, their faces were full of shock. The Styx is so big, how can we find it nearby? This. Octagon Aniseed continued to scratch the back of his head and started to ponder. Su Yun heard and looked at the second demon. What kind of place is the Styx? Is it big? The two demons immediately cupped their fists towards Su Yun and reported seriously, reporting to the demon lord, "The river Styx is a river at the edge of True Devil Realm. Many people say that the river Styx is a river that flows from the underworld, and that the True Devil Realm and the underworld are connected. The river at the edge of the True Devil Realm is very long, and walking along the river for 10 days and 10 nights, you can see the deep sea. The sea is filled with an extremely terrifying death aura, which never dissipates. It's as thick as mist. This death aura is extremely fatal. Walking for 10 days and 10 nights before reaching the deep sea? This Styx is quite long." Su Yun continued to grit his teeth, and said, "Then how do you plan on doing it, Underworld Mirror? Is Underworld Appraisal really near the river Styx?" "About this, actually, I only heard about it from the grapevine. It is said that there is a guy who brought the Heart of Tranquil Water to the underworld to use this treasure to save his dead lover. However, he died in the river Styx, and the Heart of Tranquil Water also fell near the river Styx. As long as we can find that person's corpse, we can retrieve the heart mirror." "Ah? This rumor? I've heard of it too." One of the elites clapped his hands and exclaimed, "I remember this is a story that the good devils brag about all day. In fact, if you think about it carefully, this is completely unrealistic. Furthermore, since that person possessed the Heart of Tranquil Water, how could he have died near the river Styx? This matter is very suspicious." Hearing this, his face immediately flushed red. This rumor might actually be true. Besides, isn't there nothing we can do about it? This subordinate is only raising his own point of view. Perhaps what Vice Sect leader said is correct. Seeing that he was embarrassed, the elite immediately cupped his fists and said, "Not bad, not bad." He curled up on his chair and looked at the crowd, saying, "Then what are your plans?" "Send someone to try," the great elder said indifferently. "That's right, although the credibility of this matter is not high, but at the moment we have no other way. If we do not have the Enlightenment Will Mirror, then this Chen Hong will be of no value to us, but with the Enlightenment Will Mirror, we will be able to understand more about the Supreme Sect, and even know their next actions. This will be extremely useful for us in the future when we fight against the Supreme Sect. So, no matter what, I have to go and give it a try." The two devils answered. "Who's going then?" "I'll go." As soon as Chigo finished speaking, Su Yun took the words and walked straight towards the door. "Demon Lord, you are going?" Octagon Aniseed was stunned. "You have just gone through a great war and have consumed a lot of energy. You have not recovered yet. Why don't you send someone else?" "No need." Su Yun said indifferently, "I have a magic treasure that can find the specific location of the Enlightenment Will Mirror, and furthermore, if there is a death floating near the river Styx, without the protection of the divine object, you all cannot get close, so I'll be most suitable." With that, Su Yun immediately brandished his sword and flew out of the True Devil sect, flying towards the borders of the True Devil realm. Time was of the essence, and he had no time to waste. Su Yun laughed, but Eight Teeth didn't feel reassured. He whispered, "Bloodstains, quickly send the Demon Guard to protect Lord Demon Lord's safety." "Yes." The Blood immediately responded, and was about to turn around and make the arrangements. But with his speed, how could these Devil Cultivator keep up with Su Yun's tracks? Su Yun's performance outside the Supreme Sect was already extremely good. If not for him, the real Devil's Sect would not have been able to buy so much time. More importantly, Su Yun's action this time gave the people who were watching more information, letting them understand that the real Devil's Sect had the ability to fight against the Supreme Sect. "Stop!" At this moment, a voice suddenly came from outside the door. The blood trail stopped. Everyone looked over. They saw that the person who walked in was actually a three-bone dragon. He walked in with a smile and said to the Bloodstain, "Captain Bloodstain, the Sovereign has just issued an order for you to return to the sect leader's cultivation area immediately. He has an assignment for you." When the blood trail heard this, it did not make a sound. Instead, it turned its gaze towards Octagon Aniseed. Octagon Aniseed's face was somewhat ugly to behold, but he still nodded his head. No one dared to disobey the sect head's orders. Although Chi-Guda knew that the three-bone dragon wanted Su-Yun to be alright on the road, he also understood that the three-bone dragon wouldn't joke about the sect master's matter. Seeing this, Blood Red immediately led the demon guard outside the door away. The three-bone dragon laughed even wider. It glanced at the people in the room and then stepped into the room. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 751. What are you doing here? If you don't stay well in your small garden, would you run around? He then sat down on a chair, crossed his legs and crossed his arms in front of his chest. The three-bone dragon smiled, took a few steps forward, and cupped its fists in greeting. Greetings to Vice Sect Leader. If there's nothing else, let's hurry up and go back. We still have to discuss how to deal with the Supreme Sect. No one is allowed to enter. Eight-Toothed waved his hand with a face full of impatience. When the three-bone dragon heard this, its expression changed slightly, but it quickly retracted its change. He did not stay on and did not want to leave. Not to mention that he had already opened his mouth, so he did not dare to disrespect her. Clasping his fists, he bowed and left. As the sect master's beloved disciple, the three-bone dragon was the only person present who treated him with respect. Even the great elder, the devil, treated him with respect. After the three-bone dragon left, Octagon Aniseed's face finally recovered some color. The three-bone dragon relied on its status as the sect master's beloved disciple to act so domineeringly. This was not the first time it was acting so domineeringly, but there was nothing the crowd could do. In fact, the three-bone dragon had yet to do anything out of line. The demon lord is going to look for the mirror of the underworld. We can't wait here either. Whether or not we can find the mirror will be questionable. We have to come up with a second strategy in case we need it. The round demon opened his mouth, breaking the awkward silence. When the Supreme Sect is attacked by us, they will definitely take other measures. Send more people to watch over them and see what happens next. Octagon Aniseed said. Understood. In addition, second demon, it's about time. You should send someone to the Lone Mountain to have the leaders of those forces come here and discuss the countermeasures. Since everyone is standing on the united front, it's time for an open discussion. Yes, Vice Sect Master. We'll go handle it right away. Next up, I can only wait and see. After leaving the White Bone Pavilion, the three-bone dragon did not obediently return to its own courtyard. Instead, it directly left the True Devil Sect. Outside the sect were people, and from afar, one could still see the silhouettes of quite a few Devil Cultivators. The Devil Cultivator were all preparing for the battle. As a famous sect in the True Devil realm, the True Devil Sect's every move was related to the True Devil realm. Now that the True Devil Sect had provoked the Supreme Sect, how could the True Devil realm not pay attention to it? Right now, it was unknown how many Devil Cultivator were observing the flames from the other side of the lake, as they stared at the True Devil Sect. If the real Devil Sect's encampment was not too strict, perhaps there would already be many people sneaking in. The three-bone dragon left the sect, then headed straight for a bloody beach that was thousands of kilometers away. At this moment, many Devil Cultivators had gathered by the blood beach, and upon seeing the three-bone dragon approaching, all of the Devil Cultivators stood up and went forward to welcome it. Brother, you finally come, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Not long ago, I caught a few spirit people, crushed their hearts, ground their bones to dust, burned their souls to refine some soul wine. Today, I specially brought them here to give each of you a taste. A skinny Devil Cultivator with a bald head and outrageously pale skin walked up and embraced the three-bone dragon while laughing and speaking with enthusiasm. Only when the real Devil Sect is in trouble will I have the chance to come out. If it was a normal day, everyone here would not be able to see me. The three-bone dragon said. All the demons sat down facing the sea of blood. The bald devil cultivator handed the three-boned dragon a bowl of wine, and it started drinking. The demons laughed. He continued to drink. The bald devil cultivator gave the three-boned dragon another set, but he still revealed a smile on his face. Brother, although we have not known each other for long, we have seen each other before. When you entered the True Devil sect, we were still eating the meat of the devil cultivatoress that had died in the Northern Territory. How could I forget? The three-boned dragon laughed. The battles between the devil cultivatoress and the demonic abyss are extremely frequent. The corpses of the dead devil cultivatoress contain a large amount of devil strength, and eating them can increase one's speed of cultivation of the devil chi. Brother, you are already above everyone else, but we are still rolling on the ground. Above everyone else? Three-boned dragon turned its head to look at him, laughed lightly and shook its head. You are wrong. In the True Devil sect, I am only ranked 4th. 4th? Not mentioning the Vice sect master. Brother, no matter how weak you are, you should at least be 3rd. The group of people came over, and all of them looked at the three-boned dragon with a strange expression. However, the three-boned dragon suddenly slammed the bowl in its hand onto the ground and shook a few times. The bowl had already turned into gas, and the place where the palm had slammed directly created a huge hole. However, from this action, everyone could tell that the three-boned dragon was extremely angry. His face was grim, and his teeth were chattering as if he had just remembered something bad. Other than me, there's another person. Right now, this guy is taking over the position of Demon Lord that I should have taken over. In the True Devil sect, his position is actually above mine. The three-boned dragons gnashed their teeth as they spoke. With that said, all the surrounding devil cultivators cried out in surprise. Demon Lord? Shouldn't this be inherited by you, brother? Who else is more qualified than you? This was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The bald devil cultivator shouted. What's impossible? The three-boned dragon roared in frustration. That brat is the descendant of great clan demon Changgu and Inmo, and that octopus Chigo is most revered by Changgu and Inmo. When he found out that their descendant had appeared, he accepted that brat as the successor to the position of Demon Lord. How is that kid's cultivation? An existence that hasn't even reached the Spirit Emperor. What? Not even reached Spirit Emperor? Then what qualifications do you have to become the Devil Lord of a True Devil sect? However, with the support of all 8 teeth, no matter how low his cultivation is, he can still become a Demon Lord. This is unfair. Bro, this is too unfair to you. Why are you saying that? The master of the True Devil sect is your master. Brother, can you bear with it? The bald devil cultivator asked anxiously. Although master is the sect master of the True Devil sect, it is very difficult for me to meet him even once if master has been wholeheartedly training all year round. Although master is the sect master of the True Devil sect, but it is very difficult for me to meet him even if master has been cultivating all year round. The three-boned dragon shook its head and said in a deep voice. Then, it grabbed the soul wine and drank it once more. The bald devil cultivator glanced at the three-boned dragon, and then turned to look at the people beside him. He then walked over and patted on the three-boned dragon's shoulder and comforted, Brother, it's not worth it. Not worth it? Sooner or later, I will find Chi-Chi to settle this debt. The Demon Lord's position will sooner or later be mine. Everything that these people owe me, I will take back. The three-boned dragon put down the wine jar, and a terrifying demonic look appeared in its eyes. Bro, I don't understand. Is the position of Demon Lord that important to you? You can't replace anyone, can you? Why was he so persistent? Even if you aren't the Demon Lord, that brat can't do anything to you, right? The bald devil cultivator asked another question that he had been wanting to ask. The Demon Lord's position is not as simple as you think it is. This is a special title that was established since the creation of the True Devil sect, and it is not just about power alone, it also represents supreme benefits. Once you become the Demon Lord, you have the power to enter the ancient tomb, and what I want is to enter the ancient tomb. Ancient tomb? Yes, ancient tomb. It is the place where the successive sect masters of the True Devil Sect S have kept their treasures. It can be said that the ancient tomb is a huge treasure trove. Even the sect master could not enter such a place, only the demon lord could. So, if I become the demon lord, then I can inherit these. Once I inherit the ancient tomb's inheritance, I will have the chance to turn into a saint devil, and at that time, forget about the True Devil Sect, the entire True Devil realm will also be mine. However, after so many years, the True Devil Sect has never chosen a demon lord. So it's like that. When the crowd heard this, they cried out in alarm. So that means that Brat already obtained the benefits from the ancient tomb? It was such a pity, but all the previous sect masters of the True Devil Sect were great devils of the world that were comparable to gods. The items that they left behind must be of the divine grade. Yeah, how powerful is the true god ancient devil sect? Ever since the great immortal demon war, after Changu's death, the True Devil Sect had continuously decayed, all of the sect's devil profound arts had been lost, and the True Devil Sect had been reduced to its current state. If it was still the period of ENMO, how would the Supreme Sect dare to behave so insolently? Sigh. The demons sighed again and again. Three Bone Dragon glanced at them and snorted, that Brat's cultivation has not reached Spirit Emperor yet, his cultivation is not enough, entering the ancient tomb is equivalent to seeking death, so he has not obtained those treasures yet, but that is only a matter of time. I predict that once he steps into the Spirit Emperor, he will be arranged to enter the ancient tomb. Oh? Hearing that, the bald devil cultivator's eyes lit up. Brother, according to what you have said, you still have a chance? Humph. If that kid dies, I will have a chance. Then why didn't you secretly make a move? The bald devil cultivator made a slashing motion as madness and malice surfaced on his face. Why didn't you kill him? Once he dies, who else can compete with you for the demon lord's position? Ha, you think I don't want to? The three Bone Dragon replied angrily, however, I do not have the slightest chance. The eight-toothed tiger is extremely wary of me, and does not even allow me to get close to him. How am I supposed to do anything? Damned octagon aniseed. Thinking of this, the three Bone Dragon's anger flared a few more times. Oh? Brother, are you planning on killing that kid? It seems like, brother, you're not afraid of Eight-Tooth's scolding? TCH, a mere vice sect master, I am not afraid of him. I killed that brat, I don't believe that he would dare to do anything to me. But unfortunately, I don't have the chance. The three Bone Dragon clenched its fists. The bald devil cultivator glanced at the few devil cultivators beside him, and laughed. Hee hee, brother, previously there was no chance, but that does not mean there is no chance now. Isn't Supreme Sect and you are fighting now? Let's create some trouble and borrow Supreme Sect's hand to kill that brat. What do you think? Hearing that, Three Bone Dragon raised his head and stared at the bald devil cultivator. Do you have any ideas? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 752. It's just an idea. Of course there is. I'm just afraid that you won't be willing. The bald devil cultivator said. Humph, to be able to kill that brat who doesn't know his limits and let me sit on the demon lord's throne, obtaining the great ancient devil inheritance, what else would I be unwilling to do? Three Bone Dragon coldly looked at the devil cultivator, and said, what methods do you have? Just speak your mind, and don't grumble about it. Hee hee, since brother has already said so, we can only be frank. The bald devil cultivator moved closer and said in a low voice, actually, it is very easy to take care of that guy. Aren't the Supreme Sect and the real Devil Sect at the same time? This way, you can separate that brat first and let him do whatever you want with submission. After that, you can divulge the plan of action of the True Devil Sect to the Supreme Sect and attack them. As for the plan that the Supreme Sect has set up, Octopus will definitely lead a large number of true Devil Sect experts to rescue them, and at that time, you will be able to settle the score with that brat alone. The people of the True Devil Sect were dealing with the experts of the Supreme Sect, who would have the time to care about that brat. If you want to deal with someone who hasn't even reached the Spirit Emperor, it should be as easy as flipping his hand, right? After we kill him, you can then blame his death on Supreme Sect. Then, wouldn't everything be perfectly resolved? At this point, there was no need for him to say anymore. Three-Bone Dragon was not an idiot. He understood the Bald Devil Cultivator's plan, but he was still a little worried. Disclosure of the actions of the True Devil Sect to the Supreme Sect? That's not so good, is it? If the sect were to know, I'm afraid that I will be imprisoned in the Death Devil underground prison and suffer torture for all eternity. What are you afraid of? Or could it be that it's inconvenient for you to contact the people of Supreme Sect? If you don't want, brother, I can help you with that. The Bald Devil Cultivator said in a low voice. When the Three-Bone Dragon heard this, it turned its head and looked at him with a profound look. However, it did not say anything. Instead, it became silent. A long time later. If I do this, I'm afraid the real Devil Sect will lose miserably. You think too weak of the True Devil Sect. After all, the True Devil Sect is a great Devil Sect that is able to contend with the tyrants of the immortal world. Their strength is not what we expected them to be. The Supreme Sect is indeed not weak, but to destroy the True Devil Sect, we still need some time, Mushanin coldly said. The Bald Devil Cultivator stared at the Three-Bone Dragon with a serious expression. At the moment, his words were clear and he did not hide anything. Seeing the hesitation on the face of the Three-Bone Dragon, the Bald Devil Cultivator spoke again. Brother, think about it. If you miss this opportunity, then you will really miss the chance to obtain the ancient tomb's treasures. You will never be able to take back everything that belongs to you, your position, your dignity, your magic treasure, your cultivation, all of these, you will lose all of them. Right now, that brat and vice sect master already dared to bully you like this. In the future they will have a firm foundation. After they win over the hearts of the True Devil Sect, will there still be a place for you in the True Devil Sect? I'm afraid that at that time, even your master, even the sect master of the True Devil Sect could not suppress these two, but you two are going to do anything. His words were like waves of boning knives that cut into the Three-Bone Dragon's bones and stabbed into its heart. He clenched his fists and suddenly stared at the Bald Devil Cultivator, then stood up from the stone. I will never give up what belongs to me. A figure on a flying sword was rapidly flying on the vast expanse of soil. The sky was still the dark and familiar sky of the True Devil realm, and in the distance, it was completely silent. The surroundings were extremely spacious. The soil on the ground was a dark red color, and the air was filled with a thick smell of blood. Suyun kept the Heavenly Seeking Treasure Bell in his hand and sped up his flying sword. The Heavenly Seeking Treasure Bell gave him a pretty good piece of news. The mirror of the underworld truly did exist, and it truly was as Chi had said, near the sticks. It seemed like this trip would not be in vain. After about 4 hours, he arrived at the position given by the Heavenly Seeking Treasure Bell. The Heavenly Seeking Treasure Bell still gave Suyun a rough estimate of the position, and he would need to rely on Suyun to look for it. However, when he reached the site of the sticks, the scene in front of him made him shiver. The river Styx's water was black and red like the soil beneath his feet. However, the banks of the river Styx were pale white, filled with white bones. There were people and beasts, like white bricks that covered both sides of the road. A large amount of death aura floated over from the river Styx and surrounded Suyun. He quickly used his divine power to isolate the aura of death. The death aura was extremely terrifying, to the point that it was even stronger than the sword chi and evil aura of the Thousand Cloud Sword Mountain. This was not a place to stay for long. Su Yunchon went over to the group of bones and used profound chi, shaking off the white bones on the ground, and looked for the netherworld Adumbra flower that was possibly hidden within the white bones. Let's go. At this time, a voice suddenly resounded beside Su Yun's ears. Su Yun frowned, and immediately retreated and looked around. Who? He's just a dead man. Kid, hurry up and leave. This place doesn't belong to you. Not mine? Suyun snorted. He took out the tribulation fire sword from the sword sheath and waved at the white bones below. The body of the badly defeated sword burst out into blazing flames. As the sword slashed out, flames shot up into the sky, blazing with boundless heat. The fireworks smashed into the white bones on the ground, burning them into ashes. All right. The voice came out again. It was unknown if it was praising Suyun or was angered by his sword. The fire burned all the bones on the ground, and when the wind blew, the ashes were blown away by the wind. However, the ground was empty and there was no sign of the enlightenment will mirror. Crash! At this moment, the sound of water could be heard. The river Styx, which was filled with an eerie aura of death, started to ripple and a figure climbed out from within the river. Seeing that, Suyun's eyes fell on the ground, his hand tightly grabbing onto the sword hilt. It was a skeleton with a pitch-black body. It carried a heavy black knife, and its pitch-black eye sockets glowed with a red light. The river Styx's water flowed down its clean bones, and as it walked closer, its bones emitted creaking sounds as they rubbed against each other. I warned you to leave, but why didn't you listen? Don't you know that there are many people in this world who are afraid of death and crave to live? Don't you know that a lot of people are envious of people like you? As the black skeleton spoke coldly, its voice was as sharp and ear-piercing as a knife scraping against glass. Who are you? Don't waste your breath. Since you chose to stand here, you should exchange 2 blows with me. The black skeleton raised its long blade. A cold light flashed on its blade, and an aura of death scattered all over. It opened its frame and rushed forward like a violent wind. One slash cut through the air at a ridiculously fast speed. Suyun's expression congealed. His reaction was not slow. The tribulation fire sword blocked the black skeleton's blade, and the profound strength passed through the sword body and struck. Wah! Star! A large number of ripples spread out, shaking all the skeletons in the distance into powder. Good strength! The black skeleton snorted, sheathed his blade, and slashed at Suyun again and again. The blade flew faster than the knife, and the blade flew faster than the blade, and with the energy of death mixed in, it hid itself completely within the blade, and only exploded when it came in contact with the tribulation fire sword's sword. If it was any ordinary 7th-stage Sky Spirit Master cultivator, the weapon in his hand would have long been taken off, his arms would have also been shattered, and he would have vomited blood and had difficulty standing. But Suyun's profound strength was dense, and with the protection of the holy armor, his speed was not slow either. This black skeleton would only use normal techniques to fight him, and dealing with it would not be too difficult. Of course, Suyun did not use the power of the Imperial Battle Robe, otherwise the profound chi would have all disappeared from the black skeleton's body. It was rare for this fellow to be so interesting. Suyun could not help but want to have a good fight with it. The two clashed with sword and saber, sword and shadow, both extremely fierce. However, the black skeleton only grew more and more fearful. 7th level of the Sky Spirit Master? This person seemed to be at the 7th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, but how could his speed and strength be so strong? It had completely surpassed the existence of the Spirit Emperor. It's too terrifying. This kind of cultivation is able to display a level that is beyond normal. If I were to use Spirit Emperor, what would happen? The black skeleton knew that it could not do anything to Suyun at all. The speed and power it was so proud of did not hold any advantage in front of, but one thing about black skeleton was that the angle of its blade was different from Suyun's. Although the black skull's blade was large and thick, seemingly incredibly heavy, it was all-pervasive and cunning. Even though its attacks were blocked by the tribulation fire sword time and time again, to be able to use such a heavy and wide blade to such perfection, this black skull's strength was not to be underestimated. Ding ding dang dang. The sword images weaved together randomly. The profound chi's energy ripples were like fireworks. The sword attacks clashed and the man and the skeleton's bodies fled everywhere. The sword chi directly smashed the flatland around them into pieces, as though they were going to collapse. Eat one of my ///. The the skeleton shouted, and then swung the blade with both of its hands down from the sky. The edge of the blade burst into a 10,000 feet long shadow. Devil Wind Break! Suyun did not dodge nor retreat. The sword blade carried devil chi and transformed into a gigantic tiger that rushed towards the blade image. Shie! 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 Bang! The blade's shadow and the demonic tiger exploded. The powerful impact temporarily separated the two, forcing them to retreat. All of the dried rocks and shattered bones in the surroundings were destroyed. Even the Styx was affected by this and unceasingly rippled. The black skeleton did not use profound skill, but only used a simple blade technique. Suyun did not rush his divine power, and welcomed the battle with his sword technique. Although the battle was not considered world-shaking, Suyun and the skeleton both felt satisfied, extremely satisfied. In the battles between warriors, what attracted them the most was not victory or defeat, but the process. They enjoyed the feeling of the profound technique alternating, as well as the surging feeling of swords colliding. The only one who cared about victory or defeat was not a martial artist. At the very most, he was an assassin. Stop it! The skeleton picked up the black blade and stabbed it into the ground. Seeing that, Suyun immediately kept the tribulation fire sword. A man and a skeleton standing together. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 753. It has been a long time since I have fought with my full heart and soul. Kid, you are pretty good. For a 7th stage Sky Spirit Master to have this kind of strength, it is simply unbelievable. It can even be called a miracle. Otherwise, how could there be such a method? The skeleton laughed out loud. Its voice was no longer as sharp as before. Instead, it had a bit of a straightforward tone. You think too much. I am indeed only at the 7th stage of the Sky Spirit Master, but you have not used your full strength. If you had used your full strength, maybe I would not have been so relaxed. Suyun laughed. Although the Imperial Battle Robe had the ability to change one's cultivation, he did not use it. Didn't you also not use your full strength? The black skeleton said without a trace of politeness. Suyun laughed, then heard black skeleton saying again, Brat, I admire your sword techniques, but this is a river Styx, a land of war. I advise you to quickly leave, if not I can only follow the rules to kill you. Styx? Right and wrong? Who are you? I am just a gatekeeper. You don't have to ask, hurry up and go. However, I will not leave until I find the Enlightenment Will Mirror. Underworld Mirror? The black skeleton revealed a surprised expression. The 2 red dots in its black eye grew larger as it questioned, Did you come here for the Enlightenment Will Mirror? That's right. Do you know the location of the netherworld Adumbra flower? If you are aware of this, please inform me, and I will leave immediately after being appraised. I will not disturb you any longer. It's not a matter of disturbing or not. Kid, don't you know what the netherworld Adumbra flower is? Let me tell you, this is a treasure from the underworld, and is completely different from the one you devil cultivator use. It is best not to use this thing, or else it will only harm you and others. From what you have said, it seems like the Enlightenment Will is with you. Suyun's gaze tensed up. That's right. The black skeleton admitted happily, the item is indeed with me. In fact, it should be mine, but due to some reason, it was lost by me, and the owner of the Enlightenment Will Mirror is controlled by the Enlightenment Will Mirror. Since his soul is unable to control itself, he brought the Enlightenment Will Mirror to find me, and the item returned to its original owner. Hearing that, Suyun did not have the slightest doubt in his words. This underworld mirror was truly a powerful divine object that could affect souls. You can have it if you want it, but I can't give it to you. I can only lend it to you. Do you want it? The black skeleton said. Lend it to you? All right, I will only take one of them, and will not occupy it for long. If you agree, Su Yun will be forever grateful. Su Yun immediately replied. Alright, then I'll lend it to you. As the black skeleton spoke, it lifted its long, pitch-black bone hand and flipped it left and right. A bit of spatial energy shot out from the tip of its finger, and then a hexagonal, brownish-red disc appeared in its hand. It gently threw the plate over and Su Yun caught it with a wave of his hand. If it was an ordinary person, I would never have lent him this enlightenment wool mirror. However, you are very special. I admire your swordsmanship very much. I will make an exception and let you take the enlightenment wool mirror away. Su Yun kept the underworld mirror and cupped his fists towards the black skeleton. Su Yun will remember your kindness. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely do my best to repay you. Alright, stop talking. Hurry up and leave. The black skeleton was rather impatient. Su Yun did not delay any further, and turned to leave. Black skeleton shouted as the person flew up into the air. Kid, remember. This is borrowed. The time limit is only 10 days. If you are unable to return it to me within 10 days, then you will have to bear the consequences yourself. 10 days? Consequences? Su Yun was suspicious, but still shouted out, Alright, thank you. He fled into the distance. Inside the White Bone Temple of the True Devil sect, Hachi-chan and a few other elders were still nervously discussing about the current battle. At this time, in the hall, not only were there the upper echelons of the True Devil sect, but there were also sects and powers from other realms. Everyone was gathered together, and the scene was extremely lively. Looking at the situation now, our strengths can already be said to be on par with the Supreme Sect. Even if the Supreme Sect really did attack us, we don't have to be afraid. Exactly. The people of Supreme Sect believed in the wrong way, and walked further and further on this way. All of them lost themselves, and only lived for the wrong way, so this sect should not exist anymore. This time we big guys must work together, and eliminate the Supreme Sect. That's right. My son was lured into the sect by the Supreme Sect. I heard that last month. He suddenly lost control of the supreme profound chi in his body and died from his body exploding. If it wasn't for the Supreme Sect, how could my son have died? I must take revenge for this. My husband is the same, this debt must be settled. We must not spare the Supreme Sect. Under the lead of the various experts of the True Devil sect, let's fight our way over. Right, let's go. The people in charge of the various factions were shouting angrily. Each and every one of their voices were loud and loud, causing quite a ruckus in the hall. After all, most of the people who dared to stand on the same side as the real Devil sect were all people who held incomparable hatred towards the Supreme Sect. He sat cross-legged on the chair and yawned. He closed his eyes and slowly lowered his head, as if he was dozing again. The hall became a little quieter, and the 8 teeth also slowly opened their eyes. Seeing the great elder looking at them, they immediately put on an earnest look, and seeing that no one was talking, they awkwardly smiled and spoke in a serious manner. Everyone, what you said is right. Does anyone have any better suggestions? Once he said that, the originally quiet hall erupted once more. Reporting to the 8-toothed Grandmaster. I suggest that they should immediately send people out to fight and bring them directly into the Supreme Realm. Such a large-scale conflict is already a war, and you're still acting so recklessly? Don't you know what to do next? Then what do you think we should do, I suggest we do this, why don't we? People were getting impatient with each other again. Seeing the situation, the 8 Fangs felt quite bored. They breathed heavily for a while before they rested their hands on their chins and dozed off once again. Seeing that, the great clan elder secretly shook his head and did not say anything further. The second elder and second demon elder glanced at the scene and whispered to the great clan elder beside them, Great clan elder, didn't the vice-sect leader say to invite these people to discuss the countermeasures, and to organize and consolidate the troops? Why don't you say anything? Vice-sect master naturally has his own plans, we don't need to care about that. Moreover, integrating the human heart is not something that can be accomplished through words. The most important thing is for everyone to fight together. Right now, many people have different attitudes towards Supreme Sect, and their opinions are different. Even if we convince them, it will be useless, because after a few battles, everyone will be able to understand the current situation, and just watch. Demons nodded. Although Chigo looked to be extremely carefree and indifferent towards everything, in reality, his way of doing things was watertight and organized. This was also the reason why he was able to become the true Devil Sect's vice-sect leader. Report! Just then, a loud roar came from outside of the Hall of Bones. Following that, a devil cultivator came in as fast as the wind, surprising everyone. Chigo suddenly opened his eyes, staring at the person who rushed in. He bellowed, "What happened?" The man knelt and kowtowed, his head striking the ground. He said anxiously, "Vice-sect leader, something has happened. When we were reorganizing Demon Mountain's defense lines, we were suddenly attacked by the Supreme Sect. The entire Demon Mountain has become a battlefield. Master by MO is leading 50,000 of the true Devil Sects to fight with the people of Supreme Sect. Demon Mountain is in a hurry. Please send out your experts to support us." The moment he said this, the entire audience went into an uproar. Impossible! The two devils rushed forward and grabbed the devil cultivator, growling softly, "Demon Mountain is such a hidden place, how would the people of the Supreme Sect know? And why would they attack just as we were reorganizing our defenses? This is absolutely impossible." Second Elder, calm down. The revolving demon went up to stop the furious two devils. The devil cultivator was shocked, falling to the ground and trembling. Everyone present had a panicked expression, and Octagon Aniseed's face was even more serious. Demon Mountain's defense line was actually a defense line secretly opened by the real Devil Sect. Only 2 gates were connected between Supreme Sect and the true Devil Realm, but in order to fight back against the Supreme Sect, Eight Tusk ordered his men to secretly set up a teleportation bridge in Demon Mountain. They planned to fight a decisive battle with the Supreme Sect and send a group of elites to ambush the people behind Supreme Sect through the teleportation bridge. This news was known to many forces present, but they did not know the exact location of it. It was a matter of whether the battle would succeed or not, and there was a need to conceal himself, but Supreme Sect knew of this news eventually. Furthermore, when the defensive line was being reset, it meant that the cross-border teleportation bridge was complete, and people from both realms could enter and leave through Demon Mountain. He stood up and walked forward. As he approached the head elder, he said in a low voice, "We have spies among us. Send someone to investigate." The great elder nodded. After that, he walked out of the hall. "Immediately assemble our troops, and follow me to support Demon Mountain. Demon Mountain must not be lost, if not the defense line we have previously set up will be meaningless. The Supreme Sect can directly invade my true Devil Sect. At that time, the war will worsen, and everything will be over." "Yes, sir." Everyone immediately responded. Each sect gathered their experts and advanced towards Demon Mountain. The people from the Hall of Bones walked out and gathered at the drill grounds. They were prepared to follow Chi-Chi to the Demon Mountain. At the corner of the room, a figure was watching the scene unfold. It went smoothly. The figure murmured as a strange smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, he turned around and left. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 754. Suyin was sent to find the Underworld Mirror, which means that the Underworld Mirror is near the Underworld River, so he is definitely in the Underworld River right now. The Wind Demon Valley is a path that must be taken to the Underworld River. Regardless of whether Suyin has obtained the Underworld Mirror or not, he will definitely pass through the Wind Demon Valley. Just finish him in the Wind Fiend Valley. The three-bone dragon coldly muttered to itself, and rushed out of the True Devil Sect, heading towards the Wind Demon Valley. They flew out of the valley, where the bald devil cultivator and a few others were waiting. When they saw the three-bone dragon fly out, everyone's eyes lit up. Brother, how is it? How's the situation with Octagon Aniseed? The bald devil cultivator hurriedly walked over and asked with a smile. Humph, this group of idiots, after knowing that something happened in Demon Mountain, they were all scared half to death. Now that they have all gone to Demon Mountain, you don't have to worry. The three-boned dragon snorted. Hee hee, then that's good. That's good. Since Octagon Aniseed and the others have left, no one will be able to disturb you, right? Then, let's set off and find that so-called demon lord to settle the score? The bald devil cultivator laughed. The three-boned dragon looked at him and snorted. Don't act against him in a while. I will kill him myself. No problem, no problem. Let's go, we're heading out now. With that, the group flew off into the distance. Three-boned dragon's eyes were bloodshot, his entire body overflowing with a vicious chi. The moment he thought of how he could immediately seek revenge on Su Yun, it was as if his heart was ignited. 8 teeth. Su Yun. You two bastards, this time, let's see how I'll take care of you. What should belong to me, must belong to me, no one can take away. The three-boned dragon gritted its teeth as it thought. Oh yeah, did you contact the people from Supreme Sect? At this moment, the three-boned dragon seemed to have thought of something and suddenly asked. I've contacted them, don't worry, all of the Supreme Sect's rewards are on me. After you take care of Su Yun, I'll give you half of them. The bald devil cultivator laughed. Okay. The three-boned dragon nodded its head in satisfaction and asked again, then, how many people did Supreme Sect send to ambush Demon Mountain this time? There aren't many people here, just tens of thousands of people. After all, they are too rushed, and the Supreme Sect isn't sufficiently prepared. Their goal this time is merely to force the real Devil Sect to cancel the Demon Mountain's teleportation bridge, otherwise, they will become a threat to the Supreme Sect. The bald devil cultivator laughed. Is that so? That's good then. Otherwise, if something happens, I will inevitably suffer. The three-boned dragon said. Brother, you think too much. If the real Devil Sect really loses, then we can just join the Supreme Sect together. The bald devil cultivator laughed. The three-boned dragon did not speak, but started to secretly think. The demonic Wind Valley was not too far from the true Devil Sect, and after flying for about half a day, they entered the demonic Wind Valley's entrance. Inside the quiet and desolate Windfiend Valley, the wind howled. Inside the valley, not a single blade of grass could be seen, not even a single living thing could be seen. It was just like a ghost realm where no one lived. The three-boned dragons took the lead and fled into the valley. They then landed on top of the valley walls and waited. Under the influence of the devil chi, the dim light continued to erode the Wind Demon Valley. A small sky spirit master exists, we can just wait here. As long as Su Yun comes, we will capture him. The bald devil cultivator laughed. However, the three-boned dragon ignored him and sat by his side, meditating and waiting for Su Yun to arrive. Seeing that the three-boned dragon was ignoring him, the bald devil cultivator was not angry. He signaled to his companions and everyone understood. They immediately went to the side and took out a few scrolls to lay on the ground. Seeing this, the three-boned dragon opened his eyes and asked, "What are you all doing?" "Brother, don't worry, aren't we afraid that Su Yun will run away? When Su Yun comes, we will immediately control him." The bald devil cultivator hastily explained. Upon hearing this, the three-boned dragons were actually quite angry. "Retreat." "Brother, why?" "Humph, just a mere Su Yun. If I don't deal with him, how will I become the devil lord of a true devil sect in the future? All of you, retreat." "Brother, Su Yun is definitely not your opponent, but think about it, since he is a demon lord and has a 8-tooth barrier, he might have obtained a lot of benefits from the 8 teeth. If he had some strange magic treasure and allowed him to escape, the consequences would be dire. At that time, not only will the people of the true devil sect know that you want to kill the demon lord, even the matter of the demon mountain will be held accountable. the bald devil cultivator said seriously. When the three bone dragons heard this, their eyes wavered, and after pondering for a moment, they finally fell silent. Seeing that, the bald devil cultivator revealed a hidden smile, and nodded to the devil cultivator behind him. The devil cultivator understood, and continued to lay the scroll. After setting up the building, the devil cultivator stood next to the three-bone dragon and waited quietly. One day later, the sky was filled with the sound of something breaking through the sky, and it was especially loud and clear. The strong wind in the storm valley suddenly grew stronger by several degrees. The three-bone dragon suddenly opened its eyes and looked towards the horizon. He saw a man wearing a black robe quickly flying over while stepping on a pale white long sword. Su Yun. The three-bone dragon's expression suddenly turned incomparably malevolent as it spat out the word. The devil chi around his body released a tyrannical aura, his battle intent was ignited, his eyes instantly turned blood red, his arms moved, a pitch-black bone whip appeared in his hands. Crash! Devil chi erupted, flying up to the clouds, shaking and dispersing the dense clouds, as he rushed towards Su Yun. Su Yun, who was heading towards the Wind Demon Valley with the Abyssal Heart Mirror, immediately stopped after sensing the aggressive devil chi. With a slight wave of his hand, the Imperial Sacred Battle Armor was activated, and the menacing devil chi immediately disappeared into thin air. He looked towards the source of the devil chi, only to see the three-bone dragon coming over from below with a bone whip in its hand. Three-bone dragon? Why are you here? Su Yun frowned, and asked. Su Yun, in the past, I could not touch you with the protection of Eight-Tooth Sword, but today, Eight-Tooth Sword no longer has the time to take care of you. I want to see who else can obstruct me. Who else can save you? The three-bone dragon roared, and threw the bone whip at Su Yun. Su Yun immediately understood. It seems like the three-bone dragon has yet to give up on the position of Demon Lord. However, how did he leave the True Devil sect? Didn't they say that he couldn't leave the little courtyard as he pleased? Su Yun stared at the jet-black bone whip. His expression was not hurried nor slow, but when the bone whip got close, the pale white flying sword beneath his feet immediately flew up, a pale white light cutting across the horizon. Crack! The pitch-black bone whip snapped. What? The three-bone dragon was surprised, but before it could react, its chest was hit twice, causing it to fall from the sky and into the Demon Wind Valley. The three-bone dragon immediately stood up, but just as it made a move, it felt a scorching heat coming from its body, followed by intense pain. With a wah sound, it spat out a mouthful of blood that had a black light. What was going on? The three-bone dragon was already trembling in fear. Wasn't Su Yun only at the 7th stage of the Sky Spirit Master? He was at the level of Spirit Emperor. Why couldn't she beat him? The strength of the kick and the speed of the sword just now, even he was unable to keep up? How was this possible? He must have been careless. Three-bone dragon secretly consoled himself. What kind of trash is Su Yun? Not even an orthodox devil cultivator. Such a person was not fit to be a demon lord. If it were not for Chang Guanyin Mo, how could he have come to the true devil realm? And me? Sect Master's only direct disciple with a pure bloodline is the most suitable candidate to become the demon lord. No one would be more suitable than me. Thinking about that, the three-bone dragon's hatred could not help but spew out. He stared straight at Su Yun, ignoring the tearing pain in his chest. He kicked his legs, planning to attack again. However, in the next second, two rays of gray light suddenly shot out from behind him, piercing through both of his arms. Pata! Both arms flew into the air. Demon blood spewed out madly. The pupils of the three-bone dragons expanded, and their faces distorted as they once again fell from the sky. Bang! He landed on the ground and gasped for breath. His mouth was full of blood, and both his arms were broken. The demonic blood that spurted out dyed the ground beneath him red, making him look miserable. Su Yun frowned, and looked over. A few devil cultivators behind the three bone dragon activated the scroll that was previously placed on the ground, and the scroll shot out profound chi, crippling the three bone dragon. At the moment, the bald devil cultivator was looking at Su Yun with a smile, and then, he waved his hand. So. More than 10 terrifying grayish-white profound chi shot out from the scroll, flying towards Su Yun. ZZZZ. The profound chi approached Su Yun and disappeared on its own. These were all pure profound chis. It was impossible for them to break through the divine power of the imperial battle robe. They would only be devoured by the divine power, as they would only be able to replenish Su Yun. Seeing that Su Yun was unharmed, the bald devil cultivator was stunned. Su Yun descended from the sky, bringing his tribulation fire sword with him and walking towards the devil cultivator. Who are you? Us? Who we are is not important. What is important is that the two of you should make a trip today and follow us back to Supreme Sect. The bald devil cultivator sneered. Zhang Lu, Grey Demon, why did you do this? The three-bone dragon that was lying on the ground used up all of its strength and roared. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that the people behind him, the people he used to call brothers, would actually sneak attack him at such a critical juncture. Why? You idiot, you still don't know? We have long pledged our allegiance to the Supreme Sect. The bald devil cultivator said in disdain, the people of Supreme Sect that are besieging Demon Mountain are not just tens of thousands, they are hundreds of thousands of people. When I received the information you provided, I immediately informed the people of Supreme Sect, and they immediately accepted your plan on the spot, and immediately attacked Demon Mountain. As for you and Su Yun, one was a disciple of the sect master, the other was the demon lord of Devil Sect. Both of their statuses are not low. Under the orders of the Holy Maiden, I specially brought the two of you back. As long as you two were brought back, the Supreme Sect would give us countless of finances and magic treasures. A loud laugh resounded through the sky. The moment the three bone dragons heard this, their faces turned ashen. She felt like she had always been used by others. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 755. Hearing that, Su Yun's expression did not change, but instead said to the three bone dragon lying on the ground like a dead dog, "These are the people that you know?" Su Yun, what the hell are you? How dare you use such a tone to talk to me? Although the three-bone dragon had fallen to such an end, its mouth was still very hard, as it angrily shouted at the person in front of it. He's already like this and yet he still insists on putting on airs. Su Yun shook his head. It has nothing to do with you. I will kill you sooner or later. The three-bone dragon roared like a wild beast. It was simply unimaginable how much hatred he had for Su Yun. However, in the next second, a mournful scream came out of his mouth once again. With a flash of white light, the three-bone dragon's legs were cut off. This white light. It was the pale white tribulation fire sword in Su Yun's hands. The injuries sustained by the tribulation fire sword represented that the three-bone dragon's legs would never be able to recover. Kill. Kill me if you have the guts. I am the sovereign's disciple. Su Yun. If you have the guts, then kill me. Three-bone dragon bellowed, his eyes was filled with hatred, he wanted to swallow Su Yun alive. However, Su Yun was not angered at all, and was not angered by him. He only placed the sword in his hand in front of the three-bone dragon and squatted down, and said indifferently, "There is no need to kill you, but I have to tell you one thing, my sword is very special. Anyone who is injured by it, their wounds will not be able to heal, and even if the Deluo Golden Immortal descends to the mortal world, he will be unable to do anything, which means you will never be able to use your legs to walk again. Do you understand?" What? The three-bone dragon was stunned. Su Yun patted his shoulder, then stood up and walked towards the bald devil cultivator-ess. Then, you all are from the Supreme Sect? Su Yun asked. Only, his words did not receive the bald devil cultivator's reply, but rather, the man waved his hand again, and the scrolls behind him shot out another large amount of profound chi, smashing towards him. Then, Su-yun did not dodge and continued to walk forward. The profound chi were like the wind, hitting his body and disappearing without a trace. Seeing that, the bald devil cultivator was immediately struck dumb. What's going on? The protection of the profound chi? But this guy had such a powerful profound chi? His cultivation didn't seem that high. Whiz! Suddenly, Su-yun had disappeared. The bald devil cultivator was immediately enraged and anxiously shouted, "Be careful! This guy's cultivation is not at the 7th stage of the Sky Spirit Master." As soon as he finished speaking, ear-piercing sounds of flesh being cut could be heard. The bald devil cultivator suddenly turned his head, and only saw the heads of the devil cultivatoress behind him being chopped off, their bodies falling to the ground, blood flowing all over the ground, and their souls slowly seeping out of their bodies. They were all killed. The bald devil cultivator opened his eyes wide. He only felt as if the space in front of him had blurred. When he raised his head again, that terrifying person had already appeared in front of him. He raised his sword and swung it down. Good. So fast. The bald devil cultivator urged his chi to defend, but before the chi could leave his body, his hands suddenly felt pain, and he saw that both of his arms had already disappeared. Bada! His neck tightened and the bald devil cultivator was lifted up. It was unknown when Su-yun appeared in front of him, but a hand was tightly grabbing onto his neck, and in that moment, the bald devil cultivator realized that the profound chi in his body was like a collapsed mountain. It had disappeared without a trace, and he could no longer bring out his profound strength. The bald devil cultivator struggled, but was unable to escape Su-yun's grasp. Someone from the Supreme Sect? I didn't expect to see you here. Su-yun stared at the bald devil cultivator coldly, and then slowly raised the tribulation fire sword in his hand and prepared to kill it. Seeing that, the bald devil cultivator's face turned green, and anxiously shouted, "Stop, don't kill me, don't kill me. I am not a member of the Supreme Sect. Please don't kill me, please. Didn't you say you were someone from the Supreme Sect?" Su-yun said coldly. However, he still did not kill him. This devil cultivator was strange. If it was someone from the Supreme Sect, they would be prepared to sacrifice their own bodies for the cause, but he did not, but instead begged for mercy. I am only cooperating with the people of Supreme Sect." The bald devil cultivator trembled as he shouted. "Cooperation? How do we work together?" Su-yun released his hand, and said indifferently. The bald devil cultivator sat on the ground, enduring the pain on his body, and said honestly, "The people of Supreme Sect have allowed me to have great profits, and I have provided them with information. Just like this, I have only known the 3-bone dragon for a short period of time, and with the help of the True Devil Sect Master and his guidance, I have planned to use him to obtain the True Devil Sect's information and trade it for some treasures. Demon Mountain is something that I found out from the 3-bone dragon. Now, as long as I hand you and the 3-bone dragon over to the Supreme Sect, and let them brainwash the both of you successfully, then I will be able to obtain a divine object." Hearing that, Su-yun was drenched in cold sweat. He always thought that the Supreme Sect people had crazy beliefs, but they did not have much shrewdness. If this bald guy succeeded, then he would be able to capture the 3-bone dragon and himself back to Supreme Sect, and after brainwashing, the two of them would be able to work together with the Supreme Sect, and at that stage, the real Devil Sect would probably not be able to escape, and would definitely be taken down by the Supreme Sect. When the 3-bone dragon in the distance heard the baldy's words, it became absent-minded. It lay on the ground, gasping for air and not making a sound. "Why isn't the Supreme Sect preaching to you?" I am only cooperating with them. I do not plan on joining their school. Therefore, I will not accept their teachings." "Is that so? You are really lucky. Don't you know that those who do not accept the teachings have all been wiped out by the Supreme Sect people?" "Ha! The bald devil cultivator's face became abnormally pale. Su-Yun was too lazy to talk anymore. He kept his tribulation fire sword and grabbed the bald devil cultivator and 3-bone dragon, and rushed straight to the True Devil sect. He found out from the bald devil cultivator that the Supreme Sect was currently fighting against the True Devil sect in the direction of Demon Mountain. This battle was completely out of the Devil sect's expectations. Perhaps the True Devil sect never expected that the Supreme Sect would know that they had set up a teleportation bridge at Demon Mountain, and that they were taken advantage of by the Supreme Sect when they were opening the 2 bridges. However, with the bald devil cultivator as an informant and the underworld mirror, he could control Chen Hong's soul. The True Devil sect was not completely at a disadvantage. The bald devil cultivator wailed incessantly, while the 3-bone dragon was like a dead pig. Its face was ashen as it endured the drama without making a single sound. Very quickly, Su-Yun returned to the True Devil sect. When the disciples of the Devil sect saw Su-Yun bringing back 2 people, and one of them was even a 3-bone dragon, they were immediately stunned. "Where is the 8-toothed Grandmaster?" Su Yunchong asked a disciple of the Devil sect. Reporting to Lord Devil Lord, the Vice Sect Master has led the sect's elites and experts to the Demon Mountain to assist. Who else is in the sect? Great Elder Yuan Mo is still here. Where is he? Not yet. Send him to the Hall of Bones, Su Yun said, and then dragged the 2 into the hall. Very quickly, the round demon walked in, covered in dust, and the bald devil cultivator was completely ignored by him, his gaze landing on the 3-bone dragon which was lying on the ground like a corpse. "Lord Devil Lord, what's going on?" the fiend asked. Su Yun did not hide anything and directly told them about the 3-bone dragon's collusion with the bald devil cultivator. What? 3-bone dragon actually betrayed the True Devil sect. The round demon's calm face immediately turned solemn. The 3-bone dragon is not that important. Right now the situation in Demon Mountain is very serious. Elder Yuan Mo, you should immediately head to the front lines to gather people to support Demon Mountain, and in addition, ask the sect leader to take charge of the situation. I will use the meditation technique to control Chen Hong's soul and ask about the next steps for the Supreme Sect, Su Yun said as he took out the enlightenment mirror from the space bag. All of these are not a problem. However, Lord Devil Lord, did you really obtain the enlightenment will mirror? Of course. Su Yun took out the thing. Seeing this, the devil was filled with emotion. I never thought that the mirror of the underworld would actually exist. With this, the captive Chen Hong will finally have some value. We need to return this item within 10 days, so we don't have much time left. Return within 10 days? What? Does this not belong to you, Demon Lord? Of course not. In fact, I got it from a black skeleton. It said that it was the gatekeeper, but I don't know what the gatekeeper is. It warned me that I must return this thing within 10 days or else I will have to bear the consequences, Su Yun said. When the Devil Lord heard this, he was silent for a moment. Then, he said, Sir Demon Lord, can you let me take a look at the heart of tranquil underworld? Su Yun handed it over. The round demon carefully observed for a while, then reached out his hand to press on the surface of the enlightenment will mirror, closing his eyes to stimulate the profound. A moment later, he slowly opened his eyes and chanted, so that's how it is. It really is a treasure. Does the Great Elder know something? Su Yun asked. I already know 1 or 2. The Great Clan Elder nodded his head. This thing is a divine object after all. Just now, I used the profound strength to check its internal structure and discovered that there are 9,999 array formations for hypnosis and illusions inside. Moreover, these formations weren't automatically activated, but were controlled by the artifact spirit. In fact, there is an artifact spirit within this Netherheart inspection. There's actually an artifact spirit here? Su Yun was a little shocked. It's precisely because of the artifact spirit that there is a time limit. If it's time and you don't return the treasure and instead take it for yourself, I'm afraid this spirit will use its power to control you and return to the black skeleton." Hearing this, Su-Yun suddenly remembered that the black skeleton had said earlier that he was the one who ran back after losing the abyssal heart mirror. "What kind of existence is that black skeleton?" Su-Yun said with furrowed brows. "If my guess is correct, it should be the gatekeeper of the underworld." "The gatekeeper of the netherworld?" If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 756. I was only guessing. Didn't you say he was the janitor? That was the River Styx, and he was the gatekeeper. If he wasn't the gatekeeper of the underworld, then who else could he be? Furthermore, only people in the underworld will be able to use the netherworld Adumbra flower when it admits to using it. The round demon said. Perhaps, but Great Elder, now is not the time to talk about this. Demon Mountain is in a critical situation, we should hurry up and act. Su-Yun said. All right. The round demon nodded, and then shouted, Someone come. 2 devil cultivators immediately rushed into the hall. Lock these 2 in the dungeon, keep them under strict watch, and interrogate this person regarding the Supreme Sect. As for the 3 Bone Dragon, once Sect Master comes out, hand it over to Sect Master Luo. Yes, sir. The 2 Devil Cultivators nodded and rushed over to bring the Bald Devil Cultivator and 3 Bone Dragon down. Su-Yun held onto the Abyssal Heart Mirror, planning to retrieve Chun Han's soul and inventory the things he knew about the Supreme Sect. But just at that time, bursts of shouts came from the door. Report! A devil cultivator wearing worn-out armor rushed in and knelt in front of Su-Yun and the Circle Demon. The man was covered in wounds and his armor was covered in blood. It could be seen that he had just experienced a brutal battle. What happened? The Devil Yuan asked. Devil Cultivator's eyes revealed sorrow, his expression was anxious, his head knocked on the ground as he said in a low voice, reporting to Great Clan Elder, Demon Lord Demon Mountain has lost. What? The Great Elder's expression changed drastically. Su-Yun's heart also jumped a few times. He knew the importance of Demon Mountain. If Demon Mountain were to lose it, it meant that all the defenses the True Devil Sect had set up at the entrance would be for nothing, and the people of Supreme Sect could already go in directly without any obstructions. To the True Devil Sect who was not too far away from Demon Mountain, Supreme Sect was like a fierce tiger, able to swallow them all at any time. There was nothing left to defend. To the people of the Supreme Sect, the road ahead was as flat as a flat plane for them. They were afraid that in less than a month, the people of the Supreme Sect would kill their way into the True Devil Sect. Where's the Vice Sect Master? The Devil Lord asked urgently. This attack was directed by the Holy Maiden of the Supreme Sect. As the Vice Sect leader fought with the Holy Maiden, she was ambushed by the Taiyanzi, who led the other 6 disciples to besiege the Vice Sect leader. The Vice Sect leader was heavily injured, on the verge of death, her body was on the verge of collapse. If not for the second elder and the rest risking their lives to save them, I am afraid that the Vice Sect leader died in the hands of the people from Supreme Sect. Saying that, the Devil Cultivator started crying bitterly. Su-Yun rarely saw Devil Cultivator cry. But he knew one thing, the position of Chi-Go in the hearts of the people in the True Devil Sect was irreplaceable, not just the people from the True Devil Sect, even Su-Yun himself was the same. Thinking back to it, Su-Yun's heart was filled with endless anger. Supreme Sect. Supreme Sect again. His expression turned malevolent, and his eyes turned blood red. Where are they now? The Devil Yuan asked. The second clan elder is currently rushing towards the sect with the Vice Sect Master, but the experts of Supreme Sect are chasing closely behind. The second clan elder's subordinate is requesting for the Great Clan Elder to immediately come out and open a barrier, preventing the Supreme Sect from entering the sect. Alright, I'll do it right away. Yuan Mosu said. But just then, Su-Yun who was by his side suddenly placed the meditation technique into his hands, and said, Great Clan Elder, you can go and arrange it. Once I finish using the netherworld Adumbra flower, I will definitely return it to the gatekeeper of the underworld. With that said, Suyun took out his death sword, stepped on his sword and rushed out of the house, quickly disappearing into the horizon. Lord Devil Lord, where are you going? The great elder shouted. But Suyun could no longer hear it. Suyun, who was on his sword and flying, quickly found the direction of Demon Mountain, which was quickly filling. According to what the devil cultivator said, the experts of the Supreme Sect were chasing after Chi and the rest. They were even injured. I am afraid that the condition of the True Devil Sect's team is not any better. Both sides must have experienced a blood battle. From that, it seems that the situation of the Supreme Sect is not good. Since the Supreme Sect's experts are all out, do not let them go. This battle was not only about his parents, sister, and Huayro Muyu. His speed was extremely fast, and he can only see a streak of black light that was even darker than the night sky flashing by. In less than half an incense worth of time, Suyun could already see the team of True Devil Sects flying in the air. There were around 7,000 to 8,000 people left. Other than the real Devil Sect, there were also a portion of the smaller sects. Almost all of them were injured, and missing an arm or a leg was a very common thing. Everyone looked extremely panicked, and quickly ran, only to be surrounded by 8 teeth. Seeing Su Yunchong coming over, the 2 demons and the others all revealed joyous expressions. Demon Lord, save us! Return to the sect and help the Vice Sect Master heal his injuries. Leave this to me. Suyun bellowed, his eyes were like a hawk's as he stared ahead. The profound chi around his body released a burst of energy. And just when he was about to make his move, as it moved, the profound strength in his body also underwent a subtle change in an instant. His internal organs strangely suffused with an unspeakable and mysterious power. Breakthrough! At this critical juncture, a change occurred in the profound strength. His strength instantly increased and he actually directly broke through, stepping into the 8th stage of the Sky Spirit Master. The profound chi in his body was very restless, as if it could rush out of his body at any time. This is good too. Now is the time to use the profound strength. Suyun flew past the broken remnants of the True Devil Sects, and saw a large number of slender and white lines in the sky. Looking ahead, every thread was an expert of the Supreme Sect, and they were not slow either, rushing towards the True Devil Sects. Suyun raised his arm and pointed forward. The lightning on his arm shot up into the sky, gathering at the dark clouds, causing an oppressive atmosphere. From within the clouds, a few pitch-black lightning bolts appeared, landing on the vast earth. The lightning disappeared, and numerous devil bone giantesses that could support the heavens appeared in front of Suyun. They were like a mountain, cutting the Supreme Sect cultivators in half. Devil Wind Break! Suyun took out his death sword and swung it forward. Tens of thousands of devil chi burst out from the sword blade, transforming into a gale that blew forward, approaching the human body, yet again transforming into a demon tiger. Being blocked by Suyun, the people of Supreme Sect all started to slow down, but they did not stop, nor did they retreat. One by one, they fearlessly crashed into Suyun, even though they were under the demonic tiger's attack. Corpses fell from the sky one by one, blossoming one after another in the snow-white light. Kill him and kill him directly towards the True Devil Sect. If we can kill him, it will be of great benefit to our Supreme Sect's preaching. A cold shout came from behind the crowd. Chirp! With Suyun at the center, 7 figures appeared from 7 different directions. Following that were 7 snow-white swords that flew straight towards Suyun's body. 1 man cleaved down. 1 man beheaded. 1 man. 1 person pierced. 1 scrape. 1 person cut. 1 person exploded. There were 7 different attacks from 7 different directions, and the situation was especially tense. And the aura attached to these 7 swords was the limitless profound chi, which caused the complexions of the people of the boundless realms to change. Like dumplings, they surrounded Suyun tightly. Furthermore, with the sudden appearance of these 7 people, most people would not be able to react in time. If they suddenly appeared, then the 7 of them would have been hiding in mid-air and would have quietly approached Su Yun, right? Facing such an attack, Su Yun did not defend at all. Instead, he raised one of his hands, grabbed onto the death sword and threw it at his surroundings. The 7 people around them rushed forward without any hesitation. However, the terrifying and dense limitless profound chi on their swords disappeared without a trace, as if it was a stone that had sunk into the ocean. The 7 swords approached Su Yun and transformed into 7 pure metal weapons, clashing against Su Yun's body without pain or itchiness. The 7 of them raised their heads, their seemingly calm eyes revealed a sense of astonishment, but in the next second, the pitch-black death sword began to fiercely slash towards them. "Be careful!" a person shouted. The 7 of them hurriedly retreated. But 2 of them were still too slow in the end. The death sword rushed over and instantly chopped off their heads. The terrifying sword blade swept towards the 3rd person, cutting a large hole in their chest. The 3rd person's internal organs could be seen clearly. 4. Up to the 6th. A person said in a low voice. Su Yun then took out the heaven-smiting flame again, and directly shattered the soul of the 2 corpses that had overflowed from their corpses. Such vicious methods seemed to have angered these 5 people. The profound strengths of the 5 were mostly absorbed by the imperial battle robe, but they did not retreat, and continued to instigate their attacks. Of course, they did not dare get too close to Su Yun. Instead, they spread out in 5 different directions and used limitless profound chi as a long-range attack. Su Yun stared at the person whose chest had been cut open, and stepped on his sword, rushing forward, his speed extremely fast. The man could not defend in time, and was struck by Su Yun, causing him to be unable to resist, and his body exploded into pieces. But no matter how strong these people's limitless profound chi were, striking at Su Yun was like hitting cotton with an iron fist. There was no reaction at all. Su Yun was still not harmed in the slightest, and he did not even slow his footsteps. Seeing this scene, these people finally understood. There seems to be a magic treasure on him that can cancel the limitless profound chi. Impossible. The limitless profound chi was the supreme profound chi. It represented the source of Supreme Divine Tao's divine power. There were no existences in this world that could ignore the power of Supreme Divine Tao. All of this is fake. One of them looked excited. The scene in front of them had completely overturned their knowledge and faith. His faith had been challenged and he could no longer remain calm. Top 3. We firmly believe that Supreme Divine Tao is the only divine way that we have to pursue. This person in front of us, we can definitely defeat him. Yes, for the Supreme Divine Tao, for the highest truth. Everyone, go ahead and kill this person and defend the divine way. Kill. The remaining 4 people gave up on long-ranged attacks and rushed over again. However, at this time, not only the 4 of them, Supreme Sect's army had also rushed over. The tens of thousands of Supreme Sect members who were like a tide were like locusts, covering the sky and sun as they surrounded Su Yun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 757. The Solomon Sacred Martial Imperial Hall. The problem that your true devil sect has stirred up is naturally something that your true devil sect can handle alone. You still want to drag us into the water? You can go and take care of Supreme Sect yourselves. Xin Wu Huan, who was seated on the golden lion throne, bellowed. Your Highness Martial Emperor. Your granddaughter is the holy maiden of the Supreme Sect. If you are willing to help and fight against the Supreme Sect together with me, the Supreme Sect will definitely be destroyed. Wouldn't your granddaughter be saved as well? Below him, a black-robed devil cultivator was kneeling on the ground, shouting anxiously, his expression extremely agitated. Right now, the true devil sect is extremely anxious. If Martial Emperor still hesitates, I'm afraid the true devil sect will not be able to hold on. After the people on both sides heard this, they turned to look at Xin Wu Huang. In fact, just based on their affability level, everyone would probably prefer the real devil sect over Supreme Sect. Looking at it from top to bottom, in their hearts, Supreme Sect was a completely crazy sect without brains. What does failure have to do with this empress? Xinwu Huang waved his hand. Don't waste your breath. Men, send him back. Yes, sir. A tall man walked over and grabbed Devil Cultivator. Devil Cultivator did not resist, but continued to shout, but to no avail. He was carried out of the hall. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the hall. Father! A mournful sound came out. Everyone in the hall looked at him. The one who came was Xin Shueshue. Seeing that, Xinwu Huang frowned. During this period of time, Xin Shueshue had been imprisoned by Xinwu Huang. The reason was because he was afraid that his daughter would cause trouble again, and as for Su Shintian, Xinwu Huang had other arrangements made. Xin Shueshue had not seen Su Shintian for a long time, and had thousands of thoughts in her heart, but she was also extremely anxious. Just thinking about how her husband was not to be seen, nor her children, made her heart ache, and she felt extremely miserable. Miss, please don't run around, miss. Just then, they saw two servants running into the hall anxiously. Seeing Xin Shueshue in the hall, the two servants' faces turned white from fright and they knelt down immediately. What's going on? Why did the young mistress come out? Xinwu Huang asked with a stern face. In reply to the emperor, Miss pretended to have her cultivation go berserk and sent me to ask for Mr. Qingshui to treat her. Afterwards, she secretly bewitched Xiaoro with illusions and only then did she run out. Your servant is guilty, your majesty. Please punish me. The two maids were on the verge of tears, trembling as they kneeled on the floor. Xinwu Huang's face became serious, and after hearing that, his gaze landed on Xin Shueshue. Dad, this has nothing to do with them. I'm the one who asked for it. Father. Luluo is your biological granddaughter. Now that she is trapped in the Supreme Sect, shouldn't we save her from the Sea of Fire? All these years, I have suffered a lot with Shintian and have thought of a lot of ways to help Luluo escape from this predicament. Even my master has suffered a lot because of this, father. I beg you to be merciful and save your granddaughter. As long as Martial Imperial Hall is willing to help and cooperate with the True Devil Sect, the Supreme Sect will definitely be destroyed, father. Xin Shueshue kneeled on the ground and cried out in sorrow. However, Xinwu Huang was not moved. On the contrary, his face became darker and darker. For a wild girl. You want me to use all my powers from the Martial Imperial Palace to fight against the Supreme Sect? But she's your granddaughter after all. The blood of the Martial Imperial Hall is flowing in her body. So what? I, Xinwu Huang, treat everyone with equal treatment. So what if she is my granddaughter? The sons and daughters of my Martial Imperial Palace, to me, are all my sons and daughters. So? You don't need to say anymore, hurry up and leave. Father. Step down. Xinwu Huang's attitude was firm. His voice was filled with authority, and there was no way to refute him. In order to make Xin Shueshue submit, Xinwu Huang had even used a little bit of his tyrannical qi. This strand of aura mixed into his voice and entered Xin Shueshue's ears, causing her entire body to tremble and her heart to no longer have the feeling of disobedience. The two servants walked over. They wanted to help Xin Shueshue, who was kneeling on the ground up, causing Xin Shueshue to lose his consciousness and allow them to do as they pleased. She understood her father's temperament. Since he had made a decision, it would be useless for her to say anything else. But at this moment, a deep laughter suddenly came from the door. The quietness of the main hall was marred by the laughter. Who dares to be impudent here? Everyone in the Martial Imperial Palace looked towards the source of the laughter. They saw that the chuckling voice belonged to the person from the True Devil Sect. What are you laughing at? The Martial Emperor shouted. Nothing. Devil Cultivator, who was being supported by others, shook his head, his mouth revealing a disdainful smile. I am only feeling that it isn't worth it for our Devil Sect's Lord Devil Lord. Not worth it? Shen Wu Huang's face darkened. What is the meaning of this? Does the martial monarch not know? Devil Cultivator sneered again and again. In order to save his sister, the Demon Lord had already fought with the Supreme Sect people multiple times. In order to save his family, he did not hesitate to risk his life. He is just an elder brother, yet you all, who are the mothers of the grandfather, are still like that. You all, however, are cowering here, throwing all responsibility onto him. That's why I feel that the Demon Lord is not worthy. With that said, Shen Wu Huang's face became extremely ugly. Shin Shueshue's heart ached even more, her lips started to turn pale, and her body started to tremble. How could she have known that Su Yun had done so much for Su Luluo, sacrificed so much? She covered her lips, tears flowing from her eyes. She wanted to cry, but no sound came out. You seem to have gotten it wrong. Shen Wu Huang said, Shen Wu Huang, do not have this grandson, he has nothing to do with me. What does his actions have to do with me? Father! Before Shen Wu could finish, he was interrupted by Shin Shueshue's hoarse shout. Shin Shueshue suddenly struggled free from the support of the two servants, and placed one hand on his own chest, his eyes filled with tears. Father, if you are not willing to send people to help the True Devil sect, and are not willing to attack the Supreme sect, then your daughter will only need to die in front of you. Nonsense! Shen Wu Huang was furious. He suddenly stood up from the golden lion chair. As he moved, the sky and earth changed color. The martial imperial palace trembled, and a suffocating feeling floated in everyone's heart. You must die. That's your problem. Your life is your life, so are the lives of those sons of mine not your life? Shen Wu Huang roared. He was not moved by Shin Shueshue's words at all. Was also an impatient one, seeing that her father had even said that, she thought that Su Shintian was nowhere to be found, her daughter was trapped in a fire pit, her son was in extreme danger. The pressure made it hard for her to breathe. After a few moments, she almost collapsed. But in the next second, one of the people beside him suddenly took action, opening Shin Shueshue's palm. Looking at him, the one who acted was Shen Wu Huang's beloved disciple and also Shin Shueshue's cousin Xiao Guangli. Cousin! Snow, don't be willful. Master has his own plans. If you do that, it will only make Master sad. It will make Luluo and God Realm sad. Xiao Guangli said in a deep voice. He knew his cousin, and he knew that she was stubborn. Xiao Guangli stood out and cupped his fists towards Shen Wu Huang. Master, please calm your anger. Cousin did not mean to do that. As a mother, she just cares too much about her daughter. Humph. So what if she was a mother? I am also a father, and the lord of this palace. Shen Wu Huang bellowed. Master is right, but then again, the Supreme Sect and the True Devil Sect fighting each other is a rare opportunity for us. After all, the Supreme Sect is a poisonous tumor of the myriad heavens. Even if it isn't for Luluo, we shouldn't just stand by and watch. All these years, the Supreme Sect has been plagued by poison, and many disciples of our martial imperial palace have been bewitched, dying in the hands of their so-called Supreme Divine Tao. Avenge our dead disciples and countless fellow Taoists in the boundless universe. In this way, we will be able to bring glory to the Martial Imperial Hall. To our Martial Imperial Hall, this is 100 advantages without any disadvantages. Xiao Guangli's attitude was sincere and his words were reasonable, causing Shen Wu Huang's angry anger to subside a little. As these words were spoken, it immediately garnered the support of the other people from the Martial Imperial Hall. He scanned the crowd and asked, "What do you guys think?" "We agree with Senior Apprentice Brother Zhao's suggestion." The disciples from left and right stood up, and greeted Shen Wu Huang with cupped fists. Hearing that, Shin Shueshue's face immediately revealed joy. Devil Cultivator's tensed face finally relaxed. Taking a deep breath, a smile appeared on his face. He knew that this trip was worth it. With the help of the Martial Imperial Palace, the odds of them winning against the Supreme Sect were too high. Since you all think so, fine. Shen Wu Huang nodded his head. He was not in a hurry to answer, but his dignified gaze landed on Shin Shueshue. You must stay in the house and not run around. If father is willing to help, daughter will definitely listen to father obediently. Shen Shueshue immediately replied. Humph. Shenwu Huang shifted his gaze and spoke to Xiao Guangli, summon the 5 elders to discuss the matter of attacking Supreme Sect. Yes, sir. Xiao Guangli turned around and quickly walked out of the hall. Shenwu Huang once again looked at the devil cultivator, he waved his hand, and the disciple holding onto the devil cultivator immediately let go. Devil cultivator immediately knelt down on one knee. Seeing that, Shenwu Huang nodded his head in satisfaction, and said, You can return to the True Devil Sect and tell your vice sect leader, in the future, we will declare war on the Supreme Sect, but we will not join hands with the True Devil Sect, we will only declare war in the name of the Supreme Sect. I don't want to have anything to do with you, Devil Cultivator. Go back and let your vice sect master endure for a few more days. If she loses before we attack your True Devil Sect, then don't blame our martial Imperial Palace for not doing anything. Hearing that, the Devil Cultivator understood Shenwu Huang was not willing to face the Supreme Sect alone, and immediately shouted, Yes, Your Majesty. Go back. I will take my leave. Devil Cultivator bowed, turned and left the martial Imperial Palace in a hurry. Now that the matter had been settled, the martial Imperial Hall's attitude had already been made clear. Now, all they could see was empty air. Once it was completely cleared, there would be no doubt that Supreme Sect would face the greatest crisis in history. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 758. Whiz. A sword shadow pierced through the horizon and swallowed the person in the sky. When the shadow faded away, that person fell down from the sky like a kite with its string cut. Tai Chi's Supreme God 2 had died tragically. The remaining Supreme God 1 and the 7 great Supreme Gods gripped their swords tightly. Although their expressions were indifferent, the rage in their eyes could not be hidden. Shizi had already been killed by Su Yun for 5 times, but these 7 people could not do anything to Su Yun. Even today, they did not harm even a little bit Su Yun. Their faith was challenged and hit hard. That so-called unparalleled limitless profound Shi, currently, was completely useless against this person. The Supreme Sect people who were rushing over were like wasps, spinning around Su Yun. There were human figures everywhere, and with a glance, there were tens of thousands of people. Su Yun did not hold back at all, as though he had gone mad. He grabbed the Tribulation Fire Sword S and rushed in all directions. The subordinate Sword S all flew out, flying chaotically in the sky, with sharp blades everywhere, and sword bodies everywhere. He did not dodge, but focused all his energy into attacking. Wherever Su Yun went, the limitless profound Qi would immediately vanish into thin air, and no one who was near to him would be able to survive.